Chapter 56, TSP, Constrained Optimization, PT6. Silent, it was thankfully silent, the metal door on the next level down. Either there wasn't someone behind there, or they were hurting quietly, maybe they were screaming but their voice had given out already, or they were just muttering quietly to themselves in the dark. I'm not sure I can do this, Harry thought, and he couldn't blame the despairing thought on the Dementors either. It would be better to be lower, safer to be lower, his plan would take time to implement and the Aurors were probably already working their way down. But if Harry had to pass any more of those metal doors while staying silent and keeping his breathing perfectly regular, he might go mad. If he had to leave a piece of himself behind at each one, soon there wouldn't be anything left of him. A luminous moonlit cat leaped into existence and landed in front of Harry's patroness. Harry almost screamed, which wouldn't have helped his image with Bellatrix. "Harry," said the voice of Professor McGonagall, sounding as alarmed as Harry had ever heard from her. "Where are you? Are you all right? This is my patroness, answer me." With a convulsive effort, Harry cleared his mind, repurposed his throat, forced calm, swapped in a different personality like an occlumency barrier. It took a few seconds and he hoped like hell that Professor McGonagall didn't notice a problem with that thanks to the communications delay, just as he hoped like hell that Petronuses didn't report on their surroundings. A young boy's innocent voice said, "I'm in Mary's place, Professor, in Diagon Alley. Going to the restroom actually. What's wrong?" The cat leaped away, and Bellatrix began to chuckle softly, dusty appreciative laughter, but she cut herself off abruptly at a hiss from Harry. A moment later the cat returned, and said in Professor McGonagall's voice, "I'm coming to pick you up right now. Don't go anywhere, if you're not around the defense professor don't go back to him, don't say anything to anyone, I'll be there as quickly as I can." And the bright cat blurred forward and vanished. Harry glanced down at his watch, noting down the time, so that after he got everyone out of here, and Professor Quirrell anchored the time turner again, he could go back and be in the restroom of Mary's place at the appropriate time. "You know," said the problem-solving part of his brain, "there's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible, you know that? It shouldn't have mattered, and it didn't really, it didn't compare to the suffering of a single prisoner in Azkaban, and yet Harry still found himself feeling very aware that if his plan didn't end with him being picked up from Mary's place just like he'd never left, and the defense professor looking completely innocent of any and all wrongdoing, Professor McGonagall was going to kill him. As their team prepared to eat another bite of territory out of C-Spiral, shielding and scanning before dispelling the previous shield to their rear, Amelia was tapping her fingers on her hip and wondering if she ought to consult the obvious expert. If only he wasn't so. Amelia heard the familiar crack of fire and knew what she would see as she turned. A third of her Aurors were spinning around and leveling their wands on the old wizard in half-moon glasses and a long silver beard who had appeared directly within their midst, a bright red golden phoenix on his shoulder. "Hold your fire." Polyjuice made it easy to forge the face, but faking the phoenix travel would have been rather more difficult. The wards permitted it as one of the fast ways into Azkaban, though there were no fast ways out. The old witch and the old wizard stared at each other for a long moment. Amelia wondered, in the back of her mind, which of her Aurors had sent the word. There were several former members of the Order of the Phoenix with her. She tried to remember, in the back of her mind, if she'd seen Emmeline's sparrow or Andy's cat missing from the flock of bright creatures, but she knew that it was futile. It might not even be any of her people, for the old meddler often knew things he had no way at all of knowing. Albus Dumbledore inclined his head to Amelia in a courteous gesture. "I hope I am not unwelcome here," the wizard said calmly. "We are all on the same side, are we not?" "That depends," Amelia said in a hard voice. "Are you here to help us catch criminals, or to protect them from the consequences of their actions? Are you going to try to stop the killer of my brother from getting her well-deserved kiss, old meddler?" From what Amelia heard, Dumbledore had gotten smarter toward the end of the war, mostly due to Mad Eye's non-stop nagging, but had relapsed into his foolish mercies the instant Voldemort's body was found. A dozen small points of white and silver, reflections of the shining animals, gleamed off the old wizard's half-moon glasses as he spoke. "Even less than you would I see Bellatrix Black-freed," the old wizard said. "She must not leave this prison alive, Amelia." Before Amelia could speak again, even to express her surprised gratification, the old wizard gestured with his long black wand and a blazing silver phoenix sprang into existence, brighter perhaps than all their other Petronuses put together. It was the first time she'd seen that spell cast wordlessly. "Order all your Aurors to cancel their patroness charms for 10 seconds, said the old wizard. "What darkness cannot find, the light may." Amelia snapped off the order to the communications officer, who would notify all Aurors through their mirrors, commanding Dumbledore's will to be done. That took a few moments, and it became a period of awful silence, none of the Aurors daring to speak, while Amelia tried to weigh her own thoughts. She must not leave this prison alive. Albus Dumbledore wouldn't turn into Bartmew's Crouch without a strong reason. If he'd meant to tell her why, he already would have, but it certainly wasn't a positive sign. Still, it was good to know they'd be able to work together on this one. Now, said a chorus of mirrors, and all the patroness charms winked out except that blazing silver phoenix. Is there another patroness still present? The old wizard said clearly to the bright creature. The bright creature dipped its head in a nod. Can you find it? The silver head nodded again. Will you remember it, should it depart and come again? A final nod from the blazing phoenix. It is done, Dumbledore said. Over, said all the mirrors a moment later, and Amelia raised her wand and began recasting her own patroness. Though it took some extra concentration, with that wolfish smile already on her face, to think of the first time Susan had kissed her cheek, instead of dwelling on the looming fate of Bellatrix Black. That other kiss was a happy thought indeed, but not quite the right kind for the patroness charm. They hadn't even gotten to the end of that corridor before Harry's patroness raised its hand, politely, as though in a classroom. Harry thought quickly. The question was how to, no, that was also obvious. It seems, Harry said in a coldly amused voice, that someone has instructed this patroness to speak its message only to me. He chuckled. Well then. Pardon me, dear Bella. Quietus. At once the silver humanoid said in Harry's own voice, there is another patroness which seeks this patroness. What? Said Harry. And then, without pausing to think about what was happening, can you block it? Stop it from finding you. The silver humanoid shook its head. No sooner did Amelia and the other Aurors finish recasting their patroness charms, when the blazing silver phoenix flew off, and the true red golden phoenix followed it, and the old wizard calmly strode after both of them with his long wand gripped low. The shields around their territory parted around the old wizard like water, and closed behind him with hardly a ripple. Albus! Shouted Amelia. What do you think you're doing? But she already knew. Do not follow me, the old wizard's voice said sternly. I can protect myself, I cannot protect others. The curse Amelia shouted after him made even her own Aurors flinch. This isn't fair, isn't fair, isn't fair. There's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible. Harry blocked off the useless thoughts, ignored the fatigue he was feeling, and forced his mind to confront the new requirements. He had to think fast, use the adrenaline on following the chains of logic quickly and without hesitation, instead of wasting it on despair. For the mission to succeed. 1. Harry would have to dispel his patroness. 2. Bellatrix needed to be hidden from the Dementors after the patroness was dispelled. 3. Harry needed to resist the Dementors' drain after his patroness was dispelled. If I solve this one, said Harry's brain, I want a cookie afterward, and if you make the problem any more difficult than this, I mean the slightest bit more difficult, I am climbing out of your skull and heading for Tahiti. Harry and his brain considered the problem. Azkaban had stood invincible for centuries, relying upon the impossibility of evading the Dementors' gaze. So if Harry found another way to hide Bellatrix from the Dementors, it would rely on either his scientific knowledge or his realization that the Dementors were death. Harry's brain suggested that an obvious way to stop the Dementors from seeing Bellatrix was to make her stop existing, i.e., kill her. Harry congratulated his brain on thinking outside the box and told it to continue searching. Kill her and then bring her back, came the next suggestion. Use Frigidaire to cool Bellatrix down to the point where her brain activity stops, then warm her up afterward using thermos, just like people who fall into very cold water can be successfully revived half an hour later without noticeable brain damage. Harry considered this. Bellatrix might not survive in her debilitated state. And it might not stop death from seeing her. And he'd have trouble carrying a cold unconscious Bellatrix very far. And Harry couldn't remember the research on which exact body temperature was supposed to be non-fatal but temporarily brain-halting. It was another good outside-the-box idea, but Harry told his brain to keep thinking of ways to hide from death. A frown moved over Harry's face. He'd heard something about that, somewhere. One of the requisites for becoming a powerful wizard is an excellent memory, Professor Quirrell had said. The key to a puzzle is often something you read 20 years ago in an old scroll, or a peculiar ring you saw on the finger of a man you met only once. Harry focused as hard as he could, but he couldn't remember. It was on the tip of his tongue but he couldn't remember, so he told his subconscious to go on trying to recollect it, and refocused his attention on the other half of the problem. How can I protect myself from the Dementors without a patroness charm? The headmaster had been repeatedly exposed to a Dementor from a few steps away, over and over throughout a whole day, and had come out of it looking merely tired. How had the headmaster done that? Could Harry do it too? It could just be some random genetic thing, in which case Harry was screwed. But assuming the problem was solvable, then the obvious answer was that Dumbledore wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore really wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore honestly, truly believed that death was the next great adventure. Believed it in his core, not just as convenient words used to suppress cognitive dissonance, not just pretending to be wise. Dumbledore had decided that death was the natural and normative order, and whatever tiny lingering fear was still in him, it had taken a long time and repeated exposures for the Dementor to drain him through that small flaw. That avenue was closed to Harry. And then Harry thought of the flip side, the obvious inverse question. Why am I so much more vulnerable than average? Other students didn't fall over when they faced the Dementor. Harry meant to destroy death, to end it if he could. He meant to live forever, if he could, he had hope of it. The thought of death brought him no sense of despair or inevitability. He was not blindly attached to his own life, indeed it had taken an effort not to burn away all his life on the need to protect others from death. Why did the shadows of death have such power over Harry? He would not have thought himself so afraid. Was it Harry, all along, who'd been rationalizing? Who was secretly so afraid of death that it was twisting his own thoughts, as Harry had accused Dumbledore? Harry considered this, preventing himself from flinching away. It felt uncomfortable, but uncomfortable thoughts weren't always true, and this one didn't sound exactly right. Like there was a grain of truth, but it wasn't hiding where the hypothesis said it was. And that was when Harry realized. Oh, I understand now. The one who is afraid, is. Harry asked his dark side what it thought of death. And Harry's patroness wavered, dimmed, almost went out upon the instant, for that desperate, sobbing, screaming terror, an unutterable fear that would do anything not to die, throw everything aside not to die, that couldn't think straight or feel straight in the presence of that absolute horror, that couldn't look into the abyss of non-existence any more than it could have stared straight into the sun, a blind terrified thing that only wanted to find a dark corner and hide and not have to think about it anymore. The silver figure had darkened to moonlight, was flickering like a failing candle. It's all right, thought Harry, it's all right. Visualizing himself cradling his dark side like a frightened child in his arms. It's right and proper to be horrified, because death is horrible. You don't have to hide your horror, you don't have to feel ashamed of it, you can wear it as a badge of honor, openly in the Sunday. It was strange, to feel himself split in two like this, the track of his thoughts that gave the comfort, the track of his thoughts that followed his dark side's incomprehension at the alienness of the ordinary Harry's thoughts, of all the things that his dark side associated with its own fear of death, the one thing it had never expected or imagined that it might find, was acceptance and praise and help. You don't have to fight alone, Harry said silently to his dark side. The rest of me will back you up on this. I won't let myself die, and I won't let my friends die either. Not you/I, not Hermione, not Mum or Dad, not Neville or Draco or anyone, this is the will to protect. Visualizing wings of sunlight, like the wings of the patroness he had spread, to give shelter to that frightened child. The patroness brightened again, the world spun around Harry, or it was his own mind that was spinning. Take my hand, Harry thought and visualized, come with me, and we will do this thing together. There was a lurch in Harry's mind, like his brain had taken one step to the left, or the universe had taken one step to the right. And in a brightly lit corridor in Azkaban, the dim gaslights far outshone by the steady and unwavering light of a human-shaped patroness, an invisible boy stood with a strange small smile on his face, shaking only slightly. Harry knew, somehow, that he'd just done something significant, something that went beyond just strengthening his resistance to Dementors. And more than that, he'd remembered. Thinking of death as an anthropomorphic figure had done the trick, ironically enough. Now Harry could remember it, what was reputed to hide someone from the gaze of death himself. In a corridor of Azkaban, a wizard's striding legs came to an abrupt halt, for the bright silver thing that was his guide, had halted in midair, fluttering its wings in distress. The brilliant white phoenix craned its head, looking backward and forward as though confused, and then it turned to its master and shook its head in apology. Without another word, the old wizard turned and strode back the way he came. Harry stood straight and upright, feeling the fear wash over him and around him. Some tiny part of him might have been eroded a little by the waves of emptiness that broke continually upon his unmoving stone, but his limbs were not cold, and his magic was with him. In time those waves might corrode him and consume him, sneaking through whatever tiny part of him still cowered before death instead of using its fear to energize itself for battle. But that doom would take time, with the shadows of death far away and uncaring of him. The flaw, the crack, the fault line that was in him had been repaired, and the stars blazed brightly in his mind, vast and unafraid, and brilliant in the midst of cold and darkness. To anyone else's eyes, it would have seemed that the boy stood alone in the dimly lit metal corridor, wearing that strange smile. For Bellatrix Black and the snake draped around her shoulders were concealed by the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 deathly hallows and reputed to hide its wearer from the gaze of death himself. The riddle whose answer had been lost, and which Harry had found anew. And Harry knew, now, that the concealment of the cloak was more than the mere transparency of disillusionment, that the cloak kept you hidden and not just invisible, as unseeable as were Thestral's to the unknowing. And Harry also knew that it was Thestral blood which painted the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on the inside of the cloak, binding into the cloak that portion of death's power, enabling the cloak to confront the Dementors on their own level and block them. It had felt like guessing, and yet a certain guess, the knowledge coming to him in the instant of solving the riddle. Bellatrix was still transparent within the cloak, but to Harry she was no longer hidden. He knew that she was there, as obvious to him as a thestral. For Harry had only loaned his cloak, not given it, and he had comprehended and mastered the deathly hallow that had been passed down through the Potter line. Harry gazed directly at the invisible woman, and said, "Can the Dementors reach you, Bella?" "No," said the woman in a soft, wondering voice. "Then, but my lord, you. If you say anything foolish, it will annoy me," Harry said coldly. "Or are you under the impression that I would sacrifice myself for you?" "No, my lord," the Dark Lord's servant replied, sounding puzzled and perhaps awed. "Follow," spoke Harry's cold whisper. And they continued their journey downward, as the Dark Lord reached into his pouch, and took a cookie, and ate it. If Bellatrix had asked, Harry would have claimed it was for the chocolate, but she didn't ask. The old wizard strode back into the midst of the aurors, the silver and the red golden phoenixes now following behind. "You Amelia," began to bellow. "They have dismissed their patroness," said Dumbledore. The old wizard didn't seem to raise his voice, but his calm words somehow overrode her own. "I cannot find them now." Amelia gritted her teeth, and put a number of scathing remarks on hold, and turned to the communications officer. "Tell the duty room to ask the Dementors again if they can sense Bellatrix Black." The communications specialist spoke to her mirror for a moment, and a few seconds later, looked up, surprised. "No." Amelia was already cursing violently in her mind. "But they can see someone else on the lower levels who isn't a prisoner." "Fine," snapped Amelia. "Tell the Dementor that a dozen of its kind are authorized to enter Azkaban and seize whoever that is and anyone in their company. And if they see Bellatrix Black, they're to kiss her immediately." Amelia turned and glared toward Dumbledore, then, daring him to argue, but the old wizard only looked at her a bit sadly, and held his peace. Auror McCusker finished speaking to the corpse that drifted outside the window, conveying the director's orders. The corpse gave him a deathly smile that almost unstrung his limbs, and then floated downward. Soon after, a dozen Dementors arose from where they had drifted in the central pit of Azkaban, and headed outward, toward the walls of the vast metal structure that towered above them. Entering through holes set into the base of Azkaban, the darkest of all creatures began their march of horror. Chapter 57, TSP, Constrained Cognition, PT 7. Harry had hoped that he'd just achieved fusion with his mysterious dark side and would be enabled to draw on all of its benefits with none of its drawbacks, call up the crystal clarity and indomitable will on demand, without needing to go cold or angry. Once again, he'd overestimated how much progress he'd made. Something had happened, but Harry still had a mysterious dark side, it was still separate from him, and his ordinary self was still domitable. And despite the repair work he'd done on his dark side's fear of death, he didn't dare go dark while unshielded in Azkaban. That was tempting fate way too much. Which was unfortunate, because a bit of non-domitability would have sure come in handy about now. What made it harder was that he couldn't slump against a wall, couldn't break into tears, couldn't even heave a sigh. His dear Bella was watching him, and that wasn't the sort of thing her Dark Lord would do. "My lord," Bellatrix said. Her low voice was strained. "The Dementors, they are coming, I can feel them, my lord." "Thank you, Bella," said a dry voice, "I already know that." Harry couldn't sense the holes in the world the same way as when he'd been wearing the deathly hallow, but he could feel the empty pull increasing in intensity. At first he'd mistaken it for the result of descending a stairwell, until he and Bellatrix had finished descending and the pull had gone on increasing. Then decreased, as the Dementors moved away along the spiral, then increased as they went up another flight of stairs. There were Dementors within Azkaban itself now, and they were coming for him. Of course they were. Harry might be resistant now, but he was not hidden. New requirement, Harry told his brain. Find a way of defeating Dementors that doesn't invoke my patroness charm. Alternatively, find yet another way of hiding someone from Dementors, besides the cloak of invisibility. I quit, said his brain. Find yourself another piece of computing substrate to solve your ridiculously overconstrained problems. I mean it, thought Harry. So do I, said his brain. Put up your patroness charm and wait for the Aurors to find you. Be sensible. It's over. Give up. The sucking emptiness seemed to pull harder, as he thought it, and Harry realized what was happening, concentrated more intensely on the stars, turned his mind away from the despair. You know, observed the logical side of him, if you're not allowed to think any negative thoughts because that will open your mind to the Dementors, that's a cognitive bias too, how would you know if it actually was time to give up? A desperate sobbing scream rose up from below, words mixed in like no end away. The prisoners knew, the prisoners could feel it. The Dementors were coming. My lord, you should not risk yourself for me, take back your cloak. Be silent, fool, hissed an angry voice. When I decide to sacrifice you I will tell you so. She's got a valid point, said Slytherin. You shouldn't risk yourself for her, there's no way her life is as valuable as yours. For an instant Harry considered sacrificing Bellatrix to save himself. And in that moment, some of the dim orange gaslight seemed to flee the corridor, a touch of cold crept over Harry's fingertips. And he knew, then, that to think of leaving Bellatrix to the shadows of death, would make him vulnerable once more. Even in the moment of making the decision, he might become unable to cast the patroness charm, for he would have given up the thought that had saved him before. It occurred to Harry that he could still take the cloak from Bellatrix afterward, even if he couldn't cast the patroness charm, and then he had to wrench his thoughts away from that option, focus firmly on his decision not to do it, or he might have just fallen over where he stood. For the whirlpool of emptiness swirling around him was now deadly strong, there were screams coming from above, and the screams below had stopped. "This is ridiculous," said his logical side. "Rational agents shouldn't have to put up with this sort of censored reasoning process. All the theorems assume that how you think doesn't affect reality apart from your actual actions, which is why you are free to choose an optimal algorithm without worrying about how your thoughts interact with Dementors." "That is a really dumb idea," said Gryffindor. "Even I think it's a dumb idea, and I'm your Gryffindor side. You're not seriously going to just stand there and... We have a fix!" shouted Aura, holding up her magic mirror as though in triumph. The Dementor outside the inner wall pointed to level 7, C spiral, "That's where they are." Her Aurors were looking at her expectantly. "No," Amelia said in a level voice. "That's where one of them is. The Dementor still can't find Bellatrix Black. We are not running down there and letting her through in the confusion, and we are not dividing our forces to be ambushed. So long as we move with caution, we can't lose. Tell Scrimgeour and Shacklebolt to keep going down level by level, same as before." The old wizard was already striding forward. Amelia didn't even bother cursing him, this time, as once again their carefully constructed shields parted like water and rippled gently in his wake. Harry waited at the beginning of the corridor, just next to the stairs leading upward. Bellatrix and the snake were behind him, concealed by the deathly hallow that Harry had mastered. He knew, though he could not see, that the emaciated sorceress was sitting upon the stairs, slumped back, since Harry had withdrawn his hover charm to free up his mind and magic. Harry's eyes were fixed on the far end of the corridor, next to the stairs that led downward. Not in his mind now, but in true reality, the light in the corridor had dimmed, the temperature had fallen. The fear thundered over him and around him like a sea whipped by hurricane winds, and the sucking emptiness had become a howling draw toward some approaching black hole. Up the stairs at the far end, floating smoothly through the dying air, came the voids, the absences, the wounds in the world. And Harry expected them to stop. With all the will and focus he could muster, Harry expected them to stop. Anticipated their stopping. Believed they would stop. That was the idea, anyway. Harry shut down the dangerous stray thought, and expected the Dementors to halt. They had no intelligence of their own, they were just wounds in the world, their form and structure was borrowed from others' expectations. People had been able to negotiate with them, offer them victims in exchange for cooperation, only because they believed Dementors would bargain. So if Harry believed hard enough that the voids would turn and go, they would turn and go. But the wounds in the world kept coming, the swirling fear seemed like a solid thing now, the emptiness tearing at matter as well as mind, substance as well as spirit. You could see the metal beginning to tarnish as the holes in the world passed. A small sound came from behind him, from Bellatrix, but she said no word, for she had been instructed to remain silent. "Don't think of them as creatures, think of them as psychosensitive objects, they can be controlled if I can control myself." The problem was that he couldn't control himself so easily, couldn't make himself believe blue was green by an act of will. Couldn't suppress all those thoughts about how irrational it was to make yourself believe something. How impossible it was to trick yourself into believing something if you knew that was what you were doing. All the training Harry had given himself against self-deception was refusing to switch off no matter how harmful it was in this unique special case. The shadows of death crossed the halfway point of the corridor, and Harry held up his hand, fingers spread, and said in a voice of firm and confident command, "Stop." The shadows of death stopped. Behind Harry, Bellatrix gave a strangled gasp, like it was being torn out of her. Harry gestured to her, the signal he had set up in advance, which meant, "Repeat what you heard the Dementors say." "They say," Bellatrix said, her voice was shaking, "they said, Bellatrix Black was promised us. Tell us where she hides, and you will be spared." "Bellatrix," Harry said, making his voice sound amused. "She escaped a while ago." A moment later, Harry realized that he should have said that Bellatrix was among the Aurors in the top level, that would have caused more confusion. No, it was wrong to think of the Dementors as trickable, they were merely things, they were controlled only by expectations. "They say," Bellatrix said in a cracked voice, "they say they know you're lying." The voids began to move forward again. Her anticipations are more solidly believed than mine, she is controlling them, unwittingly. "Don't resist," Harry said, pointing his wand behind him. I love you, farewell, my lord." Somnium. It had helped, strangely enough, hearing those particular awful words, understanding Bellatrix's mistake, it reminded Harry why he was fighting. Stop, Harry said again. Bellatrix was asleep, now only his own will, his own expectations rather, should control those fears of annihilation. But they kept on gliding forward, and Harry couldn't stop himself from worrying that the previous experience had damaged his confidence, which meant that he wouldn't be able to stop them, and as he noticed himself thinking that, he doubted even more, he needed more time to prepare, really ought to practice controlling just one Dementor in a cage first. There was only a quarter of corridor now between Harry and the shadows of death, the empty winds were so strong that Harry could feel the erosion beginning in the cracks of himself. And the thought came to Harry that maybe he was wrong, maybe Dementors did have their own desires and planning capability. Or maybe they were controlled by how everyone thought they worked, not just whoever was closest to them. And in either case, Harry drew up his wand into the starting position for the Patroness charm, and spoke. One of your number went to Hogwarts and did not return. It no longer exists, that death is dead. The Dementors halted, a dozen wounds in the world stood motionless, while the emptiness screamed around them like a deadly wind to nowhere. Turn and go and do not speak of this to anyone, little shadows, or I will destroy you as well. Harry's fingers slid into the starting position for the Patroness charm, and readied himself to cast it. In his mind, the earth shone among the stars, the day side bright and blue with reflected sunlight, the night side glimmering with the light of human cities. Harry wasn't bluffing, wasn't trying to do anything tricky with his thoughts. The shadows of death would move forward and be annihilated, or they would depart, he was equally ready for either. And the voids retreated back as smoothly as they came, the winds of nothingness lessening with each meter they traversed, as they slid back down the stairs, and departed. Whether they truly had their own pseudo-intelligence, or whether Harry had finally succeeded in expecting them to go, that, Harry didn't know. But they were gone. Harry took a moment to sit down beside the unconscious Bellatrix on the stairs, and slumped down as she was slumped, closing his eyes for a moment, only a moment. He sure as hell wasn't planning to sleep in Azkaban, but he needed to take that moment. The Aurors would still be going down the stairs slowly, Harry hoped, so it wouldn't hurt to take just 5 minutes to rest. Harry was careful to keep his thoughts positive, cheerful. I'll just have some nice regenerative rest here, and then I'll feel better, rather than, say, I'll just collapse in emotional and physical exhaustion, because the Dementors hadn't yet retreated very far. And by the way, Harry said to his brain, you're fired. I found him! Cried the old wizard's voice. Who? Thought Amelia, as she turned to see Dumbledore's return, carrying in his arms the one sight, the one person, she would never have expected to behold. A man in torn red robes, looking scorched like he'd fought a small war, blood dried on many cuts. His eyes were open, and he was chewing on a bar of chocolate, held in his one living hand. Barry's one hand was alive. A glad cry went up, her Aurors lowering their wands, some of them already starting to rush forward. Stay on guard! Bellowed Amelia. Check them both for polyjuice, scan Barry for small animagi or traps. Innervate. Wingardium Leviosa. There was a pause. Harry sensed, though he could not quite see, that the invisible woman was pushing herself to her feet, and turning her head to look around. I'm alive. Harry was sorely tempted to say no, just to see what she made of that. Instead he hissed, don't ask stupid questions. What happened? Whispered Bellatrix. And the Dark Lord gave a wild, high-pitched laugh, and said, I scared the Dementors away, my dear Bella. There was a pause. Harry wished he could see Bellatrix's face. Had he said the wrong thing? After a time, in a quavering voice, could it be, my lord, that in your new form, you have begun to care for me? No, Harry said coldly, and turned from her, though he kept his wand on her, and began walking. And take care that you do not offend me again, or I will abandon you here, use or no use. Now follow, or be left behind, I have work to do. Harry strode forward, not listening to the gasping sounds that came from behind him. He knew Bellatrix was following. Because the last thing that woman needed, the very last thing she needed to start thinking before the psychiatric healer began trying to deprogram her, was to believe that her Dark Lord could ever love her back. The old wizard smoothed his silver beard contemplatively, looking at where Auror Barry was being carried out of the room by 2 strong Aurors. Do you understand this, Amelia? No, she said simply. She suspected some trap they hadn't yet been able to fathom, which was why Auror Barry was going to be kept outside the main party and guarded. Perhaps, the old wizard said at length, whichever of their number can cast the Patroness charm, is more than a simple hostage. Someone who was tricked into this, mayhap? For whatever reason, they left your Auror alive. Let us not be the first to wield deadly curses, when we find them. I see, said the old witch in sudden realization, that was their plan. It costs them nothing to obligate him and leave him alive, and makes us hesitate. Amelia nodded decisively, and said to her people, we carry on as before. The old wizard sighed. Any news from the Dementors? If I tell you, Amelia snapped, will you run off again? It costs you nothing, Amelia, the old wizard said quietly, and may save one of your own people the fight. Costs me nothing except my chance at vengeance. But that was nothing compared to the other, the annoying old wizard was often right in the end, it was part of what made him so annoying. The Dementors have ceased to answer questions about the other person they said they saw, Amelia told him, and they will not say why, nor where. Dumbledore turned to the blazing silver phoenix on his shoulder, whose light illuminated the whole corridor, and received a silent headshake in reply. I cannot detect them either, said Dumbledore. Then he shrugged. I suppose I shall just walk the whole spiral from top to bottom and see if anything turns up, shall I? Amelia would have ordered him not to do it, if she thought that would have made the tiniest difference. Albus, said Amelia as the old wizard turned to depart, even you can be ambushed. Nonsense, my dear, the old wizard said cheerfully as he strode off yet again, waving as though in admonition his 15-inch wand of unidentifiable dark grey wood. I'm invincible. There was a pause. He didn't just really say that, whispered the newest Auror present, a still prim young lady by the name of Noelle Curry, to the senior member of her trio, Auror Brooks. Did he? He can get away with it, Isabel whispered back to her, he's Dumbledore, not even fate takes him seriously anymore. And that, Amelia said heavily, for the benefit of the younger Aurors, is why we never call him in on anything unless we absolutely must. Harry lay very still on the hard bench that served as the bed of this cell, a blanket pulled over him, staying as absolutely motionless as he could while he waited for the fear to return. There was a patroness approaching, and a powerful one. Bellatrix was hidden by a deathly halo, no easy charm would penetrate that, but Harry did not know what other arts the Aurors might employ to detect his own self, and dared not reveal his ignorance by asking her. So Harry lay on a hard bed, in a cell with a locked door, and the mighty metal door locked behind him, in absolute darkness, with the thin blanket pulled over him, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't look in, or wouldn't look too closely if they did. That wasn't a point Harry could affect, really, that part of his fate lay entirely in the hands of the hidden variables. Most of his mind was concentrating on the ongoing transfiguration he was performing. Listening in the silence, Harry heard the quick footsteps approach, they paused outside his door, and then continued onward. Soon the fear returned. Harry didn't allow himself to notice his own relief, any more than he allowed himself to notice the fear. He was holding in his mind the form of a Muggle device rather larger than a car battery, and slowly applying that form to the substance of an ice cube, which Harry had frozen using Frigidiro on water from a bottle in his pouch. You weren't supposed to transfigure things to be burned, but between the original substance being water, and the bubblehead charm to protect their air supply, Harry hoped that this wouldn't make him or anyone else sick. Now it was just a question of whether there would be enough time before the Aurors did a detailed check on this cell block, for Harry to finish this transfiguration, and the partial transfiguration he would do after that. When the old wizard strode back empty-handed, even Amelia began to feel a twinge of worry. She and the other two Auror teams had worked a third of the way down the 3 spirals, in synchrony so as not to allow any gap in their coverage that could be jumped by cutting through a ceiling, and they'd yet to find any sign. Might I ask you to report? Amelia said, keeping the edge out of her voice. First a simple walk from top to bottom, said the old wizard. He was frowning, wrinkling his face even more than usual. I examined Bellatrix's cell, and found a death doll left in her place. This escape was meant to go unremarked, I think. There is something hidden in the corner beneath a scrap of cloth, I left that undisturbed for your Aurors to examine. On the return trip, I opened each door and looked within the cells. I saw nothing disillusioned, only the prisoners. They were interrupted by a scream from the red golden phoenix, and all her Aurors flinched from it. Condemnation was in it, and an urgent demand that almost started Amelia running from the corridor on the spot. In rather distressing condition, Dumbledore said quietly. For a moment the blue eyes were very cold beneath the half-moon glasses. Will any of you speak to me of the consequences of their actions? I did not, Amelia began. I know, said the old wizard. My apologies, Amelia. He sighed. Some of the more recent prisoners had scraps of their magic left, when I looked upon them, but I sensed no uneaten power, the strongest had only as much magic left as a first-year child. I heard Fawkes scream in distress many times, but never challenge. It seems you shall have to continue your search, they can hide well enough to escape my mere glance. When Harry finished his first transfiguration, he sat up, pulled back the blanket that had covered him, cast a quick lumos, glanced at his watch, and was shocked to see that nearly an hour and 30 minutes had passed. How much of that time had gone by since someone had opened the door and then closed it again? Harry hadn't been looking in that direction, of course, that, Harry couldn't guess. My lord, whispered Bellatrix's voice, soft and very tentative. You may speak now, Harry said. He'd told her to remain silent while he worked. That was Dumbledore who looked upon us. Pause. Interesting, Harry said neutrally. He was glad he had not noticed this at the time. That sounded like a rather close shave. Harry said a word to his pouch, and began drawing forth the magical device that he would make to the product of his hour's labor. Then, when that was drawn forth, another word brought forth a tube of industrial strength glue. Before using it, Harry cast the bubblehead charm on himself and Bellatrix, and had Bellatrix cast the same charm on the snake, so that the glue fumes in the enclosed cell would not harm them. When the glue had begun to set, binding technology to magic, Harry laid it down upon the bed, and sat down on the floor, resting his magic and will for a moment before essaying the next transfiguration. "My lord," Bellatrix said hesitantly. "Yes," said the dry voice. "What is that device you made?" Harry thought rapidly. It seemed like a good chance to check his plans with her, under the guise of leading questions. "Consider, my dear Bella," said Harry smoothly. "How difficult is it for a powerful wizard to cut the walls of Azkaban?" There was a pause, and then Bellatrix's voice came, slow and puzzled. "Not difficult at all, my lord." "Indeed," said the dry, high voice of Bella's master. "Suppose one were to do this, and fly through the hole on a broomstick, and soar up and away. Rescuing a prisoner from Azkaban would seem easy then, would it not?" "But my lord," said Bella. "The Aurors would, they have their own broomsticks, my lord, fast ones." Harry listened, it was as he had thought. The Dark Lord replied, again in tones of smoothly Socratic inquiry, and Bellatrix asked a further question, which Harry had not expected, but Harry's own counter-question showed that it should not matter in the end. And in response to Bellatrix's last question, the Dark Lord only smiled, and said that it was time for him to resume his work. And then Harry got up from the floor of the cell, went to the far end of the cells, and touched his wand to the hard surface of the wall of Azkaban, the solid metal that separated them from direct exposure to the Dementor's pit. And Harry began a partial transfiguration. This spell would go faster, Harry hoped. He'd spent hours and hours practicing the unique magic, which had made it routine, not much more difficult for him than ordinary transfiguration. The shape he was changing had not all that much total volume. The transfigured shape might be tall and wide and long, but it was very thin. Half a millimeter, Harry had thought, would be enough, considering the perfect smoothness. On the long bench that served as a prison bed, where Harry had set down the transfigured technological device and the mated magic item for the glue to dry, tiny letters in golden script gleamed on the Muggle artifact. Harry hadn't really planned for them to be there, but they'd kept running through the back of his mind, and so seemed to have become part of the transfigured form. There were many different things Harry could have said before using this particular triumph of technological ingenuity. Any number of things that would be, in one sense or another, appropriate. Or at least things that Harry could have said, would have said, if Bellatrix had not been there. But there was only one thing to say, that Harry would only get the chance to say just this once, and probably never get a better chance to say ever again. Or think, anyway, if he couldn't say it. He hadn't seen the actual movie, but he'd seen a preview, and for some reason the phrase had stuck in his mind. The tiny golden letters upon the Muggle device said, "All right, you primitive screwheads. Listen up. Chapter 58, TSP, Constrained Cognition, PT8. A/N, a movie trailer for Army of Darkness, resembling the one Harry saw, is THV1 Pseeks on YouTube. The key quote is as follows, spoken by a man of modern times to listeners from the Middle Ages. All right, you primitive screwheads. Listen up. You see this? This is my boomstick. In darkness absolute, a boy stood holding his wand to the solid metal wall of Azkaban, essaying a magic that only 3 other people in the world would have believed possible, and that none save he alone could wield. Of course a powerful wizard could have cut through the wall in seconds, with a gesture and a word. For an average adult it might have been a matter of a few minutes' work, and afterward they would have been winded. But to accomplish the same end as a first-year Hogwarts student, you had to be efficient. Luckily, well, not luckily, luck had nothing to do with it. Conscientiously, Harry had practiced transfiguration for an extra hour every day, to the point where he was ahead of even Hermione in that one class. He'd practiced partial transfiguration to the point where his thoughts had begun taking the true universe for granted, so that it required only slightly more effort to keep its timeless quantum nature in mind, even as he kept a firm mental separation between the concept of form and the concept of substance. And the problem with that art having become so routine was that Harry could think about other things while he was doing it. Somehow his thoughts had managed to not go there, to not confront the obvious, until he was faced with the prospect of really actually doing it in just a few minutes. What Harry was about to do was dangerous. Really dangerous. Someone might actually genuinely get killed. Dangerous. Facing down 12 Dementors without a Patronus charm had been scary, but merely scary. Harry could have cast the Patronus charm, would have cast it as soon as he thought he was in danger of not being able to do so, as soon as he felt his resistance beginning to fail. And even if that hadn't worked, even so, unless the Dementors had been instructed to kiss anyone they found, failure shouldn't have been fatal. This was different. The transfigured Muggle device could explode and kill them. The interface between the technology and the magic could fail in any number of ways and kill them. The Aurors could get in a lucky shot. It was just, well, seriously dangerous. Harry had caught his mind trying to argue itself into believing that it was safe. And sure, the whole thing could work, but even leaving out that rationalists weren't ever allowed to argue themselves into things, Harry knew he couldn't possibly have argued himself into estimating less than a 20% probability of dying. Lose, said Hufflepuff. Lose, said the voice of Professor Quirrell in his mind. Lose, said his mental model of Hermione and Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick and Neville Longbottom and, well, basically everyone Harry knew except for Fred and George, who would have gone for it in a hot second. He should just go find Dumbledore and turn himself in. He should, he really should, it was the only sane thing to do at this point. And if it'd been only Harry on the mission, only his own life that had been at stake, he surely would have. The part that was almost causing him to lose his concentration on the partial transfiguration he was performing, the part that was threatening to open him to the Dementors, was Professor Quirrell, still unconscious, still a snake. If Professor Quirrell went to Azkaban for his part in the escape, he would die. He probably wouldn't last even a week. He was that sensitive. It was that simple. If Harry lost here, he lost Professor Quirrell. Even though he's probably evil, said the Hufflepuff part of him quietly. Even so? It wasn't a decision that Harry had made in any conscious way. He just couldn't do it. Losing was for house points, not people. If you think your own life is valuable enough that you are not willing to take on an 80% probability of dying in order to protect all the prisoners in Azkaban, his Slytherin side observed, there's no way you can justify taking a 20% risk to your life to save Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. The math doesn't add up, you can't be assigning consistent utilities over outcomes here. The logical side of him noted that Slytherin had just won the argument. Harry kept the form in his mind, kept on casting the spell. He could always just abort the mission when he was done with the transfiguration, he didn't want to lose the effort he'd already invested. And then Harry thought of something else that suddenly made it very hard to keep the magic going, very hard to keep up his resistance to the Dementors. What if the Portkaya doesn't take us where Professor Quirrell said it did? It was obvious in retrospect the moment he thought about it. Even if the planned escape went completely right, even if the Muggle device worked and didn't explode and didn't interact badly with the mated magic item, even if the Aurors didn't get in a lucky shot, even if Harry made it far enough away from Azkaban to use the Portkaya, there might not be a psychiatric healer at the end of it. That was something Harry had believed when he'd trusted Professor Quirrell, and he'd forgotten to reevaluate it after Professor Quirrell was no longer to be trusted. You can't do this, said Hufflepuff. At this point we're talking mere stupidity. Cold seemed to spread through the room, but Harry kept the transfiguration going, even as his resistance against the Dementors faltered. I can't lose Professor Quirrell. He tried to kill a police officer, said Hufflepuff. You already lost him, in that moment. Bellatrix is probably just what everyone thinks she is. Just take your cloak back, go find Dumbledore and tell him you were tricked. No, thought Harry desperately, not without talking to Professor Quirrell, there might be an explanation, I don't know, maybe he was standing far enough away from my patroness that the Dementors got to him. I don't understand, it doesn't make sense on any hypothesis, why he would do that. I can't just. Harry turned his mind away from that chain of thought before it completely broke his resistance to the fear, because he couldn't think of feeding Professor Quirrell to Dementors while staying resolved against death, it was a cognitive impossibility. Your reasoning is artificially impaired, observed the logical part of him calmly, find a way to unimpair it. All right, let's just generate alternatives, Harry thought. Not choose, not weigh, certainly not commit, just think about what else I might be able to do besides the original plan. And Harry went on cutting the hole in the wall. He was using partial transfiguration on a thin cylindrical shell of metal, 2 meters in diameter and half a millimeter thick, running all the way through the wall. He was transfiguring that half-millimeter thickness of metal into motor oil. Motor oil was a liquid and you weren't to transfigure liquids because they might evaporate, but he and Bellatrix and the snake all had bubblehead charms. And Harry would cast finite on the oil immediately after, dispelling his own transfiguration. As soon as the separated and lubricated hunk of metal slid out of the wall and onto the floor of their cell, he'd slanted it so gravity would pull it in, once the transfiguration was done. If Harry and Bellatrix didn't exit on his broomstick through the resulting hole in the wall, Harry's brain suggested that he could try to transfigure a surface cover over the hole in the wall, leaving a space for Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell to hide in, wearing the cloak, while Harry turned himself in. And Professor Quirrell would eventually wake up, and he and Bellatrix could try to figure out how to exit Azkaban on their own. It was, first of all, a dumb idea, and second, there would still be a huge hunk of metal on the floor of the cell, which would give it away. And then Harry's brain saw the obvious. Let Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell use the escape route you invented. You stay behind, and turn yourself in. Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell were the ones whose lives were at stake. They were gaining, not losing, from taking the risk. And there was no reason, no sane reason at all, for Harry to go with them. A calm came over Harry as he thought it, the cold and darkness that had been wavering around the fringes of his mind retreated. Yes, that was it, that was the creative outside-the-box route, that was the hidden third alternative. The falseness of the dilemma was obvious in retrospect. If Harry turned himself in, he didn't have to turn in Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. If Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell took a dangerous escape route, Harry didn't need to go with them. Harry didn't even need to face the embarrassment of admitting he'd been tricked, if he ordered Bellatrix to remove the memory. Everyone would just assume he'd been kidnapped, including Harry himself. Admittedly, there was no plausible reason why the Dark Lord would ever ask Bellatrix to do that, but Harry could simply smile and tell Bellatrix she wasn't allowed to know, and that would be that. Her Auror team had gotten around 3/4 of the way down Azkaban, as had the other two teams on the other two spirals. Amelia was feeling tenser already, though she was betting on the criminals hiding on the second to lowest floor. Part of her wished Dumbledore had thought to check that specific floor more carefully, and part of her was glad he hadn't. And then there was a distant sound, like a tiny tink noise coming from far away. Like a very loud sound coming from the second to lowest floor, say. Amelia looked at Dumbledore before she realized, before she managed to stop herself. The old wizard shrugged, gave her a small smile, said, "Since you asked it, Amelia," and went off yet again. "Finite incantatem," Harry said to the oil coating the giant chunk of metal on the floor. He hardly heard himself speak, his ears were still ringing from the gigantic thud of the solid metal sliding out of the wall and falling. He should have put up a quieting charm, in retrospect, though that wouldn't have stopped the noise from spreading through the solid metal floor. And then Harry said it again, finite incantatem, to the oil coating the 2-meter hole in the wall, spreading the effect wide. It was his own magic Harry was cancelling, which made the spell almost effortless. Harry was feeling a bit tired now, but that was the last use of magic he would need. He hadn't even needed to do it, really, but Harry didn't want to leave transfigured liquid lying around, and he didn't want to betray the secret of partial transfiguration either. It seemed very inviting, that 2-meter hole leading to freedom. The light from outside coming in, wasn't exactly the sun shining on his face, but it was brighter than anything of Azkaban's interior. Harry was tempted to just hop on the broomstick with Bellatrix and the snake. Chances were that they would get out safely. And if they did get out safely, and Harry came with, then he and Professor Quirrell could go back in time and look perfectly innocent, everything could go back to normal. If Harry stayed behind and turned himself in, then even if everyone assumed Harry had been a hostage, assumed Harry had lied to Professor McGonagall's patroness at one point, even if Harry himself got off lightly, well, it wasn't likely that the defense professor would go on teaching at Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell would have reached the predestined end of his career, in February of the school year. And yes, Professor McGonagall would kill Harry, and yes, it would be slow and painful. But staying behind was the sensible, safe, sane thing to do, and Harry was feeling more relaxed than regretful. Harry turned to Bellatrix, he opened his mouth to instruct her a final time. And there was a hiss, a weak hiss, a hiss that sounded slow and confused, and the hiss said, "What was that noise?" Through the corridor the old wizard strode. He came to a metal door and opened it, already knowing from memory that the cells within were empty. 7 mighty and discerning incantations the wizard spoke then, before he moved on. It would be little enough exertion in total, with so few cells left to check. "Teacher," Harry hissed. So many emotions bubbling up in him, all at once. He knew, though he could not see, that the green snake around Bellatrix's shoulders, was slowly lifting its head to look around. "Are you, all right, teacher? Teacher?" came the weak, confused hiss. "Where is this?" "Prison," Harry hissed, "the prison with life eaters. We were to rescue a woman, you and I. You tried to slay the Protector Man, I blocked your killing curse, there was a resonance between us, you fell unconscious, I had to defeat the Protector Man myself, my guardian charm was dispelled, the life eaters could tell the Protectors that the woman had escaped. There is someone here who can sense my guardian charm, probably the Shoal Master, so had to dispel my guardian charm, find different way to hide you and the woman from life eaters without guardian charm, learn to protect myself without guardian charm, scare off life eaters without guardian charm, then devise new escape plan for you and the woman, and finally, cut hole in thick metal wall of prison even though I am only first year student. No time to explain, you must go now. If we never meet again, teacher, then I was glad to know you for a time, even though you are probably evil. It is good to have the chance to say this much, goodbye." And Harry took the broomstick and presented it to Bellatrix, saying simply, "Get on." He had decided to keep the memories. For one thing, they were important. For another, he and the defense professor had started planning this a week ago, and Harry wasn't about to obliterate the whole last week, or explain to Bellatrix exactly what needed to be obliviated. Harry could probably fool Veritaserum, and if Dumbledore insisted that Harry drop his occlumency shields for a deeper examination, well, Harry had acted heroically throughout. "Stop!" said the snake. Its voice was stronger now. "Stop, stop, stop. What do you mean, goodbye?" "Escape plan ISS risky," said Harry. "My life ISS not at stake, only yours's and hers's. SSO I am staying, turning myself in." "No," said the snake. The hiss was forceful. "Must not. Not permitted." Bellatrix mounted the broomstick, Harry could sense, but never see, her head turning to look at him. She said no word. Awaiting him, perhaps, or merely awaiting his orders. "No longer trust you," Harry said simply. "Not since you tried to slay the Protector Man." And the snake hissed, "I did not seek to slay the Protector Man. Are you fool, boy? Slaying him would not make sense, evil or no." The earth ceased to turn on its axis, paused in its orbit around the Sunday. The snake's hiss was now more furious than anything Harry had ever heard from the human Professor Quirrell. "Slay him? Had I suit to slay him he would have been dead within sequences, fool boy, he was no match for me. I suit to subdue, to dominate, force him to drop shields upon his mind, needed to read him, to know who awaited his reply, learn details is for memory spell. You cast killing curse. Knew he would dodge. Was his life worth so little? What if he did not dodge? Would have pushed him out of the way with own magic, fool boy." Again the pause in the planet's spin. Harry hadn't thought of that. "Witless stunts of a plotter," hissed the snake, so angrily that the hisses seemed to overlap and slither over each other's tails. "Clever imbecile, cunning idiot, fool of an untrained Slytherin, your misplaced mistrust has ruined." "This ISS not a fair time to argue," Harry observed mildly. The surge of relief trying to flood through him was cancelled by the increased tension. "Since I cannot get angry at you properly, without opening myself to life eaters. Must rush share, so Mione may have heard noise. Explain escape plan," the snake said imperiously. Swiftly. Harry explained. Parseltongue didn't have words for the Muggle technology, but Harry described the function and Professor Quirrell seemed to understand. There were a few short hisses, the snakish equivalent of a bark of surprised laughter, and then, snapped commands. "Tell woman to look away, cast spell of silence, sit guardian charm outside door. Will transform myself, make few swift improvements to your invention, give woman emergency potion SSOs she can shield USS, transform back before you dispel charm. Plan will be safer, then. And am I to believe," Harry hissed, "that healer for woman truly awaits USS? Say since, boy. Suppose I am evil. To end say of you here ISS obviously not what I planned. Miss Zion ISS target of opportunity, invented after saw your guardian charm, whole affair meant to be unnoticed, hid when left eating place. Obviously you will see person pretending to be healer on arrival. Go back to eating place afterward, original plan carry us on undisturbed." Harry stared at the invisible snake. On the one hand, saying it like that made Harry feel rather dumb. And on the other hand, it wasn't exactly reassuring. "SSO, Harry hissed, "what ISS your plan for me, precisely?" "You said no time," came the snake's hiss, "but plan ISS for you to rule country, obviously, even your young noble friend has understood that by now, ask him on return if you wish heir. We'll say no more now, ISS time to fly, not speak." The old wizard reached out toward another metal door, from behind which came a endless dead mutter, "I'm not serious, I'm not serious, I'm not serious." The red golden phoenix on his shoulder was already screaming urgently, and the old wizard was already wincing, when another cry pierced the corridor, phoenix-like but not the true phoenix's call. The wizard's head turned, looked at the blazing silver creature on his other shoulder, even as ephemeral and substanceless talons launched the spell entity into the air. The false phoenix flew down the corridor. The old wizard raced off after, legs churning like a spry young man of 60. The true phoenix screamed once, twice, and a third time, hovering before the metal door, and then, when it became clear that its master would not return for all its calling, flew reluctantly after. Professor Quirrell had assumed his true form. This time, Polyjuice only lasted for an hour without redossing, and though the defense professor was pale, leaning against the metal bars of the nearest cell, his magic was strong enough to seize his wand without a word, even as Bellatrix doffed the cloak and placed it obediently in Harry's waiting hand. The sense of doom was building once more, though not in full force, as the defense professor's power returned, the fringes of its vast force clashing with Harry's slight childish aura. Harry said aloud the description of his Muggle device, naming it to the observing wizard, and then a finite from Harry turned all his hard work back into an ice cube. Professor Quirrell could not cast spells on something Harry had transfigured, for that would be an interaction, however slight, between their magics, but 3 seconds after, Professor Quirrell was holding his own transfigured version of the Muggle device. A single barked word and a sweep of his wand, and the residue of glue was gone from the magical item. 3 more incantations later, the magical and technological were fused together as though into a single thing, and charms of unbreakability and flawless function had been cast upon the Muggle device. Harry felt a lot better about doing this under adult supervision. A potion was thrown to Bellatrix, and Professor Quirrell and Harry both commanded, "Drink," as though speaking in the same voice. The emaciated woman had already been lifting it to her lips, without waiting, for it was evident to anyone that this snake animagus was a servant of the Dark Lord, and a powerful and trusted one. Harry finished pulling the hood of the cloak of invisibility over his head. A brief and terrible magic lashed out from the defense professor's wand, scouring the hole in the wall, scarring the huge chunk of metal that lay in the room's midst, as Harry had requested, saying that the method he'd used might identify him. "Left-hand glove," Harry said to his pouch, and drew it forth, and put it on. A gesture from the defense professor made a harness appear upon Bellatrix's shoulders, and another, smaller cloth device upon her hand, and something like handcuffs on her wrists, even as the woman finished drinking the potion. A strange, unhealthy color seemed to come over Bellatrix's pale face. She straightened, her sunken eyes seemed brighter and far more dangerous. Small wisps of steam were coming out of her ears. Harry decided not to think about that part. And Bellatrix Black laughed, then, sudden mad laughter that rang much too loudly amid the small prison cells of Azkaban. Very soon, the defense professor had said, Bellatrix would fall unconscious and stay that way for quite a while, the price of the potion she had taken, but for just a few moments she would regain perhaps a 20th part of the power she had once wielded. The defense professor threw his wand toward Bellatrix, and an instant later blurred into a green snake. An instant after that the Dementor's fear returned to the room. Bellatrix flinched only slightly, caught the wand, and gestured without a word. The snake flew up and was inserted into the harness on her back. Harry set up. To the broomstick. Bellatrix attached the wand to the holster on her hand. Harry leaped onto the 2-person broomstick in the lead position. Bellatrix followed behind him. She took the cuff-like devices on her wrists and chained her hands to the grips of the broomstick, even as Harry's right hand shoved his wand into his pouch. And the 3 shot forward through the hole in the wall. Emerging into the open air, directly above the Dementor's pit, in the interior of the vast triangular prism that was Azkaban, the blue sky now clearly visible above them, shining down its daylight. Harry angled the broomstick and began accelerating, upward and toward the center of the triangular space. His left hand, gloved to prevent direct contact between his skin and something which Professor Quirrell had transfigured, held the switch of the control on the Muggle device. Far above them, distant shouts rang out. "All right, you primitive screwheads!" Oars on fast-racing broomsticks angled out of the sky, diving straight down toward them, faint sparks of light already blazing downward as the first shots were fired. "Listen up! Protego Maximus!" shouted Bellatrix in a mighty, cracked voice, followed by a cackling laugh as a shimmering blue field surrounded them. "You see this?" From the decaying pit in the center of Azkaban, over 100 Dementors rose into the air, appearing to some as a great mass of corpses, a flying graveyard, appearing to another as a conglomerate of absences that seemed to form one vast rip in the world as they slid upward. "This!" The voice of an ancient and powerful wizard bellowed a terrible incantation, and a great blast of white golden fire shot out of the hole in Azkaban's wall, shapeless for only a moment before it began to form wings. And the Aurors activated the anti-gravity jinx that had been built into the wards of Azkaban, disabling all flying spells whose enchantment had not been cast with the recently changed passphrase. The lift on Harry's broom switched off. Gravity, on the other hand, stayed on. Their broom's upward rise slowed, started to decelerate, began the process of turning into a fall. My! But the enchantments that kept the broom pointed in a direction and allowed steering, the enchantments that kept the riders attached and somewhat protected them from acceleration, those enchantments were still functioning. Broomstick. Harry hit the ignition switch on the General Technics made, Model Berserker PFRC, N-Class, ammonium perchlorate composite propellant, solid fuel rocket that had been mated to his Nimbus X2002 2-person broomstick. And there was noise. Chapter 59, TSP, Curiosity, PT9. Broomsticks had been invented during what a Muggle would have called the Dark Ages, supposedly by a legendary witch named Sealstry Releva, allegedly the great-great-granddaughter of Merlin. Sealstry Releva, or whichever person or group had really invented those enchantments, hadn't known a darn thing about Newtonian mechanics. Broomsticks, therefore, worked by Aristotelian physics. They went where you pointed them. If you wanted to move straight forward, you pointed them straight forward, you didn't worry about keeping some of the thrust going downward to cancel out the effect of gravity. If you turned a broomstick, all of its new velocity was in the new direction of pointing, it didn't go sideways based on its old momentum. Broomsticks had maximum speeds, not maximum accelerations. Not because of anything to do with air resistance, but because a broomstick had some maximum Aristotelian impetus its enchantments could exert. Harry had never explicitly noticed that before, despite being dexterous enough to get the best grades in flying class. Broomsticks worked so much like the human mind instinctively expected them to work that his brain had managed to entirely overlook their physical absurdity. Harry, on his first Thursday of broomstick lessons, had been distracted by more interesting seeming phenomena, words written on paper in a glowing red ball. So his brain had simply suspended its disbelief, marked the reality of broomsticks as accepted, and proceeded to have its fun, without ever once thinking of the question whose answer would have been obvious. For it is a sad fact that we only ever think about a tiny fraction of all the phenomena we encounter. That is the story of how Harry James Potter Evansvers was almost killed by his own lack of curiosity. Because rockets did not work by Aristotelian physics. Rockets did not work like a human mind instinctively thought a flying thing should work. A rocket-assisted broomstick, therefore, did not move like the magical broomsticks upon which Harry was such a very good flyer. None of this actually went through Harry's mind at the time. For one thing, the loudest noise he'd ever heard in his life was preventing him from hearing himself think. For another thing, accelerating upward at 4 gravities meant that he had around 2.5 seconds, total, to go from the bottom to the top of Azkaban. And even if they were 2.5 of the longest seconds in the history of time, that wasn't enough room to do much thinking. There was time only to see the lights of the Auror's curses arrowing down at him, slightly angle the broomstick to avoid them, realize that the broomstick was simply continuing on with mostly the same momentum instead of going in the direction he pointed it, and activate the wordless concepts. Crab. And Newton. Whereupon Harry angled the broomstick much harder and then they started to very quickly approach the wall so he angled it back the other way and there were more lights coming down and the Dementors were sliding smoothly up toward them along with some kind of giant winged creature of white golden flame so Harry wrenched the broomstick back toward the sky but now he was still sliding toward another wall so he tilted the broom slightly and he stopped approaching but he was too close so he tilted it again and then the distant Aurors on their broomsticks weren't very distant at all and he was going to crash into that woman so he spun his broomstick straight away from her and then in another instant he realized his rocket was an extremely powerful flamethrower and in a fraction of a second it would be pointing directly at the Auror so he spun the broomstick sideways as he kept going up and he couldn't remember if it was pointing at any Aurors now but at least it wasn't pointing at her. Harry missed another Auror by about a meter, zipping past him on a sideways pointed flamethrower moving upward at, Harry would later guess, around 300 km per hour. If there were any screams of roasted Aurors he didn't hear them, but this was not evidence one way or another, because all that Harry was hearing at the moment was an extremely loud noise. A couple of calmer if not quieter seconds later, there didn't seem to be any Aurors around, or any Dementors, or any giant winged flame creatures, and the vast and terrible edifice of Azkaban looked surprisingly tiny from this height. Harry got the broomstick pointed toward the sun, faintly visible through the clouds. It wasn't high in the sky at this time of day and month of winter, and the broomstick accelerated for another 2 seconds in that direction and picked up an amazing amount of speed very quickly before the solid fuel rocket burned itself out. After that, once Harry could hear himself think again, when there was only the howling wind from their ridiculous speed, and Harry's enchantment-assisted fingers gripping the broomstick were merely resisting the decelerating drag of moving way faster than terminal velocity, that was when Harry actually thought all that stuff about Newtonian mechanics and Aristotelian physics and broomsticks and rocketry and the importance of curiosity and how he was never going to do anything this Gryffindor ever again or at least not until after he learned the Dark Lord's secret of immortality and why had he listened to Professor Quirinus. I assure you, boy, I would not attempt this if I did not anticipate my own survival. Quirrell instead of Professor Michael. Son, if you try anything to do with rockets on your own, I mean anything whatsoever without a trained professional watching, you will die and that will make Mum sad. Vers Evans. What? Shrieked Amelia at the mirror. The wind had died down to a bearable level as the air resistance slowed them, giving Harry plenty of opportunity to listen to the buzzing, ringing sound that seemed to fill his whole brain. Professor Quirrell had been supposed to cast a quieting charm on the rocket exhaust. Apparently there were limits to what quieting charms could do. In retrospect, Harry should have transfigured a pair of earplugs, not just trusted to the quieting charm, though that probably wouldn't have been enough either. Well, magical healing probably had something to treat permanent hearing damage. No, really, magical healing probably had something to treat that. He'd seen students go to Madame Pomfrey with injuries that sounded a lot worse. Is there some way of transplanting an imaginary personality to someone else's head? Asked Hufflepuff. I don't want to live in yours anymore. Harry shoved it all into the back of his mind. There really wasn't anything he could do about it right now. Was there anything he should be worrying about? Then Harry glanced behind him, remembering for the first time to check whether Bellatrix or Professor Quirrell had been blown off the broomstick. But the green snake was still in its harness, and the emaciated woman was still clinging to the broomstick, her face still charged with unhealthy color and her eyes still bright and dangerous. Her shoulders were shaking like she was laughing hysterically, and her lips were moving as though to shout, but no sound was coming out. Oh, right. Harry took off the hood of his cloak, tapped his ears to let her know he couldn't hear. Whereupon Bellatrix grasped her wand, pointed it at Harry, and suddenly the ringing in his ears diminished, he could hear her. A moment later he regretted it, the imprecations she was screaming at Azkaban, Dementors, Aurors, Dumbledore, Lucius, Bartamy Couch, something called the Order of the Phoenix, and all who stood in the way of her Dark Lord, etc., were not suitable for younger and more sensitive listeners, and her laughter was hurting his newly healed ears. Enough, Bella, Harry finally said, and her voice stopped on the instant. There was a pause. Harry pulled the cloak back over his head, just on general principles, and realized in the same instant that they might have telescopes down there or something. In retrospect, pulling down his hood for even a moment had been an incredibly dumb move. He hoped the whole mission didn't end up failing because of that one error. "We're not really cut out for this, are we?" observed Slytherin. "Hey," Hufflepuff objected in sheer reflex, "we can't expect to do anything perfectly the first time, we probably just need more practice." "Forget I said that." Harry looked back again, saw Bellatrix looking around with a puzzled, wondering look on her face. Her head kept turning, and finally Bellatrix said, her voice now lower, "My lord, where are we?" "What do you mean?" was what Harry wanted to say, but the Dark Lord would never admit to not understanding anything, so Harry replied, dryly, "We are on a broomstick." "Does she think she's dead, that this is heaven?" Bellatrix's hands were still chained to the broomstick, so it was only a finger that came up and pointed when she said, "What is that?" Harry followed the direction of her finger and saw, nothing in particular, actually. Then Harry realized. After they'd gone up high enough, there hadn't been any clouds to obscure it anymore. "That is the sun, dear Bella." It came out remarkably controlled, the Dark Lord sounding perfectly calm and maybe a little impatient with her, even as the tears started down Harry's cheeks. In the endless cold, in the pitch blackness, the sun would surely have been a happy memory. Bellatrix's head kept turning. "And the fluffy things?" she said. "Clouds." There was a pause, and then Bellatrix said, "But what are they?" Harry didn't answer her, there was no way his voice could have been steady, would have been steady, it was all he could do to keep his breathing perfectly regular while he cried. After a while, Bellatrix breathed, so softly Harry almost didn't hear, "Pretty." Her face slowly relaxed, the color leaving its paleness almost as quickly as it had arrived. Her skeletal body slumped down against the broomstick. The borrowed wand dangled lifelessly from the strap attached to her unmoving hand. "You have got to be kidding." Harry's mind remembered then, the pepper-up potion came at a cost, Bellatrix would sleep for a considerable time, Professor Quirrell had said. And in the same instant another part of Harry became utterly convinced, looking back at the chalk-white emaciated woman, seeming deader in the bright sunlight than anything Harry had ever seen alive, that she was dead, that she had just uttered her last word, that Professor Quirrell had misjudged the dosage. Or deliberately sacrificed Bellatrix to guard their own escape. "Is she breathing?" Harry couldn't see if she was breathing. There was no way, on the broomstick, to reach back and take her pulse. Harry looked ahead to make sure they weren't about to run into any flying rocks, kept on steering the broomstick toward the sun, the invisible boy and the possibly dead woman riding off into the afternoon, while his fingers gripped the wood so hard they turned white. He couldn't reach back and perform artificial respiration. He couldn't use anything from his healer's kit. Trust Professor Quirrell to have not endangered her? Strange, it was strange, that even genuinely believing that Professor Quirrell hadn't meant to kill the Auror, for it would have been stupid, thinking of the defense professor's reassurances no longer felt reassuring. Then it occurred to Harry that he had yet to check. Harry looked back, and hissed, "Teacher." The snake did not stir within its harness, and said no word. Maybe the snake, not being an actual rider, hadn't been protected from the acceleration. Or maybe coming that close to the Dementors without a shield, even for a moment in animagus form, had knocked out the defense professor. That wasn't good. It was to have been Professor Quirrell who told Harry when it was safe to use the portkayat. Harry steered the broomstick with whitened fingers, and he thought very hard for a small unmeasured length of time, during which Bellatrix might or might not have been breathing, during which Professor Quirrell himself might have already been not breathing for a while. And Harry decided that while it was possible to recover from the error of wasting the portkaya in his possession, it was not possible to recover from the error of letting a brain go too long without oxygen. So Harry took the next portkaya in the sequence from his pouch. As he slowed his broomstick to a halt in the bright blue air, Harry didn't know, when he thought about it, whether a portkaya's ability to adjust for the Earth's rotation also included the ability to match velocity in general with its new surroundings. Touched the portkaya to the broomstick, and Harry paused, still holding the twig, the mate of the twig he had snapped what seemed like 2 weeks ago. He was feeling a sudden reluctance, his brain seemed to have learned the rule, by some purely neural process of operant conditioning, that snapping twigs is a bad idea. But that wasn't actually logical, so Harry snapped the twig anyway. There was a thunderous boom from behind the nearby metal door, causing Amelia to drop the mirror she was holding and spin around with her wand in hand, and then that door burst open to reveal Albus Dumbledore, standing there in front of a great smoking hole in the prison wall. "Amelia," said the old wizard. There was no trace of any of his customary levity, his eyes were hard as sapphires beneath his half-moon glasses. "I must leave Azkaban and I must do so now. Is there any faster way than a broomstick to get beyond the wards?" "No." "Then I require your fastest broomstick, at once." The place where Amelia wanted to be was with the Auror who had been injured by that fiend fire or whatever it had been. What she needed to do was find out what Dumbledore knew. "You." The old witch barked at the team around her. "Keep clearing the corridors until you're at bottom, they may not all have escaped yet." And then, to the old wizard, "2 broomsticks. You can brief me once we're in the air." There was a match of stares, but not a long one. A sickeningly hard yank caught at Harry's abdomen, considerably harder than the yank that had transported him to Azkaban, and this time the distance traversed was great enough that he could hear an instant of silence, watch the unseeable space between spaces, in the crack between one place and another. The sun, which had shone on the two only briefly, was swiftly occluded by a rain cloud as they shot away from Azkaban, in the direction of the wind and faster than the wind. "Who's behind it?" shouted Amelia to the broomstick flying a pace away from her. "One of 2 people," Dumbledore said back, "I know not, at this instant, who. If the first, then we are in trouble. If the second, we are all in far greater trouble." Amelia didn't spare any breath for sighs. "When will you know?" The old wizard's voice was grim, quiet, and yet somehow rising above the wind. 3 things they need for perfection, if it is that one, the flesh of the Dark Lord's most faithful servant, the blood of the Dark Lord's greatest foe, and access to a certain grave. I had thought Harry Potter safe, with their attempt on Azkaban all but failed, though I still set guards upon him, but now I am fearful indeed. They have access to time, someone with a time turner is sending messages for them, and I suspect the kidnap attempt on Harry Potter has already taken place some hours ago. Which is why we have not heard about it, being in Azkaban where time cannot not itself. That past came after our own future, you see. And if it is the other?" shouted Amelia. What she had heard already was worrying enough, that sounded like the darkest of dark rituals, and centering on the dead Dark Lord himself. The old wizard, his face now even grimmer, said nothing, only shook his head. When the portcullis yank had subsided, the sun was only just peeking over the horizon, looking more like dawn than sunset, as their broom hovered low above a brief expanse of dark orange rock and sand, arranged into lumpy hills like someone had kneaded the land's dough a few times and then forgotten to roll it flat. In the near distance, waves rolled past in an endless vista of water, though the ground over which the broomstick hovered was above sea level by meters at the least. Harry blinked at the dawn colors, and then realized the portcullis had been international. "Oi!" came a brisk, female shout from behind him, and Harry spun the broomstick to look. A middle-aged lady was holding up one hand to her mouth in a deliberate calling gesture, and bustling forward. Her kindly features, narrow eyes, and umber skin marked a race unfamiliar to Harry. She was clad in brilliant purple robes of a style Harry had never seen before, and when her lips opened again she spoke with an accent that Harry couldn't place, for he was not widely traveled. "Where were you? You're 2 hours late. I almost gave up on the lot of you, hello." There was a brief pause. Harry's thoughts seemed to be moving oddly, too slow, everything felt distant, like there was a thick pane of glass between himself and the world, and another thick pane of glass between himself and his feelings, so that he could see, but not touch. It had come over him upon seeing the dawn's light and the kindly witch, and thinking that it all seemed like a proper end to the adventure. Then the witch was rushing forward and drawing her wand, a muttered word severed the cuffs that bound the emaciated woman to the broomstick, and Bellatrix was being floated down onto the sandy rock with her skeletal arms and pale legs dangling like lifeless things. "Oh, Merlin," whispered the witch, "Merlin, Merlin, Merlin." She appears concerned, thought an abstract, distant thing between 2 panes of glass. Is that what a real healer would say, or is it what someone told to put on a performance would say? As though it wasn't Harry who spoke, but some other part of himself behind yet another pane of glass, a whisper came from his lips. "The green snake on her back is an animagus." Not high the whisper, not cold, only quiet. "He is unconscious." The witch's head twitched up, to look at where that voice had seemed to speak out of empty air, and then looked back down at Bellatrix. "You're not Mr. Jaff." "That would be the animagus," whispered Harry's lips. "Oh," thought the Harry behind glass, listening to the sound of his own lips, "that makes sense, Professor Quirrell must have used a different name. Since when is he a, bah, forget it." The witch laid her wand on the snake's nose for a moment, then shook her head sharply. "Nothing wrong with him that a day's rest won't cure." "Her. Can you wake him up now?" whispered Harry's lips. "Is that a good idea?" thought Harry, but his lips definitely seemed to think so. Again the sharp head shake. "If an innervate didn't work on him," began the witch. "I did not attempt one," whispered Harry's lips. "What? Why, oh, never mind. Innervate." There was a pause, and then a snake slowly crawled out of its harness. Slowly the green head came up, looked around. A blur later, Professor Quirrell was standing, and a moment later had sagged to his knees. "Lie down," said the witch without looking up from Bellatrix. "That you in there, Jeremy?" "Yes," said the defense professor rather hoarsely, as he carefully laid himself down on a relatively flat patch of sandy orange rock. He was not so pale as Bellatrix, but his face was bloodless in the dim dawn light. "Salutations, Miss Campbell Bunker." "I told you," said the witch, sharpness in her voice and a slight smile on her face, "call me Crystal, this isn't Britain and we'll have none of your formality here. And it's Doctor now, not Miss." "My apologies, Dr. Campbell Bunker." This was followed by a dry chuckle. The witch's smile grew a little wider, her voice that much sharper. "Who's your friend?" "You don't need to know." The defense professor's eyes were closed, where he lay on the ground. "How wrong did it go?" "Very dryly indeed, you can read about it tomorrow in any newspaper with an international section." The witch's wand was tapping here, there, poking and prodding all over Bellatrix's body. "I missed you, Jeremy." "Truly?" said the defense professor, sounding slightly surprised. "Not even a tiny little bit. If I didn't owe you." The defense professor started to laugh, and then it turned into more of a coughing fit. "What do you think?" said Slytherin to the inner critic, while Harry listened from behind the glass walls. "Performance, or reality?" "Can't tell," said Harry's inner critic. "I'm not in top critical form right now." "Can anyone think of a good probe to gather more information?" said Ravenclaw. Again that whisper from the empty air above the broomstick, "What is the chance of undoing all that was done to her?" "Oh, let's see. Legilimency and unknown dark rituals, 10 years for that to set in place, followed by 10 years of Dementor exposure? Undo that? You're out of your skull, Mr. Whoever you are. The question is whether there's anything left, and I'd call that maybe 1 chance in 3." The witch suddenly cut herself off. Her voice, when it spoke again, was quieter. "If you were her friend, before, then no, you're never getting her back. Best understand that now." "I'm voting that this is a performance," said the inner critic. She wouldn't just blurt all that out in response to one question unless she was looking for an opportunity. "Noted, but I'm putting a low weight of confidence on that," said Ravenclaw. "It's very hard not to let your suspicions control your perceptions when you're trying to weigh evidence that subtle." "What potion did you give her?" the witch said after opening Bellatrix's mouth and peering inside, her wand flashing multiple colors of illumination. The man lying on the ground calmly said, "Pepper up." "Were you out of your mind?" Again the coughing laugh. "She'll sleep for a week if she's lucky," the witch said, and clucked her tongue. "I'll owl you when she opens her eyes, I suppose, so you can come back and talk her into that unbreakable vow. Have you got anything to stop her from killing me on the spot, if she manages to even move for another month?" The defense professor, eyes still closed, took a sheet of paper from his robes. A moment later, words began to appear on it, accompanied by tiny wisps of smoke. When the smoke had stopped rising, the paper floated over toward the woman. The woman looked over the paper with raised eyebrows, gave a sardonic snort. "This had better work, Jeremy, or my last will and testament says that my whole estate goes into putting a bounty on your head. Speaking of which..." The defense professor reached again into his robes and tossed the witch a bag that made a clinking sound. The witch caught it, weighed it, made a pleased sound. Then she stood up, and the pale skeletal woman floated off the ground beside her. "I'm heading back," said the witch. "I can't start my work here." "Wait," said the defense professor, and with a gesture retrieved his wand from Bellatrix's hand in harness. Then his hand pointed the wand at Bellatrix, and moved in a small circular gesture, accompanied by a quiet, "Obliviate." "That's it," snapped the witch, "I'm taking her out of here before anyone does her any more damage." One arm came around to hug the bony form of Bellatrix Black to her side, and they both disappeared with the loud pop of apparition. And there was silence in that lumpy place, but for the gentle rush of the passing waves, and a little breath of wind. "I think the performance is finished," said the inner critic. "I give it 2.5 out of 5 stars. She's probably not a very experienced actor. I wonder if a real healer would seem more fake than an actor told to play one?" mused Ravenclaw. Like watching a television show, that was how it felt, like watching a television show whose characters you didn't particularly empathize with, that was all that could be seen and felt from behind the glass walls. Somehow, Harry managed to move his lips himself, send his own voice out into the still dawn air, and then was surprised to hear his own question. "How many different people are you, anyway?" The pale man lying on the ground didn't laugh, but from the broomstick Harry's eyes saw the sides of Professor Quirrell's lips curling up, the edge of that familiar sardonic smile. "I cannot say that I bothered keeping count." "How many are you?" It shouldn't have shaken the inner Harry so much, hearing that response, and yet he felt, unstable, like his own center had been subtracted. "Oh. Excuse me," said Harry's voice. It now sounded as distant and detached as the fading Harry felt. I'm going to faint in a few seconds, I think. Use the fourth port key I gave you, the one I said was our fallback refuge, said the man lying on the ground, calmly but swiftly. It will be safer there. And continue wearing your cloak. Harry's free hand retrieved another twig from his pouch and snapped it. There was another port key yank, internationally long, and then he was somewhere black. Lumos, said Harry's lips, some part of him looking out for the safety of the whole. He was inside what looked like a muggle warehouse, a deserted one. Harry's legs climbed off the broomstick, lay on the floor. His eyes closed, and some tidy fraction of self willed his light to fail, before the darkness took him. Where will you go? Yelled Amelia. They were almost at the edge of the wards. Backward in time to protect Harry Potter, said the old wizard, and before Amelia could even open her lips to ask if he wanted help, she felt the boundary of the wards as they crossed them. There was a pop of apparition, and the wizard and the phoenix vanished, leaving behind the borrowed broomstick. Chapter 60, The Stanford Prison Experiment, PT 10. Wake. Harry's eyes flew open as he came awake with a choking gasp, a jerking start of his prone body. He couldn't remember any dreams, maybe his brain had been too exhausted to dream, it seemed like he'd only closed his eyes and then heard that word spoken a moment after. You must awaken, said the voice of Quirinus Quirrell. I gave you as much time as I could, but it would be wise to reserve at least one use of your time turner. Soon we must go backward 4 hours to Mary's place, appearing in every way as though we have done nothing interesting this day. I wished to speak to you before then. Harry slowly sat up in the midst of darkness. His body ached, and not only in the places where it had laid on the hard concrete. Images tumbled over each other in his memory, everything his unconscious brain had been too tired to discharge into a proper nightmare. 12 terrible voids floating down a metal corridor, tarnishing the metal around them, light dimmed and temperature falling as the emptiness tried to suck all life out of the world. Chalk-white skin, stretched just above the bone that had remained after fat and muscle faded. A metal door. A woman's voice. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. I can't remember my children's names anymore. Don't go, don't take it away, don't. What was that place? Harry said hoarsely, in a voice pushed out of his throat like water forced through a too-thin pipe. In the darkness it sounded almost as shattered as Bellatrix Black's voice had been. What was that place? That wasn't a prison, that was hell. Hell, said the calm voice of the defense professor. You mean the Christian punishment fantasy? I suppose there is a similarity. How Harry's voice was blocking, there was something huge lodged in his throat. How could they? People had built that place, someone had made Azkaban, they'd made it on purpose, they'd done it deliberately, that woman, she'd had children she wouldn't remember, some judge had decided for that to happen to her, someone had needed to drag her into that cell and lock its door while she screamed, someone fed her every day and walked away without letting her out. How could people do that? Why shouldn't they? Said the defense professor. A pale blue light lit the warehouse, then, showing a high, cavernous concrete ceiling, and a dusty concrete floor, and Professor Quirrell sitting some distance away from Harry, leaning his back against a painted wall, the pale blue light turned the walls to glacier surfaces, the dust on the floor to speckled snow, and the man himself had become an ice sculpture, shrouded in darkness where his black robes lay over him. What use are the prisoners of Azkaban to them? Harry's mouth opened in a croak. No words exited. A faint smile twitched on the defense professor's lips. You know, Mr. Potter, if he who must not be named had come to rule over magical Britain, and built such a place as Azkaban, he would have built it because he enjoyed seeing his enemies suffer. And if instead he began to find their suffering distasteful, why, he would order Azkaban torn down the next day. As for those who did make Azkaban, and those who do not tear it down, while preaching lofty sermons and imagining themselves not to be villains, well, Mr. Potter, I think if I had my choice of taking tea with them, or taking tea with you-know-who, I should find my sensibilities less offended by the Dark Lord. I don't understand, Harry said, his voice was shaking. He'd read about the classic experiment on the psychology of prisons, the ordinary college students who had turned sadistic as soon as they were assigned the role of prison guards, only now he realized that the experiment hadn't examined the right question, the one most important question. They hadn't looked at the key people, not the prison guards but everyone else. I really don't understand, Professor Quirrell, how can people just stand by and let this happen? Why is the country of magical Britain doing this? Harry's voice stopped. The defense professor's eyes appeared to be the same color as always, in the pale blue light, for that light was the same color as Quirinus Quirrell's irises, those never-thawing chips of ice. Welcome, Mr. Potter, to your first encounter with the realities of politics. What do the wretched creatures in Azkaban have to offer any faction? Who would benefit from aiding them? A politician who openly sided with them would associate themselves with criminals, with weakness, with distasteful things that people would rather not think about. Alternatively, the politician could demonstrate their might and cruelty by calling for longer sentences. To make a display of strength requires a victim to crush beneath you, after all. And the populace applauds, for it is their instinct to back the winner. A coldly amused laugh. You see, Mr. Potter, no one ever quite believes that they will go to Azkaban, so they see no harm in it for themselves. As for what they inflict on others, I suppose you were once told that people care about that sort of thing? It is a lie, Mr. Potter, people don't care in the slightest, and if you had not led a vastly sheltered childhood you would have noticed that long ago. Console yourself with this, those now prisoner in Azkaban voted for the same ministers of magic who pledged to move their cells closer to the Dementors. I admit, Mr. Potter, that I see little hope for democracy as an effective form of government, but I admire the poetry of how it makes its victims complicit in their own destruction. Harry's recently cohered self was threatening to shatter into fragments again, the words falling like hammer strikes on his consciousness, driving him back, step by step, over the precipice where lurks some vast abyss, and he was trying to find something to save himself, some clever retort that would refute the words, but it did not come. The defense professor watched Harry, the gaze reflecting more curiosity than command. It is very simple, Mr. Potter, to understand how Azkaban was built, and how it continues to be. Men care for what they, themselves, expect to suffer or gain, and so long as they do not expect it to redound upon themselves, their cruelty and carelessness is without limit. All the other wizards of this country are no different within than he who sought to rule over them, you know who, they only lack his power and his frankness. The boy's hands were clenched into fists so tightly that the nails cut into his palm. If his fingers were white or his face was pale you couldn't have seen that, for the dim blue light cast all into ice or shadow. You once offered to support me if my ambition were to be the next Dark Lord. Is that why, Professor? The defense professor inclined his head, a thin smile on his lips. Learn all that I have to teach you, Mr. Potter, and you will rule this country in time. Then you may tear down the prison that democracy made, if you find that Azkaban still offends your sensibilities. Like it or not, Mr. Potter, you have seen this day that your own will conflicts with the will of this country's populace, and that you do not bow your head and submit to their decision when that occurs. So to them, whether or not they know it, and whether or not you acknowledge it, you are their next Dark Lord. In the monochromatic light, unwavering, the boy and the defense professor both seemed like motionless ice sculptures, the irises of their eyes reduced to similar colors, looking very much the same in that light. Harry stared directly into those pale eyes. All the long-suppressed questions, the ones he'd told himself he was putting on hold until the Ides of May. That had been a lie, Harry now knew, a self-deception, he had kept silent for fear of what he might hear. And now everything was coming forth from his lips, all at once. On our first day of class, you tried to convince my classmates I was a killer. You are. Amusedly. But if your question is why I told them that, Mr. Potter, the answer is that you will find ambiguity a great ally on your road to power. Give a sign of Slytherin on one day, and contradict it with a sign of Gryffindor the next, and the Slytherins will be enabled to believe what they wish, while the Gryffindors argue themselves into supporting you as well. So long as there is uncertainty, people can believe whatever seems to be to their own advantage. And so long as you appear strong, so long as you appear to be winning, their instincts will tell them that their advantage lies with you. Walk always in the shadow, and light and darkness both will follow. And, said the boy, his voice level, just what do you want out of all this? Professor Quirrell had leaned further back against the wall from where he sat, casting his face into shadow, his eyes changing from pale ice into dark pits like those of his snake form. I wish for Britain to grow strong under a strong leader, that is my desire. As for my reasons why, Professor Quirrell smiled without mirth, I think they shall stay my own. The sense of doom that I feel around you. The words were becoming harder and harder to say, as the subject danced closer and closer to something terrible and forbidden. You always knew what it meant. I had several guesses, said Professor Quirrell, his expression unreadable. And I will not yet say all I guessed. But this much I will tell you, it is your doom which flares when we come near, not mine. For once Harry's brain managed to mark this as a questionable assertion and possible lie, instead of believing everything it heard. Why do you sometimes turn into a zombie? Personal reasons, said Professor Quirrell with no humor at all in his voice. What was your ulterior motive for rescuing Bellatrix? There was a brief silence, during which Harry tried hard to control his breathing, keep it steady. Finally the defense professor shrugged, as though it were of no account. I all but spelled it out for you, Mr. Potter. I told you everything you needed to deduce the answer, if you had been mature enough to consider that first obvious question. Bellatrix Black was the Dark Lord's most powerful servant, her loyalty the most assured, she was the single person most likely to be entrusted with some part of the lost lore of Slytherin that should have been yours. Slowly the anger crept over Harry, slowly the wrath, something terrible beginning to boil his blood. In just a few moments he would say something that he really shouldn't say while the two of them were alone in a deserted warehouse. But she was innocent, said the defense professor. He was not smiling. And the degree to which all her choices were taken away from her, so that she never had a chance to suffer for her own mistakes, it struck me as excessive, Mr. Potter. If she tells you nothing of use, the defense professor gave another small shrug. I shall not consider this day's work a waste. How altruistic of you, Harry said coldly. So if all wizards are like you know who inside, are you an exception to that, then? The defense professor's eyes were still in shadow, dark pits that could not be met. Call it a whim, Mr. Potter. It has sometimes amused me to play the part of a hero. Who knows but that you know who would say the same? Harry opened his mouth a final time. And found that he couldn't say it, he couldn't ask the last question, the last and most important question, he couldn't make the words come out. Even though a refusal like that was forbidden to a rationalist, for all that he'd ever recited the litany of Tarski or the litany of Gendlin or sworn that whatever could be destroyed by the truth should be, in that one moment, he could not bring himself to say his last question out loud. Even though he knew he was thinking wrongly, even though he knew he was supposed to be better than this, he still couldn't say it. Now it is my turn to inquire of you. Professor Quirrell's back straightened from where it had leaned back against the glacier wall of painted concrete. I was wondering, Mr. Potter, if you had anything to say about nearly killing me and ruining our mutual endeavor. I am given to understand that an apology, in such cases, is considered a sign of respect. But you have not offered me one. Is it just that you have not yet gotten around to it, Mr. Potter? The tone was calm, the quiet edge so fine and sharp that it would slice all the way through you before you realized you were being murdered. And Harry just looked at the defense professor with cool eyes that would never flinch from anything, not even death, now. He was no longer in Azkaban, no longer fearful of the part of himself that was fearless, and the solid gemstone that was Harry had rotated to meet the stress, turning smoothly from one facet to another, from light to darkness, warm to cold. A calculated ploy on his part, to make me feel guilty, put me in a position where I must submit. Genuine emotion on his part? I see, said Professor Quirrell. I suppose that answers. No, said the boy in a cool, collected voice, you do not get to frame the conversation that easily, Professor. I went to considerable lengths to protect you and get you out of Azkaban safely, after I thought you had tried to kill a police officer. That included facing down 12 Dementors without a patroness charm. I wonder, if I had apologized when you demanded it, would you have said thank you in turn? Or am I correct in thinking that it was my submission you demanded there, and not only my respect? There was a pause, and then Professor Quirrell's voice came in reply, openly icy with danger no longer veiled. It seems you still cannot bring yourself to lose, Mr. Potter. Darkness stared out of Harry's eyes without flinching, the defense professor himself reduced to a mortal thing within them. Oh, and are you pondering now, whether you should pretend to lose to me, and pretend to humble yourself before my own anger, in order to preserve your own plans? Did the thought of a calculated false apology even cross your mind? Me neither, Professor Quirrell. The defense professor laughed, low and humorless, emptier than the void between the stars, dangerous as any vacuum filled with hard radiation. No, Mr. Potter, you have not learned your lesson, not at all. I thought of losing many times, in Azkaban, said the boy, his voice level. That I ought to simply give up, and turn myself over to the Aurors. Losing would have been the sensible thing to do. I heard your voice saying it to me, in my mind, and I would have done it, if I had been there by myself. But I could not bring myself to lose you. There was silence, then, for a time, as though even the defense professor could not quite think of what to say to that. I am curious, said Professor Quirrell at last. What do you think that I should apologize for, precisely? I gave you explicit instructions in the event of a fight. You were to stay down, stay out of the way, cast no magic. You violated those instructions and brought down the mission. I made no decision, the boy said evenly, there was no choice in it, only a wish that the Auror should not die, and my patroness was there. For that wish to have never occurred, you should have warned me that you might bluff using a killing curse. By default, I assume that if you point your wand at someone and say Avada Kedavra, it is because you want them dead. Shouldn't that be the first rule of unforgivable curse safety? Rules are for duels, said the defense professor. Some of the coldness had returned to his voice. And dueling is a sport, not a branch of battle magic. In a real fight, a curse which cannot be blocked and must be dodged is an indispensable tactic. I would have thought this obvious to you, but it seems I misjudged your intellect. It also seems to me imprudent, said the boy, continuing as though the other had not spoken, to not tell me that my casting any spell on you might kill us both. What if you had suffered some mishap, and I had tried an innervate, or a hover charm? That ignorance, which you permitted for purposes I cannot guess, played also some part in this catastrophe. There was another silence. The defense professor's eyes had narrowed, and there was a faintly puzzled look on his face, as though he had encountered some completely unfamiliar situation, and still the man spoke no word. Well, said the boy. His eyes had not wavered from the defense professor's. I certainly regret hurting you, Professor. But I do not think the situation calls for me to submit to you. I never really did understand the concept of apology, still less as it applies to a situation like this. If you have my regrets, but not my submission, does that count as saying sorry? Again that cold laugh, darker than the void between the stars. I wouldn't know, said the defense professor. I, too, never understood the concept of apology. That ploy would be futile between us, it seems, with both of us knowing it for a lie. Let us speak no more of it, then. Debts will be settled between us in time. There was silence for a time. By the way, said the boy. Hermione Granger would never have built Azkaban, no matter who was going to be put in it. And she'd die before she hurt an innocent. Just mentioning that, since you said before that all wizards are like you-know-who inside, and that's just false as a point of simple fact. Would have realized it earlier if I hadn't been. The boy gave a brief grim smile, stressed out. The defense professor's eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant. People's insides are not always like their outsides, Mr. Potter. Perhaps she simply wishes others to think of her as a good girl. She cannot use the patroness charm. Ha, said the boy, his smile seemed realier now, warmer. She's having trouble for exactly the same reason I did. There's enough light in her to destroy Dementors, I'm sure. She wouldn't be able to stop herself from destroying Dementors, even at the cost of her own life. The boy trailed off, and then his voice resumed. I might not be such a good person, maybe, but they do exist, and she's one of them. Dryly. She is young, and to make a show of kindness costs her little. There was a pause at this. Then the boy said, Professor, I have to ask, when you see something all dark and gloomy, doesn't it ever occur to you to try and improve it somehow? Like, yes, something goes terribly wrong in people's heads that makes them think it's great to torture criminals, but that doesn't mean they're truly evil inside, and maybe if you taught them the right things, showed them what they were doing wrong, you could change. Professor Quirrell laughed, then, and not with the emptiness of before. Ah, Mr. Potter, sometimes I do forget how very young you are. Sooner you could change the color of the sky. Another chuckle, this one colder. And the reason it is easy for you to forgive such fools and think well of them, Mr. Potter, is that you yourself have not been sorely hurt. You will think less fondly of commonplace idiots after the first time their folly costs you something dear. Such as 100 galleons from your own pocket, perhaps, rather than the agonizing deaths of 100 strangers. The defense professor was smiling thinly. He took a pocket watch out of his robes, looked at it. Let us depart now, if there is nothing more to say between us. You don't have any questions about the impossible things I did to get us out of Azkaban? No, said the defense professor. I believe I have solved most of them already. As for the rest, it is too rare that I find a person whom I cannot see through immediately, be they friend or foe. I shall unravel the puzzles about you for myself, in due time. The defense professor shoved himself up, pushing back on the wall with both hands and rising to his feet, smoothly if too slowly. The boy, less gracefully, did the same. And the boy blurted out the last most terrible question which he had earlier been unable to ask, as though to say it aloud would make it real, and as though it were not, already, vastly obvious. Why am I not like the other children my own age? In a deserted side road of Diagon Alley, where scraps of unvanished trash could be seen lodged into the edges of the brick street and the blank brick building sides that surrounded it, along with scattered dirt and other signs of neglect, an ancient wizard and his phoenix opera wrought into existence. The wizard was already reaching within his robes for his hourglass when, in habit, his eyes jumped to a random spot between the road and the wall, to memorize it. And the old wizard blinked in surprise, there was a scrap of parchment in that spot. A frown crossed Albus Dumbledore's face as he took a step forward and took the crumpled scrap, unfolding it. On it was the single word no, and nothing more. Slowly the wizard let it flutter from his fingers. Absently he reached down to the pavement, and picked up the nearest scrap of parchment, which looked remarkably similar to the one he had just taken. He touched it with his wand, and a moment later it was inscribed with the same word no, in the same handwriting, which was his own. The old wizard had planned to go back 3 hours to when Harry Potter first arrived in Diagon Alley. He had already watched, upon his instruments, the boy leaving Hogwarts, and that could not be undone. His one attempt to fool his own instruments, and so control time without altering its appearance to himself, had ended in sufficient disaster to convince him to never again try such trickery. He had hoped to retrieve the boy at the first possible moment after his arrival, and take him to another safe location, if not Hogwarts, for his instruments had not shown the boy's return. But now. A paradox if I retrieve him immediately after he arrives in Diagon Alley, murmured the old wizard to himself. Perhaps they did not set in motion their plan to rob Azkaban, until after they had confirmed his arrival here, or else, perhaps. Painted concrete, hard floor and distant ceilings, 2 figures facing off across from each other. One entity who wore the shape of a man in his late 30s and already balding, and another mind that wore the form of an 11-year-old boy with a scar upon his forehead. Ice and shadow, pale blue light. I don't know, said the man. The boy just looked at him. And then said, oh, really? Truly, said the man. I know nothing, and of my guesses I will not speak. Yet I will say this much. Chapter 61, TSP, Secrecy and Openness, PT 11. Through green flame they whirled, through the flow network they spun, Minerva's heart racing with a pounding horror that she hadn't felt in 10 years and 3 months. The corridors between space coughed and spit them out into the lobby of Gringotts, the safest flow receiver in Diagon Alley, the connection most difficult to intercept, the fastest way out of Hogwarts without a phoenix. A goblin attendant turned toward them, his eyes widened, he began a slightly respectful bow. Determination, destination, deliberation. And the two of them were in the alley just in back of Mary's place, wands already out and raised, spinning around back to back and the words of an anti-disillusionment charm already rising to Severus's lips. The alley was empty. When she turned back to look at Severus, his wand was already cracking down on his own head with a sound like smashing an egg. As his lips chanted words of invisibility, he took on the colors of his surroundings, became a blur of his surroundings, the blur moved and matched what was behind him and then there was nothing there. She lowered her wand and stepped forward to receive her own disillusionment. From behind her, the unmistakable sound of a burst of flame. She spun and saw Albus there, his long wand already drawn and raised in his right hand. His eyes were grim beneath the half-circles of his glasses, and Fawkes upon his shoulder had spread his fire-colored wings in readiness for flight and fight. Albus, she said. I thought she'd just seen him depart for Azkaban, and she'd thought not even phoenixes could return from there so easily. Then she realized. She escaped, said Albus. Did your patroness reach him? The pounding in her heart grew stronger, the horror in her veins solidified. He said he was here, in the washroom. Let us hope he spoke true, said Albus. The wand tapped her head with a sensation like water trickling over her, and a moment later the four of them, even Fawkes had been rendered invisible, though sometimes you saw a flicker of something like fire in his air, were racing to the front of the restaurant. They paused before the door while Albus whispered something, and a moment later one of the customers visible through the windows stood up with a vague look on his face and opened the door as though taking a quick look outside for some friend, and the three of them were through, racing past the unwitting customers. Severus was marking their faces, Minerva knew, and Albus would see any disillusioned, toward the sign that pointed to the washroom. An old wooden door marked with the sign of a toilet burst open with a slam, and 4 invisible rescuers stormed through it. The small but clean wooden room was empty. Fresh droplets of water showed in the sink but there was no sign of Harry, only a sheet of paper left on the closed lid of the toilet. She couldn't breathe. The sheet of paper rose up into the air as Albus took it, and a moment later was thrust in her own direction. What did the hat tell me to tell you? Ah, Minerva said aloud in surprise, her mind taking a moment to place the question. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd forget but she hadn't been thinking in that mode. Really, I'm an impudent youngster and I should get off its lawn. Said the air in Albus's voice, as if even he could be shocked. And then Harry Potter's head appeared, suspended next to the air beside the toilet. His face was cold and alert, the two adult Harry she'd seen sometimes, eyes darting back and forth and around. What's going on? The boy began. Albus, now visible once more along with her and Fawkes, was moving forward in an instant. His left hand reached forward and plucked a hair from Harry's head, producing a startled yelp from the boy. Minerva accepted the hair in her own hand, and a moment later Albus swept up the mostly invisible boy in his arms and there was a flash of red golden fire. And Harry Potter was safe. Minerva took a few steps forward, leaned against the wall where Albus and Harry had been, trying to recover her poise. She'd lost some habits, in the 10 years since the Order of the Phoenix had disbanded. Beside her, Severus shimmered into visibility. His right hand was already drawing forth the flask from his robes, his left hand already stretching forth in demand. She gave him Harry's hair, and a moment later, it dropped into the flask of unfinished polyjuice, which at once began fizzing and bubbling as it settled into the potency that would enable Severus to act his part as bait. That was unexpected, the potions master said slowly. Why did our headmaster not retrieve Mr. Potter earlier? I wonder, if he was going so far as to twist time. There should have been nothing preventing him from doing so. Indeed, your patroness should have found Mr. Potter already safe. She hadn't thought of that, a different realization having jumped to the forefront of her mind. It wasn't nearly as horrifying as Bellatrix Black having escaped from Azkaban, but still. Harry has an invisibility cloak, she said. The potions master did not answer, he was shrinking. Tick-snick, drip-blip, ding-ring-ting. It still annoyed her, though it faded past attention after a while, and when and if she became headmistress, she intended to silence the whole lot. Which head of Hogwarts, she wondered, had first been so inconsiderate as to create a device that made noise, to pass on to their successors. She was sitting in the headmaster's office with a quickly transfigured desk of her own, Doing some of the 100 little pieces of necessary paperwork that kept Hogwarts from grinding to a halt, she could lose herself in it easily, and it prevented her from thinking about other things. Albus had once remarked, sounding rather wry, that Hogwarts seemed to run even more smoothly when there was an outside crisis for her to avoid thinking about. 10 years ago, that was the last time Albus had said that. There was the chime that indicated an approaching visitor. Minerva kept reading her current parchment. The door slammed open, revealing Severus Snape, who took 3 steps inward and demanded without the slightest pause, any word from Mad Eye. Albus was already rising from his chair, even as she tucked away her parchments and dispelled the desk. Moody's patroness is reporting to me in Azkaban, Albus said. His eye saw nothing, and if the eye of Vance does not see a thing, then that thing does not exist. Yourself. No one has tried to forcibly take my blood, Severus said. He gave a quick grimace of a smile. Except the defense professor. What? Said Minerva. He saw me for an impostor before I could even open my lips, and quite reasonably attacked me on the spot, demanding to know the whereabouts of Mr. Potter. Another grimace of a smile. Shouting that I was Severus Snape did not seem to reassure him, for some reason. I do believe that man would kill me for a sickle and give back 5 nuts change. I had to stun our good Professor Quirrell, which was not easy, and then he reacted poorly to the hex. Harry Potter, naturally alarmed, ran out and told the owner, and the defense professor was taken to St. Mungo's. St. Mungo's. Which said he had probably been overworking himself for weeks before he collapsed, such was his state of exhaustion. Your precious defense professor is fine, Minerva, the stunner may have helped him by forcing him to take a few days off. Afterward I declined the offer of a flu to Hogwarts, and went back to Diagon Alley and wandered, but no one seems to have wanted Mr. Potter's blood today. Our defense professor is in the best of hands, I am sure, said Albus. Greater matters command our attention, Minerva. It took considerable effort for her to wrench her attention back, but she sat back down, and Severus gestured up a chair for himself as well, and the 3 of them drew together to begin their council. She felt like a polyjuiced impostor, sitting with those 2. War was not her art, nor plotting. She had to strain to keep one step ahead of the Weasley twins, and sometimes she failed at that. She was sitting here, ultimately, only because she had heard the prophecy. We are faced, the headmaster spoke first, with a rather alarming mystery. I can think of only 2 wizards who might have engineered this escape. Minerva drew in her breath sharply. There is a chance it is not you-know-who. I'm afraid so, said the headmaster. She glanced to her side and saw that Severus looked as puzzled as herself. Afraid the Dark Lord was not rising again? She would have given almost anything for that to be true. So, Albus said heavily. Our first suspect is Voldemort, risen again and seeking to resurrect himself. I have studied many books I wish I had not read, seeking his every possible avenue of return, and I have found only 3. His strongest road to life is the Philosopher's Stone, which Flamel assures me that not even Voldemort could create on his own. By that road he would rise greater and more terrible than ever before. I would not have thought Voldemort able to resist the temptation of the stone, still less because such an obvious trap is a challenge to his wit. But his second avenue is nearly as strong, the flesh of his servant, willingly given, the blood of his foe, forcibly taken, and the bone of his ancestor, unknowingly bequeathed. Voldemort is a perfectionist. Albus glanced at Severus, who nodded agreement, and he would certainly seek the most powerful combination, the flesh of Bellatrix Black, the blood of Harry Potter, and the bone of his father. Voldemort's final avenue is to seduce a victim and drain the life from them over a long period, in which case Voldemort would be weak compared to his former power. His motive to spirit away Bellatrix is clear. And if he is keeping her in reserve, to use only in case he cannot attain the stone, that would explain why no kidnap attempt was made on Harry this day. Minerva glanced again at Severus, saw him listening attentively but without surprise. What is not clear, the headmaster continued, is how Voldemort could have engineered this escape. A death doll was left in Bellatrix's place, her escape was meant to be undetected, and even though that went wrong, the Dementors could not find her after their first warning. Azkaban has stood impenetrable for centuries, and I cannot imagine any means by which Voldemort could have accomplished this. That may mean little, Severus said, expressionless. For the Dark Lord to do what we cannot imagine requires only that he has a better imagination. Albus nodded grimly. Unfortunately there is now another wizard who laughs at impossibilities. A wizard who, not long ago, developed a new and powerful charm which could have blinded the Dementors to Bellatrix Black's escape. And he is implicated for other reasons, as well. Minerva's heart was skipping beats, she didn't know how, or why, but a terrible apprehension was dawning on her as to who. Who would that be? Said Severus, sounding puzzled. Albus leaned back and said the fatal words, even as she had feared them, Harry James Potter Evansvers. Potter? Demanded the potion's master, as much shock in that usually silken voice as she had ever heard from him. Headmaster, is this one of your jokes? He is in his first year at Hogwarts. A temper tantrum and a few childish pranks with an invisibility cloak does not make him. It is no joke, said Minerva, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry is already making original discoveries in transfiguration, Severus. Though I did not know he was researching charms as well. Harry is no ordinary first year, the headmaster said solemnly. He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not. Severus was looking at her, and you would have needed to know him well to recognize that his glance was pleading. Am I to take this seriously? Minerva simply nodded. Does anyone else know of this, new and powerful charm? Severus demanded. The headmaster glanced at her apologetically. Somehow she knew before he even said it, and she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. And said, Quirinus Quirrell. Why, she said, in a voice that should have melted half the devices in the office, did Mr. Potter even tell our defense professor about his brilliant new charm for breaking out of prisons? The headmaster passed a weary wrinkled hand across his equally wrinkled forehead. Quirinus just happened to be there, Minerva. Even I saw no harm in it at the time. The headmaster hesitated. And Harry said his charm was too dangerous to be explained to either of us, and when I asked him again, this day, he insisted he had still not explained it to Quirinus, nor had he ever dropped his occlumency barriers in the defense professor's presence. Mr. Potter is an occlumens? You gave him an invisibility cloak and he is immune to Veritaserum and he is friends with the Weasley twins? Albus, do you have any idea what you have unleashed upon this school? Her voice was nearly shrieking, now. By his 7th year there won't be anything left of Hogwarts but a smoking hole in the ground. Albus leaned back in his great cushioned chair, and said, smiling, don't forget the time turner. She did scream then, but quietly. Severus drawled, should I teach him to brew polyjuice, headmaster? I ask only for the sake of completeness, in case you are not satisfied with the magnitude of your pet disaster. Perhaps next year, said Albus. My dearest friends, the question before us is whether Harry Potter has spirited Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban, which is more than youthful high spirits even by my tolerant standards. Excuse me, headmaster, Severus said with one of the drier smiles she had ever seen him deliver to Albus, but I will register my opinion that the answer is no. This is the Dark Lord's work, pure and simple. Then why, Albus said, and now there was no humor at all in his voice, when I planned to retrieve Harry immediately after his arrival in Diagon Alley, did I find that this would result in paradox? Minerva sank further back into her chair, dropped her left elbow onto the hard uncushioned armrest, leaned her head into her hand, and shut her eyes in despair. There was a narrowly circulated proverb to the effect that only 1 aura in 30 was qualified to investigate cases involving time turners, and that of those few, the half who weren't already insane, soon would be. So you suspect, Severus's voice was saying, that Potter went from Diagon Alley to Azkaban, then looped back to Diagon Alley afterward to be picked up by us. Precisely, said Albus's voice. Though it is also possible that Voldemort or his servants watched to make sure Harry did arrive in Diagon Alley, before they began their attempt on Azkaban. And that they had someone with a time turner who would send back the message of their success, to trigger the abduction. Indeed, it was my suspicion of this possibility that caused me to dispatch you and Minerva on your own mission, before I myself went to Azkaban. I thought then that their breakout would fail, but if retrieving Harry Potter meant observing the fact of their eventual failure, then I myself could not have gone to Azkaban after I had interacted with him, for Azkaban's future cannot touch its past. When, in Azkaban, I received no report from you or Minerva, nor from Flitwick whom I told to try contacting you, I knew that your interaction with Harry Potter had been an interaction with Azkaban's future, meaning that someone was sending messages through time. Then Albus's voice stopped. But headmaster, said Severus, you came back from Azkaban's future and interacted with us. The potions master's voice trailed off. But Severus, if I had received reports from you and Minerva of Harry's safety, I would not, in the first place, have gone backward in time to. Headmaster, I think we must draw diagrams for this. I agree, Severus. There was the sound of parchment being spread on a table, and then quills scratching, and more arguing. Minerva sat in her chair, head resting in her hand, eyes shut. There was a story she'd once heard about a criminal who had possessed a time turner which the Department of Mysteries had sealed to him, in a case of extremely bad judgment as to who needed one, and there had been an aura assigned to track down this unknown time criminal, who had also been given a time turner, and the story ended with both of them in St. Mungo's ward for total unrecoverable nutcases. Minerva sat there with her eyes shut, trying not to listen, trying not to think about it, and trying not to go insane. After a while, when the argument seemed to have wound down, she said aloud, Mr. Potter's time turner is restricted to the hours of 9 p.m. through midnight. Was the shell tampered with, Albus? Not to my most discerning charms, said Albus. But the shells are new things, and to defeat the unspeakable's precautions and leave no trace of the defeat, might not be impossible. She opened her eyes, and saw Severus and the headmaster staring intently at a parchment covered with tangled squiggles that would have no doubt driven her mad to comprehend. Have you come to any conclusions? Minerva said. And please don't tell me how you arrived at them. Severus and the headmaster looked at each other, then turned to look at her. We have concluded, the headmaster said gravely, that either Harry was involved or he was not, that either Voldemort has access to a time-turner or he does not, and that regardless of what could have happened within Azkaban, nobody would have visited the little Hangleton graveyard during the period Moody has already watched over it within my own past. In short, Severus drawled, we know nothing, dear Minerva, though it seems at least likely that another time-turner was involved, somehow. My own suspicion is that Potter has been bribed, tricked, or threatened into conveying messages backward in time, perhaps even regarding this very prison break. I shall not make the obvious suggestion as to who is pulling his strings. But I suggest that at 9 o'clock tonight, we test whether Potter is able to travel the full 6 hours backward to 3 o'clock, to see if he has yet used his time-turner. That seems wise to do in any case, said Dumbledore. See that done, Minerva, and tell Harry to stop in my office at his convenience, afterward. But you still suspect Harry of direct involvement in the prison break itself? Minerva said. Possible but unlikely, said Severus. At the same time Albus said, yes. Minerva pinched the bridge of her nose, took a deep breath, let it out. Albus, Severus, what possible reason has Mr. Potter to do such a thing? None that I can think of, said Albus, but it remains that Harry's magics alone, of all the means known to me, might have. Hold, said Severus. All expression vanished from his face. A thought occurs to me, I must check. The potions master seized a pinch of fluo powder, strode across the room toward the fireplace. Albus hastily waved his wand to light it, and then in a flare of green flame, and the words Slytherin head of house office, Severus was gone. She and Albus looked at each other and both shrugged, and then Albus turned back to studying the parchment. It was only a few minutes later that Severus spun back out of the flue, brushing traces of ash from himself. Well, said the potions master. Again the expressionless face. I am afraid that Mr. Potter does have a motive. Speak. Said Albus. I found Lysith Lestrange in the Slytherin common room, studying, Severus said. He was not reluctant to meet my eyes. And it seems that Mr. Lestrange did not like to think of his parents in Azkaban, in the cold and the darkness, with the Dementors sucking away their life, hurting every second of every day, and he told Mr. Potter so in as many words, and begged him to get them out. Since, you see, Mr. Lestrange had heard that the boy who lived could do anything. She and Albus exchanged glances. Severus, Minerva said, surely, even Harry, has more common sense than that. Her voice trailed off. Mr. Potter thinks he is God, Severus said without expression, and Lysith Lestrange fell to his knees before him in a heartfelt cry of prayer. Minerva stared at Severus, feeling sick to her stomach. She had studied Muggle religion, it was the most common reason for needing to memory charm the parents of Muggleborns, and she knew enough to understand what Severus had just said. In any case, said the potions master. I looked within Mr. Lestrange to see if he knew anything of his mother's escape. He has heard nothing. But the instant he learns, he will conclude that the person responsible was Harry Potter. I see. Albus said slowly. Thank you, Severus. That is good news. Good news. Minerva burst out. Albus looked at her, his face as expressionless as Severus's, now, and she remembered, with a shock, that Albus's own, it is the best reason I can possibly imagine for removing Bellatrix from Azkaban, Albus said quietly. And if it is not Harry, let us recall, then it is certainly Voldemort himself making his first moves. But let us not be hasty in judgment while there is much we do not yet know, but soon will. Albus once more stood up from behind his desk, strode to the fireplace still alight, cast in another pinch of green powder, and stuck his head into the flames. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he said, Director's Office. After a moment, the voice of Madame Bones came through clear and sharp. What is it, Albus? I am somewhat busy. Amelia, said Albus, I beg of you to share any discoveries you have made concerning this matter. There was a pause. Oh, said the cold voice of Madame Bones from the blazing fire, and is that a two-way road then, Albus? It may be, the old wizard said calmly. If any auror dies of your reticence, old meddler, I will hold you responsible in full measure. I understand, Amelia, Albus said, but I have no wish to spark needless alarm and incredulity. Bellatrix Black has escaped from Azkaban. What alarm or incredulity do you think I will call needless, in the face of that? I may call on you to remember those words, said the old wizard into the green flames. For if I learn that my fears are not needless, I will tell you. Now, Amelia, I beg you, if you have learned anything whatsoever upon this matter, please share it. There was another pause, and then Madame Bones's voice said, I have information which I learned 4 hours into the future, Albus. Do you still want it? Albus paused. Weighing, Minerva knew, the possibility that he might want to go back more than 2 hours from this instant, for you couldn't send information further back in time than 6 hours, not through any chain of time turners. And finally said, yes, please. We had a lucky break, said Madame Bones's voice. One of the Aurors who witnessed the escape was a Muggleborn, and she told us that the flying fire spell, as we were calling it, might be no spell at all, but a Muggle artifact. Like a punch in the stomach, that was how it felt, and the sickness in Minerva's belly redoubled. Anyone who'd watched a Chaos Legion battle knew whose hand that showed. Madame Bones's voice continued. We brought in Arthur Weasley from misuse of Muggle artifacts. He knows more about Muggle artifacts than any wizard alive, and gave him the descriptions from the Aurors on the scene, and he cracked it. It was a Muggle artifact called a rocker, and they call it that because you'd have to be off your rocker to ride one. Just 6 years ago one of their rockers blew up, killed hundreds of Muggles in a flash and almost set fire to the moon. Weasley says that rockers use a special kind of science called opposite reaction, so the plan is to develop a jinx which will prevent that science from working around Azkaban. Thank you, Amelia, Albus said gravely. Is that everything? I'll check if we have anything from 6 hours forward, said the voice of Madame Bones. If so they wouldn't have told me, but I'll have them tell you. Do you have anything you want to tell me, Albus? Which of those two possibilities is it looking like? Not yet, Amelia, Albus said, but I may have word for you soon. He straightened up from the fire, then, which faded back to ordinary yellow flames. Every minute of the old wizard's years, every natural second since his birth and every second which time turning had added, all of that plus a few extra decades for stress, was visible on his lined face. Severus. The old wizard said. What was it actually? A rocket, said the half-blood potions master, who had grown up in the Muggle town of Spinner's End. One of the most impressive Muggle technologies. How likely is Harry to know such arts? Said Minerva. Severus drawled, oh, a boy like Mr. Potter knows all about rockets, that, dear Minerva, is a certainty. You must remember that things are done differently in the Muggle world. Severus frowned. But rockets are dangerous, and expensive. Harry has stolen and hidden an unknown amount of money from his Gringotts vault, perhaps thousands of galleons, said the headmaster, and then, to their twin stares, that was not in my plan, but I made the mistake of sending the defense professor to supervise Harry's withdrawal of 5 galleons for Christmas presents. The headmaster shrugged. Yes, I agree, sheer folly in retrospect, let us continue. Minerva quietly thudded her head a few times against the headrest of her chair. Nonetheless, headmaster, Severus said. Just because the Death Eaters never used Muggle artifacts in the First War, that does not mean he is ignorant. Rockets fell on Britain as weapons, in the Muggle side of Grindelwald's war. If he spent the summers of those years in a Muggle orphanage, as you told us, headmaster, then he, too, has heard of rockets. And if he has been listening to reports of Mr. Potter and his mock battles using Muggle artifacts, he would certainly learn his enemy's strengths and try to redouble them himself. That is just how he thinks, any power he sees he will try to take for his own. The old wizard was standing stock still, utterly motionless, even the hairs of his beard frozen in place like solid wires, and the thought came to Minerva, as frightening as any thought she'd ever had, that Albus Dumbledore was rooted to the spot in horror. Severus, Albus Dumbledore said, and his voice almost cracked, do you realize what you are saying? If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons there will be nothing left of the world but fire. What? Said Minerva. She had heard of guns, of course, but they weren't that dangerous to an experienced witch. Severus spoke as though she weren't in the room. Then perhaps, headmaster, he is sending a deliberate warning to Harry Potter of exactly that, saying that any attack with Muggle weapons will be met with retaliation in kind. Command Mr. Potter to cease his use of Muggle technology in his battles, that will show him the message is received, and not give him any more ideas. Severus frowned. Though, come to think of it, Mr. Malfoy, and of course Miss Granger, well, on second thought a blanket prohibition on technology seems wiser. The old wizard pressed both his hands to his forehead, and from his lips came an unsteady voice, I begin to hope that it is Harry behind this escape. Oh, Merlin defend us all, what have I done, what have I done, what will become of the world? Severus shrugged. From the rumors I have heard, headmaster, Muggle weapons are only slightly worse than the more recondite aspects of wizardry. Worse? Gasped Minerva, and then shut her mouth as though by force. Worse than any peril left in these fading years, said Albus. Not worse than that which erased Atlantis from time. Minerva stared at him, feeling the sweat break out all along her spine. Severus continued, still addressing Albus. All the Death Eaters save Bellatrix would have betrayed him, all his supporters turned against him, all the powers of the world converged to destroy him, if he had been reckless with any truly dangerous potency. Is this so different, then? Some motion, some color, had returned to the old wizard's face. Perhaps not. And in any case, Severus said with a slightly condescending smile, Muggle weapons are not so easy to obtain, not for 1,000 galleons or 1,000,000. Doesn't Harry just transfigure the devices he uses in his battles? Thought Minerva, but before she could open her mouth to ask. The fireplace erupted in green flames, then, and the face of pious Thickness, Madame Bones's assistant, appeared therein. Chief Warlock, said Thickness. I have a report for you, transmitted from Thickness's eyes flickered over Minerva and Severus, 6 minutes ago. 6 hours ahead, you mean, said Albus. These two are meant to hear it, deliver your report. We know how it was done, said Thickness. In Bellatrix Black's cell, hidden in one corner, was a potion's vial, and testing the traces of remaining fluid shows that it was an animagus potion. There was a long pause. I see. Albus said heavily. Pardon me, said Minerva. She didn't. Thickness's head turned toward her. Animagi, Madame McGonagall, in their animagus forms, are of less interest to Dementors. All prisoners are tested before their arrival at Azkaban, and if they are animagi, their animagus form is destroyed. But we had not considered that someone protected by a patroness charm while taking the potion and performing the meditation, might be able to become an animagus after they went to Azkaban. I understood, Severus said, having by now put on his customary sneer, that the animagus meditation required considerable time. Well, Mr. Snape, Thickness barked, records show that Bellatrix Black was an animagus before she was sentenced to Azkaban and her form destroyed, so maybe her second meditation didn't take as much time as her first. I would not have thought it possible for any prisoner of Azkaban to do such a thing. Albus said. But Bellatrix Black was a most powerful sorceress before her incarceration, and she might have done it if any witch could. Can Azkaban be secured against this method? Yes, said the confident head of pious Thickness. Our expert says that it is nigh unimaginable that an animagus meditation could be performed in less than 3 hours, regardless of experience. All visits to prisoners allowed to receive them will be limited to 2 hours henceforth, and the Dementors will inform us if any patroness charm is maintained in the prison areas for longer than that. Albus looked unhappy at that, but nodded. I see. There will be no further attempts of that sort, of course, but do not relax your vigilance. And when Amelia has been told all this, tell her that I have information for her. The head of pious Thickness vanished without another word. No further attempts, said Minerva. Because, dear Minerva, Severus drawled, having not quite taken off his habitual sneer, if the Dark Lord had planned to free any of his other servants from Azkaban, he would not have left behind the vial of potion to tell us how it was done. Severus frowned. I confess, even so I do not see why that vial was left there. It is some kind of message, Albus said slowly. And I cannot see what it means, not at all. He drummed his fingers on his desk. For a long minute or 3, the old wizard stared off into nothingness, frowning, while Severus also sat in silence. Then Albus shook his head in dismay, and said, Severus, do you comprehend this? No, said the potion's master, and with a sardonic smile, which is probably all the better for us, whatever we are intended to conclude from it, that part of his plan has misfired. You are certain, now, that it is you know, that it is Voldemort, said Minerva. It could not be that some other Death Eater conceived this clever notion. And they knew about rockets, too, Severus said dryly. I don't believe the other Death Eaters were so fond of Muggle studies. It is he. It is he, Albus said. Azkaban has endured impenetrable for ages, only to fall to an ordinary animagus potion. It is too clever and too impossible, which was ever Voldemort's signature since the days he was known as Tom Riddle. Anyone who wished to forge that signature must needs be as cunning as Voldemort himself to do so. And there is no one else in the world who would accidentally overestimate my wit, and leave me a message I cannot understand at all. Unless he has gauged you exactly, Severus said tonelessly, in which case all that is just what he intended you to think. Albus sighed. Indeed. But even if he has tricked me perfectly, we may at least rely on the conclusion that it was not Harry Potter. It should have come as a relief, and yet Minerva felt the chill spreading through her spine and her veins, her lungs and her bones. She remembered conversations like this. She remembered conversations like this from 10 years ago, from a time when blood had run through Britain in wide rivers, when wizards and witches she had once taught in class had been slaughtered by the hundreds. She remembered burning homes and screaming children and flashes of green light. What will you tell Madame Bones? She whispered. Albus stood from his desk and paced to the center of the room, his hand lightly touching the devices, here an instrument of light, there an instrument of sound. He adjusted his glasses with one hand, used the other to center the long silver beard against his robes, and then finally that ancient wizard turned back and faced them. I will tell her what little I know of the dark art called Horcrux, by which a soul is deprived of death, said Albus Dumbledore, in a soft voice that seemed to fill the whole room, and I will tell her what may be done with the flesh of the servant. I will tell her that I am reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. I will tell her that Voldemort has returned. And that the Second Wizarding War is begun. Some hours later, the antique old clock upon the wall of the deputy headmistress's office had golden hands, and silver numerals to make the clock face. It ticked and jerked soundlessly through its motions, for there was a quieting enchantment on it. The golden hour hand approached the silver numeral of 9, the golden minute hand did the same, the two linked components of time nearing each other, soon to be in the same place and never to collide. It was 8:43 p.m., and the time approached when Harry's time turner would open, to be tested in the one way that no imaginable spell could fool, unless that spell could bypass the laws of time itself. No body or soul, no knowledge or substance, could stretch an extra 7 hours in a single day. She would make up a message on the spot, and tell Harry to take that message back 6 hours to Professor Flitwick at 3 p.m., and she would ask Professor Flitwick if he had received it in that hour. And Professor Flitwick would tell her that he had indeed received it at 3 p.m. And she would tell Severus and Albus to have a little more faith in Harry next time. Professor McGonagall cast the patroness charm, and told her shining cat, "Go to Mr. Potter, and tell him this, Mr. Potter, please come to my office as soon as you hear this," without doing anything else along the way. Chapter 62, The Stanford Prison Experiment, Final. Minerva gazed up at the clock, the golden hands and silver numerals, the jerking motion. Muggles had invented that, and until they had, wizards had not bothered keeping time. Bells, timed by a sanded hourglass, had served Hogwarts for its classes when it was built. It was one of the things that blood purists wished not to be true, and therefore Minerva knew it. She had received an outstanding on her Muggle Studies NEWT, which now seemed to her a mark of shame, considering how little she knew. Her younger self had realized, even then, that the class was a sham, taught by a pure blood, supposedly because Muggleborns could not appreciate what Wizardborns needed to be told, and actually because the Board of Governors did not approve of Muggles at all. But when she was 17, the outstanding grade had been the main thing that mattered to her. She was saddened to remember. If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons, there will be nothing left of the world but fire. She couldn't imagine it, and the reason she couldn't imagine it was that she couldn't imagine Harry fighting you-know-who. She had encountered the Dark Lord 4 times and survived each one, 3 times with Albus to shield her and once with Moody at her side. She remembered the damaged, snake-like face, the faint green scales scattered over the skin, the glowing red eyes, the voice that laughed in a high-pitched hiss and promised nothing but cruelty and torment, the monster pure and complete. And Harry Potter was easy to picture in her mind, the bright expression on the face of a young boy who wavered between taking the ludicrous seriously and taking the serious ludicrously. And to think of the two of them facing off at one point was too painful to be imagined. They had no right at all to set this on an 11-year-old boy. She knew what the headmaster had decided for him this day, for she had been told to make the arrangements, and if it had been her at the same age she would have raged and screamed and cried and been inconsolable for weeks. A&D. He is no ordinary first year, Albus had said. He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not. The terrible hollow voice booming from Sybil Trelawney's throat, the true and original prophecy, echoed once more through her mind. She had a feeling it didn't mean what the headmaster thought it did, but there was no way to put the difference into words. And even so it still seemed true, that if there were any 11-year-old within the earth entire who could bear this burden, that boy approached her office now. And if she said anything at all like poor Harry to his face, well, he wouldn't like it. So now I've got to find some way to kill an immortal dark wizard, Harry had said on the day he had first learned. I really wish you had told me that before I started shopping. She'd been head of House Gryffindor for long enough, she'd watched enough friends die, to know that there were some people you couldn't save from becoming heroes. There came a knock at the door, and Professor McGonagall said, "Enter." When Harry entered, his face had the same cold, alert look she'd seen in Mary's place, and she wondered for an instant if he'd been wearing that same mask, that same self, this whole day. The young boy seated himself on the chair before her desk, and said, "So is it time for me to be told what's going on?" Neutral the words, not the sharpness that should have gone with the expression. Professor McGonagall's eyes rose in surprise before she could stop them, and she said, "The headmaster told you nothing, Mr. Potter." The boy shook his head. "Only that he'd received a warning that I might be in danger, but I was safe now." Minerva was having trouble meeting his gaze. How could they do this to him? How could they lay this upon an 11-year-old boy, this war, this destiny, this prophecy, and they didn't even trust him? She forced herself to look at Harry directly, and saw that his green eyes were calm as they rested on her. "Professor McGonagall," the boy said quietly. "Mr. Potter," said Professor McGonagall, "I'm afraid it is not my place to explain, but if after this the headmaster still does not tell you anything, you may come back to me and I will go yell at him for you." The boy's eyes widened, something of the real Harry showing through the crack before the cool mask was set back in place. "In any case," Professor McGonagall said briskly, "I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter, but I need to ask you to use your time turner to go back 6 hours to 3 o'clock, and give the following message to Professor Flitwick, Silver on the Tree. Ask the professor to note down the time at which you gave him that message. Afterward the headmaster wishes to meet with you at your convenience. There was a pause. Then the boy said, I am suspected of misusing my time turner, then. Not by me. Professor McGonagall said hastily. I am sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter. There was another pause, and then the young boy shrugged. It'll play hob with my sleep schedule, but I suppose it can't be helped. Please let the house elves know that if I ask for an early breakfast at, say, 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, I'm to receive it. Of course, Mr. Potter, she said. Thank you for understanding. The boy rose up from his chair and gave her a formal nod, then slipped out the door with his hand already going under his shirt to where his time turner waited, and she almost called out Harry. Only she wouldn't have known what to say after. Instead she waited, her eyes on the clock. How long did she need to wait for Harry Potter to go back in time? She didn't need to wait at all, actually, if he had done it, then it had already happened. Minerva knew, then, that she was delaying because she was nervous, and the realization saddened her. Mischief, yes, unspeakable unthinkable mischief with all the prudence and foresight of a falling rock. She didn't know how the boy had tricked the hat into not sorting him to Gryffindor where he obviously belonged, but nothing dark or harmful, not ever. Beneath that mischief his goodness ran as deep and as true as the Weasley twins, though not even the Cruciatus curse could have gotten her to say that out loud. Expecto Patronum, she said, and then, go to Professor Flitwick, and bear back his reply after you ask him this, did Mr. Potter give you a message from me, what was that message, and when did you receive it? 1 hour earlier, having used the last remaining spin of his time turner after putting on the cloak of invisibility, Harry tucked the hourglass back into his shirt. And he set out toward the Slytherin dungeons, striding as quickly as his invisible legs could manage, though not running. Thankfully the deputy headmistress's office was already on a lower floor of Hogwarts. A few staircases later, taken 2 steps but not 3 steps at once, Harry stopped at a corridor around whose final bend lay the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. Harry took a piece of parchment, not paper, out of his pouch, took a quotes quill, not pen, out of his pouch, and told the quill, write these letters exactly as I say them, ZPGBSY, space, FVYIREBAGURGERR. There were 2 kinds of codes in cryptography, codes that stopped your little brother from reading your message and codes that stopped major governments from reading your message, and this was the first kind of code, but it was better than nothing. In theory, no one should read it anyway, but even if they did, they wouldn't remember anything interesting unless they did cryptography first. Harry then put that parchment in a parchment envelope, and with his wand melted a little green wax to seal it. In principle, of course, Harry could have done all that hours earlier, but somehow waiting until after he heard the message from Professor McGonagall's own lips seemed less like messing with time. Harry then put that envelope inside another envelope, which already contained another sheet of paper with other instructions, and 5 silver sickles. He closed that envelope, which already had a name written on the outside, sealed it with more green wax, and pressed a final sickle into that seal. Then Harry put that envelope into the very last envelope on which was written in large letters the name Mary Tavington. And Harry peeked around the bend to where the scowling portrait that served as the door to the Slytherin dorms waited, and as he did not wish the portrait to recall not seeing anyone invisible, Harry used the hover charm to float the envelope to the scowling man, and tap it against him. The scowling man looked down at the envelope, peering at it through a monocle, and sighed, and turned around to face toward the inside of the Slytherin dorms, and called, "Message for Mary Tavington." The envelope was then allowed to fall to the floor. A few moments later the portrait door opened, and Mary snatched up the envelope from the floor. She would open it up and find a sickle and an envelope addressed to a 4th-year student named Margaret Bulstrode. Slytherins did this sort of thing all the time, and a sickle definitely constituted a rush order. Margaret would open her envelope, and find 5 sickles along with an envelope to be dropped off in an unused classroom. After she used her time turner to go back 5 hours. Whereupon she would find another 5 sickles waiting for her, if she got there quickly. And an invisible Harry Potter would be waiting in that classroom from 3 p.m. to 3:30, just in case someone tried the obvious test. Well, it had been obvious to Professor Quirrell, anyway. It had also been obvious to Professor Quirrell that, A. Margaret Bulstrode had a time turner and, B. She wasn't very strict about how she used it, e.g. telling her younger sister really good pieces of gossip before anyone else had heard. Some of the tension leaked off Harry as he strode away from the portrait door, still invisible. Somehow his mind had still managed to worry about the plan, even knowing that it had already succeeded. Now there remained only the confrontation with Dumbledore, and then he was done for the day. He'd go to the headmaster's gargoyles at 9 p.m., since doing it at 8 p.m. would seem more suspicious. This way he could claim that he'd just misunderstood what Professor McGonagall had meant by afterward. The obscure pain clutched at Harry's heart again as he thought of Professor McGonagall. So Harry retreated a little further into his dark side, which had worn the calm expression and kept the fatigue off his face, and kept walking. There would come a reckoning, but sometimes you had to borrow everything you could today, and let the payments come due tomorrow. Even Harry's dark side was feeling the exhaustion by the time the spiraling staircase had delivered him to the great oaken door that was the final gate to Dumbledore's office, but since Harry was now legally 4 hours past his natural bedtime, it was safe to let some of the fatigue show, the physical if not the emotional. The oaken door swung open. Harry's eyes had already been focused in the direction of the great desk, the throne behind it, so it took a moment to register that the throne was empty, the desk barren but for a single leather-bound volume, and then Harry shifted his gaze to see the wizard standing among his fiddly things, the mysterious unknown devices in their scores. Fawkes and the Sorting Hat occupied their respective perches, a bright cheerful blaze crackled in a nook that Harry had not before realized was a fireplace, and there were the 2 umbrellas and 3 red slippers for left feet. All things in their place and in their customary appearance except the old wizard himself, standing tall and dressed in robes of the most formal black. It came as a shock to the eyes, those robes on that person, it was as if Harry had seen his father wearing a business suit. Very ancient was the appearance of Albus Dumbledore, and sorrowful. "Hello, Harry," said the old wizard. From within an alternate self-maintained like an occlumency construct, an innocent Harry who had absolutely no idea what was happening inclined his head coldly, and said, "Headmaster. I expect you've heard back from Deputy Headmistress McGonagall by now, so if it's fine by you, I would really like to know what is going on." "Yes," said the old wizard, "it is time, Harry Potter." The back straightened, only slightly for the wizard had already been standing straight, but somehow even that small change made the wizard seem a foot taller, and stronger if not younger, formidable though not dangerous, his potency gathered about him like a cowl. In a clear voice, then, he spoke, "This day your war against Voldemort has begun." "What?" said the outer Harry who knew nothing, while something watching from inside thought much the same only with a lot more profanity attached. "Bellatrix Black has been taken from Azkaban, she has escaped from a prison inescapable," the old wizard said. "It is a feat that bears Voldemort's signature if ever I have seen it, and she, his most faithful servant, is one of 3 requisites he must obtain to rise again in a new body. After 10 years the enemy you once defeated has returned, as was foretold." Neither part of Harry could think of anything to say to that, at least not for the few seconds before the old wizard continued. "It need change little for you, for now," said the old wizard. "I have begun reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix that will serve you. I have alerted the few souls who can and should understand, Amelia Bones, Alastor Moody, Bartmeus Crouch, certain others. Of the prophecy, yes, there is a prophecy, I have not told them, but they know that Voldemort is returned, and they know that you are to play some vital role. They and I shall fight your war in its lesser beginnings, while you grow stronger, and perhaps wiser, here at Hogwarts." The old wizard's hand came up, as though beseeching. "So to you, for now, there is but one change, and I implore you to understand its necessity. Do you recognize the book on my desk, Harry?" The inner part of Harry was screaming and banging its head against imaginary walls, while the outer Harry turned and stared at what proved to be. There was a rather long pause. Then Harry said, "It is a copy of The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien." "You recognized a quote from that book," said Dumbledore, an intent look in his eyes, "so I assume you remember it well. If I am mistaken, let me be corrected." Harry just stared at him. "It is important to understand," said Dumbledore, "that this book is not a realistic depiction of a wizarding war. John Tolkien never fought Voldemort. Your war will not be like the books you have read. Real life is not like stories. Do you understand, Harry?" Harry, rather slowly, nodded yes, and then shook his head no. "In particular," said Dumbledore, "there is a certain very foolish thing that Gandalf does in the first book. He makes many mistakes, does Tolkien's wizard, but this one error is the most unforgivable. That mistake is this: when Gandalf first suspected, even for a moment, that Frodo held the One Ring, he should have moved Frodo to Rivendell at once. He might have been embarrassed, that old wizard, if his suspicions had proven false. He might have found it awkward to so command Frodo, and Frodo would have been greatly inconvenienced, needing to set aside many other plans and pastimes. But a little embarrassment and awkwardness and inconvenience is as nothing compared to the loss of your whole war, when the 9 Nazgul swoop down on the Shire while you are reading old scrolls in Minas Tirith, and take the ring at once. And it is not Frodo alone who would have been hurt, all Middle-earth would have fallen into slavery. If it had not been only a story, Harry, they would have lost their war. Do you understand what I am saying?" Said Harry, "Not exactly." There was something about Dumbledore when he was like this, which made it hard to stay properly cold. His dark side had trouble with weird. "Then I will spell it out," said the old wizard. His voice was stern, his eyes were sad. Frodo should have been moved to Rivendell at once by Gandalf himself, and Frodo should never have left Rivendell without guard. There should have been no Night of Terror in Bree, no Barrow Downs, no Weathertop where Frodo was wounded. They could have lost their entire war any of those times, for Gandalf's folly. Do you understand now what I am saying to you, son of Michael and Petunia? And the Harry who knew nothing did understand. And the Harry who knew nothing saw that it was the smart, the wise, the intelligent and sane, the right thing to do. And the Harry who knew nothing said just what an innocent Harry would have said, while the silent watcher screamed in confusion and agony. "You're saying," Harry said, his voice shaking as the emotions inside burned through the outer calm, "that I'm not going home to my parents for Easter." "You will see them again," the old wizard said swiftly. "I will beg them to come here to be with you, I will extend them every courtesy during their visits. But you are not going home for Easter, Harry. You are not going home for the summer. You are no longer taking lunches in Diagon Alley, even with Professor Quirrell to watch you. Your blood is the second requisite Voldemort needs to rise as strong as before. So you are never again leaving the bounds of Hogwarts's wards without a vital reason, and a guard strong enough to fend off any attack for long enough to get you to safety." Water was beginning at the corners of Harry's eyes. "Is that a request?" said his quavering voice. "Or an order?" "I'm sorry, Harry," the old wizard said softly. "Your parents will see the necessity, I hope, but if not, I am afraid they have no recourse. The law, however wrongly, does not recognize them as your guardians. I am sorry, Harry, and I will understand if you despise me for it, but it must be done." Harry whirled, looked at the door, he couldn't look at Dumbledore anymore, couldn't trust his own face. "This is the cost to yourself," said Hufflepuff within his mind, "even as you imposed costs on others. Will that change your whole view of the matter, the way Professor Quirrell thinks it will?" Automatically, the mask of the innocent Harry said exactly what it would have said. "Are my parents in danger? Do they need to be moved here?" "No," said the old wizard's voice. "I do not think so. The Death Eaters learned, toward the end of the war, not to attack the Order's families. And if Voldemort is now acting without his former companions, he still knows that it is I who make the decisions for now, and he knows that I would give him nothing for any threat to your family. I have taught him that I do not give in to blackmail, and so he will not try." Harry turned back then, and saw a coldness on the old wizard's face to match the shift in his voice. Dumbledore's blue eyes grown hard as steel behind the glasses, it didn't match the person but it matched the formal black robes. "Is that everything, then?" said Harry's trembling voice. Later he would think about this, later he would think of some cunning countermeasure, later he would ask Professor Quirrell if there was any way to convince the headmaster he was mistaken. Right now, maintaining the mask was taking all of Harry's attention. "Voldemort used a Muggle artifact to escape Azkaban," the old wizard said. "He is watching you and learning from you, Harry Potter. Soon a man named Arthur Weasley at the Ministry will issue an edict that all use of Muggle artifacts must cease in the Defense Professor's battles. In the future, when you have a good idea, keep it closer about yourself." It didn't seem important by comparison. Harry just nodded, and said again, "Is that everything?" There was a pause. "Please," said the old wizard in a whisper. "I have no right to ask your forgiveness, Harry James Potter Evansvers, but please, at least say that you understand why." There was water in the old wizard's eyes. "I understand," said the voice of the outer Harry who did understand. "I mean, I was sort of thinking about it anyway, wondering whether I could get you and my parents to let me stay over at Hogwarts during the summer like the orphans, so I could read the library here. It's just more interesting at Hogwarts anyway." A choking sound came from Albus Dumbledore's throat. Harry turned again toward the door. It wasn't escape unscathed, but it was escape. He took a step forward. His hand reached to the door handle. A piercing cry split the air. As though in slow motion, as Harry spun, he saw the phoenix already launched through the air and winging toward him. From the true Harry, the one who knew his own guilt, came a flash of panic. He hadn't thought of that, hadn't anticipated it. He'd prepared to face Dumbledore but he'd forgotten about Fawkes. Flap, flap, and flap, 3 times the phoenix's wings flapped like the flaring up and dying down of a fire. Duration seemed to pass too slowly as Fawkes soared over the mysterious devices toward where Harry stood. And the red golden bird was hovering in front of him with gentle wing sweeps, bobbing in the air like a candle flame. "What is it, Fawkes?" said the false Harry in puzzlement, looking the phoenix in the eyes, as he would if he were innocent. The real Harry, feeling the same awful sickness inside as when Professor McGonagall had expressed her trust in him, thought, "Did I turn evil today, Fawkes? I didn't think I was evil. Do you hate me now? If I've become something a phoenix hates, maybe I should just give it up now, give up everything now and confess." Fawkes screamed, the most terrible cry Harry had ever heard, a scream that set all the devices vibrating and made all the sleeping figures start within their portraits. It pierced through all of Harry's defenses like a white-hot sword through butter, collapsed all his layers like a punctured balloon popping, reshuffled his priorities in an instant as he remembered the one most important thing. The tears began pouring freely from Harry's eyes, down his cheeks, his voice choked as the words came out of his throat like coughing up lava. "Fawkes says," Harry's voice said, "he wants me to do something about the prisoners in Azkaban." "Fawkes, no," said the old wizard. Dumbledore strode forward, reaching out to the phoenix with a pleading hand. The old wizard's voice was almost as desperate as the phoenix's scream had been. You cannot ask that of him, Fox, he's only a boy still. You went to Azkaban, Harry whispered, you took Fox with you, you saw, you were there, you saw, why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you let them out? When the instruments stopped vibrating, Harry realized that Fox had screamed at the same time as his own scream, that the phoenix was now flying next to Harry and facing Dumbledore at his side, the red golden head level with his own. Can you, whispered the old wizard, can you truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly? Harry was sobbing almost too hard to speak, for all the metal doors he'd passed, the voices he'd heard, the worst memories, the desperate begging as he walked away, all of it had burst into his mind like fire at the phoenix's scream, all the inner bulwarks smashed. Harry didn't know whether he could truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly, whether he would have understood Fox without already knowing. All Harry knew was that he had a plausible excuse to say the things Professor Quirrell had told him he must never raise in conversation from this day forth, because this was just what an innocent Harry would have said, would have done, if he had heard so clearly. They're hurting, we have to help them. I can't. Cried Albus Dumbledore. Harry, Fox, I can't, there's nothing I can do. Another piercing scream. Why not? Just go in and take them out. The old wizard wrenched his gaze from the phoenix, his eyes meeting Harry's instead. Harry, tell Fox for me. Tell him it's not that simple. Phoenixes aren't mere animals but they are animals, Harry, they can't understand. I don't understand either, Harry said, his voice trembling. I don't understand why you are feeding people to Dementors. Azkaban isn't a prison, it's a torture chamber and you're torturing those people to death. Percival, said the old wizard hoarsely, Percival Dumbledore, my own father, Harry, my own father died in Azkaban. I know it is a horror. But what would you have of me? To break Azkaban by force? Would you have me declare open rebellion against the Ministry? Caw. There was a pause, and Harry's trembling voice said, Fox doesn't know anything about governments, he just wants you, to take the prisoners out, of their cells, and he'll help you fight, if anyone stands in your way, and so will I, Headmaster. I'll go with you and destroy any Dementor that comes near. We'll worry about the political fallout afterward, I bet that you and I together could get away with it. Harry, whispered the old wizard, phoenixes do not understand how winning a battle can lose a war. Tears were streaming down the old wizard's cheeks, dripping into his silver beard. The battle is all they know. They are good, but not wise. That is why they choose wizards to be their masters. Can you bring out the Dementors to where I can get at them? Harry's voice was begging, now. Bring them out in groups of 15, I think I could destroy that many at a time without hurting myself. The old wizard shook his head. It was hard enough to pass off the loss of one, they might give me one more, but never two, they are considered national possessions, Harry, weapons in case of war. Fury blazed in Harry then, blazed up like fire, it might have come from where a phoenix now rested on his own shoulder, and it might have come from his own dark side, and the two angers mixed within him, the cold and the hot, and it was a strange voice that said from his throat, tell me something. What does a government have to do, what do the voters have to do with their democracy, what do the people of a country have to do, before I ought to decide that I'm not on their side anymore? The old wizard's eyes widened where he stared at the boy with a phoenix upon his shoulder. Harry, are those your words, or the defense professor's? Because there has to be some point, doesn't there? And if it's not Azkaban, where is it, then? Harry, listen, please, hear me. Wizards could not live together if they each declared rebellion against the whole, every time they differed. Always there will be something. Azkaban is not just something. It's evil. Yes, even evil. Even some evils, Harry, for wizards are not perfectly good. And yet it is better that we live in peace, than in chaos, and for you and I to break Azkaban by force would be the beginning of chaos, can you not see it? The old wizard's voice was pleading. And it is possible to oppose the will of your fellows openly or in secret, without hating them, without declaring them evil and enemy. I do not think the people of this country deserve that of you, Harry. And even if some of them did, what of the children, what of the students in Hogwarts, what of the many good people mixed in with the bad? Harry looked on his shoulder at where Fox had perched, saw the phoenix's eyes gazing back at him, they did not glow and yet they blazed, red flames in a sea of golden fire. What do you think, Fox? Caw. Said the phoenix. Fox didn't understand the conversation. The young boy looked at the old wizard, and said in a thick voice, or maybe the phoenixes are wiser than us, smarter than us, maybe they follow us around hoping that someday we'll listen to them, someday we'll get it, someday we'll just take the prisoners out of their cells. Harry spun and pulled open the oaken door and stepped onto the staircase and slammed the door behind him. The stairwell began rotating, Harry began descending, and he put his face in his hands, and began to weep. It wasn't until he was halfway to the bottom that he noticed the difference, noticed the warmth still spreading through him, and realized that. Fox! Harry whispered. The phoenix was still on his shoulder, perched there as he had seen him a few times upon Dumbledore's. Harry looked again into the eyes, red flames in golden fire. You're not my phoenix now, are you? Caw. Oh, Harry said, his voice trembling a little, I'm glad to hear that, Fox, because I don't think, the headmaster, I don't think he deserves. Harry stopped, took a breath. I don't think he deserves that, Fox, he was trying to do the right thing. Caw. But you're angry at him and trying to make a point. I understand. The phoenix nestled his head against Harry's shoulder, and the stone gargoyle walked smoothly aside to let Harry pass back into the corridors of Hogwarts. Chapter 63, TSP, Aftermaths. Aftermath, Hermione Granger. She was just starting to close up her books and put away her homework in preparation for sleep, Padma and Mandy stacking up their own books across the table from her, when Harry Potter walked into the Ravenclaw common room, and it was only then that she realized, she hadn't seen him at all since breakfast. That realization was rapidly stomped on by a much more startling one. There was a golden red-winged creature on Harry's shoulder, a bright bird of fire. And Harry looked sad and worn and really tired, like the phoenix was the only thing keeping him on his feet, but there was still a warmth about him. If you crossed your eyes you might have thought you were looking at the headmaster somehow. That was the impression that went through Hermione's mind, even though it didn't make any sense. Harry Potter trudged across the Ravenclaw common room, past sofas full of staring girls, past card game circles of staring boys, heading for her. In theory she wasn't talking to Harry Potter yet, his week wasn't up until tomorrow, but whatever was going on was clearly a whole lot more important than that. Fox, Harry said, just as she was opening her mouth, that girl over there is Hermione Granger. She's not talking to me right now because I'm an idiot, but if you want to be on a good person's shoulder she's better than me. So much exhaustion and hurt in Harry Potter's voice. But before she could figure out what to do about it, the phoenix had glided off Harry's shoulder like a fire creeping up a matchstick on fast forward, flashing toward her. There was a phoenix flying in front of her and staring at her with eyes of light and flame. Caw. Asked the phoenix. Hermione stared at it, feeling like she was facing a question on a test she'd forgotten to study for, the one most important question, and she'd gone her whole life without studying for it. She couldn't find anything to say. She said. I'm only 12, I haven't done anything yet. The phoenix just glided gently around, rotating around one wingtip like the being of light and air that it was, and soared back to Harry Potter's shoulder, where it settled down quite firmly. You silly boy, said Padma across from her, looking like she was deciding whether to laugh or grimace. Phoenixes aren't for smart girls who do their homework, they're for idiots who charge straight at 5 older Slytherin bullies. There's a reason why the Gryffindor colors are red and gold, you know. There was a lot of friendly laughter in the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione wasn't one of the laughing ones. Neither was Harry. Harry had put a hand over his face. Tell Hermione I'm sorry, he said to Padma, his voice almost fallen to a whisper. Tell her I forgot that phoenixes are animals, they don't understand time and planning, they don't understand people who are going to do good things later. I'm not sure they understand really the notion of there being something that a person is, all they see is what people do. Fox doesn't know what 12 means. Tell Hermione I'm sorry, I shouldn't have, it just all goes wrong, doesn't it? Harry turned to go, the phoenix still on his shoulder, began slowly trudging toward the staircase that led up to his dorm. And Hermione couldn't leave it at that, she just couldn't leave it at that. She didn't know if it was her competition with Harry or something else. She just couldn't leave it with the phoenix turning away from her. She had to. Her mind keyed a frantic question to the entirety of her excellent memory, found just one thing. I was going to run in front of the Dementor to try and save Harry. She shouted a little desperately at the red golden bird. I mean, I actually did start running and everything. That was stupid and courageous, right? With a warbling cry the phoenix launched itself from Harry's shoulder again, back toward her like a spreading blaze. It circled her 3 times like she was the center of an inferno, and for just a moment its wing brushed against her cheek, before the phoenix soared back to Harry. There was a hush in the Ravenclaw common room. Told you so, Harry said aloud, and then he started climbing the stairs up to his bedroom. He seemed to climb very quickly, like he was very light on his feet for some reason, so that in just a moment he and Fox were gone. Hermione held up a trembling hand to her cheek where Fox had brushed her with his wing, a spot of warmth lingering there like that one small patch of skin had been very gently set on fire. She'd answered the question of the phoenix, she supposed, but it felt to her like she'd just barely squeaked by on the test, like she'd gotten a 62 and she could have gotten 104 if she'd tried harder. If she'd tried at all. She hadn't really been trying, when she thought about it. Just doing her homework. Who have you saved? Aftermath, Fox. Nightmares, the boy had expected, screams and begging and howling hurricanes of emptiness, the discharge of the horrors being laid down into memory, and in that fashion, perhaps, becoming part of the past. And the boy knew that the nightmares would come. The next night, they would come. The boy dreamed, and in his dreams the world was on fire, Hogwarts was on fire, his home was on fire, the streets of Oxford were on fire, all ablaze with golden flames that shone but did not consume, and all the people walking through the blazing streets were shining with white light brighter than the fire, like they were flames themselves, or stars. The other first-year boys came to bed, and saw it for themselves, the wonder whose rumor they had already heard, that in his bed Harry Potter lay silent and motionless, a gentle smile on his face, while perched on his pillow a red golden bird watched over him, with bright wings swept above him like a blanket pulled over his head. The reckoning had been put off one more night. Aftermath, Draco Malfoy. Draco straightened his robes, making sure the green trim was straight. He waved his wand over his own head and said a charm that father had taught him while other children were still playing in mud, a charm which ensured that not a single speck of lint or dust would dirty his wizard's robes. Draco picked up the mysterious envelope that father had told him, and tucked it into his robes. He had already used Incendio and Everto on the mysterious note. And then he headed off to breakfast, to seat himself on exactly the same tick of the clock where the food appeared, if he could manage it, so that it would seem like all others had been waiting on his appearance to eat. Because when you were the scion of Malfoy you were first in everything, including breakfast, that was why. Vincent and Gregory were waiting for him outside the door of his private room, up even before he was, though not, of course, dressed quite as sharply. The Slytherin common room was deserted, anyone who got up this early was heading straight to breakfast anyway. The dungeon halls were silent but for their own footsteps, empty and echoing. The Great Hall was a hubbub of alarm despite the relative few arrivals, some younger children crying, students running back and forth between tables or standing in knots shouting at each other, a red-robed prefect was standing in front of two green-trimmed students and yelling at them, and Snape was striding toward the mess. The noise dimmed a little as people caught sight of Draco, as some of the faces turned to stare at him, and fell quiet. The food appeared on the tables. No one looked at it. And Snape spun on his heel, abandoning his target, and headed straight toward Draco. A knot of fear clutched at Draco's heart. Had something happened to father? No, surely father would have told him. Whatever was happening, why hadn't father told him? There were bags of fatigue beneath Snape's eyes. Draco saw as their head of house came close. The potions master had never been a sharp dresser, that was an understatement, but his robes were even dirtier and more disarrayed this morning, spotted with extra grease. You haven't heard? Hissed their head of house as he came close. For pity's sake, Malfoy, don't you have a newspaper delivered? What is it, Prof? Bellatrix Black was taken from Azkaban. What? Said Draco in shock, as Gregory behind him said something he really shouldn't have, and Vincent just gasped. Snape was gazing at him with narrowed eyes, then nodded abruptly. Lucius told you nothing, then? I see. Snape gave a snort, turned away. Professor? Said Draco. The implications were just starting to dawn on him, his mind spinning frantically. Professor, what should I do? Father didn't instruct me. Then I suggest, Snape said sneeringly, as he strode away, that you tell them that, Malfoy, as your father intended. Draco glanced back at Vincent and Gregory, though he didn't know why he was bothering. Of course they looked even more confused than he did. And Draco walked forward to the Slytherin table, and sat down at the far end, which was still empty of sitters. Draco put a sausage omelette on his plate, began eating it with automatic motions. Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban. Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban? Draco didn't know what to make of that. It was as totally unexpected as the sun going out. Well, the sun would expectedly go out in 6 billion years, but this was as unexpected as the sun going out tomorrow. Father wouldn't have done it, Dumbledore wouldn't have done it, no one should have been able to do it. What did it mean? What use would Bellatrix be to anyone after 10 years in Azkaban? Even if she got strong again, what use was a powerful sorceress who was completely evil and insane and fanatically devoted to a Dark Lord who wasn't around anymore? Hey, said Vincent from where he was sitting next to Draco, I don't understand, boss, why'd we do that? We didn't do it, you dolt. Snapped Draco. Oh, for Merlin's sake, if even you think we, didn't your father ever tell you any stories about Bellatrix Black? She tortured father once, she tortured your father, she's tortured everyone, the Dark Lord once told her to crucio herself and she did it. She didn't do crazy things to inspire fear and obedience in the populace, she did crazy things because she's crazy. She's a bitch is what she is. Oh, really? Said an incensed voice from behind Draco. Draco didn't look up. Gregory and Vincent would be watching his back. I would have thought you'd be happy to hear that a Death Eater had been freed, Malfoy. Amicus Carrow had always been one of the other problem people. Father had once told Draco to make sure he was never alone in the same room with Amicus. Draco turned around and gave Flora and Hestia Carrow his number 3 sneer, the one that said that he was in a noble and most ancient house and they weren't, and yes, that mattered. Draco said in their general direction, certainly not deigning to address them in particular, there's Death Eaters and then there's Death Eaters, and then turned back to his food. There were 2 furious huffs in unison, and then 2 pairs of shoes stormed off toward the other end of the Slytherin table. It was a few minutes later that Millicent Bulstrode ran up to them, visibly out of breath, and said, "Mr. Malfoy, did you hear about Bellatrix Black?" said Draco. "Yet. No, about Potter." "What?" "Potter was going around with a phoenix on his shoulder last night, looking like he'd been dragged through 10 leagues of mud. They say that the phoenix took him to Azkaban to try to stop Bellatrix and he fought a duel with her and they blew up half the fortress." "What?" said Draco. "Oh, there is just no way that." Draco stopped. He'd said that a number of times about Harry Potter and had started to notice a trend. Millicent ran off to tell someone else. "You don't really think?" said Gregory. "I honestly don't know anymore," said Draco. A few minutes later, after Theodore Nott had sat down across from him and William Rosier had gone to sit with the Carrow twins, Vincent nudged him and said, "There." Harry Potter had entered the Great Hall. Draco watched him closely. There was no alarm on Harry's face as he saw, no surprise or shock, he just looked. It was the same distant, self-absorbed look Harry wore when he was trying to figure out the answer to a question Draco couldn't understand yet. Draco hastily shoved himself up from the bench of the Slytherin table, saying "Stay behind," and walked with all decorous speed toward Harry. Harry seemed to notice his approach just as the other boy was turning toward the Ravenclaw table, and Draco gave Harry one quick look. And then walked right past him, straight out of the Great Hall. It was a minute later that Harry peered around the corner of the small stony nook where Draco had waited. It might not fool everyone but it would create plausible deniability. "Quietus," said Harry. "Draco, what?" Draco took the envelope out of his robes. "I have a message for you from Father." "Hey," said Harry, and took the envelope from Draco, and tore it open in a rather unneat manner, and drew forth a sheet of parchment and unfolded it and. Harry gave a sharp intake of breath. Then Harry looked at Draco. Then Harry looked back down at the parchment. There was a pause. Harry said, "Did Lucius tell you to report on my reaction to this?" Draco paused for a moment, weighing, and then opened his mouth. "I see he did," said Harry, and Draco cursed himself. He should have known better, only it had been hard to decide. "What are you going to tell him?" "That you were surprised," said Draco. "Surprised?" Harry said flatly. "Yet. Good. Tell him that." "What is it?" said Draco. And then, as he saw Harry looking conflicted, "If you're dealing with Father behind my back." And Harry, without a word, gave Draco the paper. It said, "I know it was you." "What the?" "I was going to ask you that," said Harry. "Have you got any idea what's up with your dad?" Draco stared at Harry. Then Draco said, "Did you do it?" "What?" said Harry. "What possible reason would I, how would I?" "Did you do it, Harry?" "No." Harry said. "Of course not." Draco had listened carefully, but he hadn't detected any hesitation or tremor. So Draco nodded, and said, "I've got no idea what Father's thinking but it can't possibly be good. And, people are also saying." "What?" said Harry warily, "are they saying, Draco? Did a phoenix really take you to Azkaban to try to stop Bellatrix Black from escaping?" Aftermath, Neville Longbottom. Harry had only just sat down at the Ravenclaw table for the first time, hoping to grab a quick bite of food. He knew he needed to go off and think about things, but there was a tiny remaining bit of Phoenix's peace, even after the encounter with Draco, that he still wanted to cling to, some beautiful dream of which he remembered nothing but the beauty, and the part of him that wasn't feeling peaceful was waiting for all the anvils to finish dropping on him, so that when he went off to think and be by himself for a while, he could batch process all the disasters at once. Harry's hand grasped a fork, lifted a bite of mashed potatoes toward his mouth. And there was a shriek. Every now and then someone would shout when they heard the news, but Harry's ears recognized this one. Harry was up from the bench in an instant, heading toward the Hufflepuff table, a horrible sick feeling dawning in the pit of his stomach. It was one of those things he hadn't considered when he'd decided to commit the crime, because Professor Quirrell had planned for no one to know, and now, afterward, Harry just hadn't thought of it. "This," Hufflepuff said with bitter intensity, "is also your fault." But by the time Harry got there, Neville was sitting down and eating fried sausage patties with snippy fig sauce. The Hufflepuff boy's hands were trembling, but he cut the food, and ate it, without dropping it. "Hello, General," Neville said, his voice wavering only slightly. "Did you fight a duel with Bellatrix Black last night?" "No," Harry said. His own voice was also wavery, for some reason. "Didn't think so," said Neville. There was a scraping sound as his knife cut the sausage again. "I'm going to hunt her down and kill her, can I count on you to help?" There were startled gasps from the mass of Hufflepuffs who had gathered around Neville. "If she comes after you," Harry said hoarsely, "if it was all a terrible mistake, if it was all a lie, I'll defend you even with my life, won't let you get hurt for what I did, no matter what, but I won't help you go after her, Neville, friends don't help friends commit suicide. Neville's fork paused on the way to his mouth. Then Neville put the bite of food in his mouth, chewed again. And Neville swallowed it. And Neville said, I didn't mean right now, I mean after I graduate Hogwarts. Neville, Harry said, keeping his voice under very careful control, I think, even after you graduate, that might still be a just plain stupid idea. There's got to be much more experienced Aurors tracking her. Oh, wait, that's not good. Listen to him, said Ernie Macmillan, and then an older-looking Hufflepuff girl standing close to Neville said, Nevy, please, think about it, he's right. Neville stood up. Neville said, please don't follow me. Neville walked away from all of them, Harry and Ernie reaching out involuntarily toward him, and some of the other Hufflepuffs as well. And Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table, and distantly, though they had to strain to hear, they heard Neville say, I'm going to hunt her down and kill her after I graduate, anyone want to help? And at least 5 voices said yes, and then Ron Weasley said loudly, get in line, you lot, I got an owl from Mum this morning, she says to tell everyone she's called dibs, and someone said Molly Weasley against Bellatrix Black? Who does she even think she's kidding? And Ron reached over to a plate and hefted a muffin. Someone tapped Harry on the shoulder, and he turned around and saw an unfamiliar green-trimmed older girl, who handed him a parchment envelope and then quickly strode away. Harry stared at the envelope for a moment, then started walking toward the nearest wall. That wasn't very private, but it should be private enough, and Harry didn't want to give the impression of having much to hide. That had been a Slytherin system delivery, what you used if you wanted to communicate with someone without anyone else knowing that the two of you had talked. The sender gave an envelope to someone who had a reputation for being a reliable messenger, along with 10 nuts. That first person would take 5 nuts and pass the envelope to another messenger along with the other 5 nuts, and the second messenger would open up that envelope and find another envelope with a name written on it and deliver that envelope to that person. That way neither of the two people passing the message knew both the sender and the recipient, so no one else knew that those two parties had been in contact. When Harry reached the wall, he put the envelope inside his robes, opened it beneath the folds of cloth, and carefully snuck a peek at the parchment he drew forth. It said, Classroom to the left of Transfiguration, 8 in the morning. LL. Harry stared at it, trying to remember if he knew anyone with the initials LL. His mind searched. Retrieved. The Quibbler girl. Harry whispered incredulously, and then shut his mouth. She was only 10 years old, she shouldn't be in Hogwarts at all. Aftermath, Lysith Lestrange. Harry was standing in the unused classroom next to Transfiguration at 8 a.m., waiting. He'd at least managed to get some food into himself before facing the next disaster, Luna Lovegood. The door to the classroom opened, and Harry saw, and gave himself a really hard mental kick. One more thing he hadn't thought of, one more thing he really should have. The older boy's green-trimmed formal robes were askew, there were red spots on them looking very much like small dots of fresh blood, and one corner of his mouth had the look of a place that had been cut and healed, by episki or some other minor medical charm that didn't quite erase all the damage. Lysith Lestrange's face was streaked with tears, fresh tears and half-dried tears, and there was water in his eyes, a promise of still more on the way. Quietus, said the older boy, and then hominum revelio and some other things, while Harry thought frantically and without much luck. And then Lysith lowered his wand and sheathed it in his robes, and slowly this time, formally, the older boy dropped to his knees on the dusty classroom floor. Bowed his head all the way down, until his forehead also touched the dust, and Harry would have spoken but he was voiceless. Lysith Lestrange said, in a breaking voice, My life is yours, my lord, and my death as well. Harry said, there was a huge lump in his throat and he was having trouble speaking, I didn't have anything to do with it, he should have been saying, should be saying right now, but then again the innocent Harry would have had trouble speaking too. Thank you, whispered Lysith, thank you, my lord, oh, thank you. The sound of a choked-off sob came from the kneeling boy, all Harry could see of him was the hair on the back of his head, nothing of his face. I'm a fool, my lord, an ungrateful bastard, unworthy to serve you, I cannot abase myself enough, for I shouted at you after you helped me, because I thought you were refusing me, and I didn't even realize until this morning that I'd been such a fool as to ask you in front of Longbottom. I didn't have anything to do with it, Harry said. It was still very hard to tell an outright lie like that. Slowly Lysith raised his head from the floor, looked up at Harry. I understand, my lord, said the older boy, his voice wavering a little, you do not trust my cunning, and indeed I have shown myself a fool. I only wanted to say to you, that I am not ungrateful, that I know it must have been hard enough to save only one person, that they're alerted now, that you can't get father, but I am not ungrateful, I will never be ungrateful to you again. If ever you have a use for this unworthy servant, call me wherever I am, and I will answer, my lord. I was not involved in any way. But it got easier each time. Lysith gazed up at Harry, said uncertainly, "Am I dismissed from your presence, my lord?" "I am not your lord." Lysith said, "Yes, my lord, I understand," and pushed himself back up from the floor, stood straight and bowed deeply, then backed away from Harry until he turned to open the classroom door. As Lysith's hand touched the doorknob, he paused. Harry couldn't see Lysith's face, as the older boy's voice said, "Did you send her to someone who would take care of her? Did she ask about me at all?" And Harry said, his voice perfectly level, "Please stop that. I was not involved in any way." "Yes, my lord, I'm sorry, my lord," said Lysith's voice, and the Slytherin boy opened the door and went out and shut the door behind him. His feet sped up as he ran away, but not fast enough that Harry couldn't hear him start sobbing. "Would I cry?" wondered Harry. "If I knew nothing, if I was innocent, would I cry right now?" Harry didn't know, so he just kept looking at the door. And some unbelievably tactless part of him thought, "Yay, we completed a quest and got a minion. Shut up. If you ever want to vote on anything ever again, shut up." Aftermath, Amelia Bones. "Then his life isn't in danger, I take it," said Amelia. The healer, a stern-eyed old man who wore his robes white, he was a Muggle born and honoring some strange tradition of Muggles, of which Amelia had never asked, although privately she thought it made him look too much like a ghost, shook his head and said, "Definitely not." Amelia looked at the human form resting unconscious on the healer's bed, the burned and blasted flesh, the thin sheet that covered him for modesty's sake having been peeled back at her command. He might make a full recovery. He might not. The healer had said it was too early to say. Then Amelia looked at the other witch in the room, the detective. "And you say," Amelia said, "that the burning matter was transfigured from water, presumably in the form of ice." The detective nodded her head, and said, sounding puzzled, "It could have been much worse, if not for—" "How very nice of them," she spat, and then pressed a weary hand to her forehead. No. No, it had been intended as a kindness. By the final stage of the escape there would be no point in trying to fool anyone. Whoever had done this, then, had been trying to mitigate the damage, and they'd been thinking in terms of Aurors breathing the smoke, not of anyone being attacked with the fire. If it had been them still in control, no doubt, they would have steered the rocker more mercifully. But Bellatrix Black had ridden the rocker out of Azkaban alone, all the watching Aurors had agreed on that, they'd had their anti-disillusionment charms active and there had been only one woman on that rocker, though the rocker had sported 2 sets of stirrups. Some good and innocent person, capable of casting the patroness charm, had been tricked into rescuing Bellatrix Black. Some innocent had fought Barry one-hand, carefully subduing an experienced Auror without significantly injuring him. Some innocent had transfigured the fuel for the Muggle artifact on which the two of them had been to ride out of Azkaban, making it from frozen water for the benefit of her Aurors. And then their usefulness to Bellatrix Black had ended. You would have expected anyone capable of subduing Barry one-hand to have foreseen that part. But then you wouldn't have expected anyone who could cast the patroness charm to try rescuing Bellatrix Black in the first place. Amelia passed her hand down over her eyes, closing them for a moment in silent mourning. "I wonder who it was, and how you know who manipulated them, what story they could possibly have been told." She didn't even realize until a moment later that the thought meant she was starting to believe. Perhaps because, no matter how difficult it was to believe Dumbledore, it was becoming more difficult not to recognize the hand of that cold, dark intelligence. Aftermath, Albus Dumbledore. It might have been only 57 seconds before breakfast ended and he might have needed 4 twists of his time turner, but in the end, Albus Dumbledore did make it. "Headmaster!" squeaked the polite voice of Professor Phileas Flitwick, as the old wizard passed him by on his way to his seat. "Mr. Potter left a message for you." The old wizard stopped. He looked inquiringly at the charms professor. "Mr. Potter said that after he woke up, he realized how unfair had been the things he said to you after Fox screamed. Mr. Potter said that he wasn't saying anything about anything else, just apologizing for that one part." The old wizard kept looking at his charms professor, and still did not speak. "Headmaster!" squeaked Phileas. "Tell him I said thank you," said Albus Dumbledore, "but that it is wiser to listen to phoenixes than to wise old wizards," and sat down at his place 3 seconds before all the food vanished. Aftermath, Professor Quirrell. "No, Madame Pomfrey snapped at the child, you may not see him. You may not pester him. You may not ask him one little question. He is to rest in bed and do nothing for at least 3 days." Aftermath, Minerva McGonagall. She was heading toward the infirmary, and Harry Potter was leaving it, when they passed each other. The look he gave her wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It didn't say much at all. It was like he was looking at her just long enough to make it clear that he wasn't deliberately avoiding looking at her. And then he looked away before she could figure out what look to give him in return, as though he wanted to spare her that, as well. He didn't say anything as he walked past her. Neither did she. What could there possibly be to say? Aftermath, Fred and George Weasley. They actually yelped out loud, when they turned the corner and saw Dumbledore. It wasn't that the headmaster had popped up out of nowhere and was staring at them with a stern expression. Dumbledore was always doing that. But the wizard was dressed in formal black robes and looking very ancient and very powerful, and he was giving the two of them a sharp look. "Fred and George Weasley," spake Dumbledore in a voice of power. "Yes, headmaster," they said, snapping upright and giving him a crisp military salute they'd seen in some old pictures. "Hear me well. You are the friends of Harry Potter, is this so?" "Yes, headmaster. Harry Potter is in danger. He must not go beyond the wards of Hogwarts. Listen to me, sons of Weasley, I beg you listen. You know that I am as Gryffindor as yourselves, that I too know there are higher rules than rules. But this, Fred and George, this one thing is of the most terrible importance, there must be no exception this time, small or great. If you help Harry to leave Hogwarts he may die. Does he send you on a mission, you may go. Does he ask you to bring him items, you may help, but if he asks you to smuggle his own person out of Hogwarts, you must refuse. Do you understand?" "Yes, headmaster." They said it without even thinking, really, and then exchanged uncertain looks with each other. The bright blue eyes of the headmaster were intent upon them. "No. Not without thinking. If Harry asks you to bring him out, you must refuse. If he asks you to tell him the way, you must refuse. I will not ask you to report him to me, for that I know you would never do. But beg him on my behalf to go to me, if it is of such importance, and I will guard him as he walks. Fred, George, I am sorry to strain your friendship so, but it is his life." The two of them looked at each other for a long while, not communicating, only thinking the same things at the same time. They looked back at Dumbledore. They said, with a chill running through them as they spoke the name, Bellatrix Black. "You may safely assume," said the headmaster, "that it is at least that bad." "Okay. Got it." Aftermath, Alastor Moody and Severus Snape. When Alastor Moody had lost his eye, he had commandeered the services of a most erudite Ravenclaw, Samuel H. Lyle, whom Moody mistrusted slightly less than average because Moody had refrained from reporting him as an unregistered werewolf, and he had paid Lyle to compile a list of every known magical eye, and every known hint to their location. When Moody had gotten the list back, he hadn't bothered reading most of it, because at the top of the list was the Eye of Vance, dating back to an era before Hogwarts, and currently in the possession of a powerful dark wizard ruling over some tiny forgotten hellhole that wasn't in Britain or anywhere else he'd have to worry about silly rules. That was how Alastor Moody had lost his left foot and acquired the Eye of Vance, and how the oppressed souls of Uralot had been liberated for a period of around 2 weeks before another dark wizard moved in on the power vacuum. He'd considered going after the left foot of Vance next, but had decided against it after he realized that would be just what they were expecting. Now Mad-Eye Moody was turning slowly, always turning, surveying the graveyard of Little Hangleton. It should have been a lot gloomier, that place, but in the broad daylight it seemed like nothing but a grassy place marked by ordinary tombstones, demarcated by the chain twists of fragile, easily climbable metal that Muggles used instead of wards. Moody could not comprehend what the Muggles were thinking on that score, if they were pretending to have wards, or what, and he had decided not to ask whether Muggle criminals respected the pretense. Moody didn't actually need to turn to survey the graveyard. The Eye of Vance saw the full globe of the world in every direction around him, no matter where it was pointing. But there was no particular reason to let a former Death Eater like Severus Snape know that. Sometimes people called Moody paranoid. Moody always told them to survive 100 years of hunting dark wizards and then get back to him about that. Mad-Eye Moody had once worked out how long it had taken him, in retrospect, to achieve what he now considered a decent level of caution, weighed up how much experience it had taken him to get good instead of lucky, and had begun to suspect that most people died before they got there. Moody had once expressed this thought to Lyle, who had done some ciphering and figuring, and told him that a typical dark wizard hunter would die, on average, 8.5 times along the way to becoming paranoid. This explained a great deal, assuming Lyle wasn't lying. Yesterday, Albus Dumbledore had told Mad-Eye Moody that the Dark Lord had used unspeakable dark arts to survive the death of his body, and was now awake and abroad, seeking to regain his power and begin the Wizarding War anew. Someone else might have reacted with incredulity. "I can't believe you lot never told me about this resurrection thing," Mad-Eye Moody said with considerable acerbity. "Do you realize how long it'll take me to do the grave of every ancestor of every dark wizard I've ever killed who could have been smart enough to make a Horcrux? You're not just now doing this one, are you?" "I redose this one every year," Severus Snape said calmly, uncapping the third flask of what the man had claimed would be 17 bottles, and beginning to wave his wand over it. "The other ancestral graves we've been able to locate were poisoned with only the long-lasting substances, since some of us have less free time than yourself." Moody watched the fluid spiraling out of the vial and vanishing, to appear within the bones where marrow had once been. "But you think it's worth the effort of the trap, instead of just vanishing the bones? He does have other avenues to life, should he perceive this one blocked," Snape said dryly, uncapping a fourth bottle. "And before you ask, It must be the original grave, the place of first burial, the bone removed during the ritual and not before. Thus he cannot have retrieved it earlier, and also there is no point in substituting the skeleton of a weaker ancestor. He would notice it had lost all potency. Who else knows about this trap? Moody demanded. You. Me. The headmaster. No one else. Moody snorted. Pfey. Did Albus tell Amelia, Bartmeus, and that McGonagall woman about the resurrection ritual? Yes. If Voldy finds out that Albus knows about the resurrection ritual and that Albus told them, Voldy'll figure that Albus told me, and Voldy knows I'd think of this. Moody shook his head in disgust. What are these other ways Voldy could come back to life? Snape's hand paused on the 5th bottle. It was all disillusioned, of course, the whole operation was disillusioned, but that meant less than nothing to Moody. It just marked you in his eyesight as trying to hide, and the former Death Eater said, you don't need to know. You're learning, son, said Moody with mild approval. What's in the bottles? Snape opened the 5th bottle, gestured with his wand to begin the substance flowing toward the grave, and said, this one? A Muggle narcotic called LSD. A conversation yesterday put me in mind of Muggle things, and LSD seemed the most interesting option, so I hurried to obtain some. If it is incorporated into the resurrection potion, I suspect its effects will be permanent. What does it do? Said Moody. It is said that the effects are impossible to describe to anyone who has not used it, drawled Snape, and I have not used it. Moody nodded approval as Snape opened the 6th flask. What about that one? Love potion. Love potion. Said Moody. Not of the standard sort. It is meant to trigger a two-way bond with an unbearably sweet Veela woman named Verdandi who the headmaster hopes might be able to redeem even him, if they truly loved each other. Gah! Said Moody. That bloody sentimental fool. Agreed, Severus Snape said calmly, his attention focused on his work. Tell me you've at least got some Malaclaw venom in there. 2nd flask. Iocane powder. Either the 14th or 15th bottle. Ball's stupefaction, Moody said, naming an extremely addictive narcotic with interesting side effects on people with Slytherin tendencies. Moody had once seen an addicted dark wizard go to ridiculous lengths to get a victim to lay hands on a certain exact portkayat, instead of just having someone toss the target a trapped nut on their next visit to town, and after going to all that work, the addict had gone to the further effort to lay a second portchus, on the same portkayat, which had, on a second touch, transported the victim back to safety. To this day, even taking the drug into account, Moody could not imagine what could have possibly been going through the man's mind at the time he had cast the second portchus. 10th vial, said Snape. Basilisk venom, offered Moody. What? Spat Snape. Snake venom is a positive component of the resurrection potion. Not to mention that it would dissolve the bone and all the other substances. And where would we even get? Calm down, son, I was just checking to see if you could be trusted. Mad-Eye Moody continued his, secretly unnecessary, slow turning, surveying the graveyard, and the potion's master continued pouring. Hold on, Moody said suddenly. How do you know this is really where? Because it says Tom Riddle on the easily moved headstone, Snape said dryly. And I have just won 10 sickles from the headmaster, who bet you would think of that before the 5th bottle. So much for constant vigilance. There was a pause. How long did it take Albus to really? 3 years after we learned of the ritual, said Snape, in a tone not quite like his usual sardonic drawl. In retrospect, we should have consulted you earlier. Snape uncapped the 9th bottle. We poisoned all the other graves as well, with long-lasting substances, remarked the former Death Eater. It is possible that we are in the correct graveyard. He may not have planned this far ahead back when he was slaughtering his family, and he cannot move the grave itself. The true location doesn't look like a graveyard anymore, Moody said flatly. He moved all the other graves here and memory charmed the Muggles. Not even Bellatrix Black would be told anything about that until just before the ritual started. No one knows the true location now except him. They continued their futile work. Aftermath, Blaise Zabinai. The Slytherin common room could be accurately and precisely described as a remilitarized zone. The moment you stepped through the portrait hole you would see that the left half of the room was definitely not talking to the right half and vice versa. It was very clear, it did not need to be explained to anyone, that you did not have the option of not taking sides. At a table in the exact middle of the room, Blaise Zabinai sat by himself, smirking as he did his homework. He had a reputation now, and meant to keep it. Aftermath, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. You doing anything interesting today? Said Tracy. Nope, said Daphne. Aftermath, Harry Potter. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around, just corridors and windows and staircases and the occasional portrait, and now and then some interesting sight, such as a bronze statue of a furry creature like a small child, holding a peculiar flat spear. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around, which suited Harry. There were much worse places to be trapped, Harry supposed. In fact, you probably couldn't think of anywhere better to be trapped than an ancient castle with a fractal ever-changing structure that meant you couldn't ever run out of places to explore, full of interesting people and interesting books and incredibly important knowledge unknown to Muggle science. If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to spend more time in Hogwarts. He would have plotted and connived to get it. Hogwarts was literally optimal, not in all the realms of possibility maybe, but certainly on the real planet Earth, it was the maximum fun location. How could the castle and its grounds seem so much smaller, so much more confining? How could the rest of the world become so much more interesting and important, the instant Harry had been told that he wasn't allowed to leave? He'd spent months here and hadn't felt claustrophobic then. You know the research on this, observed some part of himself, it's just standard scarcity effects, like that time where as soon as a county outlawed phosphate detergents, people who'd never cared before drove to the next county in order to buy huge loads of phosphate detergent, and surveys showed that they rated phosphate detergents as gentler and more effective and even easier pouring, and if you give 2-year-olds a choice between a toy in the open and one protected by a barrier they can go around, they'll ignore the toy in the open and go for the one behind the barrier. Salespeople know that they can sell things just by telling the customer it might not be available. It was all in Cialdini's book Influence. Everything you're feeling right now, the grass is always greener on the side that's not allowed. If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to stay at Hogwarts over the summer. But not the rest of his life. That was sort of the problem, really. Who knew whether there was still a Dark Lord Voldemort for him to defeat? Who knew whether he who must not be named still existed outside of the imagination of a possibly not just pretending to be crazy old wizard? Lord Voldemort's body had been found burned to a crisp. There couldn't really be such things as souls. How could Lord Voldemort still be alive? How did Dumbledore know that he was alive? And if there wasn't a Dark Lord, Harry couldn't defeat him, and he would be trapped in Hogwarts forever. Maybe he would be legally allowed to escape after he graduated his 7th year, 6 years and 4 months and 3 weeks from now. It wasn't that long as lengths of time went, it only seemed like long enough for protons to decay. Only it wasn't just that. It wasn't just Harry's freedom that was at stake. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, was quietly sounding the alarm. A false alarm. A false alarm which Harry had triggered. You know, said the part of him that refined his skills, didn't you sort of ponder, once, how every different profession has a different way to be excellent, how an excellent teacher isn't like an excellent plumber, but they all have in common certain methods of not being stupid, and that one of the most important such techniques is to face up to your little mistakes before they turn into big mistakes? Although this already seemed to qualify as a big mistake, actually. The point being, said his inner monitor, it's getting worse literally by the minute. The way spies turn people is, they get them to commit a little sin, and then they use the little sin to blackmail them into a bigger sin, and then they use that sin to make them do even bigger things, and then the blackmailer owns their soul. Didn't you once think about how the person being blackmailed, if they could foresee the whole path, would just decide to take the punch on the first step, take the hit of exposing that first sin? Didn't you decide that you would do that, if anyone ever tried to blackmail you into doing something major in order to conceal something little? Do you see the similarity here, Harry James Potter Evansverse? Only it wasn't little, it already wasn't little. There would be a lot of very powerful people extremely angry at Harry, not just for the false alarm but for freeing Bellatrix from Azkaban. If the Dark Lord did exist and did come after him later, that war might already be lost. You don't think they'll be impressed by your honesty and rationality and foresight in stopping this before it snowballs even further? Harry did not, in fact, think this, and after a moment's reflection, whichever part of himself he was talking to, had to agree that this was absurdly optimistic. His wandering feet took him near an open window, and Harry went over, and leaned his arms on the ledge, and stared down at the grounds of Hogwarts from high above. Brown that was barren trees, yellow that was dead grass, ice-colored ice that was frozen creeks and frozen streams. Whichever school official had dubbed it the Forbidden Forest really hadn't understood marketing, the name just made you want to go there even more. The sun was sinking in the sky, for Harry had been thinking for some hours now, thinking mostly the same thoughts over and over, but with key differences each time, like his thoughts were not going in circles, but climbing a spiral, or descending it. He still couldn't believe that he'd gone through the entire thing with Azkaban. He'd switched off his patroness before it took all his life, he'd stunned an Auror, he'd figured out how to hide Bella from the Dementors, he'd faced down 12 Dementors and scared them away, he'd invented the rocket-assisted broomstick, and ridden it. He'd gone through the entire thing without ever once rallying himself by thinking, I have to do this, because I promised Hermione I'd come back from lunch. It felt like an irrevocably missed opportunity, like, having done it wrong that time, he would never be able to get it right no matter what sort of challenge he faced next time, or what promise he made. Because then he would just be doing it awkwardly and deliberately to make up for having missed it the first time around, instead of making the heroic declarations he could have made if he'd remembered his promise to Hermione. Like that one wrong turn was irrevocable, you only got one chance, had to do it right on the first try. He should have remembered that promise to Hermione before going to Azkaban. Why had he decided to do that, again? My working hypothesis is that you're stupid, said Hufflepuff. That is not a useful fault analysis, thought Harry. If you want a little more detail, said Hufflepuff, the defense professor of Hogwarts was all like, let's get Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban, and you were like, okay. Hold on, that's not fair. Hey, said Hufflepuff, notice how, once you're all the way up here, and the individual trees sort of blur together, you can actually see the shape of the forest? Why had he done it? Not because of any cost-benefit calculation, that was for sure. He'd been too embarrassed to pull out a sheet of paper and start calculating expected utilities. He'd worried that Professor Quirrell would stop respecting him if he said no or even hesitated too much to help a maiden in distress. He'd thought, somewhere deep inside him, that if your mysterious teacher offered you the first mission, the first chance, the call to adventure, and you said no, then your mysterious teacher walked away from you in disgust, and you never got another chance to be a hero. Yeah, that had been it. In retrospect, that had been it. He'd gone and started thinking his life had a plot and here was a plot twist, as opposed to, oh, say, here was a proposal to break Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban. That had been the true and original reason for the decision in the split second where it had been made, his brain perceptually recognizing the narrative where he said no as dissonant. And when you thought about it, that wasn't a rational way to make decisions. Professor Quirrell's ulterior motive to obtain the last remains of Slytherin's lost lore, before Bellatrix died and it was irrevocably forgotten, seemed impressively sane by comparison, a benefit commensurate with what had appeared at the time as a small risk. It didn't seem fair, that this was what happened if he lost his grip on his rationality for just a tiny fraction of a second, the tiny fraction of a second required for his brain to decide to be more comfortable with yes arguments than no arguments during the discussion that had followed. From high above, far enough above that the individual trees blurred together, Harry stared out at the forest. Harry didn't want to confess and ruin his reputation forever and get everyone angry at him and maybe end up killed by the Dark Lord later. He'd rather be trapped in Hogwarts for 6 years than face that. That was how he felt. And so it was in fact helpful, a relief, to be able to cling to a single decisive factor, which was that if Harry confessed, Professor Quirrell would go to Azkaban and die there. A catch, a break, a stutter in Harry's breathing. If you phrased it that way, why, you could even pretend to be a hero, instead of a coward. Harry lifted his eyes from the forbidden forest, looked up at the clear blue forbidden sky. Stared out the glass panes at the big bright burning thing, the fluffy things, the mysterious endless blue in which they were embedded, that strange new unknown place. It actually did help, it helped quite a lot, to think that his own troubles were nothing compared to being in Azkaban. That there were people in the world who were really in trouble and Harry Potter was not one of them. What was he going to do about Azkaban? What was he going to do about magical Britain? Which side was he on, now? In the bright light of day, everything that Albus Dumbledore had said certainly sounded a lot wiser than Professor Quirrell. Better and brighter, more moral, more convenient, wouldn't it be nice if it were true? And the thing to remember was that Dumbledore believed things because they sounded nice, but Professor Quirrell was the one who was sane. Again the catch in his breathing, it happened each time he thought of Professor Quirrell. But just because something sounded nice, didn't make it wrong, either. And if the defense professor did have a flaw in his sanity, it was that his outlook on life was too negative. Really? Inquired the part of Harry that had read 18 million experimental results about people being too optimistic and overconfident. Professor Quirrell is too pessimistic? So pessimistic that his expectations routinely undershoot reality? Stuff him and put him in a museum, he's unique. Which one of you two planned the perfect crime, and then put in all the error margin and fallbacks that ended up saving your butt, just in case the perfect crime went wrong? Hint hint, his name wasn't Harry Potter. But pessimistic wasn't the correct word to describe Professor Quirrell's problem, if a problem it truly was, and not the superior wisdom of experience. But to Harry it looked like Professor Quirrell was constantly interpreting everything in the worst possible light. If you handed Professor Quirrell a glass that was 90% full, he'd tell you that the 10% empty part proved that no one really cared about water. That was a very good analogy, now that Harry thought about it. Not all of magical Britain was like Azkaban, that glass was well over half full. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. Although, following the analogy, if Azkaban existed, then maybe it did prove that the 90% good part was there for other reasons, people trying to make a show of kindness as Professor Quirrell had put it. For if they were truly kind they would not have made Azkaban, they would storm the fortress to tear it down, wouldn't they? Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. If you wanted to be a rationalist you had to read an awful lot of papers on flaws in human nature, and some of those flaws were innocent logical failures, and some of them looked a lot darker. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky, and thought of the Milgram experiment. Stanley Milgram had done it to investigate the causes of World War II, to try to understand why the citizens of Germany had obeyed Hitler. So he had designed an experiment to investigate obedience, to see if Germans were, for some reason, more liable to obey harmful orders from authority figures. First he'd run a pilot version of his experiment on American subjects, as a control. And afterward he hadn't bothered trying it in Germany. Experimental apparatus, a series of 30 switches set in a horizontal line, with labels starting at 15 volts and going up to 450 volts, with labels for each group of 4 switches. The first group of 4 labeled slight shock, the 6th group labeled extreme intensity shock, the 7th group labeled danger, severe shock, and the 2 last switches left over labeled just XXX. And an actor, a confederate of the experimenter, who had appeared to the true subjects to be someone just like them, someone who had answered the same ad for participants in an experiment on learning, and who had lost a rigged lottery and been strapped into a chair, along with the electrodes. The true experimental subjects had been given a slight shock from the electrodes, just so that they could see that it worked. The true subject had been told that the experiment was on the effects of punishment on learning and memory, and that part of the test was to see if it made a difference what sort of person administered the punishment, and that the person strapped to the chair would try to memorize sets of word pairs, and that each time the learner got one wrong, the teacher was to administer a successively stronger shock. At the 300-volt level, the actor would stop trying to call out answers and begin kicking at the wall, after which the experimenter would instruct the subjects to treat non-answers as wrong answers and continue. At the 315-volt level the pounding on the wall would be repeated. After that nothing would be heard. If the subject objected or refused to press a switch, the experimenter, maintaining an impassive demeanor and dressed in a grey lab coat, would say please continue, then the experiment requires that you continue, then it is absolutely essential that you continue, then you have no other choice, you must go on. If the 4th prod still didn't work, the experiment halted there. Before running the experiment, Milgram had described the experimental setup, and then asked 14 psychology seniors what percentage of subjects they thought would go all the way up to the 450-volt level, what percentage of subjects would press the last of the 2 switches marked XXX, after the victim had stopped responding. The most pessimistic answer had been 3%. The actual number had been 26 out of 40. The subjects had sweated, groaned, stuttered, laughed nervously, bitten their lips, dug their fingernails into their flesh. But at the experimenter's prompting, they had, most of them, gone on administering what they believed to be painful, dangerous, possibly lethal electrical shocks. All the way to the end. Harry could hear Professor Quirrell laughing, in his mind, the defense professor's voice saying something along the lines of, "Why, Mr. Potter, even I had not been so cynical, I knew men would betray their most cherished principles for money and power, but I did not realize that a stern look also sufficed. It was dangerous, to try and guess at evolutionary psychology if you weren't a professional evolutionary psychologist, but when Harry had read about the Milgram experiment, the thought had occurred to him that situations like this had probably arisen many times in the ancestral environment, and that most potential ancestors who tried to disobey authority were dead. Or that they had, at least, done less well for themselves than the obedient. People thought themselves good and moral, but when push came to shove, some switch flipped in their brain, and it was suddenly a lot harder to heroically defy authority than they thought. Even if you could do it, it wouldn't be easy, it wouldn't be some effortless display of heroism. You would tremble, your voice would break, you would be afraid. Would you be able to defy authority even then? Harry blinked, then, because his brain had just made the connection between Milgram's experiment and what Hermione had done on her first day of defense class, she'd refused to shoot a fellow student, even when authority had told her that she must, she had trembled and been afraid but she had still refused. Harry had seen that happen right in front of his own eyes and he still hadn't made the connection until now. Harry stared down at the reddening horizon, the sun was sinking lower, the sky fading, darkening, even if most of it was still blue, soon it would turn to night. The gold and red colors of sun and sunset reminded him of Fox, and Harry wondered, for a moment, if it must be a sad thing to be a phoenix, and call and cry and scream without being heeded. But Fox would never give up, as many times as he died he would always be reborn, for Fox was a being of light and fire, and despairing over Azkaban belonged to the darkness just as much as did Azkaban itself. If you were given a glass half empty and half full, then that was the way reality was, that was the truth and it was so, but you still had a choice of how to feel about it, whether you would despair over the empty half or rejoice in the water that was there. Milgram had tried certain other variations on his test. In the 18th experiment, the experimental subject had only needed to call out the test words to the victim strapped into the chair, and record the answers, while someone else pressed the switches. It was the same apparent suffering, the same frantic pounding followed by silence, but it wasn't you pressing the switch. You just watched it happen, and read the questions to the person being tortured. 37 of 40 subjects had continued their participation in that experiment to the end, the 450-volt end marked XXX. And if you were Professor Quirrell, you might have decided to feel cynical about that. But 3 out of 40 subjects had refused to participate all the way to the end. The Hermiones. They did exist, in the world, the people who wouldn't fire a simple strike hex at a fellow student even if the defense professor ordered them to do it. The ones who had sheltered gypsies and Jews and homosexuals in their attics during the Holocaust, and sometimes lost their lives for it. And were those people from some other species than humanity? Did they have some extra gear in their heads, some additional chunk of neural circuitry, which lesser mortals did not possess? But that was not likely, given the logic of sexual reproduction which said that the genes for complex machinery would be scrambled beyond repair, if they were not universal. Whatever parts Hermione was made from, everyone had those same parts inside them somewhere. Well, that was a nice thought, but it wasn't strictly true. There was such a thing as literal brain damage, people could lose genes and the complex machine could stop working. There were sociopaths and psychopaths, people who lacked the gear to care. Maybe Lord Voldemort had been born like that, or maybe he had known good and yet still chosen evil. At this point it didn't matter in the slightest. But a supermajority of the population ought to be capable of learning to do what Hermione and Holocaust resistors did. The people who had been run through the Milgram experiment, who had trembled and sweated and nervously laughed as they went all the way to pressing the switches marked XXX, many of them had written to thank Milgram, afterward, for what they had learned about themselves. That, too, was part of the story, the legend of that legendary experiment. The sun had almost sunk below the horizon now, a last golden tip peeking above the faraway tops of trees. Harry looked at it, that tip of sun. His glasses were supposed to be proof against UV, so he ought to be able to look directly at it without damaging his eyes. Harry stared directly at it, that tiny fraction of the light that was not obscured and blocked and hidden, even if it was only 3 parts out of 40, the other 37 parts were there somewhere. The 7.5% of the glass that was full, which proved that people really did care about water, even if that force of caring within themselves was too often defeated. If people truly didn't care, the glass would have been truly empty. If everyone had been like you-know-who inside, secretly cleverly selfish, there would have been no resistors to the Holocaust at all. Harry looked at the sunset, on the second day of the rest of his life, and knew that he had switched sides. Because he couldn't believe in it anymore, he couldn't really, not after going to Azkaban. He couldn't do what 37 out of 40 people would vote for him to do. Everyone might have inside them what it took to be Hermione, and someday they might learn, but someday wasn't now, not here, not today, not in the real world. If you were on the side of 3 out of 40 people, then you weren't a political majority, and Professor Quirrell had been right. Harry would not bow his head in submission when that happened. There was a sort of awful appropriateness to it. You shouldn't go to Azkaban and come back having not changed your mind about anything important. So is Professor Quirrell right, then? Asked Slytherin. Leaving out whether he's good or evil, is he right? Are you, to them, whether they know it or not, their next lord? We'll just leave out the dark part, that's him being cynical again. But is it your intention now to rule? I've got to say, that makes even me nervous. Do you think you can be trusted with power? Said Gryffindor. Isn't there some sort of rule that people who want power shouldn't have it? Maybe we should make Hermione the ruler instead. Do you think you're fit to run a society and not have it collapse into total chaos inside of 3 weeks flat? Said Hufflepuff. Imagine how loudly Mum would scream if she'd heard you'd been elected Prime Minister. Now ask yourself, are you sure she's wrong about that? Actually, said Ravenclaw, I have to point out that all this political stuff sounds overwhelmingly boring. How about if we leave all the electioneering to Draco and stick to science? It's what we're actually good at, and that's been known to improve the human condition too, you know. Slow down, thought Harry at his components, we don't have to decide everything right now. We're allowed to ponder the problem as fully as possible before coming to a solution. The last part of the sun sank below the horizon. It was strange, this feeling of not quite knowing who you were, which side you were on, of having not already made up your mind about something as major as that. There was an unfamiliar sensation of freedom in it. And that reminded him of what Professor Quirrell had said to his last question, which reminded him of Professor Quirrell, which made it hard once more to breathe, started that burning sensation in Harry's throat, sent his thoughts around that loop of the climbing spiral once again. Why was he so sad, now, whenever he thought of Professor Quirrell? Harry was used to knowing himself, and he didn't know why he felt so sad. It felt like he'd lost Professor Quirrell forever, lost him in Azkaban, that was how it felt. As surely as if the defense professor had been eaten by dementors, consumed in the empty voids. Lost him. Why did I lose him? Because he said Avada Kedavra and there was in fact a perfectly good reason even though I didn't see it for a couple of hours. Why can't things go back to the way they were? But then it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra. That might have played a part in irreversibly collapsing a structure of rationalizations and flinches and carefully not thinking about certain things. But it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra, that hadn't been the disturbing thing that Harry had seen. What did I see? Harry looked at the fading sky. He'd seen Professor Quirrell turn into a hardened criminal while facing the Auror, and the apparent change of personalities had been effortless, and complete. Another woman had known the defense professor as Jeremy Jaff. How many different people are you, Anyway, I cannot say that I bothered keeping count. You couldn't help but wonder whether Professor Quirrell was just one more name on the list, just one more person that had been turned into, made up in the service of some unguessable goal. Harry would always be wondering now, every time he talked to Professor Quirrell, if it was a mask, and what motive was behind that mask. With every dry smile, Harry would be trying to see what was pulling the levers on the lips. Is that how other people will start thinking of me, if I get too Slytherin? If I pull off too many plots, will I never be able to smile at anyone again, without them wondering what I really mean by it? Maybe there was some way to restore a trust in surface appearances and make a normal human relationship possible again, but Harry couldn't think of what it might be. That was how Harry had lost Professor Quirrell, not the person, but the connection. Why did that hurt so much? Why did it feel so lonely, now? Surely there were other people, maybe better people, to trust and befriend? Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, not to mention Mum and Dad. It wasn't like Harry was alone. Only. A choking sensation grew in Harry's throat as he understood. Only Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, they all of them sometimes knew things that Harry didn't, but they did not excel above Harry within his own sphere of power. Such genius as they possessed was not like his genius, and his genius was not like theirs. He might look upon them as peers, but not look up to them as his superiors. None of them had been, none of them could ever be Harry's mentor. That was who Professor Quirrell had been. That was who Harry had lost. And the manner in which he had lost his first mentor might or might not allow Harry to ever get him back. Maybe someday he would know all Professor Quirrell's hidden purposes and the doubts between them would go away, but even if that seemed possible, it didn't seem very probable. There was a gust of wind, outside Hogwarts. It bent the empty trees, rippled the lake whose heart was still unfrozen, made a whispering sound as it slid past the window that looked upon the half-twilight world, and Harry's thoughts wandered outward for a time. Then returned inward again, to the next step of the spiral. Why am I different from the other children my age? If Professor Quirrell's answer to that had been an evasion, then it was a very well calculated one. Deep enough and complex enough, sufficiently full of suggestions of hidden meaning, to serve as a trap for a Ravenclaw who couldn't be diverted by less. Or maybe Professor Quirrell had meant his answer honestly. Who knew what motive might have pulled that lever on those lips? I will say this much, Mr. Potter, you are already an Occlumens, and I think you will become a perfect Occlumens before long. Identity does not mean, to such as us, what it means to other people. Anyone we can imagine, we can be, and the true difference about you, Mr. Potter, is that you have an unusually good imagination. A playwright must contain his characters, he must be larger than them in order to enact them within his mind. To an actor or spy or politician, the limit of his own diameter is the limit of who he can pretend to be, the limit of which face he may wear as a mask. But for such as you and I, anyone we can imagine, we can be, in reality and not pretense. While you imagined yourself a child, Mr. Potter, you were a child. Yet there are other existences you could support, larger existences, if you wished. Why are you so free, and so great in your circumference, when other children your age are small and constrained? Why can you imagine and become selves more adult than a mere child of a playwright should be able to compose? That I do not know, and I must not say what I guess. But what you have, Mr. Potter, is freedom. If that was a snow job, it was one heck of a distracting one. And the still more worrisome thought was that Professor Quirrell hadn't realized how disturbed Harry would be, how wrong that speech would sound to him, how much damage it would do to his trust in Professor Quirrell. There ought to always be one real person who you truly were, at the center of everything. Harry stared out at the falling night, the gathering darkness. Right? It was almost bedtime when Hermione heard the scattered intakes of breath and looked up from her copy of Beau's Batons, a history to see the missing boy, the boy who had been misplaced at lunch that Sunday, whose dinner non-appearance had been accompanied by rumors, and she hadn't believed them because they were completely ridiculous, but she'd felt a little queasiness inside, that he'd withdrawn from Hogwarts in order to hunt down Bellatrix Black. Harry! She shrieked. She didn't even realize that she was talking directly to him for the first time in a week, or notice how some other students started at the sound of her yelling all the way across the Ravenclaw common room. Harry's eyes had already lifted to her, he was already walking toward her, so she stopped halfway out of her chair. A few moments later, Harry was seated across from her, and he was putting away his wand after casting a quieting barrier around them. And an awful lot of Ravenclaws were trying not to look like they were watching. Hey, Harry said. His voice wavered. I missed you. You're going to talk to me again, now. Hermione nodded, she just nodded, she couldn't think of what to say. She'd missed Harry too, but she was realizing, with a guilty sort of feeling, that it might have been a lot worse for him. She had other friends, Harry, it didn't feel fair, sometimes, that Harry talked to only her like that, so that she had to talk to him, but Harry had a look about him like unfair things had been happening to him, too. What's been going on? she said. There's all sorts of rumors. There were people saying you'd run off to fight Bellatrix Black, there were people saying you'd run off to join Bellatrix Black, and those rumors had said that Hermione had just made up the thing about the Phoenix, and she'd yelled that the whole Ravenclaw common room had seen it, so then the next rumor had claimed she'd made up that part 2, which was stupidity of such an inconceivable level that it left her completely flabbergasted. I can't talk about it, Harry said in a bare whisper. Can't talk about a lot of it. I wish I could tell you everything, his voice wavered, but I can't. I guess, if it helps or anything, I'm not going to lunch with Professor Quirrell anymore. Harry put his hands over his face, then, covering his eyes. Hermione felt the queasy feeling all through her stomach. Are you crying? Said Hermione. Yeah, said Harry, his voice sounding a little breathy. I don't want anyone else to see. There was a little silence. Hermione wanted to help, but she didn't know what to do about a boy crying, and she didn't know what was happening. She felt like huge things were happening around her, no, around Harry, and if she knew what they were she would probably be scared or alarmed or something, but she didn't know anything. Did Professor Quirrell do something wrong? She said at last. That's not why I can't go to lunch with him anymore, Harry said, still in that bare whisper with his hands pressed over his eyes. That was the headmaster's decision. But yet, Professor Quirrell said some things to me that made me trust him less, I guess. Harry's voice sounded very shaky. I'm feeling kind of alone right now. Hermione put her hand on her cheek where Fawkes had touched her yesterday. She'd kept thinking about that touch, over and over, maybe because she wanted it to be important, to mean something to her. Is there any way I can help? She said. I want to do something normal, Harry said from behind his hands. Something very normal for first-year Hogwarts students. Something 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds like us are supposed to do. Like play a game of exploding snap or something. I don't suppose you have the cards or know the rules or anything like that. I don't know the rules, actually. Said Hermione. I know they explode. I don't suppose gobstones. Said Harry. Don't know the rules and they spit at you. Those are boy games, Harry. There was a pause. Harry ground his hands against his face to wipe it, and then took his hands away, and then he was looking at her, looking a little helpless. Well, Harry said, what do wizards and witches our age do, when they play, you know, the kind of pointless silly games we're supposed to play at this age? Hopscotch. Said Hermione. Jump rope? Unicorn attack? I don't know, I read books. Harry started laughing, and Hermione started giggling along with him even though she didn't know quite why, but it was funny. I guess that helped a little, said Harry. Actually I think it helped more than playing gobstones for an hour could have possibly helped, so thanks for being you. And no matter what, I'm not having anyone obliviate everything I know about calculus. I'd sooner die. What? Said Hermione. Why would you ever want to do that? Harry stood up from the table, and there was a rush of restored background noise as his rise broke the quieting charm. I'm a tad sleepy so I'm going off to bed, Harry said, now his voice was ordinary and wry. I've got some lost time to make up for, but I'll see you at breakfast, and then at herbology, if that's all right. Not to mention it wouldn't be fair to dump all my depression on you. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry, she said, feeling very confused and alarmed. Pleasant dreams. Harry stumbled a little as she said that, and then he continued on toward the stairs that led to the first-year boys' dorms. Harry turned the quieting charm all the way up, on the head of his bedboard, so that he wouldn't wake anyone else up if he screamed. Set his alarm to wake him up for breakfast, if he wasn't up already by that hour, if indeed he slept at all. Got into bed, laid down. Felt the lump beneath his pillow. Harry stared up at the canopy above his bed. Hissed under his breath, oh, you've got to be kidding me. It took a few seconds before Harry could muster the heart to sit up in bed, pull the blanket over himself and his pillow to obscure the deed from the other boys, cast a low-intensity lumos and see what was under his pillow. There was a parchment, and a deck of playing cards. The parchment read. A little bird told me that Dumbledore has shut the door of your cage. I must admit, on this occasion, that Dumbledore may have a point. Bellatrix Black is loosed upon the world once more, and that is not good news for any good person. If I stood in Dumbledore's place, I might well do the same. But just in case. The Salem Witches Institute in America accepts boys as well, despite the name. They are good people and would protect you even from Dumbledore, if you needed it. Britain holds that you need Dumbledore's permission to emigrate to Magical America, but Magical America disagrees. So in the final extremity, get outside the wards of Hogwarts and tear in half the King of Hearts from this deck of cards. That you should resort to it only in the final extremity goes without saying. Be well, Harry Potter. Santa Claus. Harry stared down at the pack of cards. It couldn't take him anywhere else, not right now, port keys didn't work here. But he still felt unnerved about the prospect of picking it up, even to hide it inside his trunk. Well, he'd already picked up the parchment, which could just as easily have been enchanted with a trap, if a trap was involved. But still. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry whispered, and hovered the packet of cards to lie next to where his alarm clock rested in a pocket of the headboard. He'd deal with it tomorrow. And then Harry lay back in bed, and closed his eyes, to dream without any phoenix to protect him, and pay his reckoning. He came awake with a gasp of horror, not a scream, he'd yet to scream this night, but his blanket was all tangled around him from where his sleeping form had jerked as he dreamed of running, trying to get away from the gaps in space that were pursuing him through a corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, an endlessly long corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, and he hadn't known, in the dream, that touching those voids meant he would die horribly and leave his still-breathing body empty behind him. All he'd known was that he had to run and run and run from the wounds in the world sliding after him. Harry started to cry again. It wasn't for the horror of the chase, it was that he'd run away while someone behind him was screaming for help, screaming for him to come back and save her, help her. She was being eaten, she was going to die, and in the dream Harry had run away instead of helping her. Don't go. The voice came in a scream from behind the metal door. No, 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 don't go, don't take it away, don't. Why had Fawkes ever rested on his shoulder? He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate him. Fawkes should hate Dumbledore. He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate everyone. The boy wasn't awake, wasn't dreaming, his thoughts were jumbled and confused in the shadowlands that bordered sleep and waking, unprotected by the safety rails that his aware mind imposed on itself, the careful rules and censors. In that shadowland his brain had woken up enough to think, but something else was too sleepy to act. His thoughts ran free and wild, unconstrained by his self-concept, his waking self's ideals of what he shouldn't think. That was the freedom of his brain's dreams, as his self-concept slept. Free to repeat, over and over, Harry's new worst nightmare. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. No, I didn't mean it, please don't die. A rage grew in him alongside the self-loathing, a terrible hot wrath/icy cold hatred, for the world which had done that to her/for himself, and in his half-awake state Harry fantasized escapes, fantasized ways out of the moral dilemma. He imagined himself hovering above the vast triangular horror of Azkaban, and whispering an incantation unlike any syllables that had ever been heard before on Earth, whispers that echoed all the way across the sky and were heard on the other side of the world, and there was a blast of silver patronus fire like a nuclear explosion that tore apart all the Dementors in an instant and ripped apart the metal walls of Azkaban, shattered the long corridors and all the dim orange lights, and then a moment later his brain remembered that there were people in there, and rewrote the half-dream fantasy to show all the prisoners laughing as they flew away in flocks from the burning wreck of Azkaban, the silver light restoring the flesh to their limbs as they flew. And Harry started crying harder into his pillow, because he couldn't do it, because he wasn't God. He'd sworn upon his life and magic and his art as a rationalist, he'd sworn by all he held sacred and all his happy memories, he'd given his oath, so now he had to do something, had to do something, had to do something. Maybe it was pointless. Maybe trying to follow rules was pointless. Maybe you just burned down Azkaban, however. And in fact he'd sworn he'd do it, so now that was what he had to do. He'd just do whatever it took to get rid of Azkaban, that was all. If that meant ruling Britain, fine, if that meant finding a spell to whisper that would echo all across the sky, whatever, the important thing was to destroy Azkaban. That was the side he was on, that was who he was, so there, it was done. His waking mind would have demanded a lot more details before accepting that as an answer, but in his half-dreaming state it felt like enough of a resolution to let his tired mind fall truly asleep again, and dream the next nightmare. Final aftermath. She came awake with a gasp of horror, a disruption of her breathing that left her feeling deprived of air and yet her lungs didn't move. She woke up with an unvoiced scream on her lips and no words came forth, for she could not understand what she had seen, she could not understand what she had seen, it was too large for her to encompass and still taking shape, she could not put words to that formless shape and so she could not discharge it and become innocent. And unknowing once more. What time is it? She whispered. Her golden jeweled alarm clock, the beautiful and magical and expensive alarm clock that the headmaster had given her as a gift upon her employment at Hogwarts, whispered back, around 2 in the morning. Go back to sleep. Her sheets were soaked in sweat, her nightclothes soaked in sweat, she took her wand from beside the pillow and cleaned herself up before she tried to go back to sleep. She tried to go back to sleep and eventually succeeded. Sybil Trelawney went back to sleep. Chapter 64, Omega Files 4, Alternate Parallels. If you're 5 hours past your bedtime and still reading this, may I suggest getting some sleep? The FIC will still be here tomorrow, unless, you know, something bad happens to it and the next morning there's just a 404 at this address and you're left with nothing but a fading memory and an eternal regret that you didn't stay awake longer and keep reading while you still had the chance, but hey, how probable is that? This story spreads by blogging, tweeting, word of mouth, favoriting, plugging on forums, and adding to lists, and remember, if the readers before you hadn't taken a moment to do that, you probably wouldn't have found this. If that's not enough to motivate you, then let me add that if you don't help spread rationality, Hermione will be sad. You don't want her to be sad, right? Don't forget to visit lesswrong.com and read the sequences, the true existence of which this FIC is but a shadow. I recommend starting with the sequence How to Actually Change Your Mind. And now, with all universes owned by their respective creators, I present Omake Files number 4. The other fanfictions. You could have been reading Lord of the Rationality. Frodo glanced at all the faces, but they were not turned to him. All the council sat with downcast eyes, as if in deep thought. A great dread fell on him, as if he was awaiting the pronouncement of some doom that he had long foreseen and vainly hoped might after all never be spoken. An overwhelming longing to rest and remain at peace by Bilbo's side in Rivendell filled all his heart. At last with an effort he spoke, and wondered to hear his own words, as if some other will was using his small voice. "We cannot," said Frodo. "We must not. Do you not see? It is exactly what the enemy desires. All of this he has foreseen." The faces turned to him, puzzled the dwarves and grave the elves, sternness in the eyes of the men, and so keen the gazes of Elrond and of Gandalf that Frodo almost could not withstand it. It was very hard, then, not to grasp the ring in his hand, and harder still not to put it on, to face them as only Frodo. "Do you not question it?" Frodo said, thin like the wind his voice, and wavering like a breeze. "You have chosen, of all things, to send the ring into Mordor, should you not wonder? How did it come to this? That we might, of all our choices, do that single thing our enemy most desires? Perhaps the cracks of doom are already guarded, strongly enough to hold off Gandalf and Elrond and Glorfindel altogether, or perhaps the master of that place has cooled the lava there, set it to trap the ring so that he may simply bring it out after it is thrown in." A memory of awful clarity came over Frodo then, and a flash of black laughter, and the thought came to him that it was just what the enemy would do. Only the thought came to him so, thus it would amuse me to do, if I meant to rule. There were doubtful glances exchanged within the council. Gloin and Gimli and Boromir were now looking at the elves more skeptically than before, like they had awoken out of a dream of words. "The enemy is very wise," said Gandalf, "and weighs all things to a nicety in the scales of his malice. But the only measure that he knows is desire, desire for power, and so he judges all hearts. Into his heart the thought will not enter that any will refuse it, that having the ring we may seek to destroy it. He will think of it," cried Frodo. He struggled for words, trying to convey things that had once seemed perfect in his comprehension, and then faded like melting snow. If the enemy thought that all his foes were moved by desire for power alone, he would guess wrongly over and over, and the maker of this ring would see that, he would know that somewhere he had made a mistake. Frodo's hands stretched forth pleadingly. Boromir stirred, and his voice was doubtful. "You speak fair of the enemy," said Boromir, "for one of his foes." Frodo's mouth opened and shut in desperate bewilderment, for Frodo knew, he knew the man was mad, but he could think of nothing to say. Then Bilbo spoke, and his withered voice silenced the whole room, even Elrond who had been about to speak. "Frodo is right, I fear," whispered the old hobbit. I remember what it was like to see with the black sight. I remember. The enemy will think that we might not trust one another, that the weaker among us will propose to destroy the ring so that the stronger may not have it. He knows that even one not truly good might still cry to destroy the ring, to make a show of pretended goodness. And the enemy will not think it impossible that such a decision be made by this council, for you see, he does not trust us to be wise." A whispering chuckle rose from the ancient hobbit's throat. "And if he did, why, he would still guard the cracks of doom. It would cost him little." Now foreboding was on the faces even of the elves, and the wise. Elrond had frowned, and the sharp eyebrows of Gandalf furrowed. Frodo gazed at them all, feeling a wildness come over him, a despair, and as his heart weakened a shadow came over his vision, a darkness and a wavering. From within the shadow Frodo saw Gandalf, and the wizard's strength was revealed as weakness, and his wisdom folly. For Frodo knew, as the ring seemed to drag and weigh on his breast, that Gandalf had not thought at all of history and lore, when the wizard spoke of how the enemy would not understand any desire save power, that Gandalf had not remembered how Sauron had cast down and corrupted the men of Númenor in the days of their glory. Just as it had not occurred to Gandalf that the enemy might learn to comprehend foes of goodwill by looking. Frodo's gaze swung to Elrond, but there was no hope there, no answer and no rescue in the shadowy vision, for Elrond had let Isildur go, carrying the ring from the cracks of doom where it should have been destroyed, to the cost of all this war. Not for Isildur's own sake, not for friendship had it been done, for the ring had killed Isildur in the end, and far worse fates could have followed him. But the doom that had stemmed from Isildur's deed would have seemed unsure to Elrond then, unsure and distant in time, and yet the cost to Elrond himself of taking his sword's pommel to the back of Isildur's head would have been surer, and nearer. As though in desperation, Frodo turned to look at Aragorn, the weathered man who had donned his travel-worn clothes for this council, the heir of kings who spoke softly to hobbits. But Frodo's vision seemed to double, and in the shadowy second image Frodo saw a man who had spent too much of his youth among elves, who had learned to wear humble and stained clothes amid the gold and jewels, knowing he could not match them wisdom for wisdom, and hoping to outplay them in a fashion they would not emulate. In the sight of the ring, which was the sight of the ring's own maker, all noble things faded into stratagems and lies, a world of grey and darkness without any light. They had not made their choices knowingly, Gandalf or Elrond or Aragorn, the impulses had come from the dark hidden parts of themselves, the black secret depths which the ring had rendered plain in Frodo's vision. Would they outthink the shadow, when they could not comprehend even their own selves, or the forces that moved them? Frodo! Came the sharp whisper of Bilbo's voice, and Frodo came to himself, and halted, his hand reaching up toward where the ring lay on his breast, on its chain, dragging like a vast stone around his neck. Reaching up to grasp the ring wherein all answers lay. How did you bear this thing? Frodo whispered to Bilbo, as if the two of them were the only souls in the room, though all the council watched them. 4 years? I cannot imagine it. I kept it locked in a room to which only Gandalf had the key, said his uncle, and when I began to imagine ways to open it, I remembered Gollum. A shudder went through Frodo, remembering the tales. The horror of the misty mountains, thinking, always thinking in the dark, ruling the goblins from the shadows and filling the tunnels with traps, but for Bilbo wearing the ring that first time not a single dwarf would have lived. And now, Legolas the elf had told them, Gollum had given up on sending his agents against the Shire, had at last found the courage to leave his mountains and seek the ring himself. That was Gollum, the fate which Frodo would share himself, if the ring were not destroyed. Only they had no way to destroy the ring. The shadow had foreseen every move they could make. Had almost, Frodo still could not imagine how it had been done, how the shadow had arranged such a thing, had almost maneuvered the council into sending the ring straight into Mordor with only a tiny guard set on it, as they would have done if Frodo and Bilbo had not been there. And having foregone that swiftest of all possible defeats, the only question remaining was how long it would take to lose. Gandalf had delayed too long, delayed far too long to set this march in motion. It could have been so easy, if only Bilbo had set out 80 years earlier, if only Bilbo had been told what Gandalf had already suspected, if only Gandalf's heart had not silently flinched away from the prospect of being embarrassingly wrong. Frodo's hand spasmed on his breast, without thought, his fingers began to rise again toward the vast weight of the chain on which the ring hung. All he had to do was put on the ring. Just that, and all would become clear to him, once more the slowness and mud would leave his thoughts, all possibilities and futures transparent to him, he would see through the shadow's plans and devise an irresistible counterstroke. And he would never be able to take off the ring, not again, not by any will that would be left to him. All Frodo had of those moments were fading memories, but he knew that it had felt like dying, to let all his towers of thought collapse and become only Frodo once more. It had felt like dying, he remembered that much of Weathertop even if he remembered little else. And if he did wear the ring again, it would be better to die with it on his finger, to end his life while he was still himself, for Frodo knew that he could not withstand the effects of wearing the ring a second time, not afterward when the limitless clarity was lost to him. Frodo looked around the council, at the poor lost leaderless wise, and he knew they could not defeat the shadow by their own strength. I will wear it one last time, Frodo said, his voice broken and failing, as he had known from the beginning that he would say in the end, one last time to find the answer for this council, and then there will be other hobbits. No! Screamed the voice of Sam, as the other hobbit began to rush forward from where he had hidden, even as Frodo, with movement as swift and precise as a Nazgul, took out the ring from beneath his shirt, and somehow Bilbo was already standing there and had already thrust his finger through. It all happened before even Gandalf's staff could point, before Aragorn could level the hilt shard of his sword, the dwarves shouted in shock, and the elves were dismayed. Of course, said Bilbo's voice, as Frodo began to weep, I see it now, I understand everything at last. Listen, listen, and swiftly, here is what you must do. The Witch in the Wardrobe. With a critical eye, Peter looked over the encamped centaurs with their bows, beavers with their long daggers, and talking bears with their chainmail draped over them. He was in charge, because he was one of the mythical sons of Adam and had declared himself High King of Narnia, but the truth was he didn't really know much about encampments, weapons, and guard patrols. In the end all he could see was that they all looked proud and confident, and Peter had to hope they were right about that, because if you couldn't believe in your own people, you couldn't believe in anyone. They'd scare me, if I had to fight 'em, Peter said finally, but I don't know if it's enough to beat her. You don't suppose this mysterious lion will actually show up and help us, do you? Said Lucy. Her voice was very quiet, so that none of the creatures around them would hear. Only it'd be nice to really have him, don't you think, instead of just letting people think that he put us in charge. Susan shook her head, shaking the magical arrows in the quiver on her back. If there was really someone like that, Susan said, he wouldn't have let the White Witch cover the land in winter for 100 years, would he? I had the strangest dream, Lucy said, her voice even quieter, where we didn't have to organize any creatures or convince them to fight, we just walked into this place and the lion was already here, with all the armies already mustered, and he went and rescued Edmund, and then we rode alongside him into this tremendous battle where he killed the White Witch. Did the dream have a moral? Said Peter. I don't know, said Lucy, blinking and looking a little puzzled. In the dream it all seemed pointless somehow. I think maybe the land of Narnia was trying to tell you, said Susan, or maybe it was just your own dreams trying to tell you, that if there was really such a person as that lion, there'd be no use for us. My Little Pony, friendship is science. Applejack, who told me outright that I was mistaken, represents the spirit of honesty. Twilight Sparkle raised her head even higher, mane blowing like a wind about the dusky sky of her neck. Fluttershy, who approached the manticore to find out about the thorn in its paw, represents the spirit of investigation. Pinkie Pie, who realized that the awful faces were just trees, represents the spirit of formulating alternative hypotheses. Rarity, who solved the serpent's problem, represents the spirit of creativity. Rainbow Dash, who saw through the false offer of her heart's desire, represents the spirit of analysis. Marie Susan, who made us convince her that we were right before she agreed to come on our expedition, represents the spirit of peer review. And when those elements are ignited by the spark of curiosity that resides in the heart of all of us, it creates the seventh element, the element of psi. The blast of power that came forth was like a wind of moonless night, it caught Marie Susan before the pony could even flinch, and she was gone without a trace before any of them had the chance to rear in shock. From the dark thing that stood in the center of the dais where the elements had shattered, from the scarce recognizable void black outline of a horse, came a voice that seemed to bypass all ears and burn like cold fire, sounding directly in the brain of every pony who heard. Did you expect me to just stand there and let you finish? Twilight Sparkle stared at the space where Marie Susan had been, where not a trace of the unicorn remained. She, in the back of her mind, unheard, she was aware that Rarity was screaming. That wasn't a disintegration, said the voice of Nightmare. I sent her somewhere else. Rarity's scream stopped abruptly. Twilight Sparkle felt like her own scream was only beginning. 7. It took 7 ponies to use the elements of inquiry. Everyone knew that no matter how honest, investigating, skeptical, creative, analytic, or curious you were, what really made your work science was when you published your results in a prestigious journal. Everyone knew that. Could there be more than one element of peer review at a time? How long would it take to find another one, and the Nightmare wouldn't just stand there and let them do it? Where? Yelled Rainbow Dash. Where'd you put her? I put the little pony in the same place I bound my pathetic sister, in the heart of her pathetic Sunday. She'll die, cried Fluttershy, staring at the Nightmare in horror. It's too hot, she'll burn. Oh, don't worry. The power of the Nightmare surrounds your little friend, keeping her safe and cool, sustaining her without food or drink. She will suffer nothing more than boredom. The void black outline stepped off the dais, walking slowly, deliberately, past the remaining 6 ponies. So long as the Nightmare's power is not broken by any backup plans my sister may have set in motion, for example, and which may be known to you. In that case she will vaporize instantly. Such a lovely thing, friendship. It makes such a wonderful instrument of blackmail. Be sure to keep safe the elements of inquiry. You wouldn't want anyone else using them on me, now would you? No, whispered Twilight Sparkle, as the horror began to dawn on her. Then a crawling sensation all over her skin, as the Nightmare walked past her, and the deadly power brushed her with its cold caress. Now if you'll pardon me, my little ponies, I have an eternal night to rule over. The village hidden in the clarity. Consider the computational power required to manifest over 100 shadow clones, the Uchiha genius said in his dispassionate tones. It is an error of rationality, Sakura, to say fluke and think you have explained anything. Fluke is simply the name one gives to data that one is ignoring. But it has to be a fluke. Sakura yelled. With effort, she calmed her voice into the careful precision expected of a rationality ninja. It wouldn't do to have her crush think she was stupid. Like you said, the computational power required to use over 100 kg Bunchin is simply absurd. We're talking the level of a major superintelligence. Naruto's the dead last of our class. He's not even Jounin level smart, let alone a superintelligence. The Uchiha's eyes gleamed, almost as though he had activated his Smartengan. Naruto can manifest 100 independently acting clones. He must have the raw brain power. But, under ordinary circumstances, something prevents him from using this computational power efficiently, like a mind at war within itself, perhaps? We now have cause to believe that Naruto is in some way connected to a superintelligence, and as a recently graduated genin, he, like us, is 15 years old. What happened 15 years ago, Sakura? It took a moment for Sakura to comprehend, to remember, and then she understood. The attack of the 9 brains demon fox. Just a small bone-white creature with big ears and bigger tail and beady red eyes. It was no stronger than an ordinary fox, it didn't breathe fire or flash laser eyes, it possessed no chakra and no magic of any kind, but its intelligence was over 9,000 times that of a human being. Hundreds had been killed, half the buildings wrecked, almost the whole village of Baisugakure had been destroyed. You think the Kyubey is hiding inside Naruto? Sakura said. A moment later, her brain automatically went on to fill in the obvious implications of the theory. And the software conflict between their existences is why he acts like a gibbering idiot half the time, but can control 100 bunshin. Hey! That makes a lot of sense, actually. Suzuki gave her the brief, contemptuous nod of someone who had figured all this out on his own, without anyone else needing to prompt him. "Ano," said Sakura. Only years of sanity exercises channeled her complete screaming panic into pragmatically useful policy options. "Shouldn't we tell someone about this? Like, sometime in the next 5 seconds. The adults already know," Suzuki said emotionlessly. "It is the obvious explanation for their treatment of Naruto. No, the real question is how this fits into the outwitting of the Uchiha." "I don't see how it fits at all," began Sakura. "It must fit." A tinge of frantic emotion flickered in Sasuke's voice. "I asked that man why he did it, and he told me that when I knew the answer to that, it would explain everything. Surely this must also be part of what is to be explained." Sakura sighed to herself. Her personal hypothesis was that Ataka had just been trying to drive his brother into clinical paranoia. "Yo, kids," said the voice of their Rationality sensei from their radio earpieces. "There's a village in Wave trying to build a bridge, and it keeps falling down for no reason anyone can figure out. Meet up at the gates at noon. It's time for your first C-ranked analysis mission." This has now inspired an extended fanfiction, _lighting up the dark _ by Valorian. "Erds in chains. How could you do it, Anita?" said Richard, his voice very tight. "How could you co-author a paper with Jean-Claude? You study the undead, you don't collaborate with them on papers. And what about you?" I spat. "You co-authored a paper with Sylvie. It's all right for you to be prolific but not me. I'm the head of her institute," Richard growled. I could feel the waves of science radiating off him. He was angry. "I have to work with Sylvie, it doesn't mean anything. I thought our own research was special, Anita." "It is," I said, feeling helpless about my inability to explain things to Richard. He didn't understand the thrill of being a polymath, the new worlds that were opening up to me. "I didn't share our research with anyone." "But you wanted to," said Richard. I didn't say anything, but I knew that the look on my face said it all. "God, Anita, you've changed," said Richard. He seemed to slump in on himself. "Do you realize that the monsters are joking about Blake numbers, now? I used to be your partner in everything, and now, I'm just another werewolf with a Blake number of 1. Thunder smarts. I am sick of this!" shouted Lionel. "Sick of doing this every single week. Our species was capable of interstellar travel, Panthro, I know the quantities of energy involved. There is no way you can't build a nuke or steer an asteroid or somehow blow up that ever-living idiot's pyramid." He-Man and the Masters of Rationality. Fabulous secret knowledge was revealed to me on the day I held aloft my magic book and said, by the power of Bayes' theorem. Fate/sane night. I am the core of my thoughts. Belief is my body. And choice is my blood. I have revised over 1,000 judgments. Unafraid of loss. Nor aware of gain. Have withstood pain to update many times. Waiting for truth's arrival. This is the one uncertain path. My whole life has been. Unlimited Bayes works. The name of the Rationality. The 11-year-old boy who would someday become legend, slayer of dragons, killer of kings, had but one thought upon his mind, as he approached the Sorting Hat to enter into the study of mysteries. Anywhere but Ravenclaw, oh please anywhere but Ravenclaw. But no sooner the brim of the ancient felted device slipped over his forehead. Ravenclaw. As the table decked in blue began to applaud him, as he approached the dread table where he would spend the next 7 years, Kvothe was already wincing inside, waiting for the inevitable, and the inevitable happened almost at once, exactly as he had feared it, before he'd even had a chance to sit down properly. "So?" an older boy said with the happy expression of someone who's thought of something terribly clever. Kvothe the Raven, hey. Tenjin Topiker and Rationality 40k. I have a truly marvelous story for this crossover which this margin is too narrow to contain. Utilitarian Twilight. Note, written after I heard Alicorn was writing a Twilight fanfic, but before I read _luminosity_. It's obvious if you're one of us. Edward, said Isabella tenderly. She reached up a hand and stroked his cold, sparkling cheek. You don't have to protect me from anything. I've listed out all the upsides and all the downsides, assigned them consistent relative weights, and it's just really obvious that the benefits of becoming a vampire outweigh the drawbacks. Bella, Edward said, and swallowed desperately. Bella. Immortality. Perfect health. Awakening psychic powers. Easy enough to survive on animal blood once you do it. Even the beauty, Edward, there are people who would give their lives to be pretty, and don't you dare call them shallow until you've tried being ugly. Do you think I'm scared of the word vampire? I'm tired of your arbitrary deontological constraints, Edward. The whole human species ought to be in on your fun, and people are dying by the thousands even as you hesitate. The gun in his lover's hand was cold against his forehead. It wouldn't kill him, but it would disable him for long enough. Jasmine and the lamp. Aladdin's face was wistful, but determined, as the newly minted street urchin addressed the blue being of cosmic power for one last time, prepared to leave behind the wealth and hope he had so briefly tasted for the sake of his friend. Genie, I make my third wish. I wish for you to be. Princess Jasmine, who had been staring at this with her mouth open, not quite believing what she was seeing, just barely managed to overcome her paralysis and yank the lamp out of the boy's hand before he could finish the fatal sentence. Excuse me, said Jasmine. Aladdin, my darling, you're cute but you're an idiot, do you know that? Did you not notice how once Jafar got his hands on this lamp, he got his own 3 wishes? Oh, never mind. Genie, I wish for everyone to always be young and healthy, I wish nobody ever had to die if they didn't want to, and I wish for everyone's intelligence to gradually increase at a rate of 1 IQ point per year. She tossed the lamp back to Aladdin. Go back to what you were doing. Rationalist Hamlet. Contributed by Histocrat on LiveJournal, post 13389, aka HonorDB on Less Wrong. Repost with permission. Hamlet. Interloper, abandon this strange prank, which makes cruel use of the blindness of my grief, and the good heart of my good friend Horatio. Or else, if thou hast true title to this bell of D form, tell me, what drawing did I present to Hamlet King, when 6 years old and scarce out of my sling? Ghost. 'Twas a unicorn clad all in mail. Hamlet. What? Ghost. Mark me. Hamlet. Father, I will. Ghost. My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Hamlet. Thou art in torment? Ghost. I, as are all who die unshriven. Hamlet. Like every Dane, this is what I've been taught. Yet I did figure such caprice ill-suited to Almighty God. For all who suffer unlooked for deaths, unattended by God's chosen priests, to be then punished for the ill ordering of the world. Ghost. 'Twas not the world that killed me, nor accident of any kind. Hamlet. What? Ghost. If thou didst ever thy dear father love, revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. Hamlet. O God. Ghost. My time grows ever shorter. Wilt thou hear the tale? Hamlet. No. Ghost. What? Hamlet. My love for you does call me to avenge your death. But greater crimes have I heard told this night. If all those murdered go to hell, and others as well, who would have confessed had they the time? If people who are, in balance, good, suffer grisly at the hands of God, then I defy God's plan. Good ghost, as one who dwells beyond the veil, you know things that we mortals scarce conceive. Tell me, is there some filter or device outside nature's ken but not outside her means, by which death itself may be escaped? Ghost. You seek to evade hell? Hamlet. I seek to deny hell to everyone. And heaven too, for I suspect the heaven of our mad God might be a paltry thing, next to the heaven I will make of earth, when I am its immortal king. Ghost. I care not for these things. Death and hell have stripped away all of my desires, save for revenge upon my murderer. Hamlet. Thou shalt not be avenged, save that thou swear. And I slay thine killer, so wilt thou vouchsafe to me the means by which I might slay death. He who killed you will join you in the pit. And then that's it. No further swelling of hell's ranks will I permit. Ghost. Done. When my brother is slain, he who poured the poison in my ear, then will I pour in yours the precious truth, the making of the philosopher's stone. With this stone, thou mayst procure a filter to render any man immune to death, and more transmute base metal to gold, to fund the provision of this filter to all mankind. Hamlet. Truly there is nothing beyond the dreaming of philosophy. Wait. The man whom I must kill, my uncle the king? Ghost. I, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts. Hamlet. Indeed, he has such gifts I near despair of killing him and yet succeeding to his throne. 'Twill be an awesome fight for awesome stakes. Hast thou advice? A cock crows. Exit Ghost. HonorDB has now extended this to a complete ebook. Entitled _A will most incorrect to heaven, the tragedy of Prince Hamlet and the Philosopher's Stone _ Available for $3 at makefoil.com. Yes, really. Moby Dick and the Methods of Rationality. As related by Ennias on Less Wrong. Revenge. Said the peg-legged man. On a whale? No, I decided I'd just get on with my life. Alice in the Land Where Things Are Even Crazier Than Here. As first written by Braindoll in a review of this chapter, with some further edits. Alice was sitting by her sister on the bank, reading a book. She had several friends who were older, and if she just asked nicely, they were often happy to lend her books without quite so many pictures and conversations as was thought appropriate for a girl her age. Hot days often made her feel sleepy and stupid, so Alice had thoughtfully wet a handkerchief and placed it at the back of her neck. Still her mind had gone off wandering, just as if it was some little kitten whose owner had taken off her eyes for just a moment, and she had just decided that the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth around 4/3 of the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, which was nonetheless not equal to the opportunity cost of putting down her book, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor, in fact, did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, "Oh dear! Oh dear! I shall be late." But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket, and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice froze in sudden clarity and fear, for she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket, or a watch to take out of it. "Oh bother," she said to herself, though not aloud. She had long since cured herself of that habit, as it made people take her even less seriously than they already did. If I did not immediately recognize how much curiouser that was than the average rabbit, then something is interfering with my curiosity, and that is most curious of all. So, burning with questions, she ran across the field after it, and was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. Welcome to the real world. Thanks to Summerstay for reminding me to post this one. Morpheus, for the longest time, I wouldn't believe it. But then I saw the fields with my own eyes, watched them liquefy the dead so they could be fed intravenously to the living. Neo, politely excuse me, please. Morpheus, yes, Neo. Neo, I've kept quiet for as long as I could, but I feel a certain need to speak up at this point. The human body is the most inefficient source of energy you could possibly imagine. The efficiency of a power plant at converting thermal energy into electricity decreases as you run the turbines at lower temperatures. If you had any sort of food humans could eat, it would be more efficient to burn it in a furnace than feed it to humans. And now you're telling me that their food is the bodies of the dead, fed to the living? Haven't you ever heard of the laws of thermodynamics? Morpheus, where did you hear about the laws of thermodynamics, Neo? Neo, anyone who's made it past one science class in high school ought to know about the laws of thermodynamics. Morpheus, where did you go to high school, Neo? Pause. Neo, in the Matrix. Morpheus, the machines tell elegant lies. Pause. Neo, in a small voice, could I please have a real physics textbook? Morpheus, there is no such thing, Neo. The universe doesn't run on math. Chapter 65, Contagious Lies. Hermione Granger had read somewhere once, that one of the keys to staying thin was to pay attention to the food you ate, to notice yourself eating it, so that you were satisfied with the meal. This morning she'd made herself toast, and put butter on the toast, and cinnamon on the butter, and it really should have been enough to get her to notice, this time, the goodness that was in front of her. Without noticing the cinnamon or the butter, without noticing the food or that she was eating, Hermione swallowed another bite of toast, and said, "Can you try explaining that again? I'm still completely flabbergasted." "It's pretty straightforward, if you think like a light-side Slytherin," said the boy that everyone else in school, excepting only the two of them, now believed to be her true love. Harry Potter's spoon absent-mindedly stirred his breakfast cereal. He hadn't taken many bites of it this morning, not that Hermione had seen. Every good thing in the world brings its own opposition into existence. Phoenixes are no exception. Hermione took another unnoticed bite out of her buttered and cinnamon toast, and said, "How can anyone not understand that Fawkes thinks you're a good enough person to ride around on your shoulder? He wouldn't do that with a dark wizard. He just wouldn't." And she hadn't yelled at anyone about Fawkes's touch on her own cheek, because she knew it wouldn't be right, that if a phoenix touched you, you weren't supposed to brag about it, that wasn't what a phoenix was for. But she'd really hoped that it would squash the rumors about Harry Potter going evil and Hermione Granger following him down. And it hadn't. And she truly couldn't understand why not. Harry ate another bite of his cereal, his eyes going distant now, no longer meeting her own. Think of it this way, you skip school one day, and you lie and tell your teacher you were sick. The teacher tells you to bring a doctor's note, so you forge one. The teacher says she's going to call the doctor to check, so you have to give her a fake number for the doctor, and get a friend to pretend to be the doctor when she calls. You did what? Harry looked up from his cereal then, and now he was smiling. I'm not saying I really did that, Hermione. Then his eyes abruptly dropped back down to his cereal. No. Just an example. Lies propagate, that's what I'm saying. You've got to tell more lies to cover them up, lie about every fact that's connected to the first lie. And if you kept on lying, and you kept on trying to cover it up, sooner or later you'd even have to start lying about the general laws of thought. Like, someone is selling you some kind of alternative medicine that doesn't work, and any double-blind experimental study will confirm that it doesn't work. So if someone wants to go on defending the lie, they've got to get you to disbelieve in the experimental method. Like, the experimental method is just for merely scientific kinds of medicine, not amazing alternative medicine like theirs. Or a good and virtuous person should believe as strongly as they can, no matter what the evidence says. Or truth doesn't exist and there's no such thing as objective reality. A lot of common wisdom like that isn't just mistaken, it's anti-epistemology, it's systematically wrong. Every rule of rationality that tells you how to find the truth, there's someone out there who needs you to believe the opposite. If you once tell a lie, the truth is ever after your enemy, and there's a lot of people out there telling lies. Harry's voice stopped. What does that have to do with Fox? She said. Harry withdrew his spoon from his cereal, and pointed in the direction of the head table. The headmaster has a phoenix, right? And he's chief warlock of the Wizengamot? So he's got political opponents, like Lucius. Now, do you think that opposition is going to just roll over and surrender, because Dumbledore has a phoenix and they don't? Do you think they'll admit that Fox is even evidence that Dumbledore's a good person? Of course not. They've got to invent something to say that makes Fox not important. Like, phoenixes only follow people who charge straight at anyone they think is evil, so having a phoenix just means you're an idiot or a dangerous fanatic. Or, phoenixes just follow people who are pure Gryffindor, so Gryffindor they don't have the virtues of other houses. Or it just shows how much courage a magical animal thinks you have, nothing else, and it wouldn't be fair to judge politicians based on that. They have to say something to deny the phoenix. I bet Lucius didn't even have to make up anything new. I bet it had all been said before, centuries ago, since the first time someone had a phoenix riding on his shoulder, and someone else wanted people not to take that into account as evidence. I bet by the time Fox came along it was already common wisdom, it would have just seemed strange to take into account who a phoenix liked or disliked. It would be like a Muggle newspaper testing political candidates to rate their level of scientific literacy. Every force for good that exists in this universe, there's someone else who benefits from people discounting it, or fencing it into a narrow box where it can't get to them. But Hermione said. Okay, I see why Lucius Malfoy doesn't want anyone to think that Fox matters, but why does anyone who isn't a bad guy believe it? Harry Potter gave a little shrug. His spoon dropped back into his cereal, and went on stirring without a pause. Why does any kind of cynicism appeal to people? Because it seems like a mark of maturity, of sophistication, like you've seen everything and know better. Or because putting something down feels like pushing yourself up. Or they don't have a phoenix themselves, so their political instinct tells them there's no advantage to be gained from saying nice things about phoenixes. Or because being cynical feels like knowing a secret truth that common people don't know. Harry Potter looked in the direction of the head table, and his voice dropped until it was almost a whisper. I think maybe that's what he's getting wrong, that he's cynical about everything else, but not about cynicism itself. Without thinking, Hermione looked in the direction of the head table herself, but the defense professor's seat was still empty, as it had been on Monday and Tuesday. The deputy headmistress had pronounced, earlier, that Professor Quirrell's classes for today would be cancelled. Afterward, when Harry had eaten a few bites of treacle tart and then left the table, Hermione looked at Anthony and Padma, who had been coincidentally eating nearby but certainly not eavesdropping or anything. Anthony and Padma looked back at her. Padma said hesitantly, "Is it just me, or has Harry Potter started talking like a more complicated sort of book in the last few days? I mean, I haven't been listening to him very long." "It's not just you," said Anthony. Hermione didn't say anything, but she was becoming increasingly worried. Whatever had happened to Harry Potter on the day of the Phoenix, it had changed him. There was something new in him now. Not cold, but hard. Sometimes she caught him staring out a window at nothing visible, a look of grim determination on his face. In herbology class on Monday, a Venus fire trap had gone out of control, and Harry had tackled Terry out of the way of a fireball even as Professor Sprout had shouted a flame-freezing charm, and when Harry had risen from the floor he'd just gone back to his place like nothing interesting had happened. And when for once she'd gotten a better test score than Harry in their transfiguration exam, later that same Monday, Harry had smiled at her as though to congratulate her, instead of gritting his teeth, and. That had bothered her a lot. She was getting the sense that Harry was pulling away from her. "He seems a lot older all of a sudden," said Anthony. "Not like a real grown-up. I can't imagine Harry as a grown-up, but it's like he suddenly turned into a fourth-year version of whatever he is." "Well," Padma said. She daintily dabbed a chocolate-flavored scone with some scone-flavored frosting. I think Dragon and Sunshine had better ally during the next battle or Mr. Harry Potter is going to smash us. We were allied last time, and even then chaos almost won. Yeah, said Anthony. You're right, Miss Paddle. Tell the Dragon General that we want to meet with you. No. Said Hermione. We shouldn't have to gang up on General Potter just to stand a chance. That doesn't make sense, especially now that nobody can use Muggle things anymore. It's still 24 soldiers in every army. Neither Padma or Anthony said anything to that. Knock knock, knock knock. Come in, Mr. Potter, she said. The door creaked open, and Harry Potter slipped through the opening into her office. He pushed the door shut behind him with one hand, and wordlessly seated himself in the cushioned chair that now stood in front of her desk. She'd transfigured that chair so often that it sometimes changed form to reflect her mood, without any wand movement or incantation or even conscious intent. Right now, that chair had become deeply cushioned, so that as Harry sat down he sank into it, as though the chair were hugging him. Harry didn't seem to notice. There was an air of quiet determination about the boy, his eyes had locked steadily with hers, and not let up for a moment. You called me? Said the boy. I did, said Professor McGonagall. I have 2 pieces of good news for you, Mr. Potter. First, have you met Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, at all? The groundskeeper? He was an old friend of your parents'. Harry hesitated. Then, Mr. Hagrid spoke to me a bit after I got here, Harry said. I think it was on Tuesday of my first week of school. He didn't say he knew my parents, though. At the time I thought he just wanted to introduce himself to the boy who lived. Did he have some kind of hidden agenda? He didn't seem like the type. Ah. She said. It took her a moment to pull her thoughts together. It's a long story, Mr. Potter, but Mr. Hagrid was falsely accused of murdering a student, 5 decades ago. Mr. Hagrid's wand was snapped, and he was expelled. Later, when Professor Dumbledore became headmaster, he gave Mr. Hagrid a place here as keeper of grounds and keys. Harry's eyes watched her intently. You said that 5 decades ago was the last time a student died in Hogwarts, and you were certain that 5 decades ago was the last time someone heard the Sorting Hat's secret message. She felt a slight chill, even the headmaster or Severus might not have made that connection that quickly, and said, Yes, Mr. Potter. Someone opened the Chamber of Secrets, but this was not believed, and Mr. Hagrid was blamed for the resulting death. However, the headmaster has located the additional enchantment on the Sorting Hat, and he has shown it to a special panel of the Wizengamot. As a result, Mr. Hagrid's sentence has been revoked, just this morning, in fact, and he will be allowed to acquire a new wand. She hesitated. We have not yet told Mr. Hagrid of this, Mr. Potter. We were waiting until the deed was done, so as not to give him false hope after so long. Mr. Potter, we were wondering if we could tell Mr. Hagrid that it was you who helped him. She saw the weighing look in his eyes. I remember Mr. Hagrid holding you when you were a baby, she said. I think he would be very happy to know. She could see it, though, on Harry's face, the moment when he decided that Rubeus wouldn't be any use to him. Harry shook his head. Bad enough that someone might deduce there was a Parselmouth in this year's crop of students, Harry said. I think it'd be more prudent to just keep it all as secret as possible. She remembered James and Lily, who'd never hesitated to return the friendship the huge, bluff man had offered them, for all that James was the scion of a wealthy house or Lily a budding charms mistress, and Rubeus a mere half-giant whose wand had been snapped. Because you don't expect him to prove useful, Mr. Potter. There was silence. She hadn't intended to say that out loud. Sadness crossed Harry's face. Probably, Harry said quietly. But I don't think he and I would get along, do you? Something seemed to be stuck in her throat. Speaking of making use of people, Harry said. It seems I'm going to be thrown into a war with a Dark Lord sometime soon. So while I'm in your office, I'd like to ask that my sleep cycle be extended to 30 hours per day. Neville Longbottom wants to start practicing dueling, there's an older Hufflepuff who offered to teach him, and they invited me to join. Plus there's other things I want to learn too, and if you or the headmaster think I should study anything in particular, in order to become a powerful wizard when I grow up, let me know. Please direct Madame Pomfrey to administer the appropriate potion, or whatever it is that she needs to do. Mr. Potter. Harry's eyes gazed directly into her own. Yes, Minerva? I know it wasn't your idea, but I'd like to survive the use the headmaster's making of me. Please don't be an obstacle to that. It almost broke her. Harry, she whispered in a bare voice, children shouldn't have to think like that. You're right, they shouldn't, Harry said. A lot of children have to grow up too early, though, not just me, and most children like that would probably trade places with me in 5 seconds. I'm not going to pity myself, Professor McGonagall, not when there are people out there in real trouble and I'm not one of them. She swallowed, hard, and said, Mr. Potter, at 30 hours per day, You'll get older, you'll age faster like Albus. And in my 5th year I'll be around the same physiological age as Hermione, said Harry. Doesn't seem that terrible. There was a wry smile now on Harry's face. Honestly, I'd probably want this even if there weren't a Dark Lord. Wizards live for a while, and either wizards or muggles will probably push that out even further over the next century. There's no reason not to pack as many hours into a day as I can. I've got things I plan to do, and tour well they were done quickly. There was a long pause. All right, Minerva said. It came out as almost a whisper. She raised her voice. All right, Mr. Potter, I shall ask the headmaster, and if he agrees, it shall be done. Harry's eyes narrowed for a moment. I see. Then please remind the headmaster that Godric Gryffindor, in his last words, said that if it had been the right thing for him to do, then he wouldn't tell anyone else to choose wrongly, not even the youngest student in Hogwarts. And she knew with a hollow feeling that any chance of Albus stopping any of this, had just vanished into nothingness. That was what Albus had told her when she'd objected that Cameron Edward was too young, and then when she'd objected that Peter Pevensie was too young, and finally she'd given up objecting. Who told you that, Mr. Potter? Not Albus, surely Albus would never say that to any student. I've been doing a lot of reading lately, Harry said. His body started to rise from the enveloping chair, then halted. Dare I ask about the second piece of good news? Oh, she said. Ah, Professor Quirrell has woken up and says that you may. The Hogwarts infirmary was a brilliantly open space, skylit on all 4 sides despite seeming to be located squarely in the middle of the castle. White beds in long rows stretched out, only 3 of them occupied at the moment. 1 older boy and 1 older girl on opposite sides, both lying motionless with their eyes closed, probably unconscious and spellbound while some healing charm or potion reconfigured their bodies in uncomfortable ways, and the 3rd occupant had the curtain drawn around their bed, which was presumably a good thing. Madame Pomfrey had pushed him along with a hard shove and told him not to gawk, and Harry had needed to remind himself sharply that some people still didn't know who the boy who lived was, either that, or Madame Pomfrey's identity was bound up with her absolute dominance of her own hospital, etc., whatever. Behind the rows of beds were 5 doors, leading into the private rooms where they stored the patients who would be staying for days instead of hours, but whose condition didn't warrant a transfer to St. Mungo's. Windowless, skyless, unlit but for a single smokeless torch on one of the solid stone walls, that was the room behind the middle door. Harry had wondered whether professors could ask Hogwarts to change itself, or if the infirmary always had a room like that available, for people who didn't enjoy the light. In the center of the room, between 2 equal bedstands that looked to have been carved from the same grey marble as the walls, rested a white hospital bed, looking vaguely orangish in the unsmoking torchlight, and within that bed, a white sheet pulled up about his thighs and wearing a hospital gown, sat Professor Quirrell with his back slightly propped up against the headboard of the bed. There was something frightening about seeing Professor Quirrell in one of Madame Pomfrey's beds, even if the defense professor appeared uninjured. Even knowing that Professor Quirrell had deliberately arranged his own apparent defeat at Severus's hands, to give himself an excuse to recover his strength from Azkaban. Harry had never actually watched anyone dying in a hospital bed, but he'd seen too many movies. It was an intimation of mortality, and the defense professor was not supposed to be mortal. Madame Pomfrey had told Harry that he was absolutely forbidden to pester her patient. Harry had said, "I understand," which technically did not say anything about obedience. The stern old healer had then turned, and started to say to Professor Quirrell that he was absolutely not to overexert himself or upset himself. Madame Pomfrey had trailed off, hurriedly turned around, and fled the room. Not bad, Harry observed, after the door had shut behind the escaping medical matron. I've got to learn how to do that, sometime. Professor Quirrell smiled a smile with absolutely no humor content, and said, his voice sounding a good deal drier than its usual dryness, "Thank you for your artistic critique, Mr. Potter." Harry stared into the pale blue eyes, and thought that Professor Quirrell looked older. It was subtle, it might have just been Harry's imagination, it might have been the poor lighting. But the hair above Quirinus Quirrell's forehead might have receded a bit, what remained might have thinned and greyed, an advancing of the baldness that had already been visible on the back of his head. The face might have grown a little sunken. The pale blue eyes had stayed sharp and intense. "I am glad," Harry said quietly, "to see you in what appears to be good health." "Appearances can be deceiving, of course," said Professor Quirrell. He gave a flick of his fingers, and when his hand finished the gesture he was holding his wand. "Would you believe that woman thinks she has confiscated this from me?" 6 incantations the defense professor spoke then, 6 of the 30 that he had used to safeguard their important conversations in Mary's room. Harry raised his eyebrows, silently quizzical. "That is all I can manage for now," said the defense professor. "I expect it shall prove sufficient. Still, there is a proverb, if you do not wish a thing heard, do not say it. Consider it to apply in full measure. I am told that you were trying to see me." "Yes," Harry said. He paused, gathered his thoughts. Did the headmaster, or anyone, tell you that we can't go to lunch anymore? Something along those lines, said the defense professor. And without changing expression, of course I was terribly sorry to hear it. It's more extreme than that, actually, said Harry. I'm confined to Hogwarts and its grounds indefinitely. I can't leave without a guard and a good reason. I'm not going home for summer, and maybe not ever again. I was hoping to speak with you about that. There was a pause. The defense professor exhaled a breath like a brief sigh, and said, we shall just have to rely on the known fact that the deputy headmistress will personally murder anyone who tries to report me. Mr. Potter, I intend to keep this conversation on track so that we may conclude it quickly, is that understood? Harry nodded, and in the light of the single torch, shaded toward the reddish end of the optical spectrum, the snake's green scales were not very reflective, and the blue and white banding hardly more so. Dark seemed the snake, in that light. The eyes, which had seemed like grey pits before, now reflected the torchlight, and seemed brighter than the rest of the snake. "SSO," hissed the venomous creature. "What did you wish to say?" And Harry hissed, "Schoolmaster thinks that woman SS former Lord ISS the one who stole her from prison." Harry had thought about it this time, and carefully, before he had decided that he would reveal to Professor Quirrell only that the headmaster believed that, and not say anything about the prophecy which had set Voldemort on Harry's parents, nor that the headmaster was reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. It was a risk, a significant risk, but Harry needed an ally in this. "He believes that one ISS alive," the snake finally said. The divided, two-pronged tongue flickered rapidly from side to side, sardonic snakish laughter. "Somehow I am not surprised." "Yes," Harry hissed dryly, "very amusing, I am sure. Except now I'm stuck in Hogwarts for next 6 years, for safety. I have decided that I will, indeed, seek power, and confinement ISS not helpful for that. Must convince Schoolmaster that Dark Lord ISS not yet awakened, that escape was work of some other power." Again the rapid flickering of the snake's tongue, the snakish laughter was stronger, drier, this time. "Amateur foolishness." "Pardon," hissed Harry. "You see mistake, think of undoing, setting time back to start. Yet not even with hourglass can time be undone. Must move forward instead. You think of convincing others as they are mistaken. Far easier to convince them they are right. SSO consider, boy, what new happenstance would make Schoolmaster decide you were safe once more, simultaneously advance your other agendas?" Harry stared at the snake, puzzled. His mind tried to comprehend and unravel the riddle. "ISS it not obvious?" hissed the snake. Again the tongue flickered sardonic laughter. "To free yourself, to gain power in Britain, you must again be seen to defeat the Dark Lord." In reddish-orange flickering torchlight, a green snake swayed above a white hospital bed, as the boy stared into the embers of its eyes. "SSO," Harry said finally. "Let USS be clear on what ISS proposed. You suggest that we sit up impostor to impersonate Dark Lord. Something like that. Woman we rescued will cooperate, should be most convincing once she ISS seen at his side." More sardonic tongue flickering. "You are kidnapped from Hogwarts to public location, many witnesses, wards keep out protectors. Dark Lord announces that he has at long last regained physical form, after wandering as spirit for years, says that he has gained still greater power, not even you can stop him now. Offers us to let you duel. You cast Guardian Charm, Dark Lord laughs at you, says he ISS not Life Eater. Casts Killing Curse at you, you block, watchers as see Dark Lord explode. Cast Killing Curse." Harry hissed in incredulity. "At me? Again? Second time? Nobody will believe Dark Lord could possibly be that stupid. You and I are only two people in country who would notice that," hissed the snake. "Trust me on this, boy. What if they're ISS third, someday?" The snake swayed thoughtfully. "Could write different script for play, if you wish ere. Whatever scenario, should leave open possibility Dark Lord might return yet again, nation must think they are still dependent on you to protect them." Harry stared into the red flickering pits of the snake's eyes. "Well," hissed the swaying form. The obvious thought was that going along with the defense professor's plots and deceptions a second time, spinning an even more complicated lie to cover up the first mistake, and creating another fatal vulnerability if anyone ever discovered the truth, would be exactly the same sort of stupidity as the putative Dark Lord using the killing curse again. It didn't even take his Hufflepuff side to point that out, Harry thought it in his very own mental voice. But there was also a certain question as to whether the appropriate moral to learn from the last experience was to always say no immediately to the defense professor, or "We'll think about it," hissed Harry. "We'll not answer right away, this time, we'll enumerate risks and benefits first." "Understood," hissed the snake. "But remember this, boy, other events proceed without you. Hesitation ISS always easy, rarely useful." The boy emerged from the private room into the main infirmary, running nervous fingers through his messy black hair as he walked past the white beds, occupied and unoccupied. Shortly afterward, the boy emerged from the Hogwarts infirmary entirely, passing Madame Pomfrey on the way out with a distracted nod. The boy walked out into a hallway, then into a larger corridor, and then stopped and leaned against the wall. The thing was, he really didn't want to be stuck in Hogwarts for the next 6 years, and when you thought about it, the incident with rescuing Bellatrix from Azkaban wasn't just imposing costs on Harry. Other people would be worrying, living in fear of the Dark Lord's return, expending unknown resources to take unknown precautions. Harry could demand that they write the script in such fashion as to make it seem not plausible that the Dark Lord would return a third time. And then people would relax, it would all be over. Unless of course there actually was a Dark Lord out there to be feared. There had been a prophecy. The boy leaning against the wall vented a soft sigh, and started walking again. Harry had almost forgotten, but he had gotten around to showing Professor Quirrell the deck of cards he'd been given on Sunday night by Santa Claus, within which the King of Hearts was allegedly a portkaya that would take him to the Salem Witches' Institute in America. Although of course Harry hadn't told Professor Quirrell who'd sent him the card, nor what it was supposed to do, before he'd asked Professor Quirrell if it was possible to tell where the portkaya would send him. The defense professor had transformed back to human form, and examined the King of Hearts, tapping it a few times with his wand. And according to Professor Quirrell, the portkaya would send the user somewhere in London, but he couldn't pinpoint it any nearer than that. Harry had shown Professor Quirrell the note that had accompanied the deck of cards, saying nothing of the earlier notes. Professor Quirrell had taken it in at a glance, given a dry chuckle, and observed that if you read the note carefully, it did not explicitly say that the portkaya would take him to the Salem Witches' Institute. You needed to learn to pay attention to that kind of subtlety, Professor Quirrell said, if you wanted to be a powerful wizard when you grew up, or, indeed, if you wanted to grow up at all. The boy sighed again as he trudged off to class. He was starting to wonder if all the other wizarding schools were also like this, or if it was only Hogwarts that had a problem. Chapter 66, Self-Actualization, PT1. Hesitation is always easy, rarely useful. So the defense professor had told him, and while you could quibble about the details of the proverb, Harry understood the weaknesses of Ravenclaws well enough to know that you had to try answering your own quibbles. Did some plans call for waiting? Yes, many plans called for delayed action, but that was not the same as hesitating to choose. Not delaying because you knew the right moment to do what was necessary, but delaying because you couldn't make up your mind. There was no cunning plan which called for that. Did you sometimes need more information to choose? Yes, but that could also turn into an excuse for delaying, and it would be tempting to delay, when you were faced with a choice between two painful alternatives, and not choosing would avoid the mental pain for a time. So you would pick a piece of information you couldn't easily obtain, and claim that you couldn't possibly decide without it. That would be your excuse. Although if you knew what information you needed, knew when and how you would obtain that information, and knew what you would do depending on each possible observation, then that was less suspicious as an excuse for hesitating. If you weren't just hesitating, you ought to be able to choose in advance what you would do, once you had the extra information you claimed you needed. If the Dark Lord were really out there, would it be smart to go along with Professor Quirrell's plan to have someone impersonate the Dark Lord? No. Definitely no. Absolutely not. And if Harry knew for a fact that the Dark Lord wasn't really out there, in that case. The defense professor's office was a small room, at least today. It had changed since the last time Harry had seen it, the stone of the room becoming darker, more polished. Behind the defense professor's desk stood the single empty bookcase that always decorated the room, a tall bookcase stretching almost from the floor to the ceiling, with 7 empty wooden shelves. Harry had only once seen Professor Quirrell take a book from those empty shelves, and never seen him put a book back. The green snake swayed above the seat of the chair behind the defense professor's desk, the lidless eyes staring unblinking at Harry from close to his own eye level. They were warded now by 22 spells, all that could be cast within Hogwarts without attracting the headmaster's attention. No, hissed Harry. The green snake cocked its head, tilting it slightly. No emotion was conveyed by the gesture, not that Harry's parcel mouth talent conveyed to him. Reason not, said the green snake. Too risky, Harry said simply. That was true whether or not the Dark Lord was out there. Forcing himself to decide in advance had made him realize that he'd just been using the unanswered question as an excuse to hesitate. The sane decision was the same, either way. For a moment the dark pitted eyes seemed to gleam blackly, for a moment the scaled mouth gaped to expose the fangs. Think you have learned wrong lesson, boy, from previous failure. My plans are not in habit of failing, and last one would have gone flawlessly, but for your own foolishness. Correct lesson is to follow steps laid down for you by older and wiser Slytherin, tame your wild impulses. Lesson I learned is not to try plots that would make girl-child friend think I am evil or boy-child friend think I am stupid, Harry snapped back. He'd been planning a more temporizing response than that, but somehow the words had just slipped out. The sssssing sound that came from the snake was not heard by Harry as words, only as pure fury. A moment later, you told them. Of course not. But know what they would say. There was a long pause as the snakehead swayed, staring at Harry. Again no detectable emotion came through, and Harry wondered what Professor Quirrell could be thinking that would take Professor Quirrell that long to think. You seriously care what thos two think? Came the snake's final hiss. True younglings thos two are, not like you. Could not weigh adult matterses. Might have done better than me, Harry hissed. Boy-child friend would have asked after secret motives before assenting to rescue woman. Glad you understand that now, the snake hissed coldly. Always ask after other ss advantage. Next learn to always ask after your own. If my plan iss not to your task ain't, what iss yours? If necessary, stay at School sa yearses and study. Hogwarts seems fine place to dwell. Books, friendses, strange but tasty food. Harry wanted to chuckle, but there wasn't any gesture in Parseltongue for the kind of laughter he wanted to express. The pits of the snake's eyes seemed almost black. Easy to say that now. Suck as you and I, we do not tolerate imprisonment. You will lose patience long before 7th year, perhaps before end of this one. I shall plan accordingly. And before Harry could hiss another word of Parseltongue, the human shape of Professor Quirrell was sitting in his chair once more. So, Mr. Potter, said the defense professor, his voice as calm as if they had been discussing nothing important, as if the whole conversation had not occurred at all, I hear that you have begun to practice dueling. Not the worthless sort with rules, I hope. Hannah Abbott looked as unnerved as Hermione had ever seen her, except on the day of the Phoenix, the day Bellatrix Black had escaped, which shouldn't ought to count for anyone. The Hufflepuff girl had come over to the Ravenclaw table during dinner, and tapped Hermione on her shoulder, and very nearly dragged her away. Neville and Harry Potter are learning dueling from Mr. Diggory. Hannah blurted as soon as they were a few steps away from the table. Who? Said Hermione. Cedric Diggory. Said Hannah. He's the captain of our Quidditch team, and general of an army, and he's taking all the electives and getting better grades than anyone, and I hear he learns dueling from professional tutors during the summers, and he once beat 2 7th-year students, and even some teachers call him the Super Hufflepuff, and Professor Sprout says we should all emulate him or something like that, and... After Hannah finally stopped for air, the list had gone on for a while, Hermione managed to insert a word in edgewise. Sunshine Soldier Abbott. Said Hermione. Calm down. We're not going to be fighting General Diggory, right? Sure, Neville's studying to beat us, but we can study too. Don't you see? Hannah shrieked, raising her voice a lot louder than it should have been, if they were trying to keep the conversation private from all the Ravenclaws looking at them. Neville isn't studying to beat us. He's practicing so he can fight Bellatrix Black. They're going to go through us like a bludger through a stack of pancakes. The Sunshine General gave her soldier a look. Listen, said Hermione, I don't think a few weeks of practice is going to make anyone an invincible fighter. Plus we already know how to handle invincible fighters. We'll concentrate fire on them and they'll go down just like Draco. The Hufflepuff girl was looking at her with mixed admiration and skepticism. Aren't you even, worried? Oh, honestly. Said Hermione. Sometimes it was hard being the only sensible person in your whole school year. Haven't you ever heard the saying, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself? What? Said Hannah. That's crazy, what about lethafolds lurking in the darkness, and being put under the Imperious Curse, and horrible transfiguration accidents and... I mean, said Hermione, exasperation leaking out into her now raised voice, she'd been hearing this sort of thing all week now, how about if we wait until after the Chaos Legion actually crushes us to get so scared of them and did you just mutter Gryffindors under your voice? A few moments later, Hermione was walking back to her place at the table with a sweet smile plastered onto her young face. It wasn't the terrible cold glare of Harry's dark side but it was the scariest face she knew how to make. Harry Potter was going down. This is loony, gasped Neville, with what tiny amount of breath he could spare from being completely out of breath. This is brilliant. Said Cedric Diggory. The eyes of the Super Hufflepuff gleamed with manic enthusiasm, shining like the sweat on his forehead as he stamped his feet through the dance of one of his dueling postures. His usually light steps had changed to heavier stomps, which might have had something to do with the transfigured metal weights they'd all attached to their arms and legs and strapped over their chests. Where do you get these ideas, Mr. Potter? A strange old shop, in Oxford, and I'm never shopping there again. Thud. Chapter 67, Self-Actualization, PT2. In the high reaches of Hogwarts where rooms and corridors changed on a daily basis, where the territory itself was uncertain and not just the map, where the stability of the castle began to fray into dreams and chaos without changing its architectural style or apparent solidity, in the high reaches of Hogwarts, a battle would soon be fought. The presence of so many students would stabilize the corridors for a time, by dint of constant observation. The rooms and corridors of Hogwarts sometimes moved even while people looked directly at them, but they wouldn't change. Even after 8 centuries, Hogwarts was still a little shy about changing in front of people. But despite that transient permanence, the defense professor had said, the upper reaches of Hogwarts still had a military realism. You had to learn the ground anew each time, and check every closet for secret corridors all over again. Sunday it was, Sunday the 1st of March. Professor Quirrell had recovered enough to supervise battles once more, and they were all catching up on the backlog. The Dragon General, Draco Malfoy, watched 2 compasses he held in either hand. One compass was the color of the sun, the other had a multicolored, iridescent sheen to indicate chaos. The other 2 generals, Draco knew, had been given their own compasses. Only Hermione Granger's hand, and Harry Potter's hand, would hold a compass that was orange-red and flickered in its reflections like fire, pointing always to the direction of the largest active contingent of Dragon Army. Without those compasses they might have searched for days and never found each other, which was a territorial hazard of fighting in the upper levels of Hogwarts. Draco had a bad feeling about what would happen when Dragon Army found the Chaos Legion. Harry Potter had changed since Bellatrix Black had escaped, the heir of Slytherin had begun to seem truly lordly now, and how had Professor Quirrell known that would happen? Draco would have felt a lot better with Hermione Granger standing alongside him with her 23 Sunshine soldiers in tow, but no, the Sunshine General was being stupidly proud and refusing to accept aid against General Potter. She wanted to take down Potter herself, she'd told him. The noble and most ancient house of Malfoy had maintained their influence over Britain for centuries by understanding that you couldn't always be the most powerful. Sometimes another lord was just stronger, and you had to settle for merely being his foremost lieutenant. You could build up quite a position of wealth and power over a dozen generations of being second in command. You just had to be careful, each time, not to let your house be dragged down with the fall of the lord you served. That was the Malfoy tradition which centuries of experience had honed. And so father had thoroughly explained to Draco that if he ran into someone who was obviously stronger than him, Draco was not to resent this and not to deny it and not to throw a tantrum that could sabotage his potential position, but Draco was to make sure that his place in the next generation's power structure wasn't any lower than second. Granger, apparently, had never gotten this lecture from her own parents, and was still in denial about the obvious fact that Harry Potter was becoming stronger than her. So Draco had secretly met with Captain Goldstein and Captain Bones and Captain Macmillan, and they'd agreed to all do their best to make sure that Dragon and Sunshine didn't engage each other before they engaged the larger threat of chaos. It wasn't really violating the agreement against traitors, you weren't soliciting traitors if you honestly meant to help the other army. A high ringing tone belled through the corridors to signal the start of the battle, and a moment later Draco shouted go. And the dragons started running. It would tire his soldiers, it would cost them something even after they stopped and caught their breath, but they had to put chaos directly between themselves and the Sunshine Regiment. Harry and Neville walked at a leisurely pace through the corridors, Harry watching the yellow golden compass that pointed toward the location of the Sunshine Regiment, and Neville keeping a lookout just in case they ran into someone else. Their footsteps sounded a bit thumpy, if you listened closely. So, the chaotic lieutenant said after a while. That's why you had us practice dueling with all that weight strapped on. Harry nodded, keeping his eyes on the compass that led to Sunshine. If the apparent direction started to change quickly then they were getting close. I didn't want to say anything in front of the others, but a couple of weeks isn't a lot of time to put on extra muscle, said Neville. And the balance is different, and I think this weighs more actually, and doesn't this count as transfiguring a Muggle artifact? Nope, Harry said. I checked that in advance. You can see it in Hogwarts statues, so some wizards used to wear it, even if they were just being fashionable for the Dark Ages. And since nobody would ever try this if they weren't fighting first-year students using weak spells like the Sleep Hex, it didn't count as giving away good ideas, either. They came to a Y intersection, an annoying one, neither corridor bent in quite the right way to take them on a direct intercept course toward where Sunshine would go as they followed the Chaos Legion following Dragon Army. So Harry chose what seemed like the better of the two options, and Neville followed. We'd better try a quick silencing charm on this stuff when we get close, Neville said. It's kind of noisy, they might figure it out. Harry nodded, and then said good idea in case Neville hadn't been looking at him. They trudged on through the stone-floored corridor of the upper reach of Hogwarts, lit by windows of plain glass or stained glass, now and then passing statues of witches and dragons and even the occasional wizard knight in plate armor or chain mail. The Sunshine soldiers were striding through a long, wide corridor with their wands out and pointed. They couldn't use the prismatic shield while they were maneuvering, but Parvati Patil and Jenny Rustad were currently maintaining contegos around the officer group, who would be the first targets of any ambush. Their tactic for the next battle, she and her officers had decided, would be to mix directly in with the enemy soldiers as fast as possible, after having practiced among themselves how to support one another, avoid hitting each other, and get into positions where enemy soldiers would hesitate to fire. They'd only gotten in 4 hours practice, but she thought her troops would already be better at that kind of mixed-in fighting than soldiers who hadn't practiced at all. It seemed like the sort of tactic Chaos would use, but they hadn't actually used it yet. It was a good strategy, she believed. And yet still, no matter how much she'd lectured her soldiers, they'd persisted in whispering fearful rumors about what Harry and Neville were learning to do. Finally she'd gone off and talked with Captain Goldstein, who understood things like troop morale, and Anthony had suggested. That's weird, Captain Macmillan spoke up suddenly, frowning at the fiery and iridescent compasses he held in either hand. Ernie was, as Harry would have termed it, good at spatial visualization, and so had been designated to hold both compasses and try to figure out what their enemies were doing. I think. Dragon's not moving fast anymore. I think they got on the other side of chaos from us first, and it looks like chaos is moving to attack them instead of trying to maneuver out from in between. Hermione frowned, trying to understand, and she saw similar frowns on the faces of Anthony and Ron. If Chaos and Dragon attacked each other straight out, and spent all their forces fighting each other, that was practically conceding the battle to Sunshine. Potter thinks we're allied, so he's attacking Malfoy now, before Dragon can link up with us, said Blaise Zabinai from the common ranks of soldiers. Or Potter just thinks he can beat both armies in a row, if he attacks them separately. The Slytherin boy gave a condescending sigh. Are you going to promote me back to officer now? You lot are hopeless without me, you know. They all ignored the talking noises coming from Zabinai's mouth. We still moving in the right direction? Said Anthony. Yeah, said Ernie. We getting close to them? Said Ron. Not yet. That was when the huge black wooden doors at the end of the corridor flew open and crashed into the wall, revealing two figures almost completely enveloped in grey cloaks, grey cloth stretched over the faces beneath the grey hoods, one of those figures already raising a wand and pointing it directly at her. And then the face of the game changed drastically, as Harry's voice, high and strained with the effort, screamed the word. Stupefy. The dueling grade stunner blasted toward her. She was so shocked that she didn't start to move until almost too late, as the red jet of light smashed right through the Contego shield to their front and she just barely dodged. There was a tingle on her arm as the red light went past her, and she saw out of the corner of her eye Susan getting hit and blown off her feet into Ron. Somnium! Bellowed Anthony's voice, followed a moment later by a dozen voices crying Somnium. Hermione frantically pushed herself to her feet, and as she rose, she saw the two figures in the grey cloaks just standing there. You couldn't see sleep hexes, the spell was too weak. But there was no way they all could have missed. Stupefy! Shrieked the voice of Neville Longbottom, and another red jet shot at her. She fell in an undignified heap as she desperately twisted out of the way, and when she scrambled up, panting, she saw that this time the stunbolt had gotten Ron where he'd been rising from the ground. Hello there, Sunshine, said Harry's voice from beneath his hood. We're the Grey Knights of Chaos, said Neville's voice. We'll be your opponents for this battle, said Harry's voice, while Chaos's other army slaughters the dragons. And by the way, said Neville's voice, we're invincible. The two boys in their grey cloaks and robes, grey cloth over their faces, stood facing Sunshine's entire army, seemingly unfazed by a dozen sleep hexes. Daphne heard a soft sigh from beside her, and when her head turned she saw that Hannah's lips were parted, and the Hufflepuff girl's eyes were huge, and she was staring at it. It would have been hard to describe the jumble of thoughts that flashed through Daphne's mind as she realized that Hannah was staring at Neville rather than Harry, which in turn seemed to trigger some part of her into noticing that in point of fact Neville had been getting pretty interesting lately as boys went. In fact right now the last scion of Longbottom was seeming downright cool, and something woke up inside her and her own lips parted and everything the lady her mother had ever instructed her about demure demeanors and flattery and scented shampoo blew straight out of her mind so hard it should have fluffed her hair about her ears, because she'd watched Hermione and Harry and she knew how she wanted her own courtship to go. Her lady mother had also recently instructed her on a few spells it might be embarrassing not to know if you belonged to the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Daphne's wand swung to point to her left, and she shouted Tonare. The wand went over her head, and she spoke the incantation Revum Calvaria. And finally she grasped her wand in both hands and shrieked, Lucas Gladius. The huge magical drain almost sent her to her knees, but she bore it, and when the blazing shape had fully formed and stabilized the drain was a little less. Still, she had a feeling she'd better not try to fight with this for long. That everyone was staring at her went quite without saying, and she should have leaped forward to confront Neville with her hair billowing around her, but it was all she could do to walk forward steadily to level her most ancient blade at Neville Longbottom. That everyone moved aside and made way for her also went without saying. I hide Daphne, of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. She cried. Greengrass of Sunshine. The dueling forms had gone completely out of her mind. She'd seen enough plays to remember death challenges and blood challenges but she couldn't remember at all what was appropriate for this, so she just pointed the incandescent sword toward the object of her crush and yelled, Let's see what you got, Nevi. Once again Harry's voice shrieked Stupefy, and later on, when she was remembering this, she could never quite believe she'd managed to do it, but she slashed out with her blade of light like it was a beater's bat, and hit the stun bolt back at Harry who just barely managed to twist out of the way. Tonare! Shouted Neville, of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom. Revum Calvaria, Lucas Gladius. For a few seconds, no one did anything but stare at Neville and Daphne as they started whacking at each other. They were both moving slowly, and Hermione guessed that the spell was taking a lot of strength out of them. It wasn't very impressive by comparison, if you were a Muggleborn and you'd watched certain movies. But you still had to give them extra credit for using lightsabers at all. Point of order, said Harry's voice. I know the defense professor is watching, but I still have to ask, does anyone know whether they'll slice each other in half if they actually hit? No, Hermione said absently. This had been in one of her history books, though she'd had no idea the magical dueling sword looked like that. They cast it so it'll only stun if it touches. You know that spell? Oh, no, it's the charm of the most ancient blade, it's only legal for noble and most ancient houses to use. Hermione stopped talking and looked at Harry, or Harry's grey hood rather. Well, said Harry's voice, I guess I could take down the rest of the Sunshine Regiment by myself, then. She couldn't see his face, but his voice sounded like he was smiling. You dodged when Daphne hit your own spell back at you, Hermione said. So whatever you did, you're not invincible. A stupefy can still get you. Interesting theory, said Harry's voice from beneath the hood. Got anyone in your army who can test it? I read about the stunning hex once, said Hermione. A few months ago. I wonder if I can remember the instructions right. Her wand came up to point at Harry. There was a slight pause, as nearby a boy and a girl breathing in audible gasps slowly whacked at each other with lightsabers. Of course, Harry said, leveling his own wand on her, I can just use Somnium on you. That'll take a lot less effort. New Contego shields sprung into existence in front of her, cast by Jenny and Parvati, even as Harry spoke. The tip of Hermione's own wand began making small motions in the air, a diamond within a circle, a diamond within a circle, rehearsing the gesture to match exactly what she remembered seeing in the book. It would be a difficult feat even for her, but she had to cast the spell right on the first try, she couldn't afford any failed castings that would sap her energy. You know, said Hermione Granger, I understand that it's not really your fault, but I'm getting tired of hearing people talk about the boy who lived like you're some kind of god or something. Same here, I must say, said Harry Potter. It's sad how people keep underestimating me. Her wand kept rehearsing the diamond within the circle, over and over. Harry would be recharging his own strength, she knew, even as she practiced as much as she could before her attack. I'm starting to think you need taking down a peg, General Chaos. You could be right, Harry said equably. His feet began to shuffle through what she recognized as a duelist's dance. Unfortunately there's nothing left that can defeat me now except another Harry Potter. Let me be specific, Mr. Potter. I'm taking you down a peg. You and what other army? You think you're pretty cool, don't you, said Hermione. Why, yes, said Harry. Yes, I do. Some might call that arrogant, but am I supposed to be the last person in Hogwarts to notice how awesome I am? Hermione raised her left hand into the air, and made a fist. It was a signal. 8 designated soldiers in her army would be pointing their wands at her, and quietly casting Wingardium Leviosa. They'd practiced this, too, once Hermione had given up on lecturing her soldiers, and at Anthony's suggestion, tried giving them a sunshine general who looked like she could defeat invincible enemies. You pretend you're Superman, said Hermione. She raised her left fist higher in the air, and the 8 soldiers supporting her hovered her off the ground. Well, here's Super Hermione. Her hand pushed forward, and as she shot rapidly through the air toward Harry, regretting only that she couldn't see the look on his face, her wand made a diamond within a circle and she summoned up all the magic she could. It felt like she imagined touching a live wire would feel as the too powerful spell poured through her when her voice screamed stupefy. The red bolt burst from her wand, perfectly formed. Harry dodged it. And then, because they hadn't practiced doing this part inside of hallways, she crashed into a wall. Somnium! Shrieked Draco, and then after only a few seconds to recharge, Somnium, curse you! He knew he was hitting Theodore, the other boy wasn't even trying to dodge, but the scion of not only grinned as evilly as his father and leveled his wand. Draco managed to leap aside just as Theodore said Somnium. But Draco was getting winded, he couldn't keep this up. Theodore wasn't bothering to dodge at all while Draco had to keep moving, this was crazy. He had enough strength now to fire again, but stupidity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, Harry had said. This was Harry's work somehow, it couldn't be a Muggle artifact anymore but Draco couldn't figure out what it could be, and he should be thinking of hypotheses and ways to test them but he was too busy frantically dodging as Theodore laughed and shot another sleep hex at him. Draco felt a little numbness in his side that time as he twisted, that had been a very near miss and finally Draco couldn't take it anymore. He didn't bother working out what theory he was testing or why as he just Luminose! Shouted Draco, and Theodore was haloed in red light, Dulac. And it went out again, so Theodore was still being affected by magic, Expelliarmus. And Theodore's wand went flying, that had been a good spell to cast anyway now that Draco realized it, but Theodore was rushing toward Draco with his arms outstretched to grapple, so Draco yelled flipendo. And the other boy's feet were abruptly yanked up. And Theodore's back hit the ground with a surprisingly loud and metallic sounding crash. Draco's vision was swimming now from casting 4 spells in such fast succession, and Theodore was already scrambling to his feet, so there wasn't even time to think in words, but Draco still managed to say somnium. And this time he aimed for Theodore's face instead of the chest. Theodore dodged, and the boy shouted Code 7 on Malfoy. Primates! Cried Padma's voice, and there was suddenly a shimmering rainbow wall in front of Draco, just as 4 chaotic voices cried somnium. And there was a pause, as everyone looked at the huge prismatic sphere protecting the remnants of Dragon Army. Casting that 5th spell had sent Draco to his hands and knees, but he looked up and managed to say, as clearly as he could, if the sleep hex doesn't work, aim for the face. I think the lieutenants are wearing metal shirts. You've already lost too many soldiers, Finnegan said loudly from across the barrier. We'll beat you anyway. And then the Gryffindor boy laughed evilly. He did the evil laughter almost as well as Harry Potter by now, and the other chaotic legionnaires started laughing with him soon afterward. Draco could see from the corner of his eye where Gregory and Vincent lay unconscious. Padma was still sustaining the prismatic sphere, the largest one he'd ever seen her cast, but she was breathing hard, still visibly sweaty from when they'd all jogged to get into position. The Ravenclaw girl was a strong witch but not an athletic one. He really hoped General Granger got here soon and hit Chaos from behind. General Potter and Neville of Chaos were missing, and Draco could guess where they'd gone, but 2 soldiers couldn't delay the whole Sunshine Regiment for too long all by themselves, could they? She knew it wasn't fair, that the other girl had given all she could, but Hermione still wished that Daphne had lasted longer. Lagan! Said Neville's voice from behind her as she flew, and there was the sound of a prismatic wall shattering. Hannah's voice desperately cried somnium. And then a few moments later Neville's voice calmly said somnium, and there was the thud of another of her soldiers falling over. And the force keeping her in the air diminished again. Hermione could feel the grab of the hover charm straining at her, but now it just wasn't enough. Her flight stopped and she began falling in slow motion toward the ground, and she should have signaled her soldiers to just drop her, but she was too angry and confused and not thinking fast enough and still trying to muster the strength for one last stunning hex, and so there was nowhere to go when Harry pointed his wand at her and said somnium, and that was the last word that Hermione Granger heard of her battle. Chapter 68, Self-Actualization, PT3. Hermione wasn't feeling very nice right now, or good either. There was a hot ball of anger burning inside her and she wondered if this was something like Harry's darkness, though it probably wasn't even close, and she shouldn't have felt that way over some silly little game, but her whole army. 2 soldiers had beaten her whole army. That was what she'd been told after she woke up. It was a little too much. Well, Professor Quirrell said. From up close the defense professor didn't look quite as healthy as he had the last time she'd been in his office. His skin looked paler, and he moved a little slower. His expression was as stern as ever, and his gaze as penetrating. His fingers tapped sharply on his desk. Rap rap. I would guess that of the 3 of you, only Mr. Malfoy has guessed why I've asked you here. Something to do with noble and most ancient houses, said Harry from beside her, sounding puzzled. I didn't violate some kind of crazy law by firing on Daphne, did I? Not quite, the man said with heavy irony. Since Miss Greengrass did not invoke the correct dueling forms, she is not entitled to demand that you be stripped of your house name. Although of course I would not have permitted a formal duel. Wars do not respect such rules. The defense professor leaned forward and rested his chin on steepled hands, as though sitting upright had already tired him. His eyes gazed at them, sharp and dangerous. General Malfoy. Why did I call you here? General Potter against the 2 of us isn't a fair fight anymore, Draco Malfoy said in a quiet voice. What? Blurted Hermione. We almost had them, if Daphne hadn't fainted. Miss Greengrass did not faint from magical exhaustion, Professor Quirrell said dryly. Mr. Potter shot her in the back with a sleep hex while your soldiers were distracted by the sight of their general flying into a wall. But congratulations nonetheless, Miss Granger, on almost defeating 2 chaotic legionnaires with a mere 24 sunshine soldiers. The blood flaming in her cheeks grew a little hotter. That was just, if I'd only figured out he was wearing armor. Professor Quirrell gazed at her from overtouched fingers. Of course there are ways you could have won, Miss Granger. There always are, in every lost battle. The world around us redounds with opportunities, explodes with opportunities, which nearly all folk ignore because it would require them to violate a habit of thought. In every battle 1,000 Hufflepuff bones waiting to be sharpened into spears. If you had thought to try a masked finite incantatum on general principles, you would have dispelled Mr. Potter's suit of chainmail and everything else he was wearing except his underwear, which leads me to suspect that Mr. Potter did not quite realize his own vulnerability. Or you could have had your soldiers swarm Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom and physically wrest the wands from their hands. Mr. Malfoy's own response was not what I would term well-reasoned, but at least he did not wholly ignore his 1,000 alternatives. A sardonic smile. But you, Miss Granger, had the misfortune to remember how to cast the stunning hex, and so you did not search your excellent memory for a dozen easier spells that might have proved efficacious. And you pinned all your army's hopes on your own person, so they lost spirit when you fell. Afterward they continued to cast their futile sleep hexes, governed by the habits of fighting that had been trained into them, unable to break the pattern as Mr. Malfoy did. I cannot quite comprehend what goes through people's minds when they repeat the same failed strategy over and over, but apparently it is an astonishingly rare realization that you can try something else. And so the Sunshine Regiment was wiped out by 2 soldiers. The defense professor grinned mirthlessly. One perceives certain similarities to how 50 Death Eaters dominated all of magical Britain, and how our much-loved ministry continues in its rule. The defense professor sighed. Nonetheless, Miss Granger, the fact remains that this is not the first such defeat for you. In the previous battle, you and Mr. Malfoy united your forces, and yet you were fought to a standstill, so that you and Mr. Malfoy had to pursue Mr. Potter onto the roof. The Chaos Legion has now demonstrated, twice in succession, military strength equal to both other armies combined. This leaves me no choice. General Potter, you will select 8 soldiers from your army, including at least 1 chaotic lieutenant, to be divided among Dragon Army and the Sunshine Regiment. What? Hermione burst out again. She glanced over at the other generals and saw that Harry looked as shocked as her, while Draco Malfoy only looked resigned. General Potter is stronger than both of you together, Professor Quirrell said with calm precision. Your contest is over, he has won, and it is time to rebalance the 3 armies to present him with a renewed challenge. Professor Quirrell, said Harry. I didn't. This is my decision as the Professor of Battle Magic at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it is not subject to negotiation. The words were still precise, but the look in Professor Quirrell's eyes chilled Hermione's blood, even though he was glaring at Harry and not at her. And I find it suspicious, Mr. Potter, that the moment you wished to isolate Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy and force them to chase you onto the roof, you were able to annihilate just exactly as much of their united force as you pleased. Indeed, that is the level of performance I expected of you since the start of this year, and I am annoyed to discover that you have been holding back in my classes this entire time. I have seen what you can truly do, Mr. Potter. You are far beyond the point where Mr. Malfoy or Miss Granger can fight you on an equal level, and you will not be permitted to pretend otherwise. This, Mr. Potter, I tell you in my capacity as your professor, for you to learn to your full potential, you must exercise your full abilities and not hold back for any reason, particularly not childish frets over what your friends might think. She left the defense professor's office with a larger army, and less dignity, and feeling a lot like a sad little bug that had just been squished, and trying very hard not to cry. I wasn't holding back, Harry said as soon as they turned the first corner away from Professor Quirrell's office, the moment the wooden door faded out of sight behind the stone walls. I wasn't pretending, I never let either of you win. She didn't answer, couldn't answer, it would all break loose if she tried to say a word. Really? Said Draco Malfoy. The Dragon General still had that air of resignation. Because Quirrell's right, you know, it's suspicious that you could beat nearly everyone in both our armies as soon as you wanted to make us chase you onto the roof. And didn't you say something then, Potter, about us needing to beat you when you were fighting for real? The burning sensation was creeping up her throat, and when it reached her eyes she would burst into tears, and from then on she would be just a crying little girl to both of them. That Harry's voice said urgently. She wasn't looking at him, but his voice sounded like he had his head turned toward her. That was, I tried a lot harder that time, there was an important reason, I had to, so I used a whole bunch of tricks I'd been saving up, and she'd always been trying her hardest, every time. And I let out a side of myself I wouldn't usually use for something like defense class. So if she ever got close to winning against Harry when it really mattered, he could just go into his dark side and crush her. Was that it? Of course it was. She couldn't even look Harry in the eyes when he was being scary. How had she ever thought she could beat him for real? The corridor forked, and Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy went left toward a staircase that climbed to the second floor, and she went right instead. She didn't even know where that passage went, but right now she'd rather be lost in the castle. Excuse me, Draco, said Harry's voice, and then there was a pattering of footsteps behind her. Leave me alone, she said. It came out sounding stern, but then she had to shut her mouth and press her lips together tightly and hold her breath to stop it all from coming out. That boy just kept on coming, and ran around her and put himself in front of her, because he was stupid, that was why, and Harry said, his voice now a high and desperate whisper, I didn't run away when you were beating me in all my classes except broomstick riding. He didn't understand, and he would never understand, Harry Potter would never understand, because no matter what contest he lost he would still be the boy who lived. If you were Harry Potter and Hermione Granger was beating you, then it meant everyone was expecting you to rise to the challenge. If you were Hermione Granger and Harry Potter was beating you, that meant you were just no one. It's not fair, she said. Her voice was shaking, but she wasn't crying yet, not yet, I shouldn't have to fight your dark side, I'm only 12, that was what she thought then. I only used my dark side once and that was, when I had to. So today you beat my whole army being just Harry. She still wasn't crying yet, and she wondered what her face looked like right now, if she looked like an angry Hermione or a sad one. Harry said. His voice got a little lower, I wasn't really expecting to win, that time. I know I said I was invincible but that was just to try to scare you, I really just thought we'd slow you down for a bit. She started walking again, walked right past him, and as she passed Harry's face tightened up like he was going to cry. Is Professor Quirrell right? Came a high desperate whisper from behind her. If I have you for a friend, will I always be afraid to do better because I know it will hurt your feelings? That's not fair, Hermione. She took a breath and held it and ran, her feet pattering across the stone as fast as they could, running as fast as she dared with her vision all blurry, ran so that no one would hear her, and this time Harry didn't follow. Minerva was going over the Transfiguration parchment due Monday, and had just marked down to -200 points a fifth-year parchment with an error that could have potentially killed someone. During her first year as a professor she'd been indignant at the folly of older students, now she was just resigned. Some people not only never learned, they never noticed that they were hopeless, they stayed bright and eager and kept on trying. Sometimes they believed you when you told them, before they left Hogwarts, that they must never try anything unusual, give up free transfiguration and use the art only through established charms, and sometimes, they didn't. She was in the middle of trying to unravel a particularly convoluted answer when a knock at the door disrupted her thoughts, and it wasn't her office hours, but it had only taken a very short time as head of Gryffindor House for her to learn to suspend judgment. You could always deduct house points afterward. Come in, she said in a crisp voice. The young girl who entered her office had clearly been crying, and then afterward had washed her face in hopes it wouldn't show. Miss Granger, said Professor McGonagall. It had taken her a moment to recognize that face with its eyes reddened and cheeks puffed. What happened? Professor, said the young girl in a wavering voice, you said that if I was ever worried or uncomfortable about anything, I should come to you at once. Yes, said Professor McGonagall, now what happened? The girl started to explain. Hermione stood still and the stairs turned around her, a revolving helix that shouldn't have taken her anywhere at all, and instead bore her continuously upward. Hermione thought it seemed like the enchantment of the endless stair, which had been invented in 1733 by the wizard Aram Sabadi who'd lived on top of Mount Everest in the days when no muggles could climb it. Only that couldn't be right because Hogwarts was much older, maybe the enchantment had been reinvented? She should have been frightened, should have been nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. She was, in fact, frightened and nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. Only Hermione Granger had been thinking, she'd been thinking a lot, after she hadn't been able to run any further and had slid down against the wall with her lungs on fire, thinking while she curled up in a ball with her back against the chilly stone wall and her legs drawn up and crying. Even if she lost to Harry Potter she was never, ever going to lose to Draco Malfoy, that was just totally absolutely unacceptable, and Professor Quirrell had praised General Malfoy for not ignoring his 1,000 alternatives, and so after Hermione had cried herself out she'd thought of 14 other spells she should have tried against Harry and Neville, and then she'd started wondering if she might be making the same sort of mistake about other things, and that was how she'd ended up knocking on Professor McGonagall's door. Not asking for help, right now Hermione didn't have any plans she could ask for help with, just telling Professor McGonagall everything, because when she'd thought of it that had seemed like one of the 1,000 alternatives that Professor Quirrell had been talking about. And she'd told Professor McGonagall about how Harry Potter had changed since the day the Phoenix had been on his shoulder, and about how people more and more seemed to see her as just something of Harry's, and how it seemed like Harry was pulling farther and farther away from everyone else in their school year and went around with a sad air sometimes like he was losing something, and she didn't know what to do anymore. And Professor McGonagall had told her that they needed to talk to the headmaster. And Hermione had felt worried, but then the thought had come to her that Harry Potter wouldn't have been scared of the headmaster. Harry Potter would have just barged ahead doing whatever he was trying to do. Maybe, the thought had come to her, it was worth trying to be like that, not being scared, just doing whatever, and seeing what happened to her, it couldn't really be worse. The endless stair stopped turning. The great oaken door in front of them with the brass griffin knocker opened without being touched. Behind a black oaken desk with dozens of drawers facing in every direction, looking like it had drawers set inside other drawers, was the silver-bearded headmaster of Hogwarts upon his throne, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, into whose gently twinkling eyes Hermione looked for around 3 seconds before she was distracted by all the other things in the room. Some time later, she wasn't sure how long but it was while she was trying to count the number of things in the room for the third time and still not getting the same answer, even though her memory insisted that nothing had been added or removed, the headmaster cleared his throat and said, Miss Granger. Hermione's head snapped around, and she felt a little heat in her cheeks, but Dumbledore didn't appear annoyed with her at all, only serene, and with an inquiring look in those mild, half-glassed eyes. Hermione, said Professor McGonagall, The older witch's voice was gentle and her hand rested reassuringly on Hermione's shoulder. Please tell the headmaster what you said to me about Harry. Hermione began speaking. Despite her newfound resolution, her voice still stumbled a little with nervousness, as she described how Harry had changed in the last few weeks since Fawkes had been on his shoulder. When she was done there was a pause, and then the headmaster sighed. I am sorry, Hermione Granger, said Dumbledore. Those blue eyes had grown sadder as she spoke. That is, unfortunate, but I cannot say it is unexpected. That is a hero's burden, which you see. A hero? Said Hermione. She looked up nervously at Professor McGonagall and saw that the Transfiguration Professor's face had grown tight, though her hand still squeezed Hermione's shoulder reassuringly. Yes, said Dumbledore. I was a hero myself once, before I was a mysterious old wizard, in the days when I opposed Grindelwald. You have read history books, Miss Granger? Hermione nodded. Well, said Dumbledore, that is what heroes have to do, Miss Granger, they have their tasks and they must grow strong to accomplish them, and that is what you see happening to Harry. If there is anything that can be done to gentle his pathway, then you will be the one to do it, and not I. For I am not Harry's friend, alas, but only his mysterious old wizard. I said Hermione. I'm not sure, I still want to be. Her voice stopped, it seemed too awful to say aloud. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked a little older than before. No one can stop you, Miss Granger, if you choose to stop being Harry's friend. As for what it would do to him, you may know that better than I. That doesn't seem fair, Hermione said, her voice trembling. That I've got to be Harry's friend because he's got no one else? That doesn't seem fair. Being a friend is not something you can be forced to, Miss Granger. The blue eyes seemed to look right through her. The feelings are there, or they are not. If they are there, you can accept them or deny them. You are Harry's friend, and choosing to deny it would wound him terribly, perhaps beyond healing. But Miss Granger, what would drive you to such extremes? She couldn't find words. She'd never been able to find words. If you get too near Harry, you get swallowed up, and no one sees you anymore, you're just something of his, everyone thinks the whole world revolves around him and. She didn't have the words. The old wizard nodded slowly. It is indeed an unjust world we live in, Miss Granger. All the world now knows that it is I who defeated Grindelwald, and fewer remember Elizabeth Beckett who died opening the way so I could pass through. And yet she is remembered. Harry Potter is the hero of this play, Miss Granger, the world does revolve around him. He is destined for great things, and I ween that in time the name of Albus Dumbledore will be remembered as Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, more than for anything else I have done. And perhaps the name of Hermione Granger will be remembered as his companion, if you prove worthy of it in your day. For this I tell you true, never will you find more glory on your own, than in Harry Potter's company. Hermione shook her head rapidly. But that's not she'd known she wouldn't be able to explain. It's not about glory, it's about being, something that belongs to someone else. So you think you would rather be the hero? The old wizard sighed. Miss Granger, I have been a hero, and a leader, and I would have been 1,000 times happier if I could have belonged to someone like Harry Potter. Someone made of sterner stuff than I, to make the hard decisions, and yet worthy to lead me. I thought, once, that I knew such a man, but I was mistaken. Miss Granger, you have no idea at all how fortunate are those like you, compared to heroes. The hot burning feeling was creeping up her throat again, along with helplessness. She didn't understand why Professor McGonagall had brought her here if the headmaster wasn't going to help, and from a glance at Professor McGonagall's face, it looked like Professor McGonagall also wasn't sure now that it had been a good idea. I don't want to be a hero, said Hermione Granger, I don't want to be a hero's companion, I just want to be me. The thought came to her a few seconds later that maybe she did in fact want to be a hero, but she decided not to change what she'd said. Ah, said the old wizard. That is a tall order, Miss Granger. Dumbledore rose from his throne, stepped out behind his desk, and pointed to a symbol on the wall, so ubiquitous that Hermione's eyes had glossed right over it, a faded shield on which was inscribed the heraldry of Hogwarts, the lion and snake, and badger and raven, and in Latin engraved words whose point she'd never understood. Then, as she realized where that shield was, and how old it looked, it suddenly occurred to Hermione that this might be the original. A Hufflepuff would say, said Dumbledore, tapping his finger on the faded badger and making Hermione wince for the sacrilege, if it was the original, that people fail to become who they are meant to be, because they are too lazy to put in all the work involved. A Ravenclaw, tapping the raven, would repeat those words that the wise know to be far older than Socrates, know thyself, and say that people fail to become who they are meant to be, through ignorance and lack of thought. And Salazar Slytherin, Dumbledore frowned as his finger tapped the faded snake, why, he said that we become who we are meant to be by following our desires wherever they lead. Perhaps he would say that people fail to become themselves because they refuse to do what is necessary to achieve their ambitions. But then one notes that nearly all of the dark wizards to come out of Hogwarts have been Slytherins. Did they become what they were meant to be? I think not. Dumbledore's finger tapped the lion, and then he turned toward her. Tell me, Miss Granger, what would a Gryffindor say? I do not need to ask whether the Sorting Hat offered you that house. It didn't seem like a hard question. A Gryffindor would say that people don't become who they should be, because they're afraid. Most people are afraid, Miss Granger, said the old wizard. They live their whole lives circumscribed by crippling fear that cuts off everything they might accomplish, everything they might become. Fear of saying or doing the wrong thing, fear of losing their mere possessions, fear of death, and above all the fear of what other people will think of them. Such fear is a most terrible thing, Miss Granger, and it is terribly important to know that. But it is not what Godric Gryffindor would have said. People become who they are meant to be, Miss Granger, by doing what is right. The old wizard's voice was gentle. So tell me, Miss Granger, what seems to you like the right choice? For that is who you truly are, and wherever that path leads, that is who you are meant to become. There was a long space filled with the sounds of things that could not be counted. She thought about it, because she was a Ravenclaw. I don't think it's right, Hermione said slowly, for someone to have to live inside someone else's shadow like that. Many things in the world are not right, said the old wizard, the question is what is right for you to do about them. Hermione Granger, I shall be less subtle than is usual for a mysterious old wizard, and tell you outright that you cannot imagine how badly things could go if the events surrounding Harry Potter turned to ill. His quest is a matter you would not even dream of walking away from, if you knew. What quest? Said Hermione. Her voice was trembling, because it was very clear what answer the headmaster was looking for and she didn't want to give it. What happened to Harry back then? Why was Fawkes on his shoulder? He grew up, said the old wizard. His eyes blinked several times, beneath the half-moon glasses, and his face suddenly looked very lined. You see, Miss Granger, people do not grow up because of time, people grow up when they are placed in grown-up situations. That is what happened to Harry Potter that Saturday. He was told, you are not to share this information with anyone, you understand, he was told that he would have to fight someone. I cannot tell you who. I cannot tell you why. But that is what happened to him, and why he needs his friends. There was a pause. Bellatrix Black. Hermione said. She couldn't have been more shocked if someone had plugged an electrical cord into her ear. You're going to make Harry fight Bellatrix Black? No, said the old wizard. Not her. I cannot tell you who, or why. She thought about it some more. Is there any way I can keep up with Harry? Said Hermione. I mean, I'm not saying it's what I'll do, but, if he needs friends then can we be equal friends? Can I be a hero too? Ah, said the old wizard, and smiled. Only you can decide that, Miss Granger. But you're not going to help me like you're helping Harry. The old wizard shook his head. I have helped him little enough, Miss Granger. And if you are asking me for a quest, the old wizard smiled again, rather wryly. Miss Granger, you are in your first year of Hogwarts. Do not be too eager to grow up, there will be time enough for that later. I'm 12. Harry's 11. Harry Potter is special, said the old wizard. As you know, Miss Granger. The blue eyes were suddenly piercing beneath the half-moon glasses, and she was reminded of the day of the Dementor when Dumbledore's voice had said, inside her mind, that he knew about Harry's dark side. Hermione put up her hand and touched Professor McGonagall's hand, which had stayed strong on her shoulder this whole time, and Hermione said, she was surprised that her voice didn't break, I'd like to go, now, please. Of course, said Professor McGonagall, and Hermione felt the hand on her shoulder gently turning her around to face the oaken door. Have you chosen your path yet, Hermione Granger? Said Albus Dumbledore's voice from behind her, even as the door slowly creaked open to reveal the enchantment of the endless stair. She nodded. And she said, her voice stuck, I'll. She swallowed. I'll do what's right. She didn't say anything else, she couldn't, and then the endless stair began revolving around her once again. Neither she nor Professor McGonagall spoke on the way down. When the flowing stone gargoyles stepped out of their way, and the two of them stepped out into the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall finally spoke, and she said in a whisper, I'm so terribly sorry, Miss Granger. I did not think the headmaster would say such things to you. I think he truly has forgotten what it is like to be a child. Hermione glanced back up to her and saw that Professor McGonagall looked like she was about to burst into tears, only not really, but there was a tightness in her face that was like that. If I want to be a hero too, said Hermione, if I've decided to be a hero too, is there anything you can do to help? Professor McGonagall rapidly shook her head, and said, Miss Granger, I'm not sure the headmaster is wrong about that. You are 12. Okay, said Hermione. They walked forward a bit. Excuse me, said Hermione, is it okay if I walk back to the Ravenclaw Tower by myself? I'm sorry, it's not your fault or anything, I just want to be by myself right now. Of course, Miss Granger, said Professor McGonagall, her voice sounding a little hoarse, and Hermione heard her footsteps stop, and then turn around behind her. Hermione Granger walked away. She climbed a flight of stairs, and then another, wondering if there was anyone else in Hogwarts who would give her a chance to be a hero. Professor Flitwick would say the same thing as Professor McGonagall, and even if he didn't, he probably couldn't help. Hermione didn't know who could help. Well, Professor Quirrell would come up with something clever if she used up enough Quirrell points, but she had a feeling that asking him would be a bad idea, that the defense professor couldn't help anyone become the sort of hero that was worth becoming, and that he wouldn't even understand the difference. She had almost gotten to the Ravenclaw Tower when she saw the flash of gold. Chapter 69, Self-Actualization, PT4. It was out of the corner of her eye that Hermione Granger saw it, a reflection on the polished metal of a statue at the junction of two corridors, a flash of gold, a flash of red, something like an image of fire. Just for a moment she saw it, and then it was gone. She paused, puzzled, and she almost walked away, but there had been something familiar about that brief glow. Hermione walked forward to where the statue had stood, looked at the corridor from which she thought the fiery reflection might have come. Faintly, as though from a faraway place, she heard the cry, the call. Hermione started to run. She ran for a while. Whenever she got to a junction she would pause, catch as much breath as she could, and then she would see a flash of fire reflected from one direction or another, or hear that distant call. If it hadn't been for her army training she would have fallen over in exhaustion, running like that. She never saw the phoenix. And then she came to a four-way branch and there was nothing, no sign. She waited for long seconds and she heard no cry and saw no fire, and she was only just starting to wonder with a sick sad feeling if she'd imagined the whole thing, when she heard a person cry out. When her rapidly racing feet turned the corner her mind took in the whole scene at a glance, 3 huge boys in green-trimmed robes already turning to look at her, and one shorter and smaller boy in yellow, who was dangling in the air from one foot held up high by an invisible hand. The Sunshine General didn't even think about it. People who stopped to think didn't spring very good ambushes. Her wand was in her hand, her fingers did the twist and her lips said Somnium. And the largest bully fell over, the Hufflepuff boy dropped out of the air with a thump and the other 2 bullies were trying to aim their wands at her and she said Somnium. Again and another huge boy keeled over, the one who'd been aiming his wand faster, that was who she'd fired at. Unfortunately casting 2 sleep hexes in a row like that was hard even for her, and she couldn't get off a third before. The last bully shouted Protego. And was surrounded by a shimmering blue glow. 24 hours ago, Hermione would have panicked at that. A real shielding charm would let the bully boy cast spells on her even while he was protected. Now she... Stupefy! Shouted the bully boy. The crimson bolt blasted toward her with a terrible brilliance, blazing far brighter than any hex that had sprung from Harry's wand. Hermione swayed slightly to the left, and the bolt missed, because the bully's aim hadn't been nearly as good as Harry's, and the thought came to her that maybe bullies and Professor Quirrell's armies didn't mix. Stupefy! Shouted the bully boy again. Expelliarmus! Stupefy! Anyway, now she'd just spent a whole hour thinking of all the other spells she could have cast on Harry and Neville. Jellyfy! Yelled the bully boy, a wide beam jinx with no visible bolt to dodge, and her knees suddenly felt almost too weak to support her. And then, with an angry roar producing an even brighter blaze of crimson, Stupefy! She dodged that one by deliberately falling, and by then she'd recovered enough for her next spell, which was... Clicio, said Hermione, directing her remark to the floor. Oof, said the bully boy as his feet went out from under him and he actually dropped his wand. The Protego winked out. Somnium, said Hermione. She was still breathing in gasps as she crawled over to where the Hufflepuff boy was sitting up, and groaning and rubbing his skull where he'd been dropped headfirst into the floor. It was a good thing he hadn't been a muggle, Hermione realized, or he might have snapped his neck. She hadn't actually thought of that. Said the boy. His hair was of a color that would have been called brunette if he was a girl, his eyes an undistinguished brown that somehow seemed just right for Hufflepuff. There weren't any tears on his face but he looked sort of pale. She pegged him at about 4th year, or 3rd. Then the brown eyes widened as he focused on her. General Sunshine. Yeah, she said. That's, gasp, me. If the Hufflepuff boy said anything about her being Harry Potter's love interest, she decided, he was going to die. Wow, said the Hufflepuff boy. That was, I mean I saw you on the screens before Christmas but, wow. I can't believe you just did that. There was a pause. I can't believe I just did that, thought Hermione Granger, who was feeling a little faint all of a sudden. It must have been all that running. Excuse, gasp, me, she said, can you, gasp, unjellyfy my legs? The boy nodded, pushed himself to his feet, and reached inside his robes for his wand, but Hermione had to correct his gesture before the counter jinx worked right. I'm Michael Hopkins, said the boy once Hermione had rolled back to her own feet. He stuck out his hand. Or just Mike inside Hufflepuff, there aren't any other Mikes in all of Hufflepuff this year, would you believe it? They shook hands, and Mike said, anyway, thank you. Hermione wasn't prepared for the rush of euphoria that hit her then, saving someone like that literally felt better than anything she'd ever felt in her whole life. She turned to look at the bullies. They were very big and they looked, she thought, around 15 years old, and she was suddenly realizing just how large a difference had sprung up between Hogwarts students who'd signed up for all of Professor Quirrell's extracurricular activities, and students who'd had years of being taught by the worst professors ever to go professing. Being able to hit things that you aimed at, for example, or being able to think well enough in the middle of a fight to realize that you ought to innervate your fallen allies. And other things Professor Quirrell had said, like that in the real world almost any fight would be settled by a surprise attack, suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Still trying to catch her breath, she looked back at Mike. Would you, gasp, believe, said Hermione Granger, that 5 minutes ago I was, gasp, having trouble figuring out how to become a, gasp, hero. Had she really thought she needed permission from someone, or that heroes sat around waiting for someone else to give them quests? It was very simple actually, you just went where the evil was, that was all it ever took to be a hero. She should have remembered, she shouldn't have needed a phoenix to tell her, that bad things sometimes happened right here in Hogwarts. Then Hermione glanced nervously back at where the 3 older boys were lying unconscious as the realization hit that they'd seen her, they might know who she was, they might sneak up on her and take her by surprise and they could really hurt her. Hermione stopped. She remembered that Harry Potter had put himself in the middle of 5 Slytherin bullies on the first day of class when he hadn't even known how to use his wand. She remembered the headmaster saying that you grew up by being put in grown-up situations, and that most people lived their lives inside a constraining circle of fear. And she remembered Professor McGonagall's voice saying, you are 12. Hermione took a deep breath, once, twice, and 3 times. She asked Mike if he needed to go to Madame Pomfrey's office, which he didn't, and got him to tell her the names of the Slytherin boys, just in case. And then Hermione Granger strolled away from the heap of unconscious bullies, making sure to put a smile on her face as she walked. She knew that she was probably going to get hurt sooner or later. But if you were too scared of getting hurt to do what was right, then you couldn't be a hero, it was as simple as that, and if you'd put the sorting hat on her head at that moment it wouldn't have waited even 1 second before calling out Gryffindor. She was still thinking about it when she came down to dinner, the euphoria of saving someone still hadn't worn off, and she was beginning to worry that it had broken something in her brain. As she approached the Ravenclaw table a sudden epidemic of whispers broke out, and Hermione wondered if the Hufflepuff boy had said anything yet before she realized that the whispers probably weren't about that. She sat down across from Harry Potter who looked extremely nervous, probably because she was still smiling. Said Harry, as she served herself freshly toasted bread, butter, cinnamon, no fruits or vegetables whatsoever, and 3 helpings of chocolate brownies. She let him go on like that until she'd finished pouring herself a glass of grapefruit juice, and then she said, I've got a question for you, Mr. Potter. How do you think people fail to become themselves? What? Said Harry. She looked at him. Pretend there isn't all this stuff going on, she said, and just say whatever you'd have said yesterday. Harry said, looking very confused and worried. I think we already are ourselves, it's not like I'm an imperfect copy of someone else. But I guess if I try to run with the sense of the question, then I'd say that people don't become themselves because we absorb all this crazy stuff from the environment and then regurgitate it. I mean, how many people playing Quidditch would be playing a game like that if they'd invented the game themselves? Or back in Muggle Britain, how many people who think of themselves as Labour or Conservative or Liberal Democrat would invent that exact bundle of political beliefs if they had to come up with everything themselves? Hermione considered this. She'd been wondering if Harry would say something Slytherin or maybe even Gryffindor, but this didn't seem to fit into the headmaster's list, and it occurred to Hermione that there might be a lot more viewpoints on the subject than just 4. Okay, said Hermione, different question. What makes someone a hero? A hero? Said Harry. Yeah, said Hermione. Ah. Harry said. His fork and knife nervously sawed at a piece of steak, cutting it into tinier and tinier pieces. I think a lot of people can do things when the world channels them into it, like people are expecting you to do it, or it only uses skills you already know, or there's an authority watching to catch your mistakes and make sure you do your part. But problems like that are probably already being solved, you know, and then there's no need for heroes. So I think the people we call heroes are rare because they've got to make everything up as they go along, and most people aren't comfortable with that. Why do you ask? Harry's fork stabbed 3 pieces of thoroughly shredded steak and lifted them up to his mouth. Oh, I just stunned 3 older Slytherin bullies and rescued a Hufflepuff, said Hermione. I'm going to be a hero. When Harry had finished choking on his food, some of the other Ravenclaws in hearing distance were still coughing. He said, what? Hermione told the story, it began rippling out in further whispers even as she spoke. Though she left out the part about the phoenix, because that seemed like a private thing between the two of them. Hermione had felt surprised, thinking about it afterward, that a phoenix would appear for someone who wanted to be a hero. It seemed a bit selfish when she thought about it that way, but maybe it didn't matter to phoenixes so long as they saw that you were willing to help people. When she was done talking, Harry stared at her across the table and didn't say a word. "I'm sorry for how I acted earlier," Hermione said. She sipped from her glass of grapefruit juice. "I should have remembered that if I'm still beating the pants off you in charms class, then it's okay for you to do better in defense. Please don't take this the wrong way," said Harry. He looked too adult now, and grim. "But are you sure this is who you are, and not, to put it bluntly, me?" "I'm quite certain," said Hermione. "Why, my name practically spells out heroine except for the extra M, I never noticed that until today." "Being a hero isn't all fun and games," said Harry. "Not real heroing, the sort grown-ups have to do, it isn't like this, it isn't going to be this easy." "I know," said Hermione. "It's hard and it's painful and you've got to make decisions where there isn't any good answer." "Yes, Harry, I read those books too." "No," said Harry, "you don't understand, even if the books warn you there's no way you can understand until." "That doesn't stop you," said Hermione. "It doesn't stop you even a little. I bet you never even considered not being a hero because of that. So why do you think it'll stop me?" There was a pause. A sudden huge smile lit Harry's face, a smile that was as bright and as boyish as the frown had been grim and adult, and everything was all right again between them. "This is going to go horribly mind-bogglingly wrong somehow," said Harry, still smiling hugely. "You know that, right?" "Oh, I know," said Hermione. She ate another bite of toast. "That reminds me, Dumbledore refused to be my mysterious old wizard, is there some place I can write to get another one? Aftermath. And Professor Flitwick says her determination seems unshakable," Minerva said tightly, staring at the silver-bearded old wizard who was responsible for this. Albus Dumbledore was just sitting silently and listening to her with a distant sad look in his eyes. Miss Granger didn't even blink when Professor Flitwick threatened to have her transferred to Gryffindor, just said that if she left she would take all the books with her. Hermione Granger has decided she's going to be a hero and she's not taking no for an answer. I doubt you could have pushed her into this any harder if you had tried to. It took all of 5 full seconds for Minerva's brain to process the realization. "Albus!" she shrieked. "My dear," said the old wizard, "after you have dealt with your 30th hero or so, you will realize that they react quite predictably to certain things, such as being told that they are too young, or that they are not destined to be heroes, or that being a hero is unpleasant, and if you truly wish to be sure you should tell them all 3. Although, with a brief sigh, it does not do to be too blatant, or your deputy headmistress might catch you." "Albus," Minerva said, her voice even tighter, "if she is hurt, I swear this time I'll—" "She would have come to that same place in due time," Albus said, the distant sad look still in his eyes. "If someone is meant to become a hero then they will not listen to our warnings, Minerva, no matter how hard we try. And given that, it is better for Harry if Miss Granger does not fall too far behind him." Albus produced, as though from nowhere, a tin which flipped open to reveal small yellow lumps. She'd never been able to figure out where he kept it and she'd never been able to detect the magic involved. "Lemon drop. She is a 12-year-old girl, Albus." Aftermath. Within the windows, barely visible in the evening gloom, fishes swam in the black waters, illuminated by the bright shine of the Slytherin common room as they came closer, fading into darkness as they swam away. Daphne Greengrass was sitting in a comfortable black leather couch, her head collapsed into her hands, glowing golden yellowish as bright sparks of white light winked in and out of existence around her. She'd been ready to be teased about liking Neville Longbottom. She'd been expecting to hear a lot of snide remarks about Hufflepuffs. She'd thought of whole reams of snappy comebacks for it while she was on the way back to the Slytherin dungeons. She'd been looking forward to being teased about liking Neville. Being teased about that sort of thing meant you'd grown up into a real girl. As it turned out, nobody had worked out that her challenging Neville to a most ancient duel meant that she liked him. She'd thought it would be obvious but no, nobody else had even thought of that apparently. It was always the hex you didn't see that hit you. She should have just called herself Daphne of Sunshine, like Neville of Chaos. Or Sunny Daphne like Sunny Ron. Or anything except Greengrass of Sunshine. Greengrass of Sunshine. It had gone from there to Greengrass of Sunshine and blue skies. Then someone had added snow-topped mountains and frolicking woodland creatures. Currently she was being referred to as the sparkly unicorn princess of the noble and most ancient house of Sparklipu. And some cursed 6th-year girl had hit her with a sparkling jinx. She hadn't even known there was such a thing as a sparkling jinx, and finite incantatum hadn't worked, and she'd asked older girls who she'd thought were her friends. She had apparently been wrong about this, and then she'd threatened the caster with grievous political mayhem wreaked by her father, and nonetheless Daphne Greengrass was still sitting in the Slytherin common room with her head in her hands, sparkling brightly and wondering how she'd ended up as the only sane person in Hogwarts. It was after dinner time and they were still at it, and if they didn't stop by tomorrow morning she was going to transfer to Durmstrang and become the next Dark Lady. "Hey, everyone!" said the Caro twins dramatically, waving an issue of the Daily Prophet. "Did you hear the news? The Wisengamot just ruled that Let's See What You Got constitutes a lawful challenge to be fought until the challenger lies down and has a nap. How dare you insult the honor of the sparkly unicorn princess!" shouted Tracy. "Let's see what you got." Then Tracy lay down flat on her sofa and started snoring loudly. Daphne's sparkling head sank further into her glowing hands. "After my family takes over I'm going to have you all put under anti-apparition jinxes and fluid into the sea," she said to no one in particular. "You're all okay with that, right?" Thunk thunk, thunk thunk thunk, thunk. Daphne looked up, surprised. That was a sunshine code signal. "I heard someone knocking," bellowed Mr. Goyle. "Knocking of the door. Let's see what you've got, door," shouted an older boy near the door, and yanked the door open. There was a moment of complete surprise. "I've come to have a word with Miss Greengrass," said the Sunshine General, sounding like she was trying to sound confident. "Could someone please?" From the look on Hermione's face she had just noticed Daphne sparkling. And that was when Millicent Bulstrode raced up from the lower dorms and shouted, "Hey, everyone, guess what? Now Granger went and beat up Derek and what's left of his crew, and his father told him and said that if he didn't." Millicent caught sight of Hermione standing in the doorway. There was a very loud silence. Said Daphne. "What?" said her brain. What are you doing here, General?" "Well," said Hermione Granger with a strange smile on her face, "I've decided it's not fair if mysterious old wizards give some people a chance to be heroes and not others, and also I've read history books and there aren't nearly enough girl heroes in them. So I thought I'd just drop by and see if you wanted to be a hero and why are you glowing like that?" There was another silence. "This," said Daphne, "was probably not the best time to ask me that question." "I'll take it!" shouted Tracy Davis, leaping off her sofa. And thus was born the Society for the Promotion of Heroic Equality for Witches. Chapter 70, Self-Actualization, PT 5. Even if you had been the deputy headmistress for 3 decades, and a transfiguration professor before that, it was rare that you saw Albus Dumbledore caught completely flat-footed. Susan Bones, Lavender Brown, and Daphne Greengrass, Minerva finished. "I should also note, Albus, that Miss Granger's account of your seemingly unsupportive attitude, I believe her phrase was he said I should be happy to be just a sidekick, has generated a good deal of interest among the older girls. Several of whom came to me to ask if Miss Granger's accusations were true, since Miss Granger had said that I was there." The old wizard leaned back in his huge chair, still gazing at her, his eyes looking rather abstracted beneath the half-moon glasses. "It placed me in something of a dilemma, Albus," said Professor McGonagall. Her face stayed quite neutral, she made sure of that. "I now know that you did not truly mean to discourage the girl. Quite the opposite, in fact. But you and Severus have often told me that to keep a secret I must give no sign that differs from the reaction of someone truly ignorant. Thus I had no choice but to confirm that Miss Granger's account was accurate, and feign the appropriate degree of worry, with a slight overtone of offense. After all, had I not known you were deliberately manipulating Miss Granger, I might have been rather put out." "I see," the old wizard said slowly. His hands toyed absently with his silver beard, small quick gestures. "Thankfully," Professor McGonagall continued, "so far Professors Sinistra and Vector are the only 2 faculty members to don Miss Granger's buttons." "Buttons?" repeated the old wizard. Minerva drew forth a small silver disc bearing the initials SPHEW, laid it on Albus's desk, and gave it a brief tap with her finger. And the voices of Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis cried out in unison, "We won't settle for second best, it's time to give a witch a quest. Miss Granger is selling them for 2 sickles, and tells me that she has so far sold 50 of them. I believe that Nymphadora Tonks, in 7th year Hufflepuff, is enchanting them for her." "To conclude my report," Professor McGonagall said briskly, "our 8 newly minted heroines have asked permission to conduct a protest outside the entrance to your office." "I hope," Albus said, frowning, "you explained to them that." "I explained to them that Wednesday at 7 p.m. would be fine," said Minerva. She took back the button from the headmaster's desk, favored Albus with a honeyed smile, and turned to the door. "Minerva," said the old wizard from behind her. "Minerva." The oaken door shut solidly behind her. There wasn't a lot of room between the brief stone walls that demarcated the vestibule to the headmaster's office, so although a lot of people had wanted to watch the protest, not many had been allowed to come. Just Professor Sinistra and Professor Vector, who were wearing the buttons, and the prefects Penelope Clearwater and Rose Brown and Jacqueline Preece, who were wearing the buttons. Behind them, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, who weren't wearing the buttons, scrutinizing the whole affair. Harry Potter and the head boy of Hogwarts were there, and the boy prefects Percy Weasley and Oliver Beetson, all wearing the buttons to show solidarity. And of course the 8 founding members of SPHEW, forming a picket line next to the gargoyles with their signs. Hermione's own sign, attached to a solid wooden handle which seemed to weigh heavier and heavier in her hands as the seconds passed, said nobody's sidekick. And Professor Quirrell, who was leaning with his back against the far stone wall and watching with unreadable eyes. The defense professor had gotten one of her buttons, though she'd never sold one to him, and he wasn't wearing it, but idly tossing it with one hand. This whole idea had seemed like a much better idea 4 days ago, when the fires of her indignation had been burning fresh and hot, and she'd been facing the prospect of doing it all 4 days later instead of right now. But she had to carry on, because that was what heroes did, they carried on, and also because it had seemed infinitely too awful to tell everyone she was calling it off. Hermione wondered how much heroism had gone on for reasons like that. Most books didn't say and then they refused to give up, no matter how sensible it would have been, because that would have been too embarrassing, but a great deal of history made a lot more sense that way. At 7:15 p.m., Professor McGonagall had told her, Headmaster Dumbledore would come down and talk to them for a couple of minutes. Professor McGonagall had said not to be frightened, the headmaster was a good person deep down, and they'd properly gotten the school's authorization for the protest. But Hermione was very aware that even if she was doing it with signed permission, she was still defying authority. After she'd decided to be a hero, Hermione had done the obvious thing, and gone to the Hogwarts library and taken out books on how to be a hero. Then she'd returned those books back to their shelves, because it'd been patently obvious that none of the authors had been actual heroes themselves. Instead she'd just read 5 times over, until she'd memorized every word, the 30 inches by Godric Gryffindor that was all his autobiography and his life's advice. Or the English translation, anyway, she couldn't read Latin yet. Godric Gryffindor's autobiography had been a lot more compressed than the books Hermione was used to reading. He used one sentence to say things that should have taken 30 inches just by themselves, and then there was another sentence after that. But it was clear from what she'd read that, while defying authority wasn't the point of being a hero, you couldn't be a hero if you were too scared to do it. And Hermione Granger knew by now how others saw her, and she knew what other people thought she couldn't do. Hermione hefted her picket sign a little higher and concentrated on breathing slowly and rhythmically instead of hyperventilating until she fell over. Really? Said Miss Preece in a tone of undisguised fascination. They couldn't vote. Indeed, said Professor Sinistra. The astronomy professor's hair was still dark, and her dark face only slightly lined. Hermione would have guessed her age at around 70, except I quite remember my mother's rejoicing when they announced the Qualification of Women Act, although she did not actually qualify. Which meant that Professor Sinistra had been around her Muggle family in 1918. And that wasn't the worst of it. Why, just a few centuries earlier. 30 seconds later all the non-Muggleborns, male and female both, were staring at Professor Sinistra with utterly shocked expressions. Hannah had dropped her sign. And that wasn't the worst of it either, not by half, finished Professor Sinistra. But you see where this sort of thing could potentially lead. Merlin preserve us, said Penelope Clearwater in a strangled voice. You mean that's how men would treat us if we didn't have wands to defend ourselves? Hey! Said one of the boy prefects. That's not. There was a short, sardonic laugh from the direction of Professor Quirrell. When Hermione turned her head to look she saw that the defense professor was still idly toying with the button, not bothering to glance up at the rest of them, as he said, such is human nature, Miss Clearwater. Rest assured that you would be no kinder, if witches had wands and men lacked them. I hardly think so. Snapped Professor Sinistra. A cold chuckle. I suspect it happens more often than any dare suggest, in the proudest pure-blood families. Some lonely witch spies a handsome muggle, and thinks how very easy it would be, to slip the man a love potion, and by him be adored alone and utterly. And since she knows he can offer her no resistance, why, it is only natural for her to take from him whatever she pleases. Professor Quirrell. Said Professor McGonagall sharply. I'm sorry, Professor Quirrell said mildly, his eyes still looking down on the button in his hand, are we all still pretending it doesn't happen? My apologies, then. Professor Sinistra snapped, and I suppose that wizards don't. There are children present, professors. Again Professor McGonagall. Some do, Professor Quirrell said equably, as though discussing the weather. Although personally, I don't. There was a bit of silence, for a time. Hermione put up her sign again, it had slipped down to her shoulder while she was listening. She'd never thought of that, not even a little, and now she was trying not to think of it, and her stomach was feeling a bit queasy. She looked in Harry Potter's direction, not quite knowing why she did, and she saw that Harry's face was perfectly still. A chill ran down her spine before she looked away, not quite fast enough to miss the small nod that Harry gave her, as though they were agreeing on something. To be fair, Professor Sinistra said after a while, since I received my Hogwarts letter I can't recall encountering any prejudice on account of being a woman, or colored. No, now it is all for being a Muggleborn. I believe Miss Granger said that it was just with heroes that she found a problem, so far. It took Hermione a moment to recognize that she'd been asked the question, and then she said yes, in a tone that squeaked a little. This whole thing had blown up a bit larger than she'd imagined when she'd started it. What exactly did you check, Miss Granger? Said Professor Vector. She looked older than Professor Sinistra, her hair starting to grey a little. Hermione hadn't ever come close to Professor Vector in person until the arithmancy professor had asked her for a button. Hermione said, her voice a little high, I checked the history books and there's been as many women ministers of magic as men. Then I looked at Supreme Mugwumps and there were a few more wizards than witches but not many. But if you look at people like famous dark wizard hunters, or people who've stopped invasions of dark creatures, or people who've overthrown dark lords. And the dark wizards themselves, of course, said Professor Quirrell. Now the defense professor had looked up. You may add that to your list, Miss Granger. Among all the suspected Death Eaters we know of only 2 sorceresses, Bellatrix Black and Alecto Carrow. And I dare say that most wizards would be hard-pressed to name a single dark lady besides Baba Yaga. Hermione just stared at him. He couldn't possibly be. Professor Quirrell, said Professor Vector, what exactly are you implying? The defense professor raised the button so that the golden-lettered SPHEW faced them, and said, heroes, then turned the button to show its silver backside and said, dark wizards. They are similar career paths followed by similar people, and one can hardly ask why young witches are turning away from one course without considering its reflection. Oh, now I see. Said Tracy Davis, speaking up so suddenly that Hermione gave a small startle. You're joining our protest because you're worried that not enough girls are becoming dark witches. Then Tracy giggled, which Hermione couldn't have managed at this point if you paid her £1,000,000 sterling. There was a half-smile on Professor Quirrell's face as he replied, not really, Miss Davis. In truth I do not care about that sort of thing in the slightest. But it is futile to count the witches among ministers of magic and other such ordinary folk leading ordinary existences when Grindelwald and Dumbledore and he who must not be named were all men. The defense professor's fingers idly spun the button, turning it over and over. Then again, only a very few folk ever do anything interesting with their lives. What does it matter to you if they are mostly witches or mostly wizards, so long as you are not among them? And I suspect you will not be among them, Miss Davis, for although you are ambitious, you have no ambition. That's not true. Said Tracy indignantly. And what's it mean? Professor Quirrell straightened from where he had been leaning against the wall. You were sorted into Slytherin, Miss Davis, and I expect that you will grasp at any opportunity for advancement which falls into your hands. But there is no great ambition that you are driven to accomplish, and you will not make your opportunities. At best you will grasp your way upward into Minister of Magic, or some other high position of unimportance, never breaking the bounds of your existence. Then Professor Quirrell's gaze shifted away from Tracy, he was looking at her, the pale blue eyes staring at her with an awful intensity. Tell me, Miss Granger. Do you have an ambition? Professor squeaked the high stern voice of Professor Flitwick, and then her head of house's voice cut off, and from the side of her vision Hermione saw that Harry had laid his hand on Professor Flitwick's shoulder and was shaking his head, face looking very adult. Hermione felt like a deer caught in headlights. What drove you to break your bounds, Miss Granger? Said the defense professor, still gazing directly at her. Why is getting good marks in class no longer enough? Is it true greatness that you seek? Does some aspect of the world dissatisfy you, that you must remake according to your will? Or is this all merely a child's game to you? I will be quite disappointed if this is only about rivaling Harry Potter. I said Hermione, her voice so high-pitched it made a sort of peeping sound, but then she couldn't think of what else to say. You may take a moment to think, if you like, said Professor Quirrell. Pretend it is a homework essay, 6 inches due Thursday. I hear you are quite eloquent in them. Everyone was looking at her. I said Hermione. I don't agree with one single thing you just said, anywhere. Well spoken, came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice. Professor Quirrell's gaze did not waver. That is not 6 inches, Miss Granger. Something drives you to defy the headmaster's verdict and gather followers about yourself. Perhaps it is something you prefer not to speak aloud. Hermione knew the correct answer wouldn't impress Professor Quirrell, but it was the correct answer, so she said it. I don't think you need ambition to be a hero, Hermione said. Her voice wavered but it didn't crack. I think you just have to do what's right. And they're not my followers, we're friends. Professor Quirrell leaned back against the wall again. The half-smile had faded from his face. Most folk tell themselves they are doing right, Miss Granger. They do not thereby rise above the ordinary. Hermione took a couple of deep breaths, trying to be brave. It's not about being not ordinary, she said as stoutly as she could. But I think if someone just tries to do what's right over and over again, and they're not too lazy to do all the work it takes, and they think about what they're doing, and they're brave enough to do it even when they're scared. Hermione paused for an instant, her eyes darting to Tracy and Daphne, and they cleverly plan how to do it, and they don't just do what other people do, then I think someone like that would already get into enough trouble. Some of the girls and boys chuckled, as did Professor McGonagall, who looked wry and proud at the same time. You may be right about that, said the defense professor, his eyes half-lidded. He tossed Hermione the button, and she caught it without thinking. My donation to your cause, Miss Granger. I understand that they are worth 2 sickles. The defense professor turned and walked away without another word. I thought I was going to faint. Gasped Hannah after his footsteps had faded, and she heard some of the other girls letting out their breath or putting down their signs for a moment. I do too have an ambition, said Tracy, who seemed to be almost on the verge of tears. I'll figure out what it is by tomorrow, but I have one, I'm sure. If you really can't think of anything, Daphne said, giving Tracy a comforting pat on the shoulder, just go with the oldie but goodie and try to take over the world. Hey! Said Susan sharply. You're supposed to be heroes now. That means you have to be good. No, it's all right, said Lavender, I'm pretty sure General Chaos wants to take over the world and he's sort of a good guy. More conversation was going on behind the picket line. My goodness, said Penelope Clearwater. I think that's the most overtly evil defense professor we've ever had. Professor McGonagall coughed warningly, and the head boy said, you weren't around for Professor Barney, which made several people twitch. Professor Quirrell just talks like that, said Harry Potter, though he sounded less certain than before. I mean, think about it, he doesn't do anything like what Professor Snape does. Mr. Potter, squeaked Professor Flitwick, voice polite and face stern, why did you ask me to stay silent? Professor Quirrell was testing Hermione to see if he wanted to be her mysterious old wizard, Harry said. Which totally would not have worked out in any way, shape, or form, but she had to answer for herself. Hermione blinked. Then Hermione blinked again, as she realized that it was Professor Quirrell who was Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, and not Dumbledore at all, and that really wasn't a good sign. A rumbling noise filled the small stone vestibule, and Hermione, her nerves already on edge, spun rapidly around, almost dropping her protest sign as her other hand darted toward her wand. The gargoyles were stepping aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge ugly figures waited only briefly, dead grey eyes staring out in silent vigil. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions, the flowing stone not changing its outward appearance at all as it returned from flexibility to motionlessness, and the brief gap in the stone of Hogwarts was solid once more. And before them all, wearing robes of bright purple that probably only looked hideous if you were Muggleborn, stood the towering form of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord Grindelwald and protector of Britain, the rediscoverer of the fabled 12 uses of dragon's blood, the most powerful wizard alive, and he was looking at her. Hermione Jean Granger, general of the recently expanded Sunshine Regiment, who was getting the best grades in the first year of Hogwarts classes, and who had declared herself a heroine. Even her name was shorter than his. The headmaster smiled benevolently at her, his wrinkle-lined eyes twinkling cheerfully beneath their half-circles of glass, and said, Hello, Miss Granger. The odd thing was that it wasn't nearly as scary as talking to Professor Quirrell. Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione said with only a slight quaver in her voice. Miss Granger, said Dumbledore, now looking more serious, I think you and I may have had a bit of a misunderstanding. I did not mean to imply that you could not, or should not be a hero. I certainly did not mean to imply that witches in general should not be heroes. Only that you were, a bit young, to be thinking of such things. Hermione, unable to help herself, glanced at Professor McGonagall and saw that Professor McGonagall was giving her an encouraging smile, or she was giving the two of them some kind of smile, anyway, so Hermione looked back at the headmaster and said, the small quaver in her voice a little larger now, since you became headmaster 40 years ago, there have been 11 students to graduate Hogwarts who became heroes, I mean people like Lupe Kizarel and so on, and 10 of those were boys. Chimorene Linderwall was the only witch. Said the headmaster. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, he at least seemed to be thinking about it. Miss Granger, I have never been one for tallying such numbers. Often it is too much easier to count than to understand. Many good people have come out of Hogwarts, witches and wizards both, those famed as heroes are only one kind of good person, and perhaps not the highest. You did not include Alice Longbottom or Lily Potter in your reckoning. But leave that aside. Tell me, Miss Granger, did you tally how many heroes came out of Hogwarts in the 40 years before me? For in that time I can recall only 3 now called heroes, and among those 3, no witches at all. I'm not trying to say it's just you. Hermione said. Only I think maybe a lot of people, like the headmasters before you too, maybe even your whole society and everything, might be discouraging girls. The old wizard sighed. His half-glasses eyes looked only at her, as though they were the only two people present. Miss Granger, it might be possible to discourage witches from becoming charms mistresses, or Quidditch players, or even aurors. But not heroes. If someone is meant to be a hero, then a hero they will be. They will walk through fire and swim through ice. Dementors will not stop them, nor the deaths of friends, and not discouragement either. Well, Hermione said, and paused, struggling with the words. Well, I mean, what if that's not actually true? I mean, to me it seems that if you want more witches to be heroes, you ought to teach them heroing. Many boys and girls are heroes in their dreams, Dumbledore said quietly. He did not look at any of the other girls, only at her. Fewer in the waking world. Many have stood their ground and faced the darkness when it comes for them. Fewer come for the darkness and force it to face them. It is a hard life, sometimes lonely, often short. I have told none to refuse that calling, but neither would I wish to increase their number. Hermione hesitated, there was something in the lined face that stopped her, like a hint to all the emotion that wasn't being displayed, years and years of it. Maybe if there were more heroes, their lives wouldn't be so lonely, or so short. She couldn't bring herself to say that, though, not to him. But the point is moot, said the old wizard. He smiled, a bit ruefully she thought. Miss Granger, you cannot teach heroism like you would teach charms. You cannot assign 12 inches on how to carry on when all hope seems lost. You cannot rehearse students on when to stand up and tell the headmaster he has done wrong. Heroes are born, not taught. And for whatever reason, more of them are born boys than girls. The headmaster shrugged, as if to say that he was helpless to do anything about that. Hermione said. She couldn't help it, she glanced behind her. Professor Sinister was looking a bit indignant. And it wasn't true that everyone was staring at her like she'd just been silly, the way she'd started to imagine while she was listening to Dumbledore. Hermione turned back to face Dumbledore again, took a deep breath, and said, well, maybe people who are going to be heroes, will be heroes no matter what. But I don't see how anyone could really know that, aside from just saying it afterward. And when I told you that I wanted to be a hero, you weren't very encouraging. Mr. Potter, the headmaster said mildly. His eyes didn't leave hers. Please tell Miss Granger your impression of our own first meeting. Would you say that I was encouraging? Speak the truth. There was a pause. Mr. Potter, said Professor Vector's voice from behind her, sounding puzzled. Harry's voice said from further back, sounding extremely reluctant. Well, actually in my case the headmaster set fire to a chicken. He what? Hermione blurted, only there were several other people exclaiming things at around the same time so she wasn't sure anyone heard her. Dumbledore went on gazing at her, looking perfectly serious. I didn't know about Fox, Harry's voice said rapidly, so he told me that Fox was a phoenix, while he was pointing to a chicken on Fox's stand so I'd think that was Fox, and then he set the chicken on fire, and also he gave me this big rock and told me it had belonged to my father and I ought to carry it everywhere. But that's crazy. Susan blurted out. There was a sudden hush. The headmaster slowly turned his head to stare at Susan. I said Susan. I mean, I. The headmaster leaned down until he was face to face with the young girl. I didn't said Susan. Dumbledore put a finger to his lips and twiddled them, making a weeble 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 sound. The headmaster straightened up again and said, well, my good heroines, it has been pleasant speaking to you, but alas, much else remains to do this day. Still, rest assured that I am inscrutable at everyone, not just witches. The gargoyles stepped aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge ugly figures waited briefly with dead grey eyes staring out in silent vigil, as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, smiling as benevolently as when he'd first emerged from his office, stepped back into the enchantment of the endless stare. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions, only one last brief BWA haha. Echoing out before the gap closed. There was a long silence. He really set a chicken on fire, said Hannah. The 8 of them had continued protesting even after that, but to be honest their heart had gone out of it. It had been established, after some careful questions from Professor Flitwick, that Harry Potter hadn't smelled the chicken burning. Which meant that it had probably been a pebble or something, transfigured into a chicken and then enclosed in a boundary charm to make sure that no smoke escaped into the air. Both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall had been very emphatic about nobody trying that without their supervision. But still, what? Hermione didn't even know but still what? But still. After a lot of glances exchanged between girls none of whom had wanted to be first to say it, Hermione had declared the protest over, and the adults and boys had drifted off. You don't think we were being unfair to Dumbledore, do you? said Susan as the heroines walked away to the sound of 8 pairs of feet trotting on the stone paving of Hogwarts's corridors. I mean, if he is crazy at everyone and not just at witches, then it's not discrimination, right? I don't want to protest against the headmaster anymore, Hannah said weakly. The Hufflepuff girl seemed a bit unsteady on her feet. I don't care what Professor McGonagall says about him not holding it against us, it's just too much for my nerves. Lavender snorted. I guess you won't be slaying armies of Inferi anytime soon. Stop that. Hermione said sharply. Look, all of us have got to learn to be heroines, right? It's okay if someone doesn't know right away. The headmaster doesn't think it can be learned, Padma said. The Ravenclaw girl's face was thoughtful, her steps measured as she strode through the corridor. The headmaster doesn't even think that's a good idea. Daphne was striding with her back straight and her head held bolt upright, looking more like a proper young lady in her Hogwarts robes than Hermione could have done with her best formal dress. The headmaster, Daphne said in a precise voice, her shoes making hard, sharp tacking sounds on the stone, thinks the lot of us are a bunch of silly girls playing games, and that someday Hermione might make a good sidekick but the rest of us are hopeless. Is he right? Said Parvati. The Gryffindor girl's face was very serious, making her look much more like her twin than she usually did. I mean, it has to be asked. No. Spat Tracy. The Slytherin girl was stalking through the hallway looking ready to kill someone, like a miniature female Snape. Of all the girls, Tracy was the one who Hermione knew least. Hermione had talked to Lavender once before, but she'd never really seen Tracy except at one point during a battle, until the Slytherin had jumped up from her sofa to volunteer. We'll show him. We'll show them all. Okay, said Susan, that was definitely evil. No, said Lavender, that's a Chaos Legion motto, actually. Only she didn't do the insane laughter. That's right, Tracy said, her voice low and grim. This time I'm not laughing. The girl went on stalking through the corridor, like she had dramatic music accompanying her that only she could hear. Hermione was starting to worry about what exactly the impressionable youths of the Chaos Legion were learning from Harry Potter. But, I mean, Parvati said. She still had a contemplative look on her face. I mean, you can see why the headmaster would think we were just silly girls, right? What does protesting outside the headmaster's office have to do with becoming heroines? Hey, Lavender said, now looking thoughtful herself. That's true. We should do something heroic. I mean heroinic. Said Hannah, which very much expressed Hermione's own feelings on the subject. Well, said Parvati, has everyone already been through Dumbledore's third-floor forbidden corridor? I mean everyone in Gryffindor's been through it by now. Hold on. Hermione said desperately. I don't want you doing anything dangerous. There was a pause while everyone looked at Hermione, who was realizing, much too late, why Dumbledore hadn't wanted anyone else to be a hero. I don't think you can become a heroine if you never do anything dangerous, Lavender observed reasonably. Besides, said Padma, a considering look on her face. Everyone knows that nothing really bad ever happens in Hogwarts, right? To students, I mean, not to the defense professors. We've got all these ancient wards and so on. Hannah said again. Yeah, said Parvati, the worst that can happen is that we'll lose a few dozen house points or something, and there's 2 of us from each house so that'll all come out even. Why, that's brilliant, Hermione. Said Daphne in a tone of great amazement. The way you set it up means we can get away with anything. And I didn't even notice your cunning plan until now. Said Hermione, Hannah, and Susan. Right. Said Parvati. So now it's time for us to become real heroines. We'll come for the darkness. And make it face us, said Lavender. And teach it to be afraid, Tracy Davis said grimly. Chapter 71, Self-Actualization, PT 6. Well, Daphne whispered, keeping her voice as low as she could, at least now I don't feel like the only sane person in Hogwarts anymore. Because now you've got the rest of us as friends. Whispered Lavender Brown, who was tiptoeing along at her left side. I don't think that's what she means, General Granger murmured from Lavender's own left. They crept slowly and carefully through the corridors of Hogwarts, all 8 of them keeping both ears peeled for the slightest sound of trouble, just like it was a battle and they were looking for enemy soldiers to ambush, only in this case they were looking for bullies to vanquish and victims to rescue in the span between the end of breakfast time and when Lavender and Parvati had to get to their herbology class. Lavender had argued that if one first-year girl could take down 3 older bullies, then 8 first-year girls ought to be able to outfight 24 older bullies because of multiplication. Judging by her frantic spluttering and waving of hands, General Granger hadn't found this convincing. Padma had stayed silent for a bit during the ensuing argument, and then observed thoughtfully that even in Hogwarts, beating up first-year girls probably wouldn't be good for your reputation as a bully. Parvati had straightened up at this, exclaiming that this meant they were the only ones who could do something about Hogwarts's bully problem, which made it really truly heroinic. Plus the whole reason their parents had moved to Britain was so that the two of them could attend the world's only magical school with a 0% fatality rate, and what was the point if they didn't take advantage and try a few things? To which General Granger had responded that Parvati didn't understand the point of a perfect safety record at all. Lavender had said that if they were really all friends together and not Hermione's followers like Professor Quirrell thought, then they should vote on things like this. Daphne had expected that hers would be the deciding vote after Hermione and Susan and Hannah voted no. And so Daphne had considered it carefully after her first flush of enthusiasm wore off. She was a Slytherin, after all, and that meant it was her responsibility to keep a watchful eye on their own interests while they were all running around trying to help people, her job to figure out how risky it really was, and whether it would be worth it for them, just like Mother would have done in her place. Always looking out for yourself and your friends like that, was what real Slytherining was all about. Hannah Abbott, the nervous little Hufflepuff girl, had in a small trembling voice said yes. And now Daphne and Susan and Hermione had to stay with the other 5, they couldn't possibly let the others go off on their own. Because no Gryffindor would ever live down hurting the last surviving child of the Bones family, and no Slytherin would dare assault a daughter of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Daphne hoped so, anyway. And General Granger who'd started the whole thing, you didn't even have to ask. The corridors of Hogwarts passed them by one after another, their tense hands never straying far from their wands as stone and wood and ever-burning torches came into vision and then moved past. At one point they heard footsteps and drew in their breath, hands almost dropping to their wands, but it was just a lone older Ravenclaw who looked at them curiously before sniffing and dropping his head back to his book as he walked on. The heroines crept past solemn oaken panels carved with gilded frescoes, and came to a dead end leading into a boys' bathroom, and turned around, and wandered back through the solemn oaken panels carved with gilded frescoes, and then turned through dusty old brick corridors grouted with worn cement, which sort of led them in a circle actually, so they consulted a portrait and then went down a different dusty old brick corridor instead, that took them to a brief rise of marble stairs that should have put them on the 3rd and a half floor if it'd been anywhere but Hogwarts, and then it was back to tiled stone pavement again, and skylights that let shafts of sunlight pour down even though they were nowhere near the roof, and after they'd followed that passageway around a few corners it took them to another boys' bathroom, clearly marked with a plaque showing the silhouette of a robed figure whizzing into a toilet. The 8 of them stood before the closed door and stared with a certain amount of weariness. "I'm bored," said Lavender. Padma made a show of taking a pocket watch out of her robes and looking at it. 16 minutes and 30 seconds, she said. A new record for the longest attention span in Gryffindor. "I don't think this is going to work either," said Susan. "And I'm a Hufflepuff." "You know," Lavender said thoughtfully, "I wonder if maybe what really makes someone a hero, is that when they try something like this, something interesting actually happens." "I bet you're right," said Tracy. "I bet if we had Harry Potter with us, we'd run into 3 bullies and a hidden room full of treasure in the first 5 minutes. I bet that all General Chaos has to do is go to the bathroom and he, like, finds Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets or something." Daphne couldn't quite let that one go past. "You think Lord Slytherin would have put the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in a bathroom?" "What I'm saying," said Susan, as Tracy was opening her mouth to reply, "is that we've got no way of actually finding any bullies. I mean, all they've got to do is find a Hufflepuff somewhere, but we've got to run across them at exactly the right time, do you see? Which is a very good problem because if we did find them we'd all get squished like bugs. Can't we just do the forbidden 3rd floor corridor like we're supposed to?" Lavender snorted scornfully. "You don't become a real heroine just by doing the forbidden things the headmaster tells you not to do." Daphne's mind tried to wrap around this statement as she silently thanked the Sorting Hat for not putting her anywhere near Gryffindor. "Come to think," Parvati said slowly, "I mean, what are the odds that Harry Potter would run across those 5 bullies on his first morning of school? He must have had some way of finding them." Daphne happened to be standing where looking at Parvati let her see Hermione, so she noticed the Ravenclaw girl's expression change, and then she realized that the Sunshine General had also found some bullies just recently. "Oh," said Padma in a tone of sudden realization. "Of course. He got told by the ghost of Salazar Slytherin." "What?" said Daphne at the same time as several other people. "That's who the ghost was that scared me, I'm pretty sure," Padma explained. "I mean I only figured it out afterward, but, yet. Salazar Slytherin's ghost doesn't like it when Slytherins bully people, he thinks it shames his name, and the ghost is still keyed into the Hogwarts wards so he knows everything that happens, I bet." Daphne's mouth was hanging open, and she saw that Hannah had put a hand to her forehead and was leaning against the stone walls, while Tracy's eyes were blazing like little brown stars. Salazar Slytherin's ghost? Had leagued himself with Harry Potter? And had sent Hermione Granger to stop Derek's crew? She would have paid 100 galleons to be there when Draco Malfoy got told about this. Although considering how fast rumors spread through Hogwarts, now that Padma had spilled the beans, Millicent had probably told him 30 minutes ago. In fact, now that Daphne thought about it. "So," said Parvati. We've got to ask the boy who lived where to find Salazar Slytherin's ghost? Wow, I guess if I'm saying stuff like that out loud, I might actually be turning into a heroine. Yes, said Lavender. We've got to ask the boy who lived where to find Salazar Slytherin's ghost. We've got to ask the boy who lived where to find Salazar Slytherin's ghost. Repeated Hannah in a nervous voice, like she was forcing herself to say it. And if that doesn't work, shouted Tracy, we'll stun Harry Potter, tie him up and bring him with us. It said something, Hermione Granger thought, and it was something rather sad, as the 8 of them strolled back through the maze of twisty little passages that was Hogwarts, their time before the next class having run out without finding any bullies, that she genuinely didn't know whether Harry Potter had been led around by the ghost of Salazar Slytherin or a phoenix or what. And whatever Harry had done, she hoped it didn't work for them. And most of all she hoped that the others didn't vote for Tracy's idea of stunning Harry Potter and carting his unconscious body around with them to attract adventures. That couldn't possibly work in real life, or, if it did, she was giving up. Hermione looked from witch to witch, Tracy chatting with Lavender, and the others making occasional remarks, and her gaze caught on a girl who was subdued and quiet, the one person whose thoughts right now she couldn't guess at all. Hannah, she said to the girl walking alongside her. Hermione tried to make her voice as gentle as she could. You don't have to answer, but is it okay if I ask why you voted yes on fighting bullies? Hermione had thought she'd made her voice soft, but everyone stopped walking, and Lavender and Tracy halted their conversation and looked at them. Hannah's cheeks were already reddening, and just as Hannah opened her mouth. It's 'cause she's got more courage than you think, obviously, said Lavender. Hannah paused with her mouth open. She closed her mouth. She swallowed, hard and visibly, while her cheeks reddened even further. Then Hannah took a deep breath, and said, in a small voice, there's a boy I like. The Hufflepuff girl flinched as she said it, and her head darted around nervously to look at everyone looking at her, while the pause and silence stretched. Okay. Susan said eventually. I've got 5 boys I like, said Lavender. Padma and I knew we'd both like the same boys, said Parvati, so we made a list and flipped a nut to see who got to pick first. I know who I'm destined to marry, said Tracy. I don't care what the world says, he's meant to be mine. This made all the other girls look expectantly at Hermione, whose brain had gone ahead and flushed Tracy's last statement entirely so it could focus on just on the first thing Hannah had said. Said Hermione. She carefully continued, keeping her voice gentle. Hannah, the reason why you joined the Society for Promotion of Heroic Equality for Witches was that there's a boy who might like you more if you become a hero. The Hufflepuff girl nodded again, her cheeks reddening even further while she stared down at her own reflection in her black polished shoes. She likes Neville Longbottom, actually, Daphne said. The Slytherin gave a woeful sigh. And unfortunately for her, he's going to marry someone else. It's very tragic. This produced a high-pitched eeping sound from Hannah as she went on staring at her feet. Wait, what? Said Lavender. Neville's going to marry someone else? How do you know about this? Who? Daphne just shook her head sadly with a downcast expression. Excuse me, said Hermione, and then when the others looked at her again, while she tried to organize her thoughts. I mean, Hannah, trying to become a hero so that a boy will like you isn't very feminist. It's pronounced feminine actually, said Padma. And why were you calling Hannah unfeminine? Said Susan. There's nothing unfeminine about wanting to impress a boy. Besides, said Parvati, sounding puzzled, isn't the whole point that we're trying to be heroes even though that isn't feminine? The ensuing discussion would not be remembered by Hermione Granger as one of her most successful forays into the realms of political education. She tried to explain, and then after the resulting argument tried to explain again, while the other 7 girls looked at her more and more skeptically. Afterward Daphne declared in the imperious tones of the future Lady Greengrass that if this feminism business meant girls weren't allowed to pursue boys in whichever way they pleased, then feminism could stay in the Muggle lands where it belonged. Lavender suggested that maybe witchism could say that witches got to do anything they wanted, which sounded like more fun than feminism. And finally Padma closed off further discussion by observing wearily that she didn't see much point to going on arguing, since SPHEW wasn't about anything to do with feminism in the first place, it was just about more girls becoming heroes. Hermione had given up at that point. As their charm session that day ended and the first-year Ravenclaws began shuffling out of the class, Hermione was already wincing to herself. They'd made it to class just barely before the opening gong, they'd had to run right over to their desks and sit down, so there hadn't been time for the awful thing to happen yet, but that just meant that Hermione got to look forward to the coming disaster for the whole class. Sure enough, after Professor Flitwick squeaked his dismissal and everyone rose from their chairs, Harry began walking toward her, and for her own part Hermione shoved her book into her moleskin pouch and very quickly walked over to the door and threw it open and headed into the corridors, and of course Harry followed her with a surprised look because they had a library session scheduled. Hermione. Harry said as he closed the door behind him. What's wrong? The door flew open behind Harry not a moment after he closed it, almost hitting Harry as he stepped out of the way, and Padma Patil stepped out of the classroom with a dreadful look of determination upon her face. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, came the awful words, the young girl's high voice resounding through the corridor like the gloomy bells of doom. Can I ask you for help with something? Harry's eyebrows drew up, and he said, You can ask, of course. Can you tell us how to talk to Salazar Slytherin's ghost? We want him to tell us where to find bullies, like he tells you. There was a little bit of silence in the corridor outside the classroom. The door opened again, and so appeared out with an inquiring look. Well, we've got to get to the library, Harry said quite casually, his face looking relaxed. Would you mind following us? And began to walk off in the direction that led to the library on odd-numbered days of the month, and so made like she was going to follow, but Harry's face turned toward her for a moment. It wasn't until Harry had rounded a corner that he drew his wand, said in a low precise voice quietus, and then turned to Padma and said, An interesting guess, Miss Patil. Padma looked rather smug, then, and said, I should have figured it out earlier, really. There was that hiss in the ghost's voice. I should have thought Parselmouth right away, even before he started talking about Godric Gryffindor. Harry's face didn't change. May I ask, Miss Patil, whether you've shared this thought with? She said it in front of everyone in S.P.Hew, Hermione said. Harry's eyes had that look they had when he was very rapidly calculating something, and then he said, Hermione, what's the chance that? She said it in front of Lavender and Tracy. Said Padma. Should I not be done that? Wait here, growled Mr. Goyle, and went around the corner, and there was the sound of him knocking on Draco Malfoy's private room. There was a bit of a queasy feeling in Tracy's stomach, and she reminded herself again that since Padma had spilled the beans someone was bound to tell Draco Malfoy, and it might as well be her, and it wasn't as if she owed Harry Potter anything, and a Slytherin had to do what was necessary to achieve her ambitions. She'd been collecting ambitions ever since Professor Quirrell told her off, and so far she'd decided that she wanted to own her own Nimbus 2000 broomstick, become super famous, marry Harry Potter, eat chocolate frogs for breakfast every day, and defeat at least 3 Dark Lords just to show Professor Quirrell who was ordinary. Mr. Malfoy will see you, said the low, menacing voice of Mr. Goyle as he returned. And you'd better hope he doesn't think you're wasting his time. The boy loomed at her briefly, and then stepped aside. Tracy added having her own servants to her list of ambitions, and entered. The Malfoy private bedroom looked just like Daphne's. She'd been privately hoping for diamond chandeliers or golden frescoes on the walls. She'd never have said it in front of Daphne, but the house of Malfoy was a step up from Greengrass. But it was just a small bedroom like Daphne's, and the only difference was that Malfoy's stuff was decorated in silver snakes instead of emerald plants. As she stepped through the doorway, Draco Malfoy, who was perfectly groomed even inside his own bedroom, rose up from his desk chair to greet her with a small friendly bow, wearing a charming smile just like she was someone who mattered, which made Tracy so flustered that she forgot everything she'd rehearsed inside her head and just blurted out, I've got something to tell you. Yes, Gregory said so, Draco Malfoy said smoothly. Please, Miss Davis, sit down. He gestured to his own desk chair, even as he sat down on his bed. She felt somewhat lightheaded as she carefully sat herself down in Malfoy's own chair, her fingers unthinkingly fiddling with how her dress robes fell across her knees, trying to make them look as elegant and uncreased as Draco Malfoy's. So, Miss Davis, said Draco Malfoy. What did you want to tell me? Tracy hesitated, and then when Malfoy's face started to look a bit impatient, just stammered it all out, everything Padma had said about Salazar Slytherin's ghost sending Harry Potter to stop bullies and also what Daphne had told her about Hermione Granger being in on it. Draco Malfoy's expression didn't change at all as she spoke, not even in the slightest, and it dawned on Tracy with a sickening lurch in her stomach. You don't believe me? She said. There was a slight pause. Well, said Draco Malfoy, with a smile that wasn't quite as charming as his last one, I do believe that's what Padma said and what Daphne said, so thank you anyway, Miss Davis. The boy rose from where he'd been sitting on his bed, and Tracy, not even thinking, rose from the chair. As he was escorting her to the door, just as he was about to turn the knob, it occurred to Tracy that, you didn't ask what I wanted for the information, she said. Draco Malfoy gave her some kind of look, she didn't quite know what it was supposed to mean, and he didn't say anything. Well, anyway, Tracy said, making an on-the-spot change to her previous plans, I don't want anything for the information, I was just being friendly. A brief look of surprise crossed Draco Malfoy's face for just an instant before his expression flattened again and he said, it's not that easy to become friends with a Malfoy, Miss Davis. Tracy smiled, and meant it. Well, I'll just go on being friendly, then, she said, and left the room with a skip in her step, feeling like a real Slytherin for maybe the first time in her life, and having just decided that Draco Malfoy would be one of her husbands too. After the girl was gone, Gregory came in, shut the door again and said, "Are you all right, Mr. Malfoy?" Draco said nothing to his servant and friend. His eyes gazed off into nowhere, like he was trying to stare through the wall of his bedroom, through the Hogwarts lake that surrounded the Slytherin dungeons, through Earth's crust and atmosphere and the interstellar dust of the Milky Way, into the utterly empty and lightless void between galaxies which no wizard and no scientist had ever seen. "Mr. Malfoy," Gregory said, starting to sound a little worried. "I can't believe I believed every word of that," said Draco. Daphne finished her final inch of transfiguration and looked up across the Slytherin common room, at where Millicent Bulstrode was still working on her own homework. It was time to come to a decision. If SPHEW did go around trying to stun bullies, the bullies wouldn't like it, that was certain. And they'd try to do something unpleasant about it, which was also certain. On the other hand, if the bullies got really nasty, then Hermione could ask Harry Potter for help, or they could pool their combined Quirrell points and ask the defense professor for a favor. No, the thing that Daphne was really worried about was if this business got them in bad with Professor Snape. You didn't want to ever end up on the wrong side of Professor Snape. But since the day she'd challenged Neville to a most ancient duel, she'd noticed people looking at her differently. Even the Slytherins who'd made fun of her were looking at her differently. It was dawning on Daphne that being the daughter of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass brought in a lot more respect if you were a beautiful heroine born to a most ancient house, and not just a pretty noble girl. It was the difference between having your role played by the lead actress and having your role played by a two-galleon extra with a screechy laugh. Fighting bullies might not be the best way to become a heroine. But father had once told her that the trouble with passing up opportunities was that it was habit-forming. If you told yourself you were waiting for a better opportunity next time, why, next time you'd probably tell yourself the same thing. Father had said that most people spent their whole lives waiting for an opportunity that was good enough, and then they died. Father had said that while seizing opportunities would mean that all sorts of things went wrong, it wasn't nearly as bad as being a hopeless lump. Father had said that after she got into the habit of seizing opportunities, then it was time to start being picky about them. On the other hand, Mother had warned her not to take all of Father's advice, and said that Daphne wasn't allowed to ask about Father's 6th year in Hogwarts until she was at least 30 years old. But in the end Father had gotten Mother to marry him and successfully plotted his way into a most ancient house, so there was that. Millicent Bulstrode finished her homework and began putting her things away. Daphne stood up from her desk, and walked over. Millicent swung out her legs from the table and stood up, slinging her book bag over one shoulder, then looked over at where Daphne was approaching, the girl's expression puzzled. "Hey, Millicent," Daphne said as she drew near, making her voice low and excited, "guess what I figured out today?" "The thing about Salazar Slytherin's ghost helping Granger," said Millicent. "I already heard about that." "No," Daphne said in a hushed whisper, "this is even better." "Really?" Millicent said, in an equally low excited voice. "What is it?" Daphne looked around conspiratorially. "Come to my room and I'll tell you." They went off toward the stairs that led downward. The private rooms were even lower in the lake than the 7th-year dorms. Soon enough Daphne was sitting in her comfy desk chair and Millicent had bounced over to the edge of her bed. "Quietus," said Daphne, when they were both seated, and then instead of putting her wand away inside her robes, Daphne just let her hand fall naturally down to her side, still holding the wand, just in case. "All right," said Millicent. "What is it?" "You know what I figured out," said Daphne. "I figured out that you get the gossip so fast, you know about things before they actually happen." Daphne had half expected Millicent to turn white and fall over, and she didn't really, but the girl did flinch pretty hard before she started stammering denials. "Don't worry," said Daphne with her sweetest smile, "I won't tell anyone else you're a seer. I mean, we're friends, right?" Ryan A. Feldhorn, 7th year of Slytherin, was working diligently on yet another 2-foot essay. She was taking everything except divination and Muggle studies and her NEWT year seemed to consist entirely of homework. When her head of house strode up to the table she was working at and barked, "You will come with me, Miss Feldhorn," and walked away even as she frantically began putting away her parchment and book and quill. When she caught up with Professor Snape, he was waiting just outside the room and gazing at her with half-lidded eyes that seemed far too intense, and before she could ask what this was about he spun without a word and stalked off through the hallways, so that she had to scramble to keep up. Their walk took them down a flight of stairs, and then another, below what she'd thought was the lowest level of the Slytherin dungeons. And the corridors began to look older in their appearance, the architecture reverting back in time by centuries into roughened stone held together by crude-looking mortar. She began to wonder if Professor Snape was taking her to the real dungeons that she'd heard rumors of, the true dungeons of Hogwarts that had been sealed off to all but faculty, and if maybe Professor Snape did terrible things down there to innocent helpless young girls, but that was probably just wishful thinking on her part. They went down another flight of stairs, and came out into a room that was no room at all, but an empty rock cavern with a single door, pierced by many dark openings and lit by a single torch of ancient style that fired as they entered. Professor Snape took out his wand, then, and began to cast charm after charm, she lost track of how many, and when the potions master was done he turned back toward her, locked his intense eyes on hers, and said in a level voice unlike his usual drawl, "You will say nothing to anyone of this matter, Miss Feldhorn, nothing now or ever. If that is acceptable to you, nod. If not, we will turn and go." She nodded, frightened and with a strange hope dawning in her heart. Well, not exactly her heart. "The task I have for you is very simple, Miss Feldhorn," said Professor Snape's toneless voice, "and your extremely generous pay of 50 galleons is merely to compensate you for being memory-charmed afterward." She drew an involuntary breath. Her family might be rich but they had other daughters and kept her on a tight leash and it was certainly a lot of money for her. Then her ears caught up with the words memory-charmed and for a moment she felt outraged. There was no point if she couldn't keep the memories. What sort of girl did Professor Snape think she was? "You surely know," said Severus Snape, "of Miss Hermione Granger, the Sunshine General." "What?" said Rationality Feldhorn in sudden horror and disgust. "She's in her first year." Ew. Chapter 72, Essay, Plausible Deniability, pt 7. The winter sun had well set by the time dinner ended, and so it was amid the peaceful light of stars twinkling down from the enchanted ceiling of the great hall that Hermione left for the Ravenclaw Tower alongside her study partner Harry Potter, who lately seemed to have a ridiculous amount of time for studying. She hadn't the faintest idea of when Harry was doing his actual homework, except that it was getting done, maybe by house elves while he slept. Nearly every single pair of eyes in the whole hall lay on them as they passed through the mighty doors of the dining room, which were more like siege gates of a castle than anything students ought to go through on the way back from supper. They went out without speaking, and walked until the distant babble of student conversation had faded into silence, and then the two of them went on a little further through the stone corridors before Hermione finally spoke. "Why'd you do that, Harry?" "Do what?" said the boy who lived in an abstracted tone, as if his mind were quite elsewhere, thinking about vastly more important things. "I mean, why didn't you just tell them no?" "Well," Harry said, as their shoes pattered across the tiles, "I can't just go around saying no every time someone asks me about something I haven't done. I mean, suppose someone asks me, 'Harry, did you pull the prank with the invisible paint?' and I say no and then they say, 'Harry, do you know who messed with the Gryffindor Seeker's broomstick?' and I say I refuse to answer that question. It's sort of a giveaway. And that's why," Hermione said carefully, "you told everyone." She concentrated, remembering the exact words. "That if hypothetically there was a conspiracy, you could not confirm or deny that the true master of the conspiracy was Salazar Slytherin's ghost, and in fact you wouldn't even be able to admit the conspiracy existed so people ought to stop asking you questions about it." "Yep," said Harry Potter, smiling slightly. "That'll teach them to take hypothetical scenarios too seriously. And you told me not to answer anything." "They might not believe you, if you deny it," said Harry. "So it's better to say nothing, unless you want them to think you're a liar." "But," Hermione said helplessly. But now people think I'm doing things for Salazar Slytherin." The way the Gryffindors had been looking at her, the way the Slytherins had been looking at her. "It goes along with being a hero," Harry said. "Have you seen what the Quibbler says about me?" For a brief second Hermione imagined her parents reading a newspaper article about her, and instead of the story being about her winning a nationwide spelling bee or any of the other ways she'd imagined getting into the papers, the headline said Hermione Granger gets Draco Malfoy pregnant. It was enough to make you think twice about the whole heroine business. Harry's voice turned a bit more formal. "Speaking of which, Miss Granger, how goes your latest quest?" "Well," said Hermione, "unless the ghost of Salazar Slytherin really does show up and tell us where to find bullies, I don't think we're going to have much luck." Not that she was sorry about that. She glanced over at Harry, and saw the boy giving her a peculiarly intense look. "You know, Hermione," the boy said quietly, as though to make sure that nobody else in the world heard, "I think you're right. I think some people get a lot more help than others in becoming heroes. And I don't think that's fair, either." And Harry grabbed at her witch's robes where they lay over her arm, and hustled her into a side hall of the corridor they were walking through, her mouth gaping open in surprise even as Harry's wand came into his hand. They rounded a curve of the side hall and it was so narrow that it was almost pushing her and Harry into each other, even as Harry pointed to the way they'd come and softly said quietus, then a moment later, in the other direction, quietus again. The boy looked searchingly around them, not just to every side, but even upward toward the ceiling and down toward the floor. And then Harry stuck a hand in his pouch and said, "Invisibility cloak." "Glebe," said Hermione. Harry was already drawing out folds of shimmering black fabric from the moleskin device. "Don't worry," the boy said with a small grin, "they're so rare that nobody bothered to make a school rule against them." And then Harry held out the dark velvet mesh to her, and said, his voice strangely formal, "I do not give you, but loan you, my cloak, unto Hermione Jean Granger. Protect her well." She stared at the shimmering velvet of the cloak, cloth that swallowed all the light that fell on it except what glinted from small strange reflections, fabric so perfectly black it should have shown dust or lint or something but it didn't, the longer you looked the more you felt like what you were seeing wasn't really there at all, but then you blinked again and it was just a black cloak. Take it, Hermione. Hardly even thinking, Hermione stretched out her hand to grasp the fabric, and then just as her brain woke up and she started to pull her hand back, Harry let go of the cloak and it started to fall and she grabbed at it without thinking. And the instant her fingers touched and held the cloak she felt an intangible jolt run through her like picking up her wand for the first time, and it was like she heard a song being sung, ever so faintly, in the back of her mind. That's one of my quest items, Hermione, Harry said softly. It belonged to my father, and it's not something I can replace, if it's lost. Don't loan it to anyone else, don't show it to anyone, don't tell anyone it exists, but if you want to borrow it for a while, just come to me and ask. Hermione finally tore her eyes loose from the depthless black folds and stared back up at Harry. I can't. You certainly can, Harry said. Because there's nothing even the tiniest bit fair about my finding this gift wrapped in a box next to my bed one morning, and you, not. Harry paused thoughtfully. Unless you did get your own invisibility cloak, in which case never mind. Then the implications of invisibility cloak finally dawned on her, and she pointed a shocked finger at Harry, though they were close enough together that she couldn't quite straighten her arm properly, and her voice rose with considerable indignation as she said, so that's how you disappeared from the potions closet. And the time when and then she trailed off, because even with an invisibility cloak she still couldn't see how Harry had. Harry buffed his fingernails on his robes with artful nonchalance, and said, well, you knew there had to be some trick to it, right? And now the heroine will mysteriously know where and when to find bullies, just like she listened to the bullies planning it, even though nobody her age could possibly have turned herself invisible to spy on them. There was a pause and a silence. Harry, she said. I'm not sure anymore that fighting bullies is such a good idea. Harry's eyes stayed steady on hers. Because the other girls might get hurt. She nodded, just nodded. That's their choice, Hermione, just like it's yours. I decided not to do the obvious stupid thing that everyone does in books, try to keep you safe and protected and helpless, and have you get really angry at me, and push me away while you go off on your own and get into even more trouble, and then heroically pull through it successfully, after which I'd finally have my epiphany and realize that blah 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 etc. I know how that part of my life story goes, so I'm just skipping over it. If I can predict what I'm going to think later, I might as well go ahead and think it now. Anyway, my point is, you shouldn't smother your friends to keep them safe, either. Just tell them up front it's predictably going to go horribly wrong, and if they still want to be heroines after that, fine. It was at times like this that Hermione wondered if she was ever going to get used to the way Harry thought. Harry, I really, her voice stuck for a second, really don't want them getting hurt. Especially because of something I started. Hermione, Harry said seriously, I'm pretty sure you did the right thing. I don't see what could realistically happen to them that would be worse for them, in the long run, than not trying. What if they get badly hurt? Hermione said. Her voice felt blocked in her throat. She remembered Captain Ernie saying how Harry had just stared straight into the eyes of a bully as the bully bent his finger back, before Professor Sprout had arrived to save him, and there was another thought that came after that, about Hannah and her delicate hands with the fingernails that she carefully painted in Hufflepuff yellow every morning, but that wasn't allowed to be imagined. And then, they'll never do anything courageous, ever again. I don't think it works like that, Harry said steadily. Even if it all goes mind-bogglingly wrong, I don't think it works like that inside a human mind. The important thing is believing about yourself that you are someone who can break your boundaries. Trying and getting hurt can't possibly be worse for you than being stuck. What if you're wrong, Harry? Harry paused for a moment, and then shrugged a little sadly, and said, what if I'm right? Hermione looked back at the black mesh running over her hand. From the inside the cloak felt strangely soft and yet firm against her palm, as if it was trying to give her hand a reassuring hug. Then she lifted her arm back up, holding the cloak back to Harry. Harry didn't move to take it. I said, Hermione. I mean, thank you a lot, but I'm still thinking about it, so you can take it back for now. And Harry, I don't think it's right to spy on people. Not even on known bullies, to rescue their victims. Harry said. I've never been bullied, but I've been through a realistic simulation, and it didn't feel very pleasant. Have you ever been bullied, Hermione? No, she said in a quiet voice, and went on holding out Harry's invisibility cloak to him. Finally Harry took back his cloak. She felt a small twitch of loss as the inaudible song vanished from the back of her mind, and started to stuff the black material back into his pouch. As the pouch ate the last of the fabric, Harry turned from her, to break the quieting barrier. And, Hermione said. That's not the cloak of invisibility, is it? The one we read about in the library on page 18 of Paula Vieira's translation of Gottschalk's An Illustrated Scroll of Lost Devices. Harry turned his head back, grinning slightly, and said in exactly the same tone of voice he'd used earlier with the other students at dinner, I cannot confirm or deny that I possess magical artifacts of incredible power. When Hermione climbed into bed that night she was still trying to decide. Her life had been simpler at dinner time, back when there hadn't been any practical way for them to find bullies, and now she had to choose again, not for herself, this time, but for her friends. In her mind's eye she kept seeing Dumbledore's lined face and the pain it hadn't quite hidden, and in her mind's ears she kept hearing Harry's voice saying that's their choice, Hermione, just like it's yours. And her hand kept remembering the sensation of the cloak against her fingers, replaying it over and over in her mind. There was a power to the feeling that compelled her thoughts to return to it, and to the song she'd heard/hadn't heard in a part of her mind and magic which now lay silent once more. Harry had spoken to the cloak like it was a person, telling it to take good care of her. Harry had said the cloak had belonged to his father, that he couldn't replace it if it was lost. But Harry wouldn't really do that, would he? Just hand her one of the 3 Deathly Hallows created centuries before Hogwarts? She could say that she felt flattered, but this went way beyond feeling flattered, into making her wonder just what she was to Harry, exactly. Maybe Harry was the sort of person who went around loaning ancient lost magical artifacts to anyone he considered a friend, but when she thought about which part of his life Harry had said he'd skipped over, the part where he tried to keep her safe and protected. Hermione stared up at the ceiling of the Ravenclaw dorm. Somewhere beyond her bed, Mandy and Sue were talking. She'd turned up her quieting charm to where she couldn't hear the exact words, but could still hear their faint murmur. There was something comforting about sleeping in a dorm with the other girls. Harry kept his own quieter turned up all the way, she knew. She was starting to wonder if maybe Harry actually did, well, you know, like her. It took Hermione Granger a long time to fall asleep that night. And when she woke up the next morning there was a small slip of parchment peeking out from under her pillow which said at 10:30 you will find a bully in the 4th passageway to the left of the hall leaving the potions classroom, S. When Hermione entered the Great Hall that morning, her stomach was filled with flying butterflies the size of hippogriffs. Even as she approached the Ravenclaw breakfast table she still hadn't decided what to do. There was an empty place next to Padma, she saw. That would be where to sit down, if she was going to tell Padma and then ask Padma to tell Daphne and Tracy. Hermione walked toward the empty place next to Padma. There were words waiting in her throat, Padma, I got a mysterious message. And she could feel a huge brick wall inside her, stopping the words from coming out. She'd be putting Hannah and Susan and Daphne in danger. Taking them and leading them by the hand straight into trouble. That was wrong. Or she could just go try to handle the bully herself, without telling her friends anything, and that, quite obviously, was also wrong. Hermione knew she was being faced with a moral dilemma, just like all those wizards and witches she'd read about in stories. Only in stories people always got a right choice and a wrong choice, not 2 wrong ones, which seemed a bit unfair. But she had the sense, somehow, maybe it came from the way Harry always talked about how the history books would see them, that she was faced with a heroic decision, and that her whole life might end up going one way or another, depending on what she chose right now, this morning. Hermione sat down at the table without looking to either side, just gazing at the plate and silverware like they might have answers hidden inside, thinking as hard as she ever had, and a few seconds later she heard Padma's voice whispering almost in her ear, Daphne says she knows where a bully's going to be at 10:30 today. Doomed. They were all doomed, in Susan Bones's opinion. Auntie sometimes told stories which started out like this, people doing something they knew was stupid, and the stories usually ended with someone being doomed all over the floor and all over the walls and getting on Auntie's shoes. Hey, Padma, muttered Parvati, her voice just barely audible over the soft impacts of 8 girls tiptoeing through the corridor leading to the potions classroom. Do you know why Hermione's been sighing all morning? No talking. Hissed Lavender, the harsh whisper sounding much louder than Parvati's mutter. You never know when evil might be listening. SHHH. Said 3 other girls even more loudly. Utterly, totally, quite extremely doomed. As they approached the 4th passageway to the left of the potions classroom, where Daphne's mysterious informant had said the bullying would take place, the 8 of them moved slower, the sound of their feet got softer, and finally General Granger made the gesture that meant halt. I'll look ahead. Lavender raised a hand, then, and when Hermione turned to look at her, Lavender, looking puzzled, pointed straight down the corridor, gestured to herself, and then tried to sign something else that Susan didn't understand. General Granger shook her head, and once again, this time with slower, more exaggerated movements, made the sign for halt. I'll look ahead. Lavender, looking even more puzzled, pointed back the way they'd come, and made a bouncing gesture with her other hand. Now everyone else was looking even more confused than Lavender, and Susan thought with some acerbity that evidently 1 hour of practice done 2 days ago wasn't enough to remember a new set of code signals. Hermione pointed at Lavender, then at the floor beneath Lavender's feet, the expression on her face making it very clear that the intended meaning was you. Stay here. Lavender nodded. Doom doom doom, went the words of the Chaos Legion's marching song through Susan's mind. Doom 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 doom. Hermione reached into her robes, and drew out a little rod with a mirror on the end of it and an eyepiece. Very very softly indeed, the Ravenclaw girl crept up to the wall, right next to where the passageway opened off the corridor, and peeked just the tip of the eyepiece around the corner. Then a little more. Then a little more. Then General Granger cautiously stuck her head around the side. General Granger turned back to them, nodded, and made the hand gesture for follow me. Susan felt a little better as she crept forward. The part of the plan which called for them to arrive 30 minutes before the bully had, apparently, actually worked. Maybe they were only slightly doomed? At 10:29, almost on the dot, the bully showed up. If anyone had been present to hear, though the corridor was apparently empty, they would have heard his shoes clicking solidly through the main corridor, entering the passageway, walking toward where the passageway turned its first corner, turning that corner, and then stopping in some surprise upon seeing that the passageway now terminated in a solid brick wall where no wall had been before. Then the bully shrugged and turned away, as he leaned back to watch the main passage from just around the corner. It was the Castle Hogwarts, after all. Behind the hastily transfigured thin panels they'd assembled into the outward appearance of a brick wall, the girls waited, not speaking, not moving, hardly even breathing, but watching through the eyeholes they'd left themselves. As Susan's gaze took in the bully, she could feel the tightening of her chest all the way into her toes. The boy looked to be in his 7th year if not older, and his robes were trimmed in green instead of the red they'd been hoping for, and he had muscles, and after staring for a bit longer, Susan realized his stance had the balance that meant that he dueled. Then they all heard the sound of more feet approaching from the corridor. The 4th-year Gryffindors and Slytherins had just been let out of potions class. The footsteps pattered past, and diminished and faded, and the bully didn't do anything. For a moment Susan felt an instant of relief. Then another, smaller group of footsteps approached. The bully still didn't do anything, as the footsteps went past. That happened a few more times. And then, as there approached the faintly audible sound of one last set of footsteps, the 7 girls heard the bully's voice saying, clear and cold and quiet, "Protego." Someone did gasp then, though fortunately very very quietly. If they couldn't get in even a single shot. The bullies were learning already, Susan realized. She hadn't expected SPHEW to be able to do this very often before the bullies caught on, but Hermione had already defeated 3 bullies, and the school had been buzzing with speculation about Salazar Slytherin's ghost, yesterday. He's expecting us. Susan would have whispered to give up, to abort the plan, only there was no way to convey a message to. Silencio, said the bully in a soft, deliberate voice with his wand pointed toward the corridor, the blue haze of his shielding charm shimmering around him. Oxio victim. When the 4th-year boy came into their field of vision he was dangling upside down as if an invisible hand were holding him high by one leg, his red-trimmed robes beginning to slide down his thighs to reveal the pants beneath. His mouth was opening and closing helplessly, no sound coming out. I suppose you're wondering what's going on, the 7th-year Slytherin said in a quiet, cold voice. Don't worry. It's so simple even a Gryffindor could understand. With that, the Slytherin's left hand formed a fist and drove hard into the Gryffindor's belly. The 4th-year boy's body jerked around frantically, but still no words left his mouth. You're my victim, said the older Slytherin. I'm a bully. I'm going to beat you up. And we'll see if anyone stops me. It was at that moment that Susan realized it was a trap. And in almost the same moment, there rang out the mighty and high-pitched voice of a young girl, crying, Stop, evildoer. Finite incantatum. Lavender, thought Susan, agonized. The Gryffindor girl had volunteered to be a distraction, while the rest of them executed a flank attack from where the bully wouldn't expect it. That had been the plan, only now. In the name of Hogwarts, cried Lavender's voice, though they couldn't see her, and in the name of heroines everywhere, I command you to let go of that eek. Expelliarmus, said the bully. Stupefy. Oxio stupid heroine. When Lavender floated into their vision, dangling by one foot and unconscious, Susan blinked, the girl was dressed in a bright crimson and gold skirt and blouse, instead of her usual Hogwarts robes. The bully was also giving the girl's upside-down body an odd look, and then he pointed his wand at her and said finite incantatum, but the clothes stayed the same. Then the bully shrugged, and, still facing in the direction of Lavender instead of the dangling 4th-year boy, drew back his fist. Lagan! Yelled 5 voices, and 5 green spirals blasted from 5 wands aimed through 5 holes in the false wall, and an instant later Hermione's voice shouted stupefy. 5 green spirals shattered ineffectually on blue haze, and Hermione's red bolt bounced off the haze and struck the 4th-year boy, who jerked and then was still. And the 7th-year bully turned around, smiling grimly, as the 1st-year girl screamed and charged. Susan's eyes flew open and instantly she was rolling away from where she'd lain on the floor, her lungs still on fire and her whole body still aching from when she'd been hit. The battle had only moved forward a few seconds from what she could see, Hannah's body falling with her arm still stretched out toward Susan, Glacio. shouted Hermione, but the older boy just slashed his wand down, leaving a trail of green glow behind, and Hermione's charm visibly disrupted into a shower of blue-white sparks. Then in almost the same motion the bully said stupefy. And Hermione was blown backward, and Susan summoned up all the magic she had left and shouted innervate. At Hermione's body, even as the bully turned toward her, the bully's wand pointed in her direction again, and then Padma yelled Primatis. Just before the bully shouted impedimenta, the rainbow sphere forming around the bully and the 7th year Slytherin staggered as his own hex was reflected back at him, but an instant later the bully's wand swept back to tap himself, and then Padma's prismatic sphere shattered like a blown soap bubble as the bully's wand cut through it and innervate. Yelled Parvati at Hannah's body, and Tracy and Lavender screamed at the same time, Wingardium Leviosa. Hannah Abbott held out her wand with a hand that trembled with exhaustion. She didn't have enough magic left for even one innervate, now. The rest of the passageway was silent, scattered bodies lying across the ground, Padma and Tracy and Lavender, Hermione and Parvati in a heap against one wall, Susan standing in petrified rigor as her eyes tracked it all helplessly, even the Gryffindor boy lying sprawled and motionless. Hermione had woken him and he'd fought, but it hadn't been enough. It had been a very short battle. The bully was still smiling, the only signs of his exertion a wavering ripple in the blue glow surrounding him, and a few beads of sweat on his forehead. The bully raised his arm, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and stalked toward her like a man-shaped living lethofold. Hannah turned and fled, spun, and ran with screams kept bound in her choking throat, sprinted past the fallen paneling of the fake brick wall, ran down the passageway with all the speed she could muster, weaving as much as she could. Just before Hannah got to the turn in the passageway, the bully's voice from behind her said Cluthy. And she got awful cramps all through her legs. She fell down and slid and hit her head against the wall, only she didn't even notice the pain of the smack as she started to scream with the twisting muscles. The bully was still stalking toward her. Hannah saw as she turned her head, approaching her slowly, still wearing that dreadful smile. And she rolled, despite the pain as her leg muscles knotted up around themselves. She rolled around the corner of the passageway, and screamed, "Go away." "I think not," said the bully, his voice deep and scary like that of a grown man, sounding very close at hand now. The bully walked around the corner, and Daphne Greengrass stabbed her most ancient blade directly into his groin. There was a flash that lit up the whole corridor. It was with a subdued mien that 7 girls left Madame Pomfrey's office, leaving one of their own behind in a hospital bed. Hannah would be all right in about 35 minutes, the healer had said. Torn muscles were easy to mend. Daphne had done all the talking, and according to her, Hannah had suffered a mishap with a road-running charm which had caused the leg cramps. Madame Pomfrey had given them a sharp look but hadn't argued, even though that charm was around 6 years above their level. Madame Pomfrey had also given Daphne a potion to help with her state of total magical exhaustion, and warned her not to cast any spells for the next 3 hours. That, supposedly, was from Daphne using up too much magic trying to finite Hannah, rather than the most ancient blade drawing out all of her power to break the protego. The rest of them had decided not to say anything about the bruises under their robes until they could get some older girls to cast Episky. There were limits to what Daphne could talk around. The whole thing, Susan thought, had been too close, much too close. If the bully had so much as looked around the corner, if he'd taken a moment to recast his shielding charm. "We should stop," said Susan, as soon as the 7 of them had gotten out of hearing range of the healer's office. "We should stop doing this." For some reason, then, even though they were supposed to vote on this sort of thing, everyone turned to look at General Granger. The Sunshine General didn't seem to see them looking at her. She just strode on, gazing off straight ahead. After a little while, Hermione Granger said, in a voice that sounded thoughtful and a little sad, "Hannah said she didn't want us to stop. I'm not sure it's right for us to be less brave for her than she is." All the other girls, except Susan, nodded at that. "I think that's got to be as bad as it gets," said Parvati. "And we can handle it. We've proved that now." Susan couldn't think of anything to say to that. She didn't think that shrieking at the top of her lungs about blatant stupidity and doom would be persuasive. And she couldn't just leave the other girls, either. Wasn't it enough to be cursed with hard work? Why did Hufflepuffs have to be loyal on top of everything else? "By the way, Lavender," said Padma. "What in the name of Merlin's underpants were you wearing back there?" "My hero outfit," said the Gryffindor girl. Daphne sounded weary, as she spoke without turning her own head from where she was plodding through the hall. "It's the costume of the soldier of Gryffindor from the play Chronicles of the Lunarian Soldiers." "Did you transfigure it?" said Parvati, looking puzzled. "But the bully cast finite on you." "Nope," Lavender said. "It's real. See, I just transfigured my hero outfit into a regular shirt and skirt beforehand, so all I had to do was cast finite on myself after I saw the bully." "Do you want your own, Parvati?" "I got mine made yesterday by Katarina and Joshua in 6th year, for 12 sickles. I think," General Granger said in a careful voice, "that would make us all look a little silly." "Well," said Lavender, "we should vote on whether to." "I think," General Granger said, that no matter what anyone votes, I'm not going to be caught dead wearing one of those costumes. Susan ignored the argument. She was trying to think up some sort of clever strategy for being less doomed. The whole great hall went silent, even if only for a moment, as the 7 of them walked into lunch. Then the applause started. It was scattered, not the massive applause of everyone applauding at once. A lot of it came from the Gryffindor table, less from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and none from Slytherin. Daphne felt her face tightening. She'd hoped, well, maybe after they found a Gryffindor bully to stop and a Slytherin to rescue, her fellow Slytherins would realize. She looked at the Hufflepuff table. Neville Longbottom was applauding with his hands held high above his head, although he wasn't smiling. Maybe he'd heard about Hannah, or maybe he was wondering why Hannah wasn't there. Then, not quite able to help herself, she glanced toward the head table. Professor Sprout's face was lined with concern. She and Professor McGonagall were leaning their heads toward Headmaster Dumbledore, who had a solemn look, and all their lips were moving quickly. Professor Flitwick looked more resigned than anything else, and Quirrell, face slack, was taking trembling stabs at his soup using a spoon gripped in a fist. Professor Snape was looking directly at her? Or, at Hermione Granger, standing next to her? A small, thin smile crossed the potions master's face, and he raised his hands, brought them together once in a motion that was too slow to be a real clap, and then the potions master turned back to his plate, ignoring the conversations around him. Daphne felt a little chill go down her spine, and she hastily turned to walk toward the Slytherin table. Susan and Lavender and Parvati peeled off from their group, heading toward the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables on the other side of the Great Hall. It happened as they were passing the part of the Slytherin table where the Slytherin Quidditch team sat. That was when Hermione stumbled suddenly, stumbled hard like she was being yanked off her feet, and went sprawling into the gap between where Marcus Flint and Lucian Bowl sat, and there was a sad little splutching sound as Hermione's face ended up in Flint's plate of steak and mashed potatoes. Everything seemed to happen too quickly then, or maybe it was just Daphne herself who was thinking too slow, as Flint let out a bellow of indignation and his hand yanked Hermione back and threw her into the Ravenclaw table, and she bounced off a student's back and collapsed onto the ground. The quiet spread out in ripples. Hermione pushed herself up on her hands, though she didn't get all the way to her feet. Daphne could see that her whole body was shaking, and that her face was still covered with mashed potatoes with scattered pieces of steak. For a long moment, nobody spoke, nobody moved. Like nobody in the whole Great Hall could imagine, any more than Daphne could, what happened next. Then Flint's powerful voice, the voice of the Slytherin captain that bellowed commands on the Quidditch pitch, said in a dangerous rumble, "You ruined my food, girl." Another moment of frozen silence. Hermione's head, Daphne could see it trembling, turned to look at the Slytherin Quidditch captain. "Apologize to me," said Flint. Harry Potter started to push himself up from the Ravenclaw table, and then stopped abruptly, halfway to his feet, as if he'd just thought of something. Then 5 other people stood up from the Ravenclaw table. All of the Slytherin Quidditch team stood up, their wands coming into their hands, and then students stood up at the Gryffindor table and at the Hufflepuff table, and without thinking Daphne turned to look at the head table and she saw that the headmaster was still sitting down, watching, just watching. Dumbledore was just watching, and he had one hand out as though to restrain Professor McGonagall. In just 1 second someone would shout a spell and then it would be too late. Why wasn't the headmaster doing anything? And a voice said, "My apologies." Daphne turned back to look, her mouth gaping open in absolute shock. "Scour Jiffy," said that smooth voice, and the mashed potatoes vanished from Hermione's face, revealing the Ravenclaw's surprised expression as Draco Malfoy approached her, sheathed his wand again, and then knelt to one knee beside her and offered her a hand. "Sorry about that, Miss Granger," said Draco Malfoy's polite voice. "I guess someone thought they were being funny." Hermione took Draco's hand, and Daphne suddenly realized what was about to happen. But Draco Malfoy didn't raise Hermione halfway up and then drop her. He just pulled her to her feet. "Thanks," said Hermione. "You're welcome," Draco Malfoy said in a loud voice, not looking to either side to see where all 4 houses of Hogwarts were staring at him in total shock. "Just remember, being cunning and ambitious doesn't mean you have to be like that." And then Draco Malfoy went back to his seat at the Slytherin bench and sat down like he'd just. Hermione went to the nearest empty place at the Ravenclaw bench and sat down. A number of other people, rather slowly, sat down. "Daphne," said Tracy. "Are you all right?" Draco's heart was hammering in his chest so hard he worried it might explode right out of his chest in a shower of blood, like that curse Amicus Caro had used once on a puppy. Draco's face stayed completely controlled, because he knew, it'd been drilled into him over and over, that if he showed the slightest sign of the fear he was feeling, his housemates would rip him apart like a swarm of acromantulas. There'd been no time to check with Harry Potter, no time to plot, no time to think, just the instant of realizing that the time to start rescuing Slytherin's reputation was right then. From all sides of the long Slytherin table, angry faces stared at Draco. But they were outnumbered by the faces that just looked puzzled. "All right, I give up," said a sixth-year boy that Draco didn't recognize, sitting across from him and 2 places to his right. "Why did you do that, Malfoy?" Although his mouth was very dry, Draco didn't swallow. That would have been a sign of fear. Instead he took a bite of carrots, which had the most moisture of anything on his plate, and chewed and swallowed, thinking as rapidly as he could. "You know," Draco said, making his voice as cutting as he could, as his heart thumped even harder in his chest, as everyone around him stopped talking to listen, "there's probably some way to make Slytherin look even worse than attacking 8 first-year girls from all 4 houses who are working together to stop bullies, but I can't think of how. This way we get the benefit of what green grass is doing." The puzzled faces stayed puzzled. "What?" said the 6th-year boy, and "Wait, what benefit?" said a 5th-year girl sitting to his right. "It makes Slytherin House look better," said Draco. The Slytherins around him were giving him quizzical gazes like he'd just tried to explain algebra. "Look better to who?" said the 6th-year boy. "But you just helped a Mudblood," said the 5th-year girl. "How's that supposed to look good?" Draco's throat closed up. His brain was experiencing a hideous malfunction during which it couldn't think of anything to say except the truth. "Then, it's probably some kind of tremendously clever scheme Malfoy's got going," said a 5th-year boy. "You know, like in the Tragedy of Light, where everything that looks like a setback is part of the plot. And it ends with Granger's head on a stick and nobody suspecting that it was him." "That makes sense," someone said from further down the table, and there was a lot of nodding. "Do you know what the boss is up to?" Vincent muttered in an undertone. Gregory Goyle didn't reply. In his mind he could hear very clearly his master's voice, saying, "I can't believe I believed every word of that, the day the rumor had started about Salazar Slytherin showing Potter and Granger where to find bullies." "Mr. Goyle," whispered Vincent. Gregory Goyle's lips shaped the words, "Oh no," but no sound came out. Hermione had left lunch early that day, for some reason she hadn't felt hungry. Those few seconds of horrible humiliation had kept burning through her mind, over and over, the feeling of her face squishing into the mashed potatoes and then being thrown through the air and then the Slytherin's boy's voice saying "apologize to me." It might have been the first time in her whole life that she'd felt like hating someone. The boy who'd thrown her, Marcus Flint, they'd said his name was, and whoever had cast the tripping jinx on her in the first place, she'd felt it. For one horrible instant she'd wanted to go tell Harry that if he started getting creative on her behalf, she wouldn't object. She hadn't been a minute out of the Great Hall before she'd heard the sound of running feet behind, and turned to see Daphne racing toward her. And listened to what her sunshine soldier had to say. "Don't you understand?" Daphne's voice was barely below a shriek. "Just because someone's nice to you doesn't mean they're your friend. He's Draco Malfoy. His father's a Death Eater, all the parents of all his friends are Death Eaters, not, Goyle, Crabbe, everyone around him, do you get it? They all despise Muggleborns, they want everyone like you to die, they think you're good for nothing but being a sacrifice in horrible dark rituals. Draco is the next Lord Malfoy. He's been raised from birth to hate you and he's been raised from birth to lie." Daphne's grey-green eyes stared fiercely at her, demanding assent and understanding. Hermione said falteringly. She remembered the rooftop, the awful jolt as she started to fall, Draco Malfoy's hand grabbing hers and holding it so hard that she'd had bruises afterward. She'd had to tell him twice before he finally let her fall. Maybe Draco Malfoy isn't like them. Daphne's whisper was almost a scream. "If he doesn't end up doing you 10 times as hard as he just helped you, his life is over. Do you understand? I mean Lucius Malfoy would literally disinherit him. Do you know what the chances that he's not up to something?" "Tiny," said Hermione in a small voice. "0. hissed Daphne. "I mean none. I mean less than 0. I mean the chance is so small that you couldn't find it with 3 magnifying charms and a point me spell and an ancient map and a centaur prophet. Everyone in Slytherin knows he's plotting to do something to you and doesn't want to be suspected. I heard someone say he was seen pointing his wand at you just before you tripped, don't you see? This is all part of Malfoy's plan." Draco sat eating his steak with roasted cauliflower florets and Ashwinder sauce. It wasn't made from real Ashwinder eggs, it just tasted like fire, trying not to laugh and trying not to cry. He'd heard about plausible deniability, but hadn't realized how much it mattered until he found that Malfoy's didn't have any. "You want to know my plot?" said Draco. "Here's my plot. I'm not going to do anything and then the next time people think I'm plotting something, they won't be sure." "Hey," said the 5th-year boy. "I don't think I believe you, that doesn't sound cunning enough to be really it." "That's what he wants you to think," said the 5th-year girl. "Albus," Minerva said dangerously, "did you plan all this?" "Well, if I did snap my fingers under the table, I wouldn't just tell you that." The defense professor's quavering hand dropped his spoon into the soup again. "What do you mean, set you up?" said Millicent. The two of them were sitting cross-legged on Daphne's bed, having come there straight from the Great Hall after lunch. With my seer's eyes that stare through time itself, I saw you winning. Daphne stared at Millicent, her own merely mortal eyes rather narrowed at the moment. That boy was expecting us. Well, yet, said Millicent. Everyone knows you're hunting bullies. Hannah got hit by a really painful hex, Daphne said. She had to visit a healer, Millicent. If we're friends you should have warned me. Look, Daphne, I told you. The Slytherin girl paused, as if trying to remember something, and then said, I told you, what I see has to come to pass. If I try to change it, if anyone tries to change it, really terrible, awful, no good, extremely bad things will happen. And then it'll come to pass anyway. If I see you getting beaten up, I can't tell you that, because then you'd try to not go, and then Millicent stopped. And then? Daphne said skeptically. What happens if we just don't go? I don't know, said Millicent. But it probably makes being eaten by Lethafolds look like a tea party. Look, even I know that's not how prophecies work, Daphne said, then paused. At least prophecies don't work like that in plays. Admittedly, there were all sorts of tragedies where trying to avoid a prophecy made it happen, or where, on the other hand, trying to go along with a prophecy was the only reason why it happened. But you could make prophecies happen your own way if you were clever enough, or someone who loved you enough could take your place, or with enough effort it was possible to break a prophecy outright. Then again, in plays the seers never remembered what they saw, either. Millicent must have seen Daphne's hesitation, because the other girl started looking a little more confident. Well, Millicent said sharply, this isn't a play. Look, I'll tell you if I see it being a hard battle or an easy one. But that's all I can do, you understand? And if I say hard you can't not show up. Or Millicent's eyes rolled back in her head, and she intoned hollowly, those who try to cheat their destinies will come to sad and gloomy ends. Professor Sprout shook her head, her face looking tight. But said Susan. But you helped Harry Potter that one time. And it was made quite clear to me, Professor Sprout said in a voice that sounded like someone was using a shrinking charm to squeeze her throat, that it was Professor Snape's job, and not mine, to keep order in Slytherin House. Miss Bones, please, you don't have to do this if... Yes, I do have to, Susan said unhappily. I'm a Hufflepuff, we have to be loyal. A mysterious parchment under your pillow, said Harry Potter, looking up from where he was sitting, in the quieted nook where they were studying. Then the boy's green eyes narrowed. It wasn't from Santa Claus, was it? Pause. Okay, said Hermione. I'm not going to ask, and you're not going to tell me, and we're both going to pretend you never said that and I don't know anything about it. Susan approached the table as soon as the older girl was alone, glancing around the Hufflepuff common room to make sure nobody was watching, the way Auntie had taught her to do it, so that it wouldn't be obvious that she was looking. Hey, Susie, said the 7th year Hufflepuff. Do you already need more? Can I please talk to you privately for a bit? Susan said. Jamie Astorga, 7th year of Slytherin, and until recently considered a promising upstart on the youth dueling circuit, stood ramrod straight in Professor Snape's office, with his teeth clenched tight and sweat trickling down his spine. I distinctly recall, said the head of his house in a sardonic drawl, that I warned you, and a number of others this very morning, that there were certain first-year girls who might prove annoying, if a fighter were incautious and allowed himself to be taken by surprise. Professor Snape stalked in a slow circle around him. I said Jamie, as more sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew how ridiculous it sounded, how much of a pathetic excuse. Sir, they shouldn't have been able to. One first-year girl shouldn't have been able to break his protego, no matter what sort of ancient charm she used. Green grass must have had help. But it was very clear that his head of house wouldn't believe that. Oh, I quite agree, murmured Snape in a low tone, instinct with menace. They shouldn't have. I begin to wonder if Mr. Malfoy, whatever his plotting, has a point, Astorga. It cannot be good for the repute of Slytherin's house if our fighters, rather than demonstrating their strength, lose to little girls. Snape's voice had risen. It is well that you had the good taste to be defeated by a little girl who is a fellow Slytherin of a noble house, Astorga, or I would deduct points from you myself. Jamie Astorga's fists clenched at his side, but he couldn't think of a thing to say. It was some time before Jamie Astorga was allowed to leave the presence of his head of house. And afterward, only the walls, the floor, and the ceiling saw Severus Snape's smile. That evening Draco was visited by his father's owl, Tanagzu, who wasn't green but only because there weren't such things as green owls. The best father had been able to find was an owl of the purest silver feathers, with great luminous green eyes, and a beak as sharp and cruel as any snake's fang. The parchment wrapped around Tanagzu's leg was short and to the point. What are you doing, my son? The parchment that Draco sent back was equally short, and it said. I am trying to stop harm done to Slytherin's reputation, father. In as much time as it took for an owl to fly from Hogwarts to Malfoy Manor and back again, the family owl bore another message to Draco, and this one said only, "What are you really doing?" Draco stared at the parchment he'd unwrapped from the owl's leg. His hands trembled, as he held up the parchment to the light of his fireplace. 5 words, carved in black ink, shouldn't have been scarier than death. There wasn't very much time to think. Father knew exactly how long it took for a message to go from Malfoy Manor to Hogwarts and back again. He would know if Draco delayed to compose a careful lie. But Draco still waited until his hand stopped trembling, before he wrote his reply, the only answer he'd thought of that Father might accept. "I am preparing for the next war." Draco wrapped that parchment around the owl's leg and tied it, and then sent Tanaxu winging out from his room, through the halls of Hogwarts, into the night. He waited, but no reply came. Chapter 73, Essay, The Sacred and the Mundane, pt 8. The red jet of fire took Hannah full in the face, flipping her end over heels and smacking her head straight into the stone wall, where her pale face seemed to linger for an instant, framed by flying strands of brown golden hair, before she collapsed to the ground in a heap of robes, as the third and final volley of blazing green spirals brought down their foe's shield charm. The March days marched by, filled with lectures and study and homework, breakfast and lunch and dinner. The Gryffindor boy stared at the 8 of them, tension in every line of his body's frame, his face working soundlessly, and then his hands released their clenched grasp on the Slytherin boy's lapels, and he walked away without anyone saying a word. Well, Lavender almost said a word, her mouth was just opening in indignation, maybe because she hadn't gotten a chance to declaim her speech, but luckily Hermione spotted it and made the gesture that meant shut up. Then there was sleeping, of course. You wouldn't want to forget about sleeping just because it seemed so normal. "Innervate," said the young voice of Susan Bones, and Hermione's eyes flew open and her lips drew in air with a gasp, her lungs feeling heavy like there was a huge weight resting on her chest. Beside her, Hannah was already sitting up, holding her head in her hands and grimacing. Daphne had warned them that this would be a hard fight, creating a certain trepidation in Hermione, and indeed in all of them. Except maybe Susan, who'd just shown up at the appointed meeting time, and walked alongside them without speaking, and fought the 7th-year bully until she was the last girl standing. Maybe the Gryffindor had been reluctant to fight the last daughter of Bones, or maybe Susan had just gotten very lucky. At any rate, when Hermione had tried to sit up again, she'd realized that her chest had felt heavy because there was, in fact, a rather large body sprawled on top of her. And you wouldn't want to forget about magic either, even if the actual moment of casting a spell only formed a very small part of your day. It was the whole point of Hogwarts, after all. "Okay, how about if we all ride around on skateboards?" said Lavender. "We could get places faster than walking. And we'd look really awesome on skateboards. Muggle artifacts may not be as fast as broomsticks, but they look cooler. We should vote on it. As for the remaining fractions of time, you would fill that according to your nature, gossip about upper-year romances, or books and study sessions." Hermione reached out a trembling hand to grasp her copy of Hogwarts, A History from where it had fallen, the ever-comforting book only a pace distant from where she herself had ended up on the floor, after the red-robed upper-year girl had bumped her into a wall. And then the older Gryffindor witch had walked away without a look back, only a whispered Salazar's and a word that hurt her more than anything the Slytherins said about Mudbloods. Mudblood was just a strange wizarding word, but Hermione knew the word the Gryffindor had said. She couldn't get used to it, she just couldn't get used to being hated. It still hurt just as much every time it happened, and somehow it hurt even more coming from the Gryffindors who were supposed to be the good ones. Harry had divided up 8 of his soldiers among the other armies, as ordered. He'd voluntarily given up 2 chaotic lieutenants, sending Dean Thomas to Dragon Army and then trading Seamus Finnegan to her for Blaise Zabinai, who Harry had said was being underutilized in Sunshine. Lavender had elected to join most of Sfew in Sunshine, Tracy had decided to stay with Chaos. "So you can work your charms on General Potter," said Lavender, as Hermione ignored both of them as hard as she could. "I've got to say, Traces, I think our Sunshine General has him pretty well sewn up by now. You'd have better luck convincing Hermione that the 3 of you should have one of those, arrangements." Nobody had figured out yet what Draco Malfoy was plotting. "Certain," said Harry Potter, sounding rather reluctant. "You know a rationalist isn't ever certain of anything, Hermione, not even that 2 and 2 make 4. I can't actually read Malfoy's mind, and if I could, I couldn't be certain he wasn't a perfect Declumens. All I can say is that based on what I've seen of Malfoy, it's a lot more plausible than Daphne Greengrass thinks, that he actually is trying to show the Slytherins a better way. We really should try to go along with that, Hermione." Well, Harry seemed to think Draco Malfoy was a good guy. But then the trouble was that Harry also tended to trust people like Professor Quirrell. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, "I'm worried about the hatred Slytherin House seems to be developing for Hermione Granger." They were sitting in the defense professor's office, Harry sitting far back from the teacher's desk, and the sense of pending disaster was still noticeable, even then, the empty bookcase still framing Professor Quirrell's balding head. The cup balanced on Harry's thigh was filled with Professor Quirrell's obscure, Probably expensive Chinese tea, and it said something about the way Harry had been thinking lately that he'd needed to make a conscious decision to drink it. And this concerns me for what reason? Said Professor Quirrell, sipping his tea. Yes, well, said Harry, I'm just going to ignore that. Oh, stop that, Professor Quirrell, you've been plotting to restore Slytherin House's reputation since at least the first Friday of this year. There might have been a tiny crack of a smile, at the edges of those thin pale lips, and then again, there might not have been. I think Slytherin's house will do well enough in the end, Mr. Potter, regardless of the fate of one girl. But I do agree that the present outlook is not favorable for your little friend. The bullies of two houses, many of them with powerful and well-connected families, see Miss Granger as a threat to their reputation and a shame to their pride. As powerful a motive as that is to hurt her, it pales compared to the raw envy of the Gryffindors, who see an outsider gaining the laurels of heroism which they have dreamed of since childhood. Now the smile on Professor Quirrell's lips was definite, though slight. And then there are those of Slytherin House who hear that Salazar Slytherin's ghost has abandoned them to favor a mood blood. I wonder if you can even conceive, Mr. Potter, of how such as they would react. Those who do not believe it would cheerfully kill Miss Granger for the insult. And as for those Slytherins who wonder deep down, in some quiet place within themselves, if it might perhaps be true, their inner panic is something scarcely to be contemplated. Professor Quirrell sipped his tea equably. When you are more experienced, Mr. Potter, you will see such consequences in advance of your plotting. As it stands, you are being ill-served by your willful ignorance of all human nature you deem unpleasant. Harry sipped his own tea. Ah! Said Harry. Professor Quirrell, help. I already offered Miss Granger my help, said Professor Quirrell, as soon as I foresaw what would develop. My student told me, in polite terms, to stay out of her business. Nor would she tell you anything different, I expect. As I have little to truly gain or lose in this matter, I hardly intend to press the point. The defense professor shrugged, his teacup held steady in the exactly right polite grip, so that the surface of the liquid did not even ripple as Professor Quirrell leaned back within his chair. Do not worry too much, Mr. Potter. Emotions run high around Miss Granger, but she is in less danger than you might imagine. When you are older, you will learn that the first and foremost thing which any ordinary person does is nothing. The envelope which the Slytherin system had delivered to Daphne at lunch was unsigned, as always. The parchment within named a time and a place and said, simply, hard. That wasn't what had concerned Daphne. What had concerned Daphne was that Millicent didn't seem to be looking in her or Tracy's direction at lunch that day. She'd just stared straight ahead at her plate and eaten. Millicent had looked up just once that Daphne saw, in the direction of the Hufflepuff table, and then looked quickly back down again, though Daphne was too far away to see the expression on Millicent's face, since Millicent had sat down far away from her and Tracy. Daphne had thought about that during lunch, with a sick feeling in her stomach unlike anything she'd felt before, and which had caused her to stop eating halfway through her first plate. What I see has to come to pass, it probably makes being eaten by Lethafolds look like a tea party. It wasn't any conscious decision that Daphne made, nothing like Slytherins were supposed to do, no weighing of the benefits to herself. Instead, Daphne told Hannah and Susan and everyone, that her informant had warned her that the next bully was going to target Hufflepuffs in particular, and that the bully planned to risk the teacher's wrath in order to really hurt either Hannah or Susan, like seriously, and the two of them needed to stay out of this one. Hannah had agreed to stay out of it. Susan had. What are you doing here? Yelled General Granger, though it was sort of a yell and a whisper at the same time. Susan's round face didn't change, like the Hufflepuff girl had suddenly developed the sort of experienced blankness that Daphne's own mother used. Am I here, really? Susan said calmly. You said you wouldn't come. Did I say that? Said Susan. She flipped her wand casually in one hand, leaning against the stone wall of the corridor where they were waiting, her reddish-brown hair somehow arranging itself in perfect order against the yellow trim of her witch's robes. I wonder why. Maybe I didn't want Hannah to get any strange ideas. Hufflepuff loyalty, you know. If you don't leave, said the Sunshine General, I'll call a mission abort, and we'll all go back to our study halls, Miss Bones. Hey! Said Lavender. We didn't vote on. That's fine by me, said Susan, who was keeping a steady gaze on the other end of the corridor where it merged into the tiled hallway where they'd been told to expect the bully. I'll just stay here myself, then. Why, said Daphne. Her heart was in her throat. If I try to change it, if anyone tries to change it, really terrible, awful, no good, extremely bad things will happen. And then it'll come to pass anyway. Why are you doing this? It's not like me, said Susan. I know. But Susan shrugged. People don't always behave like themselves, you know. They pleaded. They begged. Susan didn't even say anything anymore, she just kept watching, waiting. Daphne was nearly crying, she kept wondering if she'd caused this, if trying to change fate was making this happen worse. Daphne, said Hermione, her voice sounding much higher than usual, "Go get a teacher. Run." Daphne spun on her heels and started to pelt down the other direction of the stony corridor, and then she realized, and she turned back to where all the other girls except Susan were watching her go, and Daphne, feeling like she was about to throw up, said, "I can't." "What?" said Hermione. "I think it gets worse every time you try to fight it," said Daphne. That was how it worked in plays, sometimes. Hermione stared at her, and then Hermione said, "Padma." The other Ravenclaw girl just tore right out of there without arguing. Daphne watched her go, knowing that Padma wasn't as good a runner as her, and now wondering if maybe that would turn out to be the only reason why help would come too late. "Bullies are here," Susan said laconically. "Hey, they've got a hostage." They all whirled and looked and saw 3 older bullies. Daphne's eyes recognized Reese Belka, who was a top lieutenant in one of the 7th year armies, and Randolph Lee, who was number 2 in the Hogwarts dueling club, and worst of all, Robert Jugson III, in his 6th year, whose father was almost certainly a Death Eater. All 3 were surrounded by shielding charms, blue hazes that glowed beneath the surface in ribbons of other color and showed occasional faceting above, multi-layered shields like the 3 of them thought they were fighting serious duelists and had expended energy accordingly. And behind them, bound and supported by glowing ropes, was Hannah Abbott. Her eyes were wide and panicked and her mouth was moving, though they couldn't hear anything through the quietus they'd put up earlier. Then Jugson made an offhand gesture with his wand, and the glowing ropes flung Hannah at them. There was a small pop as Hannah's body blew through the quieting barrier. Susan's wand was instantly pointing at Hannah and Susan's voice muttered Wingardium Leviosa. "Run!" screamed Hannah, as she was gently lowered to the ground. But the corridor behind them and in front of them was now blocked with a glowing grey field, a barrier spell that Daphne didn't recognize. "Do I need to explain what this is about?" Lee said with false joviality. The 7th year duelist was sporting a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Well, just in case, you little inconveniences, and that includes you, Miss Greengrass, you've been quite enough trouble and you've told quite enough lies. We brought your little friend just to make sure everyone knew we got all of you, though I suppose the other Ravenclaw girl is hiding around a corner or clinging to the ceiling somewhere. Well, no matter. This is your..." "Enough talk," said Robert Jugson III, "time for pain," and raised his wand. "Clothy." Simultaneously Susan pointed her wand and said Primatis. And a small rainbow sphere formed in midair almost instantly, the miniature barrier so condensed and bright that it stayed intact even as Jugson's hex hit it and bounced off toward Belka, whose wand flashed to swat away the dark bolt, and then a moment later the many-colored blaze was gone. Daphne's eyes went wide for a moment, she'd never thought of using a prismatic sphere like that. "Jugsy, honey," said Belka. Her lips widened in a vicious smile. "I thought we discussed this. First we beat them, then we play." Please," said Hermione Granger in a faltering voice, "let them go, I promise I'll." "Oh, really?" said Lee in an annoyed tone. "Are you about to offer to turn yourself over if we let the others go? We've got all of you, now." Jugson smiled, then. "It could be funny," said the 6th year junior Death Eater, softly and with menace. "How about if you lick my shoes, Mudblood, and one of your friends can go? Pick whichever one you like best, leave the others to get hurt." "Nope," said the young voice of Susan Bones, "not going to happen," and with a blindingly fast motion the Hufflepuff girl leapt leftward just as a red stun bolt erupted from Belka's wand. Daphne could hardly see the movement as Susan seemed to hit the corridor wall and then bounce off it like she was a rubber ball and her legs smashed into Jugson's face. It didn't go through the shield but the 6th year went sprawling backward with the impact and Susan followed him downward and her foot stamped down on the boy's wand arm, again being repelled by the shield. "Elmechia!" shouted Lee and Parvati shouted Primatis. And the rainbow wall formed but the fiery blue blast passed right through it like it wasn't even there. The bolt missed Susan by inches. There was a whirlwind of motion that Daphne couldn't follow during which Belka had her feet knocked out from under her, but the older witch just rolled back to a stand and then Daphne saw it coming, and her lips started to mouth pre but it was already too late. 3 blasts of brilliance slammed into Susan at once. She had her wand raised as though she could counter them and there was a white flash as the hexes struck the magical wood, but then Susan's legs convulsed and sent her flying into a corridor wall. Her head hit with a strange cracking sound, and then Susan fell down and lay motionless with her head at an odd-seeming angle, her wand still clutched in one outstretched hand. There was a moment of frozen silence. Parvati scrambled over to where Susan lay, pressed a thumb over the pulse point on Susan's wrist, and then slowly, tremblingly, Parvati rose to her feet, her eyes huge. "Vitalis Revelio," said Lee just as Parvati opened her mouth, and Susan's body was surrounded by a warm red glow. Now the 7th year boy really was grinning. "Probably just a broken collarbone, I'd say. Nice try, though." "Merlin, they are tricky," said Jugson. "You had me going for a second there, dearies." The 7th year girl wasn't smiling at all. "Tonare!" screamed Daphne, raising her wand above her head and focusing harder than she ever had in her life. Rava Calvaria. Lucas. She didn't even see the hex that got her. Hermione felt the jolt of innervation bringing her awake, and out of some intuitive strategism she didn't roll to her feet right away. It had been a completely hopeless battle and she didn't know what she could do, but some instinct told her that leaping to her feet wasn't it. Just a crack, Hermione opened her eyes, and the thin rays of light that entered them showed Parvati backing away from all three bullies, the last girl standing that Hermione could see. And her eyes also showed Tracy fallen not far away from her, and Hermione's wand was still in her hand, and so, desperately hoping the Slytherin girl would show more sense than she usually did, Hermione made the wand movements as subtly as she could, and hardly moving her lips, whispered, "Innervate." Hermione felt the spell working, but Tracy didn't move. Hermione hoped it was because Tracy was being cunning, and waiting to. What could they do? Hermione didn't know, and the panic that had waited through the moments of fighting was starting to eat her up inside now that she was still, now that she was trying to think, now that she could see that it was all absolutely hopeless. That was when Hermione heard a thud, and though it was out of her field of vision now, she knew that Parvati had fallen. A moment of silence came, and passed. "Now what?" said the voice of the scary soft boy. "Now we wake up the mood blood," said the precise voice of the scary formal boy, "and find out who's really behind them, not Salazar Slytherin's ghost." "No, dears," said the voice of the scary sweet girl, "first we bind them all very securely." And then there was a sound like lightning and thunder and Hermione's eyes widened in shock before she could stop herself, and in her widened field of vision she saw the scary soft boy convulsing as yellow arcs of energy crawled over him like giant blazing worms. His wand flew out of his hand as he collapsed to the ground, twitching, and then a moment later he lay still. "Is everyone else asleep now?" said a voice. "Good." Susan Bones rose from the floor near where the scary soft boy had stood, neck still oddly bent. Then she rolled her head around her shoulders, a casual loose motion, and her head was straight again. The round-faced first-year girl stood facing the remaining two bullies with one hand cocked on her hip, grinning, and surrounded by faceted blue haze. "Polyjuice!" spat the bully girl. "Polyfluous reverso!" roared the remaining boy bully. Something like the form of a mirrored scarf spat out of his wand, passed without resistance through the haze surrounding Susan. For an instant, she glowed in a strange mirror color, like a reflection of herself. And then the glow faded. The young girl still stood there, hand on her hip. "Wrong," said Susan. "And this is the truth," said Susan. "In case nobody ever told you." In her small hand a wand rose up, blurred by the blue haze surrounding it. "You don't mess with the puffs," said Susan, and with a grey flash so bright it hurt Hermione's half-closed eyes, the real battle started. It went on for a while. Some of the ceiling got melted. The girl bully tried to cry a truce, that they would leave and take Jugsun with them, and Susan roared out the syllables of a curse Hermione recognized as Abi Dalzim's horrid wilting, which was illegal in 7 countries. Eventually the girl bully lay unconscious and unawakenable on the ground, and the last boy bully had fled leaving his companions' bodies behind, and Susan was leaned over against one wall, covered in sweat and her scorched robe soaked through with wet spots, gasping for breath, and clutching at her right shoulder using her left hand. After a while Susan straightened up, and turned to look back at where her fellow witches were sleeping on the floor. Well, they should have been sleeping on the floor. Lavender was already sitting up with eyes as white as watermelons. "That," said Lavender. "Was," said Tracy. "What?" said Hermione. "I mean, what?" said Parvati. "Cool," said Lavender. "Oh, hell," said Susan Bones. Her face had already looked a little pale beneath the sweat, and now it was getting paler, looking almost frighteningly white. "Ah, could I convince you that you hallucinated all that?" There was a rapid exchange of glances. Hermione looked at Parvati, Parvati looked at Lavender, Lavender briefly locked gazes with Tracy. The 4 of them looked back at Susan and shook their heads. "Oh, hell," said Susan again. "Look, I'll be back in a few minutes, but I've really got to go now, please don't say anything, bye." And Susan ran out into the hallway, moving surprisingly fast, before anyone could say another word. "No, seriously, what?" said Parvati. "Innervate," said Hermione, pointing her wand at Daphne, whose body she hadn't been able to see before, and Lavender pointed her wand at Hannah's body and said the same. Hannah's eyes opened and she tried frantically to roll to her feet, but collapsed to the ground halfway through. "It's okay, Hannah," said Lavender. "We won." "We what?" said Hannah from her little heap on the floor. Daphne hadn't stirred, but Hermione could see her chest rising and falling, and the breathing rhythm looked normal enough. "I think she's okay," said Hermione, but she took a moment to swallow, her mouth was still dry. This had all gotten way out of hand. "I think we ought to take Daphne to Madame Pomfrey's." Sure, just give me a second here and I'll probably be fine," said Parvati. Excuse me, Hannah said in a tone that was polite, but firm. How did we win? And why does the ceiling look all melty? There was a pause. Susan did it, said Tracy. Yeah, said Parvati, voice only slightly shaky as she stood up and started to brush off her red-trimmed robes. It turns out that Susan Bones is the heir of Hufflepuff and she's opened up the long-lost entrance to Helga Hufflepuff's chamber of hard work and practice. Hey! Said Hannah, who was feeling over herself as if to make sure all her body parts were still there. I thought that was just something Professor Sprout says to teach us an important moral lesson. Susan is. Slowly, Hermione was beginning to feel a bit more together. It hadn't really been more than 30 seconds of extreme terror, at least not the parts she'd been conscious for. Actually, Hermione said carefully, as her mind started to work again, I'm pretty sure that is just something Professor Sprout says, it wasn't in Hogwarts, a history or anywhere else I've read. She's a double witch! Shouted Tracy, her voice so high it cracked. She is. She's one of them. She's been this whole time. What? Yelled Parvati, twisting around to look at Tracy. That is the looniest thing. Of course. Said Lavender, now all the way on her feet and starting to bounce up and down with excitement. I should have realized. Susan's a what? Said Hermione. A double witch. Said Tracy. You see, said Lavender, speaking very rapidly, there've always been stories about these children who are born as super magicians who can cast spells no one else can, and there's a whole secret school hidden inside Hogwarts with classes that only they can see and go to. Those are just stories. Yelled Parvati. That's not how real life works. I mean, sure, I read those books too. Just a minute, please, said Hermione. Maybe her mind was feeling a little slow after all. You mean even though you already get to go to a magical school and everything, you still want to go to a double magical school? Lavender looked at her, puzzled. What? Said Lavender. Who wouldn't want to have super extra magical powers? It would be like this whole amazing destiny and everything. It'd mean you were special. Hannah nodded to that, looking up from where she'd crawled to Daphne's side and was checking the girl for broken bones. I wish I was a double witch, Hannah said, and then, sounding a little sadder, though I don't believe there is any such thing, really, what did you see Susan do, exactly? I mean, are you sure you weren't just seeing things after getting stunned? Hermione truly couldn't find any words at this point. Oh, no, said Tracy. The Slytherin girl spun around to look at the entrance to the corridor, her robes fluttering around her. Oh no. We've got to get out of here. We've got to get away before Susan comes back with someone who can super memory charm us. Susan wouldn't do that. Said Parvati. I mean, if there even was. What's going on here? Roared a high-pitched squeaky voice, as Professor Flitwick stormed into the partially melted corridor like a small, dangerously compressed package of pure academic fury, an ashen-faced Padma gasping along behind him. What happened? Susan blurted to the girl who looked exactly like her, except for the scorched robes damp with sweat. Ooh, great question. Said the other Susan Bones as she rapidly skinned off what was left of her borrowed clothes. A moment later the girl began to metamorphose back into her more accustomed form of Nymphadora Tonks. Sorry but I couldn't think of anything myself, so you've got about 3 minutes to decide on an answer to that. As Daphne Greengrass observed afterward with some acidity, the flaw in Hermione's cunning plan to make sure that house points were taken evenly from all 4 houses if they got caught, was that it didn't work on detentions. They'd all agreed to keep their mouths shut about Susan's mysterious powers, even Tracy, after Susan threatened to have her super memory charmed if she didn't promise. Unfortunately, they discovered at dinnertime that someone had forgotten to tell the bullies about their agreement, and also that Susan Bones had sacrificed her soul to dreadful forbidden powers which now inhabited the hulk of her body, and that was why they'd all gotten detention. Hermione. Harry Potter said to her from beside her at the dinner table, his voice very tentative. Please don't take offense, and I'll understand if you say it's none of my business, but I think all this is starting to spin out of control. Hermione went on mashing the slice of chocolate cake on her plate into a seamless mush of cake and icing. Yes, Hermione said, her voice might have been a little acerbic, that was what I said to Professor Flitwick while I was apologizing to him, that I knew things had gotten out of hand, and he yelled, really, Miss Granger? Do you think? In a squeak so loud that my ears caught on fire. I mean my ears actually caught on fire. Professor Flitwick had to put them out again. Harry had put his hand to his forehead. Excuse me, Harry said. His face was perfectly straight. Sometimes I still have a little trouble getting used to that sort of thing. Hey, Hermione, remember when we were young and naive and we still thought the world was a relatively understandable place? Hermione put her fork down and looked at him for a moment. Do you sometimes wish you were a muggle, Harry? Hey. Said Harry. Well, of course not. I mean, even if I was a muggle, I'd probably have tried someday to take over the world. As Hermione gave him a look and the boy hastily swallowed the word and said, I mean optimize, of course, you know that's what I really mean, Hermione. My point is, it's not like my goals would change one way or another. But with magic it's going to be a lot easier to get things done than if I had to do stuff using only the Muggle capability set. If you think about it logically, that's why I'm going to Hogwarts instead of just ignoring all this and studying for a career in nanotechnology. Hermione, having finished handcrafting her chocolate cake sauce, began to dip her carrots in it and eat them. Why do you ask? Said Harry. Do you wish you were back in the Muggle world? Not exactly, Hermione said, as she crunched into both the carrot and the chocolate. I was just, well, feeling strange about having wanted to be a witch. Did you want to be a wizard when you were little? Of course, Harry said promptly. I also wanted psychic powers and super strength and adamantium-reinforced bones and my own flying castle, and sometimes I felt sad that I might have to settle for just being a famous scientist and an astronaut. Hermione nodded. You know, she said softly, I think the witches and wizards who grow up here don't really appreciate magic properly. Well, of course they don't, Harry said, that's what gives us our advantage. Isn't that obvious? I mean seriously, that was bloody obvious to me within 5 minutes of walking into Diagon Alley. There was a puzzled look on the boy's face, like he couldn't understand why she was paying attention to something so ordinary. Chapter 74, Essay, Escalation of Conflicts, PT 9. Harry walked forward a step, then another step, until a sense of unease began to pervade him, a disquiet in his nerves. He said nothing, lifted no hand, the pervading sense of unease would say it for him. From behind the closed door of the office came a whisper, carrying through the door as though no door were present. It is not my office hours, said that cold whisper, nor yet the time of our meeting. I take 10 quarrel points from you, and be glad it is not more. Harry stayed calm. Going through Azkaban had recalibrated his scale of emotional disturbances, and losing a house point, which had formerly rated 5 out of 10, now lay somewhere around 0.3. Harry's voice was likewise level, as he said, You made a testable prediction and it was falsified, Professor. I only wished to note that. As Harry turned to go, he heard the door opening behind him, and he swung back around in some surprise. Professor Quirrell was leaning back in his chair, his head lolling back against its rest, as a parchment floated before him. Both the defense professor's hands rested limply on the desk, as though nerveless. He might have been a corpse, excepting that the ice-blue eyes still moved, back and forth, back and forth. The parchment vanished, and was replaced by another so quickly it was like the material had only flickered. Then the lips moved as well. And from this, whispered the lips, you infer what, Mr. Potter? Harry was shaken by the sight, but his voice stayed even as he said, that ordinary people do not always do nothing, and that Hermione Granger is in more danger from Slytherin House than you thought. The lips curved, ever so barely. So you think I have failed in my grasp of human nature? But that is hardly the only possibility, boy. Do you see the other? Harry furrowed his brows as he stared at the defense professor. I tire of this, the defense professor whispered. You will stand there until you see it for yourself, or else leave. As though Harry had stopped existing, the defense professor's eyes looked back to the parchment, once more scanning back and forth. It was 6 parchments later that Harry saw it, and said out loud, You think your prediction failed because there was some other factor at work which was not in your model. Some reason why Slytherin House hates Hermione more than you realized. Like when the orbital calculations for Uranus were wrong, and the problem wasn't in Newton's laws, it was that they didn't know about Neptune. The parchment vanished, and was not replaced. The head rose from its lolling position then, facing Harry more directly, and the voice which issued forth was quiet, but not toneless. I think, boy, Professor Quirrell said softly, but in something approaching his normal voice, that if all Slytherin House hated her so much, I would have seen it. And yet 3 formidable fighters of that house did something rather than nothing, at risk and at cost to themselves. What force could have moved them, or willed their motion? The icy blue glitter of the defense professor's eyes met Harry's own gaze. Some hand possessed of influence within Slytherin, perhaps. Then how would that hand have benefited itself by harm done to the girl and her followers? Said Harry. It would have to be someone threatened by Hermione somehow, or someone who would get the credit if she was hurt. I don't know anyone who fits that profile, but then I don't know much about anyone in Slytherin outside first year. The thought was also coming to Harry that deducing a hidden mastermind from a single mildly unexpected attack seemed like insufficient evidence to support the prior improbability of the theory, but then it was Professor Quirrell who was doing the deducing. The defense professor was just looking at Harry, eyelids slightly lowered as though in impatience. And yes, said Harry, I am sure that Draco Malfoy isn't behind it. A hiss of outward air like a sigh. He is the son of Lucius Malfoy, trained to the most exacting standards. Whatever you have seen of him, even in what seem to be unguarded moments when his mask slips and you trust that you have seen the truth beneath, even that may all be part of the face he chooses to show you. Only if Draco successfully cast the patroness charm as part of keeping up the act. But Harry didn't say that, of course, instead he just grinned slightly, and said, so either you've really never read Draco's mind, or that's just what you want me to think. There was a pause. One of the hands turned over, beckoned a finger. Harry stepped into the room. The door closed behind him. That was not something you should have said aloud in human speech, said Professor Quirrell's soft voice. Legilimency, on Malfoy's heir? Did Lucius Malfoy learn of it, he would have me assassinated outright. He would try, Harry said. It should have won a crinkle of Professor Quirrell's eyes, but the defense professor's face was unmoving. But sorry. When the defense professor spoke again, his voice had once more become a cold whisper. I suppose I could, and pity the assassin. His head fell back against the chair, lolled to one side, the eyes no longer meeting Harry's. But these small games hardly hold my interest as they stand. Add legilimency, and it ceases to be a game at all. Harry hardly knew what to say. He'd seen Professor Quirrell in an angry mood once or twice before, but this seemed emptier, and Harry didn't know what to say to it. What's bothering you, Professor Quirrell? He could not ask. What does hold your interest? Harry said a few moments later, after he'd worked it out as a safer-seeming strategy for redirecting Professor Quirrell's attention to positive things. Citing experimental results about keeping a gratitude journal as a strategy for improving life happiness didn't seem like it would be taken well. I will tell you what does not hold my interest, said that icy whisper. Grading ministry-mandated essays does not hold my interest, Mr. Potter. But I have undertaken the position of defense professor at Hogwarts, and I will see it through to its end. Another parchment appeared in front of Professor Quirrell's head, and his eyes began to scan it. Respelka held a high position in my armies before her folly. I will offer her the chance to stay rather than being expelled, if she tells me exactly of the forces which moved her. And I shall make clear to her what will happen if she lies. I do permit myself to read faces. The defense professor's finger pointed past Harry, toward the door. But whether you were wrong about human nature, Harry said, or whether there's some extra force at work in Slytherin House, either way, Hermione Granger is in more danger than you predicted. Last time it was 3 strong fighters, so what happens after? She wishes not my help, nor yours, said a soft cold voice. I no longer find your concerns so entertaining as I once did, Mr. Potter. Go. Somehow, even though they were all equals and she definitely wasn't in charge, it was always Hermione who ended up speaking first in this sort of situation. The 4 tables of Hogwarts, the 4 houses having breakfast, were glancing over at where they, the 8 members of SPHEW, had gathered off to one side. Professor Flitwick was also staring sternly at all of them from the head table. Hermione wasn't looking there, but she could feel Professor Flitwick's gaze on the back of her neck. Literally feel it. It was really creepy. Why'd you tell Tracy you wanted to talk to us, Mr. Potter? Said Hermione, her tone crisp. Professor Quirrell expelled Respelka from her army last night, Harry Potter said. And from all her other after-school defense activities. Do any of you see the significance of that? Miss Greengrass? Padma. Harry's eyes swept over them, as Hermione exchanged a puzzled glance with Padma, and Daphne shook her head. Well, Harry said quietly, I wouldn't actually expect you to. But what it means is that you're in danger, and I don't know how much danger. The boy squared his shoulders, looking straight into Hermione's eyes. I wasn't going to say this, but I just wanted to offer to put you under whatever protection I could give. Make it clear to everyone that anyone who messes with you, is messing with the boy who lived. Harry. Said Hermione sharply. You know I don't want. Some of them are my friends too, Hermione. Harry didn't take his eyes from hers. And it's their decision, not yours. Padma? You told me that I owed you no debt for what I did, and that's the sort of thing a friend would say. Hermione broke her gaze from Harry, to look at where Padma was shaking her head. Lavender. Harry said. You fought well in my army, and I'll fight for you if you wish it. Thank you, General. Lavender said crisply. I mean Mr. Potter. No, though. I'm a heroine and a Gryffindor, and I can fight for myself. There was a pause. Parvati. Harry said. Susan? Hannah? Daphne? I don't know any of you so well, but it's something I would offer anyone who came to ask it of me, I think. One by one, the other 4 girls shook their heads. Hermione realized what was coming, then, but she didn't see a single thing she could do about it. And my loyal soldier, Chaotic Tracy. Said Harry Potter. Really? Gasped Tracy, oblivious to the stabbing glares that Hermione and every other girl were directing at her. Tracy's hands flew artfully to her cheeks, though she didn't actually manage to blush, not that Hermione could see, and her brown eyes were, if not shining, at least opened very wide. You'd do that? For me? I mean, of course, absolutely, general chaos. And so it was on that very morning that Harry Potter went over to the Gryffindor table, and then the Slytherin table, and told both houses that anyone who hurt Tracy Davis, regardless of what she was doing at the time, would, quote, learn the true meaning of chaos, unquote. It was with considerable restraint that Draco Malfoy managed to prevent himself from slamming his head repeatedly into his plate of toast. They weren't exactly scientists, the bullies of Hogwarts. But even they, Draco knew, were going to want to test it. The Society for the Promotion of Heroic Equality for Witches hadn't announced it, it didn't seem like it would do any good to announce it. But they had all quietly decided, or, in the case of Lavender, been shouted into it by all 7 other girls, to take a break from fighting bullies for a while, at least until their heads of house weren't looking at them quite so sharply anymore, and older students had stopped bumping Hermione into walls. Daphne had told Millicent that they were taking a break. And so it was with some puzzlement, a few days later, that Daphne looked at the parchment delivered to her at lunch, drawn in a hand so shaky it was almost unreadable, saying, "To this afternoon at the top of the stairs going up from the library, really important, everyone has to be there, Millicent." Daphne looked around, but she couldn't see Millicent anywhere in the Great Hall. "A message from your informant," said Hermione, when Daphne told her. "That's odd, I didn't." "You didn't what?" said Daphne, after the Ravenclaw girl had stopped in mid-sentence. The Sunshine General shook her head and said, "Listen, Daphne, I think we need to know where these messages come from before we keep following them. Look at what happened last time, how could anyone have known where those 3 bullies would be, unless they were in on it?" "I can't say," Daphne said. "I mean, I can't say anything, but I know where the messages come from, and I know how anyone can know." Hermione gave Daphne a look that, for a moment, made the Ravenclaw girl look scarily like Professor McGonagall. "Ahoy," said Hermione. "And do you know how Susan suddenly turned into Supergirl?" Daphne shook her head, and said, "No, but I think it might be really important that if we get a message saying we should be somewhere, everyone has to be there." Daphne hadn't seen what had happened with Susan, after Daphne had tried to avert the prophecy by keeping Susan away. But she'd been told about it afterward, and now Daphne was afraid that she might possibly have broken something. "Ahoy," said Hermione, who was doing the McGonagall stare again. Nobody seemed to know where it had started, who had started it. If you tried tracing it afterward, tracked it back word by word and mutter by mutter, you probably would have found it all going in a huge circle. Peregrine Derek was tapped on his shoulder as he left potions that morning. Jamie Astorga heard a whisper in his ear at lunch. Robert Jugson III discovered a tiny folded note under his plate. Carl Sloper overheard 2 older Gryffindors whispering about it, and they gave him significant glances as they walked past. Nobody seemed to know where the word began, or who had first spoken it, but it named the place, and it named the time, and it said that the color would be white. "Every single one of you had better be absolutely clear on this," said Susan Bones. The Hufflepuff girl, or whatever strange power had possessed her, wasn't even pretending to act normal anymore. The round-faced girl was striding through the halls with a firm, confident gait. "If we get there and it's just one bully, that's fine, you can fight them the regular way. My mysterious superpowers won't activate if there are no innocents in danger. But if 5 7th-year bullies jump out of a closet, you know what you do? That's right, you run away and let me fight them. Finding a teacher is optional, the important thing is that you run away as soon as I create an opening. In a fight like that you are liabilities. You are civilian targets I have to worry about protecting. So you will get away as fast as possible and you will not try to do anything heroic, or so help me, the hour you get out of your healers' beds I will personally show up and kick your asses right back in. Are we all clear on that?" "Yes," squeaked most of the girls, though in Hannah's case it came out, "Yes, Lady Susan." "Don't call me that," snapped Susan. "And I don't think I heard you, Miss Brown. I'm warning you, I have friends who write plays, and if you do anything dumb, posterity will remember you as Lavender, the amazing stupid hostage." Hermione was beginning to worry about just how many other Hogwarts students besides Harry had mysterious dark sides, and whether she was likely to develop one if she kept hanging out with them. "All right, Captain Bones," said Lavender in an unusually respectful tone, as they turned another corner along the shortest way to the library, passing through a rather large corridor studded with 6 sets of double doors, 3 sets on either side. "Can I ask if there's any way for me to become a double witch?" "Sign up for the Aura Preparation Program in your 6th year," said Susan. "It's the next best thing. Oh, and if a famous Aura offers to oversee your summer internship, just ignore anyone who warns you that he's a terrible influence or that you are almost certainly going to die." Lavender was nodding rapidly. Got it, got it." Padma, who hadn't actually been there last time, was giving Susan very skeptical looks. Then Susan suddenly stopped in place and her wand snapped up and she said, "Protego Maximus." A jolt of adrenaline went through Hermione. she was instantly drawing her wand and spinning around. But she couldn't see anything wrong, through the greater blue haze now surrounding them all. The other girls, who had likewise pulled into formation, were also looking puzzled. "Sorry," said Susan. "Sorry, girls. Give me a moment to check this place out. Thinking of a certain person has just reminded me that this hall we're in right now, with all those doors, would be an excellent place for an ambush." There was a moment of silence. "Now," said a harsh male voice, blurred into unidentifiability by a buzzing undertone. All 6 sets of double doors slammed open. White robes filed silently forward, all concealing white robes without marks of house affiliation and white cloth hiding the faces beneath the hoods. They marched out, crowding the great corridor in numbers too high to count easily. Less than 50 robes, probably. Certainly more than 30. All of them already surrounded by blue haze. Susan said some extremely bad words, so awful that at almost any other time, Hermione would have noticed. "That message!" Daphne cried in sudden horror. "It wasn't from Millicent Bulstrode," said the voice in its buzzing undertone. "No, it wasn't. You see, Miss Greengrass, if the same girl sends off a Slytherin message every day you fight a bully, pretty soon someone else will notice. We'll have a talk with her after we're done with you." "Miss Susan," said Hannah in a voice just starting to quaver, "can you be super enough to?" Wands rose in many hands. There came a series of blinding flashes of green light, a massive volley of shield breakers, at the end of which there was no more protective blue dome surrounding them, and Susan had fallen to her knees, clutching her head. Barriers of solid blackness had sprung into being at both ends of the corridor. Behind the double doors that Hermione could see into, there were only unused classrooms, very dead ends. "No," said the male voice with that buzz overlaid, "she can't. In case you haven't noticed, you've gotten quite a lot of people very angry at you and we have no intention of losing this time. All right everyone, prepare to fire." The wands around the perimeter aimed again, low enough that their enemies wouldn't hit each other if they missed. And then another male voice, with a similar buzz accompanying it, suddenly said Hominum Revelio. An instant later there was another massive volley of shield breakers and hexes, fired on reflex at the suddenly revealed figure, shattering the shields which had almost immediately begun to form around it. And then, as that same figure fell to the ground, a stunned silence. "Professor Snape," said the second voice. "He's the one who's been interfering." It was the potions master of Hogwarts who now lay unconscious on the stone floor, the dirt-spotted robes stirring for a final moment before they settled in place, his fallen hand outstretched toward where his wand was slowly rolling away. "No," said the first male voice, now sounding a bit more uncertain. Then it rallied, "No, that can't possibly be it. He heard us passing the word, of course, and came along to make sure nobody screwed it up again. We'll wake him up afterward and apologize and he'll memory charm the children so they don't remember, he's a professor so he can do that. Anyway, we should make sure we're really alone now. Veritas Oculum." Fully 24 different charms must have been spoken, then, but no more invisible people showed up. One of them in particular made Hermione's heart sink. She recognized it as the charm which had been listed alongside the description of the true cloak of invisibility, which would not reveal the cloak, but would tell you whether it or certain other artifacts were nearby. "Girls?" whispered Susan. She was slowly pushing herself to her feet, though Hermione could see her limbs swaying and quivering. "Girls, I'm sorry for what I said before. If you've got anything clever and heroic to try, you might as well try it." "Oh, yeah," Tracy Davis said then, her voice trembling. "I almost forgot." The Slytherin girl raised her voice, and spoke. "Hey, all of you!" yelled Tracy in a high-pitched shaky shout. "Hey, are you planning to hurt me too?" "Yes, actually," said the buzzing voice of the leader. "We are. I'm under Harry Potter's protection, you know. Anyone who tries to hurt me will learn the true meaning of chaos. So are you going to let me go?" It should have sounded defiant. It came out sounding terrified. There was a pause. Some of the hoods of the robes turned to face each other, then turned back to face the girls. Said the buzzing male voice. No. Tracy Davis put her wand away into her robes. Slowly, deliberately, she raised her right hand high in the air, and pressed her thumb and forefingers together. "Go ahead," said that voice. Tracy Davis snapped her fingers. There was a long, awful pause. Nothing happened. "Yes, well," said the voice. Tracy said, her voice sounding even higher and shakier, "Akathla, Mundatus sum." Her hand, stretching up still further, snapped its fingers a second time. A nameless chill went down Hermione's spine then, a frisson of fear and disorientation like she'd just felt the floor tilt beneath her, threatening to spill her into some darkness lying beneath. "What's she?" began a buzzing female voice. Tracy's face looked pale, twisted with fear, but her lips moved, spilled forth sound in a high chant, "Mabra, Brawring, Mabra." A chill wind seemed to spring up within the confines of the corridor, a dark breath that caressed their faces and touched their hands with ice. "Fire at her on my count!" shouted the leading voice. 1, 2, 3. And maybe 40 voices roared spells, creating a huge concentric array of fiery bolts that lit the wide corridor brighter than the sun. For the short moment before the bolts struck and vanished upon a dark red octagon that appeared in the air around the girls, and then disappeared a moment later. Hermione saw it, but she still couldn't imagine it. She couldn't imagine a shielding charm that powerful, a spell that would withstand an army. And Tracy's voice went on chanting, her voice sounding louder and more confident, and her face screwed up like she was trying to remember something very exactly. Shuffle, duffle, muzzle, muff. Fista, wista, misticuff. Now all those present could feel it, heroines and bullies alike, the sensation of some dark wool pressing down on them, a tingling in the air as something built and built and built. All the blue hazes around the white robes, all the shielding spells, had died out without any visible hex touching them. There were more flashes of light as more desperate spells were fired, but they fizzled out in midair like candle flames touching water. The black barriers at the two ends of the corridor had dissipated like smoke beneath the growing pressure, but their evaporation revealed the exits sealed, blocked by tiled slats of dark metal that looked stained as though with blood, and as Tracy chanted La Marchand, lament, La Marchand, a dreadful blue light began to shine out from beneath the metal slats and between them, and the 6 sets of double doors slammed shut all at once, as panicked white-robed bullies began to pound on them and howl. Then Tracy's hand slashed to her left, and she cried Kiernath, then her hand pointed below her and Slonath, above her Nergolth, and then, to her right, Sinchi. Tracy paused, took a deep breath, and Hermione found her voice and cried, "Stop! Tracy, stop!" But there was a strange wild smile on Tracy's face. She raised her hand still higher, and snapped her fingers a third time, and when she spoke again, beneath her high girlish voice there was an undertone as though some lower chorus were chanting along with her. Darkness beyond darkness, deeper than pitchest black. Buried beneath the flow of time. From darkness to darkness, your voice echoes in the emptiness. Unknown to death, nor known to life. What are you doing? Shrieked Parvati, and the Gryffindor girl stretched out a hand as though to pull down the Slytherin, who was now starting to float upward into the air, and both Daphne and Susan grabbed Parvati's arm at the same time and Daphne cried out, we don't know what will happen if the ritual is interrupted. Well, what happens if it gets completed? Screamed Hermione, as close as she'd ever come to total brain meltdown. Susan's face was white as chalk, and she whispered, "I'm sorry, Mad Eye." And Tracy spoke on, her body floating higher and higher off the floor, her black hair whipping wildly around her in the chill winds. "You who know the gate, who are the gate, the key and guardian of the gate. I bid you open the way for him, and manifest his power before me." The corridor was plunged then into utter darkness and silence, so that only Tracy could be seen and heard, like there was nothing left in the universe except her and the light illuminating her from some nameless source. The shining girl raised her hand one final time, and with dreadful gravity, pressed her thumb and forefinger together. And within the darkness Hermione looked at Tracy's face and saw that the Slytherin girl's eyes were now, to the exact shade, the green of Harry Potter's. Harry James Potter Evansverse. Harry James Potter Evansverse. Harry James Potter Evansverse. There was a snap like thunder, and then Harry had chosen to assume a rather relaxed posture, as he sat in a low chair before the mighty desk of the headmaster of Hogwarts, one leg cocked over his knee, and his arms sprawling casually to either side. Harry was doing his best to disregard the noise from the surrounding devices, although the one directly behind him that sounded like an owl hooting desperately as it was put through a wood chipper was pretty difficult to ignore. "Harry," the old wizard said from behind the desk, the aged voice level as the blue eyes stared out at him from beneath the shining half-moon spectacles. Headmaster Dumbledore had garbed himself in robes of midnight purple, not true formal black, but dark enough to come close indeed to deadly seriousness, as the wizarding world counted the meaning of fashions. "Were you responsible for this?" "I cannot deny that my influence was at work," Harry said. The old wizard took off his glasses, leaned forward to stare at Harry directly, blue eyes to green. "I will ask you one question," the headmaster said in a quiet voice. "Do you think that what you did today was appropriate?" They were bullies and they came to that hallway with the direct intent of hurting Hermione Granger and 7 other first-year children, Harry said levelly. "If I am not too young for moral judgment, then neither are they." "No, headmaster, they didn't deserve to die. But they did deserve to be stripped naked and glued to the ceiling." The old wizard put his glasses back on. For the first time that Harry had seen of him, the headmaster seemed to be at a loss for words. "As Merlin himself is my witness," said Dumbledore, "I haven't the faintest notion of how I ought to react to this." "That's pretty much the effect I was aiming for," said Harry. He felt like he ought to be whistling a merry tune, but unfortunately he had never learned how to whistle reliably. "I need not ask you who is directly responsible," said the headmaster. "Only 3 wizards within Hogwarts might be powerful enough. I myself did not do it. Severus has assured me he was not involved. And the third? The headmaster shook his head in some dismay. You loaned the defense professor your cloak, Harry. I do not think that was wise. For now that he has escaped detection by simple charms, he surely knows that it is a deathly hallow, if, indeed, he did not know from its first touch upon his flesh. Professor Quirrell had already deduced my possession of an invisibility cloak, Harry said. And knowing him, he has probably guessed that it is a deathly hallow. But in this case, headmaster, it so happens that Professor Quirrell was under one of those face-concealing white robes. There was another pause. How very cunning, said the headmaster. He leaned back in his throne and sighed. I have spoken to the defense professor. Just before you, indeed. I did not quite know what to say. I told him that this was not the approved Hogwarts policy for dealing with infractions of hallway discipline, and that I did not feel it was appropriate for a Hogwarts professor to do what he had done. And what did Professor Quirrell say to that? Said Harry, who was not impressed with Hogwarts's current policies for enforcing hallway discipline. The headmaster wore a look of resignation. He said, "Fire me." Somehow Harry managed not to cheer out loud. The headmaster frowned. But why did he do it, Harry? Because Professor Quirrell doesn't like school bullies and I asked very politely, said Harry. And he was feeling bored and I thought this might cheer him up. Either that or it's part of some incredibly deep plot. The headmaster rose up from behind the desk, began to pace back and forth before the hat stand that held the sorting hat and the red slippers. Harry, do you not feel that all of this has gotten a bit awesome? Offered Harry. Utterly and completely out of hand would say it better, said Dumbledore. I am not sure there has ever been a time in the whole history of this school when things have become so. I don't have a word for this, Harry, because things have never become like this before, and so no one has ever needed to invent a word for it. Harry would have tried to invent words to express how deeply complimented he felt, if he hadn't been snarkling too hard to speak. The headmaster was regarding him with increasing graveness. Harry, do you understand at all why I find these events concerning? Honestly. Said Harry. No, not really. I mean, of course Professor McGonagall would object to anything that breaks up the dull monotony of the Hogwarts school experience. But then Professor McGonagall wouldn't set a chicken on fire. The frown lines deepened on Dumbledore's wrinkled face. That, Harry, is not what disturbs me, the headmaster said quietly. There was a full battle fought in these halls. Headmaster, Harry said, trying to keep his voice carefully respectful, Professor Quirrell and I did not choose for that battle to happen. The bullies did that. We just decided to have the light side win. I know there are times where the boundaries of morality are uncertain, but in this case the line separating the villains and the heroines was 20 meters tall and drawn in white fire. Our intervention may have been weird, but it certainly wasn't wrong. Dumbledore had gone back to his desk, sat down in his padded throne with a dull thump, and was now covering his face with both his hands. Am I missing something here? Harry said. I thought you'd be secretly on our side, headmaster. It was the Gryffindor thing to do. The Weasley twins would approve, Fawkes would approve. Harry glanced at the golden perch, but it was empty. Either the Phoenix had more important things to do, or the headmaster hadn't invited him to today's meeting. That, said the headmaster in an old and tired and somewhat muffled voice, is precisely the problem, Harry. There is a reason why courageous young heroes are not put in charge of schools. All right, Harry said. He couldn't quite keep the skepticism out of his voice. What am I missing this time? The old wizard lifted his head, his face now solemn, and calmer. Listen, Harry, said Dumbledore, hear me well, for all who wield power must learn this in time. Some things in this world are, indeed, truly simple. If you pick up a stone and drop it again, the earth will be no heavier for it, the stars will not move from their paths. I say this, Harry, so that you know I am not pretending to be wise, when I tell you that even as some things are simple, others are complex. There are greater wizardries which leave marks upon the world, and marks upon those who wield them, as a simple charm would not. Those wizardries demand hesitation, consideration of consequence, a moment to weigh the meaning of their marks. And yet the most intricate magics known to me are simpler than the simplest soul. People, Harry, people are always marked, by what they do and by what is done to them. Do you, then, understand how to say, here is the line between hero and villain, is not enough to say that what you did was right? Headmaster, Harry said evenly, this is not a decision I made at random. No, I don't know what exact effect this will have on every single one of the bullies present. But if I always waited for perfect information before I acted, I would never do anything. When it comes to the future psychological development of, say, Peregrine Derek, beating up 8 first-year girls probably wouldn't have been good for him. And it wasn't enough to just stop them quietly and quickly, since then they would just try again later, they had to see that there was a protective power worth fearing. Harry's voice stayed level. But of course, since I am a good guy, I didn't want to permanently injure them or even cause them any pain, and yet the penalty had to be enough to weigh on the minds of anyone thinking about trying it again. So, after weighing the expected outcomes as best I could with my boundedly rational intellect, I thought it would be wisest to strip the bullies naked and glue them to the ceiling. The young hero stared directly into the old wizard's gaze, unflinching green eyes locked with the blue behind the spectacles. And since I wasn't there and didn't do anything personally, there's no lawful way to punish me under the Hogwarts school rules. The only one who acted was Professor Quirrell, and he's fireproof. And just breaking the rules to get at me wouldn't be a wise thing to do to the hero you're grooming to fight Lord Voldemort. This time Harry actually had tried to think through all the ramifications in advance, before he'd made the suggestion to Professor Quirrell, and for once the defense professor hadn't called him a fool, just slowly smiled and then begun to laugh. I understand your intentions, Harry, the old wizard said. You think you have taught the bullies of Hogwarts a lesson. But if Peregrine Derek could learn that lesson, he would not be Peregrine Derek. He will only be provoked more by what you do. It is not fair, it is not right, but that is the way it is. The old wizard closed his eyes, as though in brief pain, and then opened them again. Harry, the most painful truth any hero must learn is that the right cannot, should not, must not win every battle. All of this began when Miss Granger fought 3 older enemies and won. If she had been content with this, the echoes of her deed would have died away in time. Yet instead she banded together with her classmates and raised her wand in open challenge to Peregrine Derek and all his kind, and his kind cannot but raise their own wands in answer. So Jamie Astorga went hunting her, and in the natural course he would have beaten her. It would have been a sad day, but it would have ended there. There is not enough magic in 8 first-year witches altogether to defeat such a foe. But you could not accept that, Harry, could not let Miss Granger learn her own lessons, and so you sent the defense professor to watch over them invisibly, and pierce Astorga's shields when Daphne Greengrass struck at him. What? Thought Harry. The old wizard went on speaking. Each time you intervened, Harry, it escalated matters further and yet further. Soon Miss Granger was facing Robert Jugson himself, the son of a Death Eater, with 2 strong allies at his side. Painful indeed it would have been for her, if Miss Granger had lost that battle. And yet again by your will and Quirinus's hand, this time shown more openly, she won. Harry was still struggling with the notion of the defense professor watching invisibly over SPHEW, guarding the heroines from harm. And so, the old wizard finished, that is how we came to today, Harry, to 44 students attacking 8 first-year witches. A full battle in these halls. I know it was not your intent, but you must accept some measure of responsibility. Such things did not happen before you came to this school, not through all my decades in Hogwarts, neither when I was a student nor when I was a professor. Thank you very much, Harry said evenly. Though I think Professor Quirrell deserves more credit than me. The blue eyes widened. Harry. Those bullies were attacking victims long before this year, Harry said. Despite his best efforts, his voice was starting to rise. But nobody seems to have taught the students that they're allowed to fight back. I know it's much harder to ignore a 2-sided fight than some helpless victims getting hexed or almost pushed out of windows, but it's not exactly worse, is it? I wish I'd read more of Godric Gryffindor's writings so I could quote him. There's got to be something in there about this. Open battle may be louder than the victim suffering in silence, it may be harder to pretend that nothing is happening, but the final result is better. No, it is not, Dumbledore said. It is not, Harry. To always fight the darkness, to never let evil pass unchallenged, that is not heroism, but simple pride. Even Godric Gryffindor did not think that every war was worth fighting, though he went his whole life from one battle to another. The old wizard's voice went quieter. In truth, Harry, the words you speak, they are not evil. No, not evil, and yet they have frightened me. You are one who might someday wield great power, over wizardry, over your fellow wizards. And if, come that day, you still think that evil must never pass unchallenged. Now a note of real worry had entered the headmaster's voice. The world has grown more fragile since the age when Hogwarts was raised. I fear it cannot bear the fury of another Godric Gryffindor. And he was slower to his wrath than you. The old wizard shook his head. You are too ready to fight, Harry. Much too ready to fight, and Hogwarts itself is becoming a more violent place around you. Well, Harry said carefully, after weighing his words. I don't know if it will help to say this, but I think you are getting the wrong impression of what I'm all about. I don't like real fighting either. It's scary and violent and somebody might get hurt. But I didn't fight today, headmaster. The headmaster frowned. You sent the defense professor in your place. Professor Quirrell didn't do any fighting either, Harry said calmly. There wasn't anyone there strong enough to fight him. What happened today wasn't fighting, it was winning. It was a while then before the old wizard spoke. That may be as it may be, the headmaster said, but all these conflicts must end. I can hear the strain in the air, and with each of these clashes, it rises. All this must end, decisively and soon, you must not stand in the way of its ending. The old wizard gestured toward the great oaken door of his office, and Harry departed through it. It was with some surprise that Harry stepped out from between the huge grey gargoyles which had made way for him, and saw that Quirinus Quirrell was still slumped against the stone of the corridor wall, a thick thread of spittle drooling from his slack mouth onto his professorial robes, in just the same position he'd occupied when Harry had first gone up into the headmaster's office. Harry waited, but the slumped man didn't rise up, and after long awkward seconds, Harry began to walk down the corridor again. "Mr. Potter!" came a soft call, after Harry had turned 2 corners, a quiet voice carrying unnaturally through the halls. When Harry had returned he found Professor Quirrell still slumped against the wall, but the pale eyes now watched him with keen intelligence. "I'm sorry to have tired you out." It was something that Harry couldn't say. He'd noticed the correlation between the effort Professor Quirrell expended and the time he had to spend resting. But Harry had reasoned that if the effort was too painful or detrimental, surely Professor Quirrell would just say no. Now Harry was wondering if that reasoning had actually been correct, and if not, how to apologize. The defense professor spoke in a quiet voice, the rest of the body unmoving. "How went your meeting with the headmaster, Mr. Potter?" "I'm not sure," Harry said. "Not the way I predicted. He seems to believe the light should lose a lot more often than I'd consider wise. Plus I'm not sure he understands the difference between trying to fight and trying to win. It explains a lot, actually." Harry hadn't read much about the Wizarding War, but he'd read enough to know that the good guys probably had acquired a pretty accurate picture of who most of the worst Death Eaters were, and hadn't just old them all hand grenades over the course of 5 minutes. A soft laugh from the pale lips. "Dumbledore does not comprehend the enjoyment of winning, just as he does not comprehend the enjoyment of the game. Tell me, Mr. Potter. Did you suggest this little plan with the deliberate intention of relieving my tedium?" "That was among my many motives," Harry said, because some instinct had warned that he couldn't just say yes. "Do you know," the defense professor said in soft reflective tones, "there are those who have tried to soften my darker moods, and those who have indeed participated in brightening my day, but you are the first person ever to succeed in doing it deliberately." The defense professor seemed to straighten up from the wall with a peculiar motion which might have included magic as well as muscle, and the defense professor began to walk away without a look back in Harry's direction. Only a single small gesture of one finger indicated that Harry was to follow. "I particularly enjoyed that chant you composed for Miss Davis," said Professor Quirrell after they had walked a short distance. "Though you might have been wiser to consult me in advance, before giving it to her to memorize." One hand bestirred itself to within the defense professor's robes and drew forth a wand, which traced a small gesture in the air, after which all the faraway sounds of the castle Hogwarts fell silent. "Tell me honestly, Mr. Potter, have you somehow acquired a familiarity with the theory of dark rituals? That is not the same as confessing an intent to cast them, many wizards know the principles." "No," Harry said slowly. He had decided some time ago against trying to sneak into the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, for much the same reason he'd decided a year earlier not to look up how to make explosives out of common household materials. Harry prided himself on at least having more sense than people thought he did. "Oh," said Professor Quirrell. The man was walking more normally now, and the lips curved about in a peculiar smile. "Why, perhaps you possess a natural talent for the field, then." "Yes, well," Harry said wearily. "I suppose Dr. Seuss also has a natural talent for dark rituals, because the part about shuffle, duffle, muzzle, muff came from a children's book called Bartholomew and the Oobleck." "No, not that part," said Professor Quirrell. His voice grew a little stronger, took on some of its normal lecturing tone. "An ordinary charm, Mr. Potter, can be cast merely by speaking certain words, making precise motions of the wand, expending some of your own strength. Even powerful spells may be invoked in this way, if the magic is efficient as well as efficacious. But with the greatest of magics, speech alone does not suffice to give them structure. You must perform specific actions, make significant choices. Nor is the temporary expenditure of your own strength sufficient to set them in motion, a ritual requires permanent sacrifice. The power of such a greater spell, compared to ordinary charms, can be like day compared to night. But many rituals, indeed, most, happen to demand at least one sacrifice which might inspire squeamishness. And so the entire field of ritual magic, containing all the furthest and most interesting reaches of wizardry, is widely regarded as dark. With a few exceptions carved out by tradition, of course." Professor Quirrell's voice took on a sardonic tinge. "The unbreakable vow is too useful to certain wealthy houses to be outlawed entirely, even though to bind a man's will through all his days is indeed a dread and terrible act, more fearsome than many lesser rituals that wizards shun. A cynic might conclude that which rituals are prohibited is not so much a matter of morality, as habit. But I digress." Professor Quirrell made a brief coughing sound, a clearing of his throat. "The unbreakable vow requires 3 participants and 3 sacrifices. The one who receives the unbreakable vow must be one who could have come to trust the vower, but chooses instead to demand the vow from them, and they sacrifice that possibility of trust. The one who makes the vow must be someone who could have chosen to do what the vow demands of them, and they sacrifice that capacity for choice. And the third wizard, the binder, permanently sacrifices a small portion of their own magic, to sustain the vow forever. Ah, Harry said. I'd wondered why that spell wasn't used all over the place, every time two people have difficulty trusting each other, although, why don't wizards on their deathbeds charge money to bind unbreakable vows, and use that to leave an inheritance for their children? Because they are stupid, said Professor Quirrell. There are hundreds of useful rituals which could be performed if men had so much sense, I could name 20 without stopping to draw breath. But in any case, Mr. Potter, the thing about such rituals, whether or not you choose to term them dark, is that they are shaped to be magically efficacious, not to appear impressive when performed. I suppose there is a certain tendency for the more powerful rituals to require more dreadful sacrifices. Even so, the most terrible ritual known to me demands only a rope which has hanged a man and a sword which has slain a woman, and that for a ritual which promised to summon death itself, though what is truly meant by that I do not know and do not care to discover, since it was also said that the counterspell to dismiss death had been lost. The most dread chant I have encountered does not sound even 100th as fearsome as the chant you composed for Miss Davis. Those among the bullies who had a passing familiarity with dark rituals, and I am certain that there were some, must have been terrified beyond the capacity of words to describe. If there existed a true ritual which appeared that impressive, Mr. Potter, it would melt the earth. Said Harry. Professor Quirrell's lips twisted further. Ah, but the truly amusing thing was this. You see, Mr. Potter, the chant of every ritual names that which is to be sacrificed, and that which is to be gained. The chant which you gave to Miss Davis spoke, first, of a darkness beyond darkness, buried beneath a flow of time, which knows the gate, and is the gate. And the second thing spoken of, Mr. Potter, was the manifestation of your own presence. And always, in each element of the ritual, first is named that which is sacrificed, and then is said the use commanded of it. I see, said Harry, as he trod through the halls of Hogwarts after Professor Quirrell, following him toward the defense professor's office. So my chant, the way I wrote it, implies that the outer god, Yog-Sothoth, was permanently sacrificed in a ritual which but briefly manifested your presence, said Professor Quirrell. I suppose we will discover tomorrow whether anyone took that seriously, when we read the newspapers and see whether all the magical nations of the world are banding together in a desperate effort to seal off your incursion into our reality. They walked on, as the defense professor began chuckling, odd throaty sounds. The two of them didn't talk after that until they came to the defense professor's office, and then the man halted with his hand upon the door. It is a very strange thing, the defense professor said, his voice now soft again, almost inaudible. The man was not looking at Harry, and Harry saw only his back. A very strange thing. There was a time when I would have sacrificed a finger from my wand hand, to work upon the bullies of Hogwarts as we have worked upon them this day. To make them fear me as they now fear you, to have the deference of all the students and the adoration of many, I would have given my finger for that. You have everything now that I wanted then. All that I know of human nature says that I should hate you. And yet I do not. It is a very strange thing. It should have been a touching moment, but instead Harry felt a coldness travelling down his spine, as though he were a little fish in the sea, and some vast white shark had just looked him over and decided after a visible hesitation not to eat him. The man opened the door to defense professor's office, and passed within, and was gone. Aftermath. Her fellow Slytherins were looking at Daphne like they didn't have the faintest idea of how to look at her. The Gryffindors were looking at her like they didn't have the faintest idea of how to look at her. Showing no fear, Daphne Greengrass strode into the potions classroom, wrapped in the imperious dignity of a noble and most ancient house. Inside she was feeling much the same way everyone else probably did. It had been 2 hours since the what? When the what? Had happened and Daphne's brain was still going, what? 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 The classroom was quiet as they all waited for Professor Snape to arrive. Lavender and Parvati sat near a cluster of other Gryffindors, surrounded by silent stares. The two of them were looking over each other's homework before class started, and nobody else was helping them or talking to them. Even Lavender, who Daphne would have sworn could never be fazed by anything, seemed subdued. Daphne sat down at her desk, and took magical drafts and potions out of her bag, and began looking over her own homework, doing her very best to act normal. People stared at her, and said nothing. A gasp went through the whole classroom. Girls and boys flinched back, leaning away from the door like they were stalks of wheat touched by a gust of wind. In the door stood Tracy Davis, wrapped in a black tattered cloak which had been draped over her Hogwarts uniform. Tracy walked slowly into the classroom, swaying slightly with each step, looking like she was trying to drift. She sat down at her accustomed desk, which happened to be right next to Daphne's. Slowly Tracy's head turned to stare at Daphne. "See?" the Slytherin girl said in a low, sepulchral tone. "I told you I'd get him before she did." "What?" blurted Daphne, who immediately wished she hadn't said anything. I got Harry Potter before Granger did. Tracy's voice was still low, but her eyes were gleaming with triumph. See, Daphne, what General Potter wants in a girl isn't a pretty face or a pretty dress. He wants a girl willing to channel his dread powers, that's what he wants. Now I'm his, and he's mine. This announcement produced a frozen silence through the whole classroom. Excuse me, Miss Davis, said the cultured voice of Draco Malfoy, who seemed unconcerned as he shuffled through his own potions parchments. The other scion of a most ancient house didn't so much as glance up from his desk, even as everyone else turned to look at him. Did Harry Potter actually tell you that? Using those words? Well, no. Tracy said, and then her eyes flashed angrily. But he'd better take me in, now that I've sacrificed my soul to him and everything. You sacrificed your soul to Harry Potter? Gasped Millicent. There was a clatter from the other side of the room as Ron Weasley dropped his inkwell. Well, I'm pretty sure I did, said Tracy, sounding briefly uncertain before she rallied. I mean, I looked at myself in a mirror and I look paler now, and I can always feel darkness surrounding me, and I was a conduit for his dread powers and everything. Daphne, you also saw my eyes go green, right? I didn't see it myself, but that's what I heard afterward. There was a pause, broken only by the sounds of Ron Weasley trying to clean up his desk. Daphne, said Tracy. I don't believe it, said an angry voice. There's no way the next Dark Lord would take you to be his bride. Slowly, and with considerable disbelief, heads turned to stare at Pansy Parkinson. Hush, you, said Tracy, or I'll. The Slytherin girl paused. Then Tracy's voice went even lower, and she said, Hush, you, or I'll devour your soul. You can't do that, said Pansy, in the confident tones of a hen which had worked out a perfectly good pecking order where she was at the top, and wasn't about to go updating that belief based on mere evidence. Slowly, like she was trying to float, Tracy got up from her desk. There were more gasps. Daphne felt like she'd been petrified in place within her chair. Tracy, said Lavender in a small voice. Please don't do all that again. Please. Now Pansy was showing definite nervousness as Tracy swayed toward her desk. What do you think you're doing? Pansy said, not quite managing to sound indignant. I told you, Tracy said menacingly. I'm going to devour your soul. Tracy bent down over Pansy, who sat frozen at her desk, and, with their lips almost touching, made a loud inhaling noise. There, said Tracy as she straightened. I ate your soul. No you didn't, said Pansy. Did too, said Tracy. There was a very slight pause. Merlin, she did, cried Theodore Nott. You look all pale now, and your eyes seem empty. What? Screeched Pansy, turning pale. The girl leapt up from her desk and began frantically rummaging through her book bag. After Pansy drew out a mirror and looked at herself, she turned even paler. Daphne abandoned all pretense of aristocratic poise and let her head fall to the desk with a dull thud, as she wondered whether going to the same school as all the other important families was really worth going to the same school as the Chaos Legion. Ooh, you're in trouble now, Pansy, said Seamus Finnegan. I don't know exactly what happens when a Dementor kisses you, but if Tracy Davis kisses you that's probably even worse. I've heard about people without souls, Dean Thomas said gloomily. They have to dress all in black, and they write awful poetry, and nothing ever makes them happy. They're all angsty. I don't want to be angsty, cried Pansy. Too bad, said Dean Thomas. You've got to be, now that your soul's gone. Pansy turned, and stretched out a begging hand toward Draco Malfoy's desk. Draco, she said pleadingly. Mr. Malfoy. Please, make Tracy give me back my soul. I can't, said Tracy. I ate it. Make her throw it up, yelled Pansy. The heir of Malfoy had slumped forward, resting his head in both hands, so that nobody could see his face. Why is my life like this? Said Draco Malfoy. A wild babble of whispers started up as Tracy returned to her desk, now smiling in satisfaction, while Pansy stood in the midst of the classroom, wringing her hands and tears starting from her eyes. Be quiet. The soft, lethal voice seemed to fill the whole classroom as Professor Snape stalked in through the door. His face was angrier than Daphne had ever seen it, sending a jolt of genuine fear down her spine. Hastily she looked down at her homework. Sit down, Parkinson, the potions master hissed, and you, Davis, take off that ridiculous cloak. Professor Snape wailed Pansy Parkinson in tears. Tracy ate my cereal. Chapter 75, Self-Actualization Final, Responsibility. It was a looping, meandering alley in the midst of Hogwarts, wandering like a stray lock of hair, sometimes crossing itself, it seemed, but you couldn't ever get to the end if you gave in to the temptation of apparent shortcuts. At the end of the tangle, 6 students leaned against rough stones, robes black against the grey walls and trimmed in green, eyes darting from one to each other. Torches burned in the windowless sconce, casting light to ward off the darkness and heat to ward off the chill of the Slytherin dungeons. I am certain, Reese Belka snapped, absolutely certain, that was no true ritual. Little firsty witches can't do that kind of magic, and even if they could, who's ever heard of a dark ritual which sacrifices a sealed horror for that? Were you, said Lucian Bowl. I mean, after that girl snapped her fingers. Belka's glare should have melted him. No, she spat, I was not. That is, she wasn't naked, drawled Marcus Flint, his broad shoulders leaning back in apparent relaxation against the lumpy stone surface. Covered in chocolate frosting, yes, but not naked. This day Potter has offered great insult to our houses, said the grim voice of Jamie Astorga. Yes, well, I'm sorry to be blunt, Randolph Lee said evenly. The seventh-year duelist rubbed at his chin, where a faint fuzz of beard had been allowed to grow. But when someone sticks you to the ceiling, it's a message, Astorga. It's a message which says, I'm an incredibly powerful dark wizard who could have done anything to you I damn well pleased, and I don't care if your house is offended, either. Robert Jugson III gave a soft, low laugh at this, a chuckle that sent chills down several spines. It makes you wonder if you picked the wrong side, doesn't it? I've heard tales about messages like that, sent at the old Dark Lord's bidding. I'm not ready to kneel to Potter just yet, said Astorga, staring hard into Jugson's eyes. Neither am I, said Belka. Jugson was holding his wand, and he turned it idly back and forth in his fingers, pointing it up and then downward. Are you a Gryffindor or a Slytherin? Said Jugson. Everyone's got a price. Everyone's smart. This statement produced a moment of silence. Shouldn't Malfoy be here? Bowl said tentatively. Flint gave a dismissive flick of his fingers. Whatever Malfoy's plotting, he wants to put on an air of innocence. He can't be seen missing at the same time as us. But everyone knows that already, said Bowl. Even in the other houses. Yes, very clumsy, said Belka. She snorted. Malfoy or no, he's just a little firsty and we don't need him here. I will owl my father, Jugson said softly, and he will speak to Lord Malfoy himself abruptly. Jugson stopped speaking. I don't know about you, dearies, Belka said with fake sweetness, but I don't plan on running scared from a false ritual, and I'm not done with Potter and his pet mood blood. Nobody answered. All their gazes were looking past her. Slowly, Belka turned around to see what the others were staring at. You will do nothing, hissed their head of house. Severus Snape's face was enraged. When he spoke, small spots of spittle flew from his mouth, further dotting his already dirted robes. You fools have done enough. You have embarrassed my house, lost to first years, now you speak of embroiling noble lords of the Wisengamot in your pathetic childish squabbles? I shall deal with this matter. You will not embarrass this house again, you will not risk embarrassing this house again. You are done with fighting witches, and if I hear otherwise. If you thought they'd be sitting next to each other at dinner time, after that, you'd be quite mistaken. What does she want from me? Came the plaintive cry of a boy who, for all his extensive reading in the scientific literature, was still a bit naive about certain things. Did she want to get beaten up? The upper-year Ravenclaw boys who'd sat down next to him at the dinner table exchanged swift glances with each other until, by some unspoken protocol, the most experienced of their number spoke. Look, said Artie Gray, the seventh year who was leading in their competition by 3 witches and a defense professor, the thing you've got to understand is, just because she's angry doesn't mean you lost points. Miss Granger is angry because she got all frightened and you're there to be blamed, you understand? But at the same time, even though she won't admit it, she'll be touched that her boyfriend went to such ridiculous and frankly insane lengths to protect her. This is not about points, ground out Harry Potter, the words visibly escaping from between his clenched teeth. Dinner sat ignored on the table in front of him. This is about justice. And I am not her boyfriend. This was met by a certain amount of sniggering from all present. Yeah, well, said a 6th-year Ravenclaw boy, I think after she kisses you to bring you out of dementation and you stick 44 bullies to the ceiling for her, we've gone way past she's not my girlfriend, really, and into the question of what your kids will be like. Wow, that's a scary thought. The Ravenclaw trailed off and then said, in a smaller voice, please don't look at me like that. Look, said Artie Gray, I'm sorry to be blunt about this, but you can have justice or you can have girls, you can't have both at the same time. He clapped a companionable hand on Harry Potter's shoulder. You've got potential, kid, more potential than any wizard I've ever seen, but you've got to learn how to use it, you know? Be a bit sweeter to them, learn some spells to clean up that mess you call hair. Above all, you need to hide your evilness better, not too well, but better. Nice well-groomed boys get girls, and dark wizards also get girls, but nice well-groomed boys suspected of being secretly dark get more girls than you can imagine. Not interested, Harry said flatly, as he picked up the boy's hand from his shoulder and unceremoniously dropped it. But you will be, said Artie Grey, his voice low and foreboding. Ah, you will be. Elsewhere along the same table. Romantic! Shrieked Hermione Granger, so loudly that some of the girls next to her winced. What part of that was romantic? He didn't ask. He never asks. He just sends ghosts after people and glues them to ceilings and does whatever he wants with my life. But don't you see? Said a fourth-year witch. It means that even though he's evil, he loves you. You're not helping, said Penelope Clearwater a little further down the table, but she was ignored. Several older witches had started toward Hermione, after she'd sat down at the extreme opposite end of the table from Harry Potter, but then a swifter cloud of younger girls had surrounded Hermione in an impenetrable barrier. Boys, said Hermione Granger, should not be allowed to love girls without asking them first. This is true in a number of ways and especially when it comes to gluing people to the ceiling. This was also ignored. It's just like a play. Sighed a third-year girl. A play? Said Hermione. I'd like to see the play where anything like this happens. Oh, said the third-year girl, I was thinking of that really romantic one where there's this very nice, sweet boy who makes a flow call, only he mispronounces his destination and stumbles out into this room full of dark wizards who are performing a forbidden ritual that should have stayed forever lost to time, and they're sacrificing 7 victims in order to unseal this ancient horror which is supposed to grant someone a wish if it's freed, so of course the boy's presence interrupts the ritual. And as the horror is eating all the dark wizards and everyone is dying, the boy's last thought is that he wishes he could have had a girlfriend, and the next thing you know the boy is lying in the lap of this beautiful woman whose eyes are burning with a dreadful light, only she doesn't understand anything about being human so the boy always has to stop her eating people. This is just like that play, only you're the boy and Harry Potter is the girl. That? Hermione said, feeling quite surprised. That actually does sound something like. It does. Blurted a second-year girl sitting across the table, who was now leaning forward, looking horrified and yet even more fascinated. No. Said Hermione. I mean, he's not my boyfriend. 2 seconds later, Hermione's ears caught up with what her lips had just said. The fourth-year witch put her hand on Hermione's shoulder and gave her a comforting squeeze. Miss Granger, she said in a soothing voice, I think if you are really honest with yourself, you'll admit that the real reason you're angry with your dark master is that he channeled his unspeakable powers through Tracy Davis instead of you. Hermione's mouth opened but her throat locked up before the words came out, which was probably a good thing, because if she'd actually yelled that loudly it would have broken something. How's that possible, actually? Said the third-year girl. I mean for Harry Potter to work through another girl even though he's bound himself to you? Do the three of you have one of those, you know, arrangements? Gay-ayok, said Hermione Granger, her throat still locked, her brain halted, and her vocal cords spontaneously making a noise like she was coughing up a yak. Later. I don't understand why you're being so unreasonable, said another second-year witch, who'd replaced the third-year girl after Hermione had threatened to ask Tracy to eat her soul. I mean, really, if someone like Harry Potter rescued me, I'd be sending him thank you cards, and hugging him, and, the girl's face was a bit red, well, kissing him, I'd hope. Yet. Said the other second-year witch. I've never understood why girls in plays get angry when the main character goes out of his way to be nice to them. I wouldn't act like that if the hero liked me. Hermione Granger had dropped her head to the dinner table, her hands slowly pulling at her hair. You just don't understand male psychology, the fourth-year witch said in an authoritative voice. Granger's got to make it look like she can mysteriously resist his seductive charm. Even later. And so before long Hermione Granger had turned to the only person left she could talk to, the only person guaranteed to understand her point of view. They're all mad, said Hermione Granger as she strode vigorously toward Ravenclaw Tower, having left dinner a bit early. Everyone except you and me, Harry, I mean everyone except us in this whole school of Hogwarts, they're all entirely mad. And Ravenclaw girls are the worst. I don't know what Ravenclaw girls go reading when they get older, but I'm certain they ought not to be reading it. One witch asked me if the two of us had soul bonded, which I'm going to look up in the library tonight, but I'm pretty sure has never actually happened. I don't even know a name for this kind of fallacious reasoning, said Harry Potter. The boy was walking normally, which meant he often had to skip forward a few steps to match her own indignation-fueled speed. I seriously think if it was up to them, they'd be dragging us off this minute to get our names changed to Potter Evans vs Granger. Ugh, saying that out loud makes me realize how awful it sounds. You mean your name would be Potter Evans vs Granger and mine would be Granger Potter Evans vs, said Hermione. It's too horrible to imagine. No, said the boy, House Potter is a noble house, so I think that name stays in front. What? She said indignantly. Who says we have to? There was a sudden awful silence, broken only by the thuds of their shoes. Anyhow, Hermione said hastily, some of the crazy things they said at dinner got me thinking, so I just want to say, Harry, that I really am grateful to you for saving me and everybody from getting beat up, and even though some parts of this afternoon upset me, I'm sure we can just talk about it calmly. Ah. Harry said with a faint and tentative smile, his eyes showing a mixture of befuddlement and apprehension. That's good, I guess. To be specific, there'd been the 4th year witch explaining that, since Harry was the evil wizard who'd fallen in love with Hermione, and Hermione was the pure and innocent girl who would either redeem him or get seduced by the dark arts herself, it followed that Hermione had to be perpetually indignant at anything Harry did, even if it was him heroically saving her from certain doom, just so that their romance wouldn't resolve itself before the end of Act 4. And then Penelope Clearwater, who Hermione had really thought was smarter than that, had remarked in a loud voice that for identical reasons it was impossible for Hermione to just go over and talk sensibly with Harry about why she was feeling hurt, and anyway dark wizards were attracted to passionate defiance in a woman, not logic. This was the point at which Hermione had shoved herself up from the benches, stomped furiously over to where Harry was sitting, and asked him in a reasonable voice if the two of them could go for a walk and sort things out. So in other words, Hermione said in her calmest voice ever, "You're not really in trouble with me, I'm still talking to you, we're still friends, and we're still studying together. We're not having a fight. Right?" Somehow this only seemed to increase Harry Potter's apprehension. "Right," said the boy who lived. "Great," said Hermione. "So, have you worked out why I was upset, Mr. Potter?" There was a pause. "You wanted me to keep out of your affairs," Harry said cautiously. "I mean, I know you wanted to do things on your own. And I was staying out of your way, until I'd heard you'd gotten ambushed by 3 junior Death Eaters and, honestly, I wasn't expecting that. Professor Quirrell wasn't expecting that. I started to worry you'd gotten in over your head and then, no offense Hermione, 44 bullies in a massed ambush is way beyond what anyone could handle without help. That's why I thought you really needed help just that once." "No, that part's fine," said Hermione. "We were in over our heads, honestly." "Please guess again, Mr. Potter." Said Harry. "What Tracy did, startled you?" "Startled me, Mr. Potter." There might have been a touch of acidity in her voice. "No, Mr. Potter, I was scared. I was frightened. I wouldn't want to admit to being afraid of just dragons or something, people might think I was cowardly, but when you can hear distant voices crying Tequili Lee, and there's pools of blood seeping out from under all the doors, then it's okay to be scared." "I am sorry," Harry said with what sounded like genuine regret. "I thought you'd realize it was me. And the reason we all got scared like that, Mr. Potter, was that you didn't ask first." Despite her intentions, Hermione found her voice was rising again. "You should have asked me before you did something like that, Harry. You should have said very specifically, 'Hermione, can I make blood come out from under the doors?' It's important to be specific when you're asking about that sort of thing." The boy rubbed the back of his neck as he walked. Honestly, I just thought you'd have to say no." "Yes, Mr. Potter, I could have said no. That's the whole point of asking first, Mr. Potter." "No, I mean you'd have had to say no, whether or not it was what you really wanted. And then all of you would have gotten beaten up and it would have been my fault for asking first." Hermione's eyebrows went up in a bit of surprise, and she kept walking for a few steps while she tried to understand this. "What?" she said. "Well," the boy said a bit slowly. "I mean, you're the Sunshine General, aren't you? You couldn't say yes to me scaring people, not even bullies, not even to save your friends from getting beaten up. You would have had to say no, and then you would have gotten hurt. This way, you can tell people honestly that you had no idea and that it wasn't your fault. That's why I didn't warn you." Hermione stopped walking, turned to face Harry full on instead of just turning her head. Her voice was carefully even as she said, "Harry, you've got to stop coming up with clever reasons for doing stupid things." Harry's eyebrows flew up. After a moment he said, "Look. I know what you mean, of course, but there's still the question of whether it's actually is a good idea, not just a clever one." "I understand why you did what you did today," Hermione said. "But I want you to promise that from now on, you'll ask me first, always, even if you can come up with a reason why you shouldn't." There was a pause that stretched, and Hermione could feel her heart sinking. "Hermione," Harry started to say. "Why?" The frustration burst out into her voice. "Why is it so awful? All you have to do is ask." Harry's eyes were very serious. "Who in SPHEW do you try hardest to defend, Hermione? Who are you most afraid for, when you fight?" "Hannah Abbott," Hermione said without having to think about it, and then felt a little bad, because Hannah was trying hard and she had improved a lot. "Would you feel okay about trusting someone else, like Tracy, with final responsibility for protecting Hannah? If you knew Hannah was about to walk into an ambush, and you came up with a plan for protecting her, would you feel good about letting Tracy say whether or not you were allowed to do it?" "Well, no," said Hermione, puzzled. The green eyes of the boy who lived were steady on hers. Would you trust Hannah to have the final say in whether she needed protecting? I said Hermione, and then paused. It was strange, she knew the right answer and she also knew the right answer wasn't actually true. Hannah was trying so hard to prove she wasn't afraid, even though she was, and it was easy to see how the Hufflepuff girl might try too hard. Then Hermione realized the implication. You think I'm like Hannah? Not, exactly. Harry ran his hands through his mess of hair. Listen, Hermione, what would you have suggested doing, if I'd warned you about an ambush by 44 bullies? I would have done the responsible thing and told Professor McGonagall and let her take care of it, Hermione said promptly. And then there wouldn't have been darkness and people screaming and horrible blue light. But Harry just shook his head. That's not the responsible thing to do, Hermione. It's what someone playing the role of a responsible girl would do. Yes, I thought of going to Professor McGonagall. But she would have only stopped the disaster once. Probably before any disturbance happened in the first place, like by telling the bullies she knew. If the bullies got punished just for plotting, it would be by losing house points, or at worst a day's detention, not anything that would really scare them. And then the bullies would have tried again. Fewer of them, with better operational security, so I didn't hear about it. They would probably ambush one of you, alone. Professor McGonagall doesn't have the authority to do something scary enough to protect you, and she wouldn't have overstepped her authority, because she's not really responsible. Professor McGonagall isn't responsible. Hermione said incredulously. She jammed her hands on her hips, now openly glaring at him. Are you nuts? The boy didn't blink. You could call it heroic responsibility, maybe, Harry Potter said. Not like the usual sort. It means that whatever happens, no matter what, it's always your fault. Even if you tell Professor McGonagall, she's not responsible for what happens, you are. Following the school rules isn't an excuse, someone else being in charge isn't an excuse, even trying your best isn't an excuse. There just aren't any excuses, you've got to get the job done no matter what. Harry's face tightened. That's why I say you're not thinking responsibly, Hermione. Thinking that your job is done when you tell Professor McGonagall, that isn't heroine thinking. Like Hannah being beat up is okay then, because it isn't your fault anymore. Being a heroine means your job isn't finished until you've done whatever it takes to protect the other girls, permanently. In Harry's voice was a touch of the steel he had acquired since the day Fox had been on his shoulder. You can't think as if just following the rules means you've done your duty. I think, Hermione said evenly, that you and I might disagree about some things, Mr. Potter. Like whether you or Professor McGonagall is more responsible, and whether being responsible usually involves people running around and screaming, and how much it's a good idea to follow school rules. And just because we disagree, Mr. Potter, doesn't mean that you get the final say. Well, said Harry, you asked what was so awful about having to ask you first, and it was a surprisingly good question, so I examined my mind and that's what I found. I think my real fear is that if Hannah is in trouble and I come up with a way to save her that seems weird or dark or something, you might not weigh the consequences to Hannah. You might not accept the heroine's responsibility of coming up with some way to save her, somehow, no matter what. Instead you'd just carry out the role of Hermione Granger, the sensible Ravenclaw girl, and the role of Hermione Granger automatically says no, whether or not she has a better plan in mind. And then 44 bullies will take turns beating up Hannah Abbott, and it'll all be my fault because I knew, even if I didn't want reality to be that way, I knew that was how it would go. I'm pretty sure that was my secret, wordless, unutterable fear. The frustration was building up inside her again. It's my life. Hermione burst out. She could imagine what it would be like with Harry messing with her all the time, constantly inventing justifications not to ask her first and not to listen to her objections. She shouldn't have to win an argument just to, there'll always be some reason, you can always say I'm not thinking right. I want my own life. Otherwise I'll walk away, I really will, I mean it, Harry. Harry sighed. This is exactly where I didn't want things to end up, and here we are. You're afraid of just the same thing I am, aren't you? Afraid that if you let go of the steering wheel, we'll crash. The corners of his lips twisted, but it didn't look like a real smile. That's something I can understand. I don't think you understand at all. Hermione said sharply. You said we'd be partners, Harry. That stopped him, she could see it stop him. How about this? Harry said at last. I'll promise to ask you first before I do anything that could be interpreted as meddling in your affairs. Only you've got to promise me to be reasonable, Hermione. I mean really, genuinely, stop and think for 20 seconds first, treat it as a real choice. The sort of reasonableness where you realize I'm offering a way to protect the other girls, and that if you automatically say no without considering it properly, there's this actual consequence where Hannah Abbott ends up in the hospital. Hermione stared at Harry, as his recitation wound down. Well, said Harry. I shouldn't have to make promises, she said, just to be consulted about my own life. She turned from Harry and began walking toward the Ravenclaw Tower, not looking at him. But I'll think about it, anyway. She heard Harry sigh, and after that they walked in silence for a while, passing through an archway of some reddish metal like copper, into a corridor that was just like the one they'd left except that it was tiled in pentagons instead of squares. Hermione, said Harry. I've been watching you and thinking, since the day you said you were going to be a hero. You've got the courage. You'll fight for what's right, even in the face of enemies that would scare other people away. You've certainly got the raw intelligence for it, and you're probably a better person inside than I am. But even so, well, to be honest, Hermione, I can't quite see you filling Dumbledore's shoes, leading magical Britain's fight against you-know-who. Not yet, anyway. Hermione had turned her head to stare at Harry, who just went on walking, as though lost in thought. Fill those shoes? She'd never tried to imagine herself that way. She'd never imagined imagining herself that way. And maybe I'm wrong, Harry said as they walked. Maybe I've just read too many stories where the heroes never do the sensible thing and follow the rules and tell their Professor McGonagalls, so my brain doesn't think you're a proper storybook hero. Maybe it's you who's the sane one, Hermione, and me who's just being silly. But every time you talk about following rules or relying on teachers, I get that same feeling, like it's bound up with this one last thing that's stopping you, one last thing that puts your PC self to sleep and turns you into an NPC again. Harry let out a sigh. Maybe that's why Dumbledore said I should have wicked step-parents. He said what? Harry nodded. I still don't know whether the headmaster was joking or, the thing is, he was right in a way. I had loving parents, but I never felt like I could trust their decisions, they weren't sane enough. I always knew that if I didn't think things through myself, I might get hurt. Professor McGonagall will do whatever it takes to get the job done if I'm there to nag her about it. She doesn't break rules on her own without heroic supervision. Professor Quirrell really is someone who gets things done no matter what, and he's the only other person I know who notices stuff like the snitch ruining Quidditch. But him I can't trust to be good. Even if it's sad, I think that's part of the environment that creates what Dumbledore calls a hero, people who don't have anyone else to shove final responsibility onto, and that's why they form the mental habit of tracking everything themselves. Hermione didn't say anything to that, but she was thinking back to something Godric Gryffindor had written near the end of his very short autobiography. Briefly and without any explanation, because the scroll had been meant to be copied by hand, centuries before the Muggle printing press had inspired wizards to invent the reading-writing quill. No rescuer hath the rescuer, Godric Gryffindor had written. No lord hath the champion, no mother and no father, only nothingness above. If that was the price of being a hero, Hermione wasn't sure she wanted to pay it. Or maybe, though it wasn't the sort of thing she would have thought, before she started hanging around Harry, maybe Godric Gryffindor had gotten it wrong. Do you trust Dumbledore? Hermione said. I mean, he's right here in our school and he's the most legendary hero in the whole world. He was the most legendary hero, said Harry. Now he sets chickens on fire. Honestly, does Dumbledore seem reliable to you? Hermione didn't answer. Side by side, the two of them began to climb huge wide spiral stairs, the steps alternating between bronze metal and blue stone, the final approach to where the Ravenclaw portrait waited to guard their dorm with silly riddles. Oh, and I just thought of something I should tell you, Harry said when they were about halfway up. Since it affects your life and all. Think of it as a sort of down payment. What is it? Said Hermione. I predict SPHEW is about to retire. Retire? Hermione said, almost stumbling on one of the stairs. Yeah, Harry said. I mean, I could be wrong, but I suspect the teachers are about to clamp down hard on fighting in the corridors. Harry was grinning as he spoke, a glint in his eyes behind the glasses hinting at secret knowledge. Cast new wards to detect offensive hexes, or start verifying reports of bullying using Veritaserum, I can think of several ways they might shut it down. But if I'm right, it's something to celebrate, Hermione, you and all of you. You kicked up enough public ruckus that you got them to actually do something about the bullying. All the bullying. Slowly, then, a smile began to creep up her lips, and as she reached the top of the stairs and began walking toward the Ravenclaw portrait for her riddle, Hermione felt rather lighter on her feet, a wonderful lifting feeling spreading through her like she'd been pumped full of helium. Somehow, despite all the effort the 8 of them had put in, she hadn't expected that much, she hadn't expected it to actually work. They'd made a difference. It was the end of breakfast time on the next morning. The students from every year sat very still in their benches, all heads turned in the same direction, toward the head table, before which one lone first-year girl stood rigid and motionless, her head tilted back to stare up at the head of House Slytherin. Professor Snape's face was twisted with fury and triumph, vindictive as any painting of a dark wizard, and behind him the other professors sat at the head table, watching with faces as though carved from stone. Permanently disbanded, spat the potions master. Your self-proclaimed society is outlawed within Hogwarts, by my decision as a professor. If your society or any member of it is discovered fighting in the hallways again, Granger, you will be personally held responsible and expelled, by me, from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That first-year girl stood there, before the head table where she'd been called before only to receive commendations and smiles, stood there with her spine held tall and upright in its curve like a centaur's bow, giving nothing to the enemy. That first-year witch stood there with all tears and anger bottled, her face still, nothing changing of her outward appearance, while something slowly broke inside her, she could feel it breaking. It broke further when Professor Snape gave her 2 weeks' detention for the crime of violence in school, sneering with the contemptuous face he'd shown them all on the first day of potions, and with a little twist in the corner of his smile that said the potions master knew exactly how unfair he was being. Whatever it was inside her cracked all the way through, from top to bottom, when Professor Snape took 100 points from Ravenclaw. It ended, then, and Snape told her she was dismissed. She turned around and saw that at the Ravenclaw table, Harry Potter was sitting still in his place. She couldn't see his expression from here. She saw his fists on the table but she couldn't see if they were clenched white like her own. She had whispered to him, when Professor Snape had called her, that he wasn't to do anything without asking first. Hermione wheeled back again to look at the head table, just as Snape was turning away from her to resume his place. "I said you're dismissed, girl," said the sneering voice, but there was a pleased smile on Snape's face, like he was waiting for her to do something. Hermione strode forward another 5 steps toward the head table and said in a breaking voice, "Headmaster." Utter silence filled the great hall. Headmaster Dumbledore said nothing, didn't move. It was as though he, too, was just carved from stone. Hermione turned her gaze to look at Professor Flitwick, whose head, barely visible above the table, seemed to be staring down into his lap. Beside him, Professor Sprout's face was very tight. She seemed to be forcing herself to watch, and her lips were trembling, but she said nothing. Professor McGonagall's chair was empty. The deputy headmistress hadn't shown up to breakfast that morning. "Why aren't any of you saying anything?" said Hermione Granger. Her voice was trembling with the last of her hope, the last desperate reach for help from that place inside her. "You know what he's doing is wrong. 2 more weeks' detention, for insolence," Snape said silkily. It shattered. She looked at the head table for a few seconds longer, at Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout and the empty place where Professor McGonagall should have been. Then Hermione Granger turned and began walking toward the Ravenclaw table. There was a babble of voices starting up, as the students came unfrozen from where they'd sat. And then, as she was almost to the Ravenclaw table, the dry voice of Professor Quirrell cut through everything, and that voice said, 100 points to Miss Granger for doing what is right. Hermione almost fell over her own feet, and then she continued forward, even as Snape shouted something furious, even as Professor Quirrell leaned back in his chair and began to laugh, even as Dumbledore's voice was saying something she didn't catch, and then she was sitting down at the Ravenclaw table again next to Harry Potter. Harry Potter was frozen beside her. He looked like someone who didn't dare move. "It's all right," her voice said to him, automatically without there being any choice or thought involved, although really it wasn't right at all. "But can you see if you can get me out of Snape's detentions, like you did yourself that time?" Harry Potter nodded, a single jerky motion of his head. "I said Harry. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Don't be ridiculous, Harry." It was odd how her voice was coming out all normal, and without her thinking about what to say. Hermione looked down at her breakfast plate, but eating seemed to be clearly out of the question. There was a roiling and churning in her stomach which suggested that she was already on the verge of throwing up, which was odd because she could have sworn her whole body felt numb, like she wasn't feeling anything, at the same time. "And," her voice said, "if you want to break school rules or something, you can ask me about it. I promise I won't just say no. Non est salvatori salvator. Nec defensori dominus. Nec pater nec mater. Nihil supernum. Godric Gryffindor. 1202 CE. Chapter 76, Interlude with the Confessor, Sunk Costs. Ryan A. Feldhorn descended the stairs of roughened stone and crude mortar, keeping a lumos lit through the distances between fire sconces, holding aloft her wand through the gaps from light to light. She came to the empty rock cavern pierced by many dark openings, lit by a torch of ancient style that fired as she entered. There was no one else there as yet, and after long minutes of nervous standing, she began the spell to transfigure a cushioned sofa large enough for 2 people to sit, or maybe even lie down on. A simple wooden stool would have been easier. She could have done that in 15 seconds, but, well. Even when the sofa was fully conjured, Professor Snape still hadn't arrived, and she sat down on the left side of her sofa with her pulse hammering in her throat. Somehow she was only becoming more nervous, not less, as the delay stretched. She knew this was the last time. The last time before all these memories went away, and Ryan A. Feldhorn found herself in a mysterious cavern, wondering what was going on. There was something about it that felt like dying. The books said a properly done obliviation wasn't harmful, People forgot things all the time. People dreamed, and then woke up without remembering their dreams. Obliviation didn't even involve that much discontinuity, just a brief instant of disorientation. It was like being distracted by a loud noise and losing track of a thought you couldn't seem to remember afterward. That was what the books said, and why memory charms were fully approved by the Ministry for all authorized governmental purposes. But still, these thoughts, the thoughts she was thinking right now, soon nobody would have them anymore. When she looked ahead in the future, there was nobody to complete the thoughts she wasn't finished thinking. Even if she managed to tie up all the loose ends in her mind over the next minute, there wouldn't be anything left of it afterward. Wasn't that exactly what you would find yourself reflecting on, if you were going to die in the next minute? There came the sound of muffled steps. Severus Snape emerged into the cavern. His eyes moved to her sitting on the sofa, and a strange expression crossed his face, strange because it wasn't sardonic, or angry, or cold. "Thank you, Miss Feldhorn," Snape said quietly, "that was considerate of you." The potions master took out his wand and performed the usual privacy charms, and then he moved toward her, and sat down heavily beside her on the transfigured sofa. Her pulse was now pounding for another reason entirely. She slowly turned to look at Professor Snape, and saw that his head was leaning back against the sofa, and his eyes were closed. Not sleeping, though. His face appeared tense, unrelaxed, bearing pain. She knew, she was suddenly certain, that she was only allowed to see this sight because she wouldn't remember it afterward, and that nobody before her had ever been allowed to see it. The frantic conversation going on inside Ryan Feldhorn's mind sounded something like this: "I could just lean over and kiss him, you are completely out of your tiny mind, his eyes are closed, I bet he wouldn't stop me in time, I bet it would be years before anyone found your body." But Professor Snape opened his eyes then, to her inner disappointment and relief, and said, in a more normal voice, "Your payment, Miss Feldhorn." From his robe he took a ruby, cut to Gringotts standard, and held it out toward her. 50 facets. I will not mind if you count them. She held out a trembling hand, hoping that Snape would press the ruby into her fingers, that she would feel a touch of his skin alive against hers. But instead Snape raised his hand slightly and dropped the ruby into her hand, then leaned back against the couch. "You will remember finding it lying on the ground of this cavern, where you came exploring," said Snape. "And since nobody except you will actually believe that, you will remember thinking that it would be less troublesome if you deposited the money into a separate box in Gringotts." For a stretch there was only the faint crackling of the torch. "Why?" Ryan Feldhorn said. "He knows I won't remember." "Why did you do it?" "I mean, you said to tell you where bullies would be, and who they would be, but not whether Granger would be there. And I know, the way the time turner works, if you want to make Granger be there, you can't be told whether it's already happened. So I did work out that we were the ones telling her where to go. We were, weren't we?" Snape nodded without speaking. He had closed his eyes again. "But," said Ryan, "I didn't understand why you were helping her. And now, after what you did to Granger in the Great Hall, I just don't understand at all." Ryan had never thought of herself as particularly nice. She'd taken little notice of the controversy over the Sunshine General. But something about helping Granger fight bullies had, well, she'd gotten used to thinking of that as the good side, and thinking of herself as being on the good side. And she'd found she actually liked it. It was hard, to just let that go. "Why'd you do that, Professor Snape?" Snape shook his head, his face tightened. Ryan said falteringly. "I mean, so long as we're here, is there anything you do want to talk about?" There was something she wanted to say, but she couldn't make the words pass her own lips. "I can think of one matter," Snape said after a pause. "If you are interested, Miss Feldhorn." Snape's eyes were still shut, so she couldn't just nod her head. Her voice almost broke, when she forced herself to say yes. "There's a certain boy in your class who likes you, Miss Feldhorn," Snape said from behind his closed eyes. "I won't say his name. But he watches you every time you walk across the room, when he thinks you aren't looking. He dreams about you and desires to possess you, but he's never asked you for so much as a kiss." Her heart started hammering even harder. "Please tell me the honest truth, Miss Feldhorn. What do you think of that boy?" "Well," she said. She was stumbling over her words. "I think, to never even ask for one kiss, would be sad. Just too pitiful. Weakness," she said, her voice trembling. "I agree," said Snape. "Suppose that boy had helped you, though. Would you think that you owed him a kiss, if he asked?" She inhaled sharply. "Or would you think," Snape continued, his eyes still closed, "that he was just being bothersome?" The words stabbed into her like a knife and she couldn't help gasping out loud. Snape's eyes flew open, and his gaze met hers across the sofa. Then the potions master began to laugh, small sad chuckles. "No, not you, Miss Feldhorn," Snape said. "Not you. We really are talking about a boy. One who attends your potions class, in fact. Oh, she said. She tried to remember what Snape had said before, now feeling rather unnerved as she thought of some boy watching her, always silently watching. Well, in that case. That's kind of creepy, actually. Who is it? The potions master shook his head. It doesn't matter, said Snape. Out of curiosity, what would you think if that boy were still in love with you years later? She said, feeling a bit confused, that would be totally pathetic. The torch crackled a bit in the cavern. It's strange, Snape said quietly. I have had two mentors, over the course of my days. Both were extraordinarily perceptive, and neither one ever told me the things I wasn't seeing. It's clear enough why the first said nothing, but the second. Snape's face tightened. I suppose I would have to be naive, to ask why he stayed silent. The quiet stretched, while Ryan tried frantically to think of something to say. It is an odd thing, Snape said, his voice still softer, to look back after only 32 years, and wonder when your life was ruined past all rescuing. Was it determined when the Sorting Hat cried Slytherin, for me? It seems unfair, since I was offered no choice, the Sorting Hat spoke the moment it touched upon my head. Yet I cannot claim it named me untruly. I never treasured knowledge for its own sake. I was not loyal to the one person I called friend. I was never one for righteous fury, then or now. Courage? There is no bravery in risking a life already ruined. My little fears have always mastered me, and I never turned aside from any of the paths I walked down, for those little fears. No, the Sorting Hat could never have put me in her house. Perhaps my final loss was determined, even then. Is that fair, I ask, even if the Sorting Hat speaks truly? Is it fair that some children should possess more courage than others, and thus a man's life be judged? Ryan Feldhorn was starting to realize that she'd never had the tiniest inkling of who her potions master was inside, and unfortunately all these dark hidden depths weren't helping her with her problem. But no, Snape said. I know where it went wrong for the last time. I could point to the very day and hour I missed my final chance. Miss Feldhorn, did the Sorting Hat offer you Ravenclaw? Why yes, she said without thinking. Have you ever been any good at riddles? Yes, she said again, because whatever Professor Snape was about to say, she wouldn't hear it if she said no. I am terrible at riddles, Snape said in a distant voice. I was once given a riddle to solve, and I did not understand even the simplest part until too late. I did not even realize the riddle was meant for me until too late. I thought I had merely happened to overhear it, when in truth it was I who was overheard. So I sold my riddle to another, and that is when the wreckage of my life passed beyond retrieval. Snape's voice was still distant, sounding more abstracted than sorrowful. And even now, I understand nothing of importance. Tell me, Miss Feldhorn, suppose a man were carrying a knife, and he tripped over a baby and stabbed himself. Would you say that the baby had, Snape's voice lowered, as though he were imitating some still deeper voice, the power to vanquish him? No. She said hesitantly. Then what does it mean to have the power to vanquish someone? Ryan considered the puzzle. Wishing, not for the first time in her life, that she had chosen Ravenclaw into perdition with her parents' disapproval, but the Sorting Hat had never offered her Gryffindor. Well, Ryan said. She was having trouble putting her thoughts into words. It means you've got the power, but you don't have to do it. It means you could do it if you tried. Choice, the potions master said in the same faraway voice, as though he wasn't really talking to her at all. There will be a choice. That is what the riddle seems to imply. And that choice is not a foregone conclusion to the chooser, for the riddle does not say, will vanquish, but rather the power to vanquish. How would a grown man mark a baby as his equal? What? Said Ryan. She didn't understand that at all. Marking a baby is simple. Any strong dark curse would produce a lasting scar. But such may be done to any child. What mark would signify that a baby was your equal? She answered with the first thought that came to mind. If you signed a betrothal contract, that would mean you'd be equals with them someday, when they grew up and you got married. That? Said Snape. That's probably not it, Miss Feldhorn, but thank you for trying. The long delicate fingers, honed by stirring potions to unimaginably fine tolerances, reached up and rubbed at the temples of the man's forehead. It is enough to drive me to madness, so much hinging on such fragile words. Power he knows not, it must be more than some unknown spell. Not something he could acquire simply by practice and study. Some innate talent? No one can learn to be a metamorphomagus, and yet that hardly seems like a power he knows not. Nor can I see how either could destroy all but a remnant of the other. I can see it in one direction, but not the reverse. The potions master sighed. And none of this means anything to you, does it, Miss Feldhorn? The words are nothing. The words are shadows. It is her intonation which carries the meaning, and that is something I've never been able to. The potions master trailed off, while Ryan stared at him. A prophecy. Ryanae said in a high squeak. You heard a prophecy. She'd taken divination for a couple of months before dropping it in disgust, and she knew that much about how it worked. I will try one last thing, said Snape. Something I have not tried before. Miss Feldhorn, listen to the sound of my voice, the way I say it, not the words themselves, and tell me what you think it means. Can you do that? Good, said Snape, as she nodded obediently, though she wasn't sure at all what she was supposed to do. And Severus Snape drew a breath, and intoned, for those two different spellets cannot exist in the same VULD. It sent shivers down her spine, all the worse for knowing the hollow words had been spoken in imitation of a true prophecy. Unnerved, she blurted out the first thing which came to mind, which might have been influenced by her present company. Those two different ingredients cannot exist in the same cauldron. But why not, Miss Feldhorn? What is the meaning of a statement like that? What are we really being told? Ah! She hazarded. If the two ingredients mix, they'll catch fire and burn the cauldron. Snape's face did not change expression in the slightest. Perhaps, Snape finally said, after they'd sat on the sofa in awful silence for what seemed like minutes. It would explain the word must. Thank you, Miss Feldhorn. Once again you have been most helpful. She said, I was glad to, and the words stuck in her throat. The potions master had thanked her with a tone of finality, and she knew that the time of the Ryanae Feldhorn who remembered these moments was drawing to an end. I wish I didn't have to forget this, Professor Snape. I wish, Severus Snape said in a whisper so low she could hardly hear it, that everything had been different. The potions master stood up from the sofa, the weight of his presence vanishing from beside her. He turned and drew his wand from his robes, pointing it at her. Wait, she said. Before that. Somehow it was unbelievably hard to take the first step from fantasy to reality, from imagining to doing. Even if it was only one step and would never go any further. The gap stretched like the distance between two mountains. The Sorting Hat had never offered her Gryffindor. Was it fair that thus a woman's life be judged? If you can't say it now, when you won't even remember it afterward, when nothing will continue from this moment, just as if you were to die, then when will you ever say it, to anyone? Can I have a kiss first? Said Ryanae Feldhorn. Snape's black eyes studied her so intensely that her blush started to reach all the way to her chest, and she wondered if he knew perfectly well that she was still being weak, and it wasn't a kiss she truly wanted. Why not, the potions master said quietly, and he leaned his head down over the sofa and kissed her. It was nothing like she'd imagined. In her fantasies Snape's kisses were fierce, seized from her, but it was just awkward, actually. Snape's lips pressed down too hard on hers, forcing them back against her teeth, and the angle wasn't right and their noses were sort of bending and his lips were too tight and. Only as the potions master straightened back up again, raising his wand once more, did she realize. That wasn't, she said in a wondering voice, looking up at him. That wasn't, was it, your first? Ryanae Feldhorn blinked at the stone cavern she'd discovered, still holding the extraordinary ruby she'd found embedded in the dirt of one corner. It was an incredible windfall, and she didn't know why looking at the ruby made her feel so sad, like she'd forgotten something that had been precious to her. Chapter 77, Essay, Aftermaths, Surface Appearances. Aftermath, Albus Dumbledore and. The old wizard sat alone at his desk, in the unsolence of the headmaster's office, amid the innumerable and unnoticed devices, his robes a gentle yellow, of soft fabric, not such clothing as he ordinarily wore before others. His wrinkled hand held a quill scratching away at an official-looking parchment. If you had somehow been there to watch his lined face, you would have been unable to deduce anything more about the man himself than you understood of the enigmatic devices. You might have observed that the face looked a little sad, a little tired, but then Albus Dumbledore always looked like that when he was alone. In the flow hearth there were only scattered ashes without a hint of flame, a magical door that had been shut so solidly as to stop existing. On the material plane, the great oaken door to the office had been closed and locked. Beyond that door, the endless stairs stayed motionless. At the bottom of those stairs, the gargoyles that blocked the entrance did not flow, their pseudo-life withdrawn to leave solid rock. Then, even as the quill was in the middle of penning a word, even as it was in the middle of scratching a letter, the old wizard shot to his feet with a speed that would have shocked anyone watching, abandoning the quill in mid-letter to fall onto the parchment. Like lightning he spun on the oaken door, his yellow robes whirling around him and a wand of dread power leaping into his hand. And as abruptly, the old wizard paused, halting his motion even as the wand came to bear. A hand struck upon the oaken door, 3 times knocking. More slowly, now, that grim wand went back into the dueling holster strapped beneath the old wizard's sleeve. The ancient man moved forward a few paces, drew himself up into a more formal stance, composed his face. Nearby upon the desk, the quill moved to the side of the parchment, as though it had been carefully placed there rather than dropped in haste, and the parchment itself flipped over to show blankness. With a silent twitch of his will, the oaken door swung open. Hard as stones, the green eyes glared at him. I admit that I am impressed, Harry, the old wizard said quietly. The cloak of invisibility would have let you evade my lesser means of vision, but I did not sense my golem step aside, nor the stairs turning. How did you come here? The boy walked into the office, step by deliberate step until the door closed smoothly behind him. I can go anywhere I choose, with or without permission, that boy said. His voice seemed calm, too calm, perhaps. I am in your office because I decided to be here, and to hell with passwords. You are greatly mistaken, Headmaster Dumbledore, if you think that I stay in this school because I am a prisoner here. I simply have not chosen, yet, to leave. Now keeping that in mind, why did you command your agent, Professor Snape, to break the agreement we made in this office, that he would not torment any student in her 4th year or below? The old wizard looked at the angry young hero for a long moment. Then, slowly enough not to alarm the boy, those wizened fingers drew open one of the manifold drawers of the desk, lifted out a sheet of parchment, laid it upon the desk. 14, the old wizard said. It is not the number of all the owls sent last night. Only the owls sent to families with a seat on the Wisengamot, or families of great wealth, or families already allied with your foes. Or, in the case of Robert Jugson, all three, for his father, Lord Jugson, is a Death Eater, and his grandfather a Death Eater who died by Alastor Moody's wand. What the letters said, I do not know, but I can guess. Do you still not understand, Harry Potter? Each time Hermione Granger won, as you put it, the danger to her from Slytherin grew again, and yet again. But now the Slytherins have triumphed over her, easily and safely, without violence or lasting harm. They have won, and need fight no more. The old wizard sighed. So I had planned. So I had hoped. So it would have been, if the defense professor had not taken it upon himself to intervene. Now the dispute goes to the Board of Governors, where Severus will seem to conquer the defense professor, but that will not feel the same to the Slytherins. It will not have been over and finished in a moment, to their satisfaction. The boy advanced further into the room, his head tilting back further to look up at the half-moon glasses, and somehow it was like the boy was looking down at the headmaster, rather than up. So this Lord Jugson is a Death Eater? The boy said softly. Good. His life is already bought and paid for, then, and I can do anything I want to him without ethical problems. Harry. The boy's voice was clear as ice, frozen of purest water from some untouched spring. You seem to think that the light should live in fear of the darkness. I say it should be the other way around. I'd prefer not to kill this Lord Jugson, even if he is a Death Eater. But 1 hour of brainstorming with the defense professor would be plenty of time to come up with some creative way to wreck him financially, or get him exiled from magical Britain. That would serve to make the point, I think. I confess, the old wizard said slowly, that the thought of ruining a 500-year-old house, and challenging a Death Eater to war to the finish, over a scuffle in a Hogwarts hallway, had not occurred to me, Harry. The old wizard lifted a finger to push back his half-moon glasses from where they had slid a little down his nose, during his sudden motion earlier. I dare say it would not occur to Miss Granger either, nor to Professor McGonagall, nor to Fred and George. The boy shrugged. It wouldn't be about the hallways, the boy said. It would be justice for his past crimes, and I'd only do it if Jugson made the first move. The point isn't to make people scared of me as a wild card, after all. It's to teach them that neutrals are perfectly safe from me, and poking me with a stick is incredibly dangerous. The boy smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Maybe I'll buy an ad in the Daily Prophet, saying that anyone who wants to carry on this dispute with me will learn the true meaning of chaos, but anyone who leaves me alone will be fine. No, the old wizard said. His voice was deeper now, showing something of his true age and power. No, Harry, that must not be. You have not yet learned the meaning of fighting, what truly happens when foes meet in battle. And so you dream, as young boys do, of teaching your foes to fear you. It frightens me that you, at far too young an age, might already have enough power to make some part of your dreams into reality. There is no turning of that road which does not lead into darkness, Harry, none. That is the way of a Dark Lord, for certain. The boy hesitated, then, and his eyes flickered to the empty golden platform where Fawkes sometimes rested his wings. It was a gesture that few would have caught, but the old wizard knew it very well. All right, forget the part about teaching them to fear me, the boy said then. His voice was no less hard, but some of the cold had gone from it. I still don't think you should let children get hurt out of fear of what someone like Lord Jugson might do. Protecting them is the whole point of your job. If Lord Jugson really does try to get in your way, then do whatever it takes to stop him. Give me full access to my vaults, and I'll take personal responsibility for dealing with any fallout from banning bullies in Hogwarts, whether it's Lord Jugson or anyone else. Slowly the old wizard shook his head. You seem to think, Harry, that I need merely use my full power, and all foes will be swept aside. You are wrong. Lucius Malfoy controls Minister Fudge, through the Daily Prophet he sways all Britain, only by bare margins does he not control enough of the Board of Governors to oust me from Hogwarts. Amelia Bones and Bartmeus Crouch are allies, but even they would step aside if they saw us acting wantonly. The world that surrounds you is more fragile than you seem to believe, and we must walk with greater care. The old wizarding war never ended, Harry, it only continued in a different form. The Black King slept, and Lucius Malfoy moved his CHES species for a time. Do you think Lucius Malfoy would lightly permit you to take a pawn of his color? The boy smiled, now with a touch of coldness again. Okay, I'll figure out some way to set it up so that it looks like Lord Jugson betrayed his own side. Harry. Obstacles mean you get creative, headmaster. It doesn't mean you abandon the children you're supposed to protect. Let the light win, and if trouble comes of it, the boy shrugged. Let light win again. So might phoenixes speak, if they had words, the old wizard said. But you do not understand the phoenix's price. The last two words were spoken in a peculiarly clear voice that seemed to echo around the office, and then a huge rumbling noise seemed to come from all around them. Between the ancient shield on the wall and the Sorting Hat's hat rack, the stone of the walls began to flow and move, pouring itself into two framing columns and revealing a gap between them, an opening that showed a set of stone stairs leading upward into darkness. The old wizard turned and strode toward those stairs, and then looked back at where Harry Potter stood. Come, said the old wizard. There was no twinkle now in those blue eyes. Since you have already gone so far as to force your way here uninvited, you may as well go further. There were no railings on those stone steps, and after the first few steps Harry drew his wand and cast Lumos. The headmaster did not look back, did not seem to be looking downward, as though he had climbed the steps often enough to have no need of vision. The boy knew that he should have been curious, or frightened, but there was no spare brain capacity for that. It was taking all his control not to let the fury simmering inside him boil over any further than it already had. The stairs went on for only a short distance, one straight rising flight without turns or curves. At the top was a door of solid metal, looking black in the blue light cast from Harry's wand, meaning that the metal itself was either black or perhaps red. Albus Dumbledore lifted up his long wand like a brandished symbol, and again spoke in that strange voice which seemed to echo in Harry's ears, as though burning itself into his memory, Phoenix's fate. That last door opened, and Harry followed Dumbledore inside. The room beyond seemed to be made of black metal like the door that led to it. The walls were black, the floor was black. The ceiling above was black, but for a single globe of crystal that hung down from the ceiling on a white chain, and shone with a brilliant silver light that looked like it had been cast in imitation of Patronus light, though you could tell it wasn't the real thing. Within the room were pedestals of black metal, each bearing a moving picture, or an upright cylinder half filled with some faintly shining silver liquid, or a lone small object, a scorched silver necklace, a crushed hat, an untouched golden wedding ring. Many pedestals bore all three, the moving picture and the silver liquid and the item. There seemed to be a good many wizards' wands upon those pedestals, and many of those wands were broken, or burned, or looked like the wood had somehow melted. It took that long for Harry to realize what he was seeing, and then his throat suddenly choked. It was like the rage inside him had been hit a hammer blow, maybe the hardest hammer blow of his entire existence. These are not all the fallen of all my wars, Albus Dumbledore said. His back was to Harry, only his grey locks and yellowish robes showed. Not even nearly all of them. Only my closest friends, and those who died of my worst decisions, there is something of them here. Those I regret most of all, this is their place. Harry couldn't count how many pedestals were in the room. It might have been around 100. The room of black metal was not small, and there was clearly more space left in it for future pedestals. Albus Dumbledore turned and regarded Harry, the deep blue eyes set like steel in his brow, but his voice, when he spoke, was calm. It seems to me that you know nothing of the Phoenix's price, Albus Dumbledore said quietly. It seems to me that you are not an evil person, but most terribly ignorant, and confident in your ignorance, as I once was, a long time ago. Yet I have never heard Fawkes so clearly as you seemed to, that day. Perhaps I was already too old and full of grief, when my Phoenix came to me. If there is something I do not understand, about how ready I should be to fight, then tell me of this wisdom. There was no anger in the old wizard's voice, the impact that drove out your breath like falling off a broomstick was all in the scorched and shattered wands, gleaming gently in their death beneath the silver light. Or else turn and go from this place, but then I wish to hear no more of it. Harry didn't know what to say. There had been nothing in his own life that was like this, and all the words seemed to fall away. He would find something to say if he looked, but he couldn't believe, in that moment, that the words would be meaningful. You shouldn't be able to win any possible argument, just from people having died of your decisions, and yet even knowing that it felt like there was nothing to be said. That there was nothing Harry had any right to say. And Harry almost did turn and go from that place, except for the understanding which came to him then, that there was probably a part of Albus Dumbledore which always stood in this place, always, no matter where he was. And that if you stood in a place like this you could do anything, lose anything, if it meant that you didn't have to fight another time. One of the pedestals caught Harry's eye. The photograph on it did not move, did not smile or wave. It was a Muggle photograph of a woman looking seriously at the camera, her brown hair twisted into braids of an ordinary Muggle style that Harry hadn't seen on any witch. There was a cylinder of silvery liquid beside the photograph, but no object, no melted ring or broken wand. Harry walked forward, slowly, until he stood before the pedestal. Who was she? Harry said, his voice sounding strange in his own ears. Her name was Trisha Glasswell, said Dumbledore. The mother of a Muggle-born daughter, who the Death Eaters killed. She was a detective of the Muggle government, and after that she fed information from the Muggle authorities to the Order of the Phoenix, until she was betrayed into the hands of Voldemort. There was a catch in the old wizard's voice. She did not die well, Harry. Did she save lives? Harry said. Yes, the wizard said quietly. She did. Harry lifted his gaze from the pedestal to look at Dumbledore. Would the world be a better place if she hadn't fought? No, it would not, said the old wizard. His voice was tired, and grieving. He seemed more bent now, as though he were folding in on himself. I see that you still do not understand. I think you will not understand until the day that you, oh, Harry. So very long ago, when I was not much older than you are now, I learned the true face of violence, and its cost. To fill the air with deadly curses, for any reason, Harry, it is an ill thing, and its nature is corrupted, as terrible as the darkest rituals. Violence, once begun, becomes like a lethafold that strikes at any life near it. I would spare you that lesson the way I learned it, Harry. Harry looked away from the blue eyes, cast his gaze down at the black metal of the floor. The headmaster was trying to tell him something important, that was clear, and it wasn't something that Harry thought was stupid, either. There was a Muggle once named Mohandas Gandhi, Harry said to the floor. He thought the government of Muggle Britain shouldn't rule over his country. And he refused to fight. He convinced his whole country not to fight. Instead he told his people to walk up to the British soldiers and let themselves be struck down, without resisting, and when Britain couldn't stand doing that anymore, we freed his country. I thought it was a very beautiful thing. When I read about it, I thought it was something higher than all the wars that anyone had ever fought with guns or swords. That they'd really done that, and that it had actually worked. Harry drew another breath. Only then I found out that Gandhi told his people, during World War II, that if the Nazis invaded they should use non-violent resistance against them, too. But the Nazis would have just shot everyone in sight. And maybe Winston Churchill always felt that there should have been a better way, some clever way to win without having to hurt anyone, but he never found it, and so he had to fight. Harry looked up at the headmaster, who was staring at him. Winston Churchill was the one who tried to convince the British government not to give Czechoslovakia to Hitler in exchange for a peace treaty, that they should fight right away. I recognize the name, Harry, said Dumbledore. The old wizard's lips twitched upward. Although honesty compels me to say that dear Winston was never one for pangs of conscience, even after a dozen shots of fire whiskey. The point is, Harry said, after a brief pause to remember exactly who he was talking to, and fight down the suddenly returning sense that he was an ignorant child gone insane with audacity who had no right to be in this room and no right to question Albus Dumbledore about anything. The point is, saying violence is evil isn't an answer. It doesn't say when to fight and when not to fight. It's a hard question and Gandhi refused to deal with it, and that's why I lost some of my respect for him. And your own answer, Harry? Dumbledore said quietly. One answer is that you shouldn't ever use violence except to stop violence, Harry said. You shouldn't risk anyone's life except to save even more lives. It sounds good when you say it like that. Only the problem is that if a police officer sees a burglar robbing a house, the police officer should try to stop the burglar, even though the burglar might fight back and someone might get hurt or even killed. Even if the burglar is only trying to steal jewelry, which is just a thing. Because if nobody so much as inconveniences burglars, there will be more burglars, and more burglars. And even if they only ever stole things each time, it would, the fabric of society. Harry stopped. His thoughts weren't as ordered as they usually pretended to be, in this room. He should have been able to give some perfectly logical exposition in terms of game theory, should have at least been able to see it that way, but it was eluding him. Hawks and doves, don't you see, if evil people are willing to risk violence to get what they want, and good people always back down because violence is too terrible to risk, it's not a good society to live in, Headmaster. Don't you realize what all this bullying is doing to Hogwarts, to Slytherin House most of all? War is too terrible to risk, the old wizard said. And yet it will come. Voldemort is returning. The Black Chess species are gathering. Severus is one of the most important pieces our own side possesses, in that war. But our evil potions master must, as the saying goes, keep up appearances. If Severus can pay that keep by hurting the feelings of children, only their feelings, Harry, the old wizard's voice was very soft, you would have to be most terribly innocent in the ways of war, to think he had made a poor bargain. Hard decisions do not look like that, Harry. They look like this. The old wizard did not gesture. He simply stood where he was, among the pedestals. You shouldn't be headmaster, Harry said through the burning in his throat. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but you shouldn't try to be a school principal and run a war at the same time. Hogwarts shouldn't be part of this. The children will survive, the old wizard said with tired old eyes. They would not survive Voldemort. Have you wondered why the children of Hogwarts do not speak much of their parents, Harry? It is because there is always, within earshot, someone who has lost their mother or father or both. That is what Voldemort left behind, the last time he came. Nothing is worth that war beginning again even one day earlier than it must, or lasting one day longer than it must. The old wizard did gesture now, as though to indicate all the shattered wands. We did not fight because it seemed righteous to do so. We fought when we had to, when there was no other way left. That was our answer. Is that why you waited so long to confront Grindelwald? Harry had uttered the question without quite thinking. There was a slow time while the blue eyes searched him. Who have you been talking to, Harry? Said the old wizard. No, do not answer. I already know. Dumbledore sighed. Many have asked me that question, and always I have turned them aside. Yet in time you must learn the full truth of that matter. Will you swear never to speak of it to another, until I give you leave? Harry would have liked to be allowed to tell Draco, but, I swear, Harry said. Grindelwald possessed an ancient and terrible device, said Dumbledore. While he held it, I could not break his defense. In our duel I could not win, only fight him for long hours until he fell in exhaustion, and I would have died of it afterward, if not for Fawkes. But while his Muggle allies yet made blood sacrifice to sustain him, Grindelwald would not have fallen. He was, during that time, truly invincible. Of that grim device which Grindelwald held, none must know, none must suspect, there must be not a single hint. And therefore you must not speak of it, and I will say no more for now. That is all, Harry. There is no moral to it, and no wisdom. That is all there is. Harry slowly nodded. It wasn't entirely implausible, by the standards of magic. And then, Dumbledore's voice went on, even quieter, almost as though he were speaking to himself, since it was I who felled him, they obeyed me when I said he should not die, though they cried by the thousands for his blood. So he was imprisoned in Nurmengard, in the prison that he built, and he abides there until this day. I went to that duel without any intent to kill him, Harry. Because, you see, I had tried to kill Grindelwald once before, a long time ago, and it proved to be, a mistake, Harry. The old wizard was staring now at his long dark grey wand where he held it in both hands, as though it were a crystal ball out of Muggle fantasy, a scrying pool within which answers could be found. And I thought, then. I thought that I should never kill. And then came Voldemort. The old wizard looked back up at Harry, and said, in a hoarse voice, he is not like Grindelwald, Harry. There is nothing human left in him. Him you must destroy. You must not hesitate, when the time comes. To him alone, of all the creatures in this world, you must show no mercy, and when you are done you must forget it, forget that you ever did such a thing, and go back to living. Save your fury for that, and that alone. In that office there was silence. It lasted for some many long seconds, and finally was broken by a single question. Are there Dementors in Nurmengard? What? Said the old wizard. No. I would not have done that even to him. The old wizard stared at the young boy, who had straightened, and his face changed. In other words, the boy said, as though talking to himself without any other people in the room, it's already known how to keep powerful dark wizards in prison, without using Dementors. People know they know that. Harry. No, the boy said. The boy looked up, and his eyes were blazing like green fire. I do not accept your answer, headmaster. Fawkes gave me a mission, and I know now why Fawkes gave that mission to me, and not to you. You are willing to accept balances of power where the bad guys end up winning. I am not. That too is not an answer, the old wizard said, his face showed nothing of his hurt, he had long practice in concealing pain. Refusing to accept something does not change it. I wonder now if you are simply too young to understand this matter, Harry, despite your outward airs, only in children's fantasies can all battles be won, and not a single evil tolerated. And that's why I can destroy Dementors and you can't, said the boy. Because I believe that the darkness can be broken. The old wizard's breath stopped in his throat. The phoenix's price isn't inevitable, the boy said. It's not part of some deep balance built into the universe. It's just the parts of the problem where you haven't figured out yet how to cheat. The old wizard's lips parted, and no words came forth. Silver light falling on shattered wands. Fawkes gave me a mission, the boy repeated, and I will carry out that mission if I must break the entire ministry to do it. That's the part of the answer that you're missing. You don't stop and say, oh well, guess I can't possibly figure out any way to stop bullying in Hogwarts, and leave it at that. You just keep looking until you figure out how to do it. If that requires breaking Lucius Malfoy's entire conspiracy, fine. And the true fight, the fight against Voldemort? The old wizard said in an unsteady voice. What will you do to win that, Harry? Will you break the whole world? Even if someday you gain such power, you are not yet beyond prices, and perhaps you never will be. For you to act this way now is nothing short of madness. I asked Professor Quirrell why he'd laughed, the boy said evenly, after he awarded Hermione those 100 points. And Professor Quirrell said, these aren't his exact words, but it's pretty much what he said, that he'd found it tremendously amusing that the great and good Albus Dumbledore had been sitting there doing nothing as this poor innocent girl begged for help, while he had been the one to defend her. And he told me then that by the time good and moral people were done tying themselves up in knots, what they usually did was nothing, or, if they did act, you could hardly tell them apart from the people called bad. Whereas he could help innocent girls any time he felt like it, because he wasn't a good person. And that I ought to remember that, any time I considered growing up to be good. The old wizard did not show the force of the blow. Only a slight widening of his eyes would have betrayed it, if you had been watching him very closely. Don't worry, headmaster, said the boy. I haven't gotten my wires crossed. I know that I'm supposed to learn goodness from Hermione and Fawkes, not from Professor Quirrell and you. Which brings me to the actual reason why I came here. Hermione's time is too valuable to waste in detentions. Professor Snape will revoke it, claiming that I blackmailed him. After a hesitation the old wizard nodded his head, the silver beard swaying slowly beneath. That would not be best for her, Harry, the old wizard said. But the detention can be put down as being served with Professor Binns, and you and she can study together in his classroom. Fine, the boy said. I think that was all the business we had together, in the end. You may expect, the next time you seem to be working on the side of the bad guys or letting them win, that I will do whatever I think Fawkes would tell me to, regardless of how much trouble comes of it. I hope we're both clear on that. Without another word, the boy turned and walked out of the room, through the open door of black metal, the words Lumos. And the light of his wand following a moment later. The old wizard stood there silent amid the ruins of the lives which his own life had left behind. His wrinkled hand rose, shaking, to touch at his half-moon glasses. The boy poked his head back in. Would you mind switching on the stairs, headmaster? I'd rather not go through all the work again to leave the same way I came. Go, Harry Potter, the old wizard said. The stairs will receive you. Some time later, an earlier version of Harry, who had invisibly waited next to the gargoyles since 9 p.m., followed the deputy headmistress through the opening that parted for her, stood quietly behind her on the turning stairs until they came to the top, and then, still under the cloak, spun his time-turner thrice. Aftermath, Professor Quirrell and. In a shadowy clearing the defense professor waited, his back leaned negligently against the rough grey bark of a towering beech tree as yet unleaved in the late March days, so that its trunk and crown seemed like a pale arm reaching up from the ground and exploding into a hand of 1,000 fingers. Around the defense professor and above him were branches so dense that even in the earliest spring, with few trees so much as budding, you could have hardly seen the sky from the ground. The strands of the wooden net crossed and proliferated so many times that if you were on a broomstick above, searching for someone below, you would have found it easier to follow your ears than your eyes. Nor would it have helped that it was almost dark amid the prohibited woods, the unseen sun almost set, so that only a few glows of fading sunlight illuminated the tops of the tallest trees. Then came the faintest sound of footsteps, almost inaudible even on the forest ground, the gait of a man accustomed to passing unseen. No twig snapped, nor leaf rustled. Good afternoon, said Professor Quirrell. The defense professor did not trouble to move his eyes, or his hands from where they rested negligently at his side. A figure clad in a black cloak shimmered into existence, his head turning to look left and then right. In the figure's right hand, gripped low, was a wand of wood so grey it was almost silver. I do not know why you wish to meet here of all places, said Severus Snape, his voice cool. Oh, Professor Quirrell said idly, as though the whole matter was of the least importance, I thought you would prefer privacy. The walls of Hogwarts have ears, and you would not wish the headmaster to know of your role in yesterday's affair, would you? The March chill seemed to grow deeper, the temperature further fall. I don't know what you're talking about, the potions master said icily. You know perfectly well what we're talking about, said Professor Quirrell in an amused voice. Really, my good professor, you should not meddle in the affairs of idiots unless you are ready to defend yourself upon the instant from all their violence. The defense professor's hands still lay relaxed and open at his side. And yet none of those idiots seem to remember the sight of you falling, nor do the young ladies recall your presence. Which raises the fascinating question of why you would go to the extraordinary length, I dare say the desperate length, of casting 52 memory charms. Professor Quirrell tilted his head. Would you fear so much the opinions of mere students? I think not. Would you dread the matter becoming known to your good friend, Lord Malfoy? But those fools, upon the very spot, invented a quite satisfactory excuse for your presence. No, there is only one person who holds so much power over you, and who would be most perturbed to find you executing any plot without his knowledge. Your true and hidden master, Albus Dumbledore. What? Hissed the potions master, the anger plain upon his face. But now, it seems, you are moving on your own, and so I find myself most intrigued as to what you could possibly be doing, and why. The defense professor regarded the black-clad silhouette of the potions master with the scrutiny a man might give an exceptionally interesting bug, even if it was still ultimately just a bug. I am no servant of Dumbledore's, the potions master said coldly. Really? What astonishing news! The defense professor smiled slightly. Do tell me all about it. There was a long pause. From some tree an owl hooted, the sound huge in the silence, neither man startled or flinched. You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell, Severus Snape said, his voice very soft. I don't. Said Professor Quirrell. How would you know? On the other hand, the potions master continued, voice still soft, my friends enjoy many advantages. The man leaning against the grey bark raised his eyebrows. Such as? There is much that I know of this school, said the potions master. Things you might not think I knew. There was an expectant pause. How incredibly fascinating, said Professor Quirrell. The man was examining his fingernails with a bored look. Do go on. I know you have been investigating the third-floor corridor. You know nothing of the sort. The man's back straightened against the wood. Do not bluff against me, Severus Snape, I find it annoying, and you are in no position to annoy me. A single glance would tell any competent wizard that the headmaster has laced that corridor with a ridiculous quantity of wards and webs, triggers and trip signs. And more, there are charms laid there of ancient power, magical constructs of which I have heard not even rumors, techniques that must have been disgorged from the hoarded lore of Flamel himself. Even he who must not be named would have had trouble passing those without notice. Professor Quirrell tapped a thoughtful finger on his cheek. And for the actual lock, a colloportus laid on an ordinary doorknob, cast so weakly that it could not have kept out Miss Granger on the day she entered Hogwarts. Never before in my existence have I encountered such a blatant trap. Now the defense professor narrowed his eyes. I know of no one left in the world against whom such fantastic feats of detection would serve any useful purpose. If there is some wizard possessed of ancient lore, of whom I know nothing, against whom this trap is set, you may trade that information for as much silence as you like, my dear professor, and a good serving of my favor left over afterward. You could have sworn that Professor Quirrell was watching Severus Snape with keen interest. Not the faintest trace of a smile crossed the man's lips. There was another long silence in the clearing. I do not know who Dumbledore fears, Snape said. But I know what bait he has set out, and somewhat of how it is truly guarded. As to that, said Professor Quirrell, sounding bored again, I stole it months ago, and left a fake in its place. But thank you kindly for asking. You're lying, said Severus Snape after a pause. Yes, I am. Professor Quirrell leaned back against the grey wood again, his eyes drifting up to the dense net of branches, the falling night scarcely visible between the complex crossings. I simply wished to learn whether you would call me on it, since you are pretending to know so little. The defense professor smiled to himself. The potions master looked like he was about to choke on his own fury. What do you want? Nothing, really, said the defense professor, continuing to gaze at the forest ceiling. I was only curious. I suppose I shall just watch and see where your plotting goes, and meanwhile I will say nothing to the headmaster, so long as you are willing to do me a favor now and then, of course. A dry smile crossed the face. You are dismissed for now, Severus Snape. Though I wouldn't mind having another little chat soon, if you are willing to speak with me honestly of where your loyalties lie. And I do mean honestly, not the false faces you've shown today. You might find you have more allies than you thought. Take some time to think it over, my friend. Aftermath, Draco Malfoy and a rainbow hemisphere, a dome of solid force with little chromaticity of its own which sent back the infringing light in splintered reflections, iridescent in many colors, as it fractured the shine of the many splendored chandeliers of the Slytherin common room. Sheltered beneath the rainbow hemisphere, the terrified face of a young witch who had never fought bullies, who had not joined any of Professor Quirrell's armies, who was getting acceptable marks at best in her defense class, who could not have cast a prismatic barrier even to save her own life. Oh, stop it, said Draco Malfoy, making his voice sound bored despite the sweat that had broken out underneath his robes, as he kept his wand pointed at the barrier that was sheltering Millicent Bulstrode. He couldn't remember making the decision, there'd just been the two older boys about to hex Millicent, the common room silently staring, and then Draco's hand had just drawn his wand and cast the barrier, leaving his heart to pump itself full of shocked adrenaline while his poor sad brain frantically racked itself for explanations. The two older boys were straightening up from where they'd been looming over Millicent, turning to Draco, looking at him with a mixture of shock and anger. Gregory and Vincent beside him had already drawn their own wands, but weren't pointing them. All three of them together couldn't have won, anyway. But the older boys wouldn't hex him. Nobody could possibly be stupid enough to hex the next Lord Malfoy. It wasn't fear of being hexed that was making Draco sweat beneath his robes, as he desperately hoped the beads of water weren't visible on his forehead. Draco was sweating because of the dawning and sickening certainty that even if he got away with this now, if he kept down this path, there would come a time when it would all come crashing down, and then he might not be the next Lord Malfoy anymore. Mr. Malfoy, said the oldest-looking boy. Why are you protecting her? So you've located the mistress of the conspiracy, Draco said with a number 2 sneer, and it's, let me get this straight now, a first-year girl named Millicent Bulstrode. She's just a conduit, you nidilwit. So? Demanded the older boy. She still helped them. Draco lifted his wand and the prismatic sphere winked out. Still talking in a bored voice, Draco said, did you know what you were doing, Miss Bulstrode? And no, Millicent stammered from where she was still sitting at her desk. Did you know where the Slytherin messages you were passing on were going to? No. Said Millicent. Thank you, Draco said. All of you please leave her alone, she's just a pawn. Miss Bulstrode, you may consider the favor you did me in February to have been repaid. And Draco turned back to his potions homework, hoping to Merlin and back again that Millicent didn't say anything incredibly stupid like what favor. Then why, a voice said clearly from across the room, did those witches go where a note from Millicent told them to go? Sweating even more, Draco lifted his head again to look at where Randolph Lee had spoken. What did the fake note say exactly? Said Draco. Was it, I command you to go forth in the name of the Dark Lady Bulstrode, or please meet me here, sincerely Millicent? Randolph Lee opened his mouth, hesitated for a fractional second. I thought so, said Draco. That wasn't a very good test, Mr. Lee, it can a frantic, nerve-wracking moment while he figured out how to say it without using hairy words like false positive. It can get the witches to go there if any of them is just friends with Millicent. As though the matter had been entirely settled, Draco looked down again at his potions homework, ignoring, except for the feeling of sick dread in his stomach, the whispers from around the room. It was only out of the corner of his eye that he caught Gregory staring at him. Draco's eyes rested on his astronomy homework, but he couldn't make his mind focus there. If you were trying not to think about things Harry Potter had said, pretty much the worst possible thing you could do was look at your textbook's pictures of the night sky, and try to remember what you weren't supposed to know about how the planets wandered. Astronomy, a noble and prestigious art, a sign of learning and knowledge, only Muggles possessed secret modern artifacts which could do it a million billion times better using methods that Harry had tried to explain and which Draco still couldn't begin to understand, except that apparently it didn't even take magic to make things do arithmancy. Draco looked at the pictures of constellations, and wondered if it was like this in the other houses, if people were always threatening each other in Ravenclaw. Harry Potter had told him once that soldiers on a battlefield didn't really fight for their country. Patriotism might get them to the battlefield in the first place, but once they were there, they fought to protect each other, the friends they'd trained with who were right in front of them. And Harry had observed, and Draco had known that it was true, that you couldn't use loyalty to a leader to power a patroness charm, it wasn't quite the right kind of warm and happy thought. But thinking of protecting someone beside you. That, Harry Potter had said thoughtfully, was probably why the Death Eaters had fallen apart the moment the Dark Lord had departed. They hadn't been warm enough to each other. You could recruit a group that included Bellatrix Black and Amicus Carrow alongside Lord Malfoy and Mr. McNair, and keep them in line with the Cruciatus Curse. But the instant the Master of the Dark Mark was gone, you didn't have an army anymore, you had a circle of acquaintances. That was why Father had failed. It hadn't even really been his fault. There'd been nothing Father could have done, after inheriting Death Eaters who weren't really friends with each other. And even though it was Slytherin House he was supposed to defend, Slytherin House which he and Harry had formed a pact to save, sometimes Draco couldn't help but think that it was just less wearisome when he was leading army practices. When he was working with students from the other 3 houses that weren't Slytherin. Once you saw and named the problems, you couldn't stop seeing them, it just got more annoying every day. Mr. Malfoy, said the voice of Gregory Goyle, from where he was lying on the floor beside Draco's desk, in the small but private bedroom. Gregory was doing his transfiguration homework, on which he often needed help. Any distraction was welcome at this point. Yes, said Draco. You weren't really plotting against Granger at all, said Gregory. Were you? The sensation spreading through Draco's stomach felt just like Gregory's voice sounded, sickened and afraid. You actually were helping Granger, that day you picked her up off the floor, said Gregory. And before, that time you kept her from falling off the roof. You helped a mudblood. Yeah, right, said Draco sarcastically, without the slightest hesitation or delay, looking back down at his astronomy homework like he wasn't the least bit nervous. It was all happening the way Draco had feared it would, but at least that meant he'd played this conversation in his head over and over, coming up with the right opening gambit. Come on, Gregory, you've dueled General Granger, you know how strong her spells are. Like a real Muggle spawn is going to be more powerful than you, more powerful than Theodore, more powerful than every single pureblood in our whole school year except me? Don't you actually believe in anything father says? She's adopted. Her parents died in the war and someone stuck her with a couple of Muggles to hide her. No way is General Granger a real mudblood. A slow pulse of silence through Draco's bedroom. Draco wanted to know, needed to know what look was on Gregory's face. But he couldn't look up from his desk, not yet, not until Gregory spoke first. And then. Is that what Harry Potter said to you? Said Gregory. The voice wavered, and broke. When Draco looked up from his homework, he saw that tears were leaking out of Gregory's eyes. Apparently that hadn't worked. I don't know what to do, Gregory said in a whisper. I don't know what to do now, Mr. Malfoy. Your father isn't, when he finds out, he's not going to like it, Mr. Malfoy. It's not your job to decide what father will like, Goyle. Draco could hear the words in his head, they sounded in father's voice, with the same sternness. It was the sort of thing father had told him to say, if Vincent or Gregory ever questioned him, and if that didn't work he was to hex them. They were not equal friends, father had said, and he wasn't ever to forget it. Draco was in charge, they were his servants, and if Draco couldn't keep it that way then he wasn't fit to inherit House Malfoy. It's all right, Gregory, Draco said, as gently as he could. All you've got to do is worry about protecting me. Nobody's going to blame you for following my orders, not my father, not yours. Putting all the warmth he could into his voice, like trying to cast a patroness charm. And anyway, the next war isn't going to be the same as the last one. House Malfoy was around long before the Dark Lord, and not every Lord Malfoy does the same thing. Father knows that. Does he? Said Gregory in trembling voice. Does he really? Draco nodded. Professor Quirrell knows it too, said Draco. That's what the armies are about. The defense professor's right, when the next war comes, father won't be able to unite the whole country, they'll remember the last war. But anyone who's fought in Professor Quirrell's armies will remember who the strongest generals were, they'll know who's worthy to lead them. They'll proclaim Harry Potter their lord, and I'll be his right hand, and House Malfoy will come out on top, like always. People might even turn to me, if Potter isn't there, so long as they think I'm trustworthy. That's what I'm setting up now. Father will understand. Gregory reached up and wiped his eyes, looking down again at his transfiguration homework. Okay, Gregory said in a shaky voice. If you say so, Mr. Malfoy. Draco nodded again, ignoring the hollow feeling inside himself at the lies he'd just told his friend, and turned back to the stars. Aftermath, Hermione Granger and. Being invisible should have been more interesting than this, the corridors of Hogwarts should have been outlined in strange colors or something. But actually, Hermione thought, being under Harry's invisibility cloak was exactly like not being under an invisibility cloak, except for the cloak part. When you pulled the veil of soft black cloth down from the hood and over your face, you couldn't even see it stretching in front of you, and afterward it didn't seem to impede your breathing. And the world looked just the same, except that when you walked past things of metal, you didn't see any small reflections of yourself. Portraits never looked at you, only did whatever strange things they did when they were alone. Hermione hadn't tried walking past a mirror yet, she wasn't sure she wanted to. Most of all, there was no you anymore as you walked around, no hands, no feet, just a changing point of view. It was an unnerving feeling, not so much of being invisible as of not existing. Harry hadn't questioned her at all, she'd just got out the word invisibility and then Harry was drawing his invisibility cloak from his pouch. She hadn't even been given a chance to explain about her extremely secret meeting with Daphne and Millicent Bulstrode, or that she thought it would help protect the other girls. Harry had just handed over what was probably a deathly hallow. If you were fair, and she did try to be fair, she had to admit that sometimes Harry could be a very true friend. The secret meeting itself had been a great big failure. Millicent had claimed to be a seer. Hermione had carefully explained to Millicent and Daphne at considerable length that this could not possibly be true. She and Harry had looked up divination early on in their research. Harry had insisted that they read everything they could find about prophecies that wasn't in the restricted section. As Harry had observed, it would save a lot of effort if they could just get a seer to prophesy everything they would figure out 35 years later. Or to put it in Harry's terms, any means of obtaining information transmitted from the distant future was potentially an instant global victory condition. But, as Hermione had explained to Millicent, prophesying wasn't controllable, there was no way to ask for a prophecy about anything in particular. Instead, the books had said, there was a sort of pressure that built up in time, when some huge event was trying to happen, or stop itself from happening. And seers were like weak points that let out the pressure, when the right listener was nearby. So prophecies were only about big, important things, because only that generated enough pressure, and you almost never got more than one seer saying the same thing, because afterward the pressure was gone. And, as Hermione had further explained to Millicent, the seers themselves didn't remember their prophecies, because the message wasn't for them. And the messages would come out in riddles, and only someone who heard the prophecy in the seer's original voice would hear all the meaning that was in the riddle. There was no possible way that Millicent could just give out a prophecy anytime she wanted, about school bullies, and then remember it, and if she had it would have come out as the skeleton is the key and not Susan Bones has to be there. Millicent had been looking rather frightened at this point, so Hermione had relaxed her fists where they'd been jammed on her hips, calmed herself down, and stated carefully that she was glad Millicent had helped them, but they had sometimes walked into traps following what Millicent said, and so Hermione really did want to know where the messages had actually come from. And Millicent had said in a small voice. But she told me that she was a seer. Hermione had told Daphne not to press it, after Millicent had refused to give up her source. It wasn't just that Hermione had felt awful about the scared look on Millicent's face. It was that Hermione had a strong feeling that if they did find the person who'd been telling Millicent things, why, they would turn out to just be finding envelopes under their pillow in the morning. She was getting that same despairing feeling she'd gotten in the battle before Christmas, looking at Zabinai's charts with all the colored lines and boxes A and D. And she had only just now realized what it meant that Zabinai had been the one showing her that chart. Even for a Ravenclaw, she felt, there was such a thing as having your life get overly complicated. Hermione began ascending a short spiral of yellow marble steps protruding from a central spine, a poorly kept secret staircase that was actually one of the fastest ways up from the Slytherin dungeons to the Ravenclaw Tower, but which only witches could traverse. Why girls in particular needed a quick way to move from Ravenclaw to Slytherin and back was something Hermione found a bit puzzling. At the top of the staircase, now that she was away from Slytherin places and back into the main parts of Hogwarts, Hermione stopped and took off Harry's invisibility cloak. After her pouch had swallowed the cloak, Hermione turned right and started to walk down a short passageway, now automatically keeping an eye out in all directions without really thinking about it, and her constantly scanning eyes glanced into a shadowy alcove. Fleeting disorientation. And then a rush of shock and fear hit her like a stunning hex over her whole body. She found that without any thought or any conscious decision her wand had leaped into her hand and was already pointed at it. A black cloak so wide and billowing that it was impossible to determine whether the figure beneath was male or female, and atop the cloak a broad-brimmed black hat, and a black mist seemed to gather beneath it and obscure the face of whoever or whatever might lie beneath. "Hello again, Hermione," whispered a sibilant voice from beneath the black hat, from behind the black mist. Hermione's heart was already pounding hugely inside her chest, her witch's robes felt already sweat dampened against her skin, there was a taste of fear already in her mouth. She didn't know why she was so suddenly filled up with adrenaline, but her hand gripped harder on her wand. "Who are you?" Hermione demanded. The hat tilted slightly, the whispery voice, when it came forth from the black mist, sounded dry as dust. "The last ally," spoke the sibilant whisper. "The one who finally answers, when no other will answer you. I am perhaps the only true friend you have in all Hogwarts, Hermione. For you have now seen how the others stayed silent when you were in need. What's your name?" The black cloak rotated slightly, back and forth, it didn't look like shoulders shrugging, but it conveyed a shrug. "That is the riddle, young Ravenclaw. Until you solve it, you may call me whatever you wish." She could feel her palm already sweaty and was thankful for the spiral grooves on her wand that helped her hand keep a steady grip on the wood. "Well, Mr. Incredibly Suspicious Person," Hermione said, "what do you want with me?" "That is the wrong question," came the whisper from Black Mist. "You should ask, rather, what I can offer you." "No," the young girl said quite steadily, "I don't think I should be asking that, actually." A high-pitched chuckle from behind the black mist. "Not power," whispered the voice, "not wealth, you care little for such things, do you, young Ravenclaw? Knowledge. That is what I possess. I know what is unfolding within this school, all the hidden plans and players, the answers of the riddle. I know the true reason for the coldness you see in Harry Potter's eyes. I know the true nature of Professor Quirrell's mysterious illness. I know who Dumbledore truly fears." "Good for you," said Hermione Granger. "But do you know how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?" The black mist seemed to darken slightly, the voice sounded lower when it spoke, disappointed. "So you are not even curious, young Ravenclaw, about the truths behind the lies." 187, she said. "I tried it once and that's how many it came out to." Her hand was almost slipping on her wand, there was a sense of fatigue in her fingers like she'd been holding the wand for hours instead of minutes. The voice hissed, "Professor Snape is a hidden Death Eater." Hermione almost dropped her wand. "Ah," the voice whispered in satisfaction. "I thought that might interest you. So, Hermione, is there anything else you would like to know about your enemies, or those you call friends?" She stared up at the black mist that topped the towering black cloak, frantically trying to order her thoughts. Professor Snape was a Death Eater? Who would tell her something like that? Why, what was going on? "That's," Hermione said. Her voice was quavering. "That's extremely serious business, if it's really true." Why are you telling something like that to me, and not to Headmaster Dumbledore? Dumbledore did nothing to stop Snape, the Black Mist whispered. You saw it, Hermione. The rot at Hogwarts begins at the top. Everything that is wrong with this school, it all begins with the mad headmaster. You alone dared to call him out for it, and therefore I speak to you. And have you also spoken to Harry Potter, then? Hermione said, keeping her voice as even as she could. If this was his helpful ghost. The black mist darkened and lightened, like a shake of the head. I am frightened of Harry Potter, it whispered. Of the coldness in his eyes, of the darkness that grows behind them. Harry Potter is a killer, and anyone who is an obstacle to him will die. Even you, Hermione Granger, if you dare truly oppose him, the darkness behind his eyes will reach out and destroy you. This I know. Then you don't know half of what you pretend to know, Hermione said, her voice a little firmer. I'm scared of Harry too. But not because of what he might ever do to me. I'm scared of what he might do to protect me. Wrong. The whisper was flat, and hard, as if to brook no possibility of denial. Harry Potter will turn against you in time, Hermione, when the darkness takes him fully. He will not shed a tear, he will not even notice, on the day his footsteps finally crush you underneath. Double wrong. She said back in a rising voice, even though there were chills going down her spine. One of Harry's phrases came to her. Just what do you think you know, and how do you think you know it, anyway? Time. The voice seemed to catch itself. Time enough for that later. For now, for today, indeed Harry Potter is not your enemy. And yet you are in gravest danger. I can believe that, said Hermione Granger. She desperately wanted to shift her wand to her other hand, she felt like she needed to grab her right arm just to keep it up, her head ached like she'd been staring at the black mist for days, she didn't know why she'd gotten tired so quickly. Lucius Malfoy has taken notice of you, Hermione. The whisper had risen, departed from its tonelessness, taken on a note of audible concern. You have humiliated Slytherin House, you have defeated his son in battle. Even before then you were an embarrassment to all who stand with the Death Eaters, for you are a Muggle-born and yet you possess a power of wizardry greater than any pure blood. And now you are becoming known, the eyes of the world on you. Lucius Malfoy seeks to crush you, Hermione, to hurt you and perhaps even kill you, and he has the means to do it. The whisper had grown urgent. There was a pause. Is that all? Hermione said. If she was ex-Colonel Zabanai or Harry Potter, she'd probably be asking clever questions to gather more information, but her mind felt slow and fatigued. She really needed to get out of here and go lie down for a while. You don't believe me, the whisper said, softer and sadder now. Why not, Hermione? I am trying to help you. Hermione took a step backward, away from the shadowy alcove. Why not, Hermione? Demanded the voice, rising to a hiss. You owe me that much. Tell me, and then the voice caught, and came back quieter. And then you can go, I suppose. Only tell me, why? Maybe she shouldn't have answered, maybe she should have just turned and fled, or better yet, cast a prismatic wall first and then screamed at the top of her lungs as she ran, but it was the note of real pain in the voice that caught her, and so she answered. Because you look incredibly dark and scary and suspicious, Hermione said, keeping her voice polite, as her wand stayed level on the towering black cloak and the faceless black mist. That's all. Whispered the voice incredulously. Sadness seemed to infuse it. I hoped for better from you, Hermione. Surely such a Ravenclaw as you, the most intelligent Ravenclaw to grace Hogwarts in a generation, knows that appearances can be misleading. Oh, I know it, said Hermione. She took another step back, her tired fingers tightening on the wand. But the thing that people forget sometimes, is that even though appearances can be misleading, they're usually not. There was a pause. You are the clever one, said the voice, and the black mist evaporated away, no longer obscuring, she saw the face beneath, and recognition sent a jolt of terrified adrenaline bursting through her. Fleeting disorientation. And then a rush of shock and fear hit her like a stunning hex over her whole body, she found that without any thought or any conscious decision her wand had leaped into her hand and was already pointed at it. A shining lady, her long white dress billowing about her as though in invisible winds, neither her hands nor her feet were visible, her face hidden beneath a white veil, and she was glowing all over, not like a ghost, not transparent, just surrounded by soft white light. Hermione stared open-mouthed at the gentle sight, wondering why her heart was already hammering, and why she felt so scared. Hello again, Hermione, the kindly whisper emanated from the white glow behind the veil. I've been sent to help you, so please don't be afraid. I am your servant in all things, for you, my lady, are the bearer of a most marvelous destiny. Chapter 78, Taboo Trade-offs Prelude, Cheating. It was Saturday, on the 4th of April, in the year 1992. Mr. and Mrs. Davis looked rather nervous, as they sat in a certain special section of the Hogwarts Quidditch stands, though today the cushioned benches did not look upon flying broomsticks, but rather viewed a gigantic square of something like parchment, a great white blankness soon to flicker with windows into grass and soldiers. For now it showed only the reflected dull grey color of the surrounding overcast skies. Looking rather stormy, though the weather wizards had promised that the rain wouldn't break before nightfall. Ordinarily it was the ancient tradition of Hogwarts that mere parents were to stay out, for much the same reason that impatient children are told to get out of the kitchen and not meddle in the cook's affairs. The only reason for a parent-teacher conference was if a teacher felt that a parent wasn't shaping up properly. It took an exceptional circumstance to make the Hogwarts administration feel that it had to justify itself to you. On any given occasion, generally speaking, the Hogwarts administration was backed up by 800 years of distinguished history and you were not. Thus it had been with some trepidation that Mr. and Mrs. Davis had insisted on an audience with Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. It was hard to muster a proper sense of indignation when you were confronting the same dignified witch who, 12 years and 4 months earlier, had given both of you 2 weeks' detention after catching you in the act of conceiving Tracy. On the other hand, Mr. and Mrs. Davis's courage had been helped by angrily waving about a copy of the Quibbler whose headline showed, in bright bold text for all the world to see, "Pax with Potter, Bones, Davis, Granger. In love rectangle of fear." And so Mr. and Mrs. Davis had argued their way into the faculty box of the Hogwarts Quidditch stands, where they were now ensconced with an excellent view of Professor Quirrell's enchanted screens, so that the two of them could see for themselves just what the fiddly snocks has been going on in this school, if you'll pardon the expression, Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Seated to the left of Mr. Davis was another concerned parent, a white-haired man in elegant black robes of unmatchable quality, one Lucius Malfoy, political leader of the strongest faction of the Wizengamot. To the left of Lord Malfoy, a sneeringly aristocratic man with a scarred face who had been introduced to them as Lord Jugson. Then an elderly but sharp-eyed fellow named Charles Knott, rumoured to be nearly as wealthy as Lord Malfoy, seated on Lord Jugson's left. On the right of Mrs. Davis, one would find the comely lady and yet handsomer lord of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Young they were as wizards counted age, garbed in grey silken robes set with tiny dark emeralds embroidered into the shape of grass blades. The Lady Greengrass was considered a key swing vote on the Wizengamot, her own mother having retired from the body with surprising speed. Her charming husband, though his family was not noble or wealthy of itself, had taken a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. To their right, a square-jawed and incredibly tough-looking old witch, who had shaken hands with Mr. and Mrs. Davis without the slightest hint of condescension. This was Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To Amelia's right was a seniorish woman who had set the fashion scene of magical Britain on its ear by integrating a live vulture into her hat, one Augusta Longbottom. Though she was not addressed as Lady, Madame Longbottom would exercise the full rights of the Longbottom family for so long as their last scion had yet to attain his majority, and she was considered a prominent figure in a minority faction of the Wizengamot. At the side of Madame Longbottom was seated none other than Chief Warlock Supreme Mugwump Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, legendary defeater of Grindelwald, protector of Britain, rediscoverer of the fabled 12 uses of dragon's blood, the most powerful wizard in the world and sea. And finally, on the far right, one would find the enigmatic defense professor of Hogwarts, Quirinus Quirrell, who was leaning back on the cushioned benches as though resting, seeming entirely and naturally at ease in the rarefied company of a voting quorum of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, which had dropped by on this fine Saturday to learn just what the fiddly snocks had been going on at Hogwarts in general and with Draco Malfoy, Theodore Knott, Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, and Neville Longbottom in particular. The name of Harry Potter had also been much discussed. Oh, and one mustn't forget Tracy Davis, of course. Director Bones's eyebrows had climbed in some interest upon hearing the young couple introduced as her parents. Lord Jugson had given them a brief, incredulous stare before dismissing them with a snort. Lucius Malfoy had greeted them politely, his smile containing a hint of grim amusement mixed with pity. Mr. and Mrs. Davis, whose last vote on anything of significance had been touching their wands to the name of Minister Fudge, who had all of 300 galleons stored in their Gringotts vault, and who respectively worked at selling cauldrons in a potions shop and enchanting omnioculars, were pressed up tightly against each other, sitting rigidly erect upon their cushioned benches, and desperately wishing they'd worn nicer robes. The sky above was a solid mass of cloud dispersed into darker and lighter greys, grim with the promise of future storms, though no lightning flickered as yet, nor distant rumbles of thunder echoed, and only a few threatening droplets had fallen. To their designated starting place in a certain forest, the Sunshine Regiment marched, though it was really more like a slow walk. You wouldn't want to tire yourself out before the battle even started, and the breezes of April were annoyingly humid, though cool. Ahead of them, a yellow flame wandered slowly through the air, guiding them according to their pace. Susan Bones kept throwing worried glances toward the Sunshine General as they marched through the greyly illuminated forest. Professor Snape's going after Hermione seemed to have really shaken her. Hermione had even missed her Sunshine Regiment official planning meeting, which seemed understandable enough, but when Susan had offered her sympathy afterward, Hermione had stammered that she'd lost track of time, which wasn't at all a usual thing for her to say, and the girl had looked exhausted and frightened like she'd just spent 3 days locked in a bathroom stall with a dementor. Even now, when all the Sunshine General's focus should have been on the coming battle, the Ravenclaw girl's gaze was constantly darting in all directions, as though she expected dark wizards to jump out of the bushes and sacrifice her. The ban on Muggle artifacts cuts down our options a lot, Anthony Goldstein was saying in the dour tones the boy used to denote deliberate pessimism. I had the idea of trying to transfigure nets to throw on people, but... no good, said Ernie Macmillan. The Hufflepuff boy shook his head, looking even more serious than Anthony. I mean, it's just like throwing a hex, they'd dodge. Anthony nodded. That's what I figured, too. Do you have any ideas, Seamus? The former chaotic lieutenant still looked a bit nervous and out of place, marching along with his new comrades in the Sunshine Regiment. Sorry, said the newly minted Captain Finnegan. I'm more the strategic master type. I'm the strategic master type, said Ron Weasley, sounding put off. There are 3 armies, the Sunshine General said acerbically, which means we fight 2 armies at once, which means we need more than one strategist, which means shut up, Ron. Ron gave their general a surprised and worried look. Hey, the Gryffindor boy said in a calming tone, you shouldn't let Snape get to you so much. What do you think we ought to do, General? Susan said very loudly and quickly. I mean, we don't really have a plan at this point. Their official planning session had failed amazingly with Hermione gone and both Ron and Anthony thinking they were in charge. Do we really need a plan? The Sunshine General said, sounding a little distracted. We've got you and me and Lavender and Parvati and Hannah and Daphne and Ron and Ernie and Anthony and Captain Finnegan. That began Anthony. Sounds like a pretty good strategy, Ron said with an approving nod. We've got as many strong soldiers now as both other armies put together. Chaos has only got Potter and Longbottom and not left, well, and Zob and I too, I suppose. And Tracy, said Hermione. Several people swallowed nervously. Oh, stop it, Susan said sharply. She's just a battle-hardened member of SPHEW, that's all General Sunshine means. Still, Ernie said, turning to look seriously at Susan, I think you'd better go with whatever group fights Chaos, Captain Bones. I know you can't use your double magical powers except when innocents are in danger, but I mean, just in case Miss Davis does, you know, go out of control and try to eat someone's soul. I can handle her, Susan told him, keeping her voice reassuring. Admittedly, Susan hadn't been replaced by a metamorphomagus at the moment, but then Tracy probably wasn't Polyjuiced Dumbledore or whoever. Captain Finnegan intoned in a deep, sort of rumbling voice, I find your lack of skepticism disturbing. He raised his hand with his thumb and forefinger almost touching, pointed at Ernie. For some reason Anthony Goldstein seemed to be having a sudden choking fit. What's that supposed to mean? Said Ernie. It's just something General Potter says sometimes, said Captain Finnegan. Funny, when you first join the Chaos Legion it all seems crazy, and then after a couple of months you realize that actually everyone who isn't in the Chaos Legion is crazy. I said, Ron said loudly, it sounds like good strategy. We don't transfigure anything, we don't tire ourselves out, we handle whatever they throw at us, and then we just overrun them. Okay, said Hermione. Let's do that. But said Anthony, shooting a glare at Ron. But General, Harry Potter's got 16 people left in his army. Dragon and us each have 28. Harry knows that, he knows he's got to come up with something incredible. Like what? Demanded Hermione, sounding stressed. If we don't know what he's planning, we might as well save our magic for doing massed finites. Like we should have done last time. Susan touched Hermione gently on the shoulder. General Granger. Said Susan. I think you should take a break for a bit before the battle. She'd been expecting Hermione to argue, but Hermione just nodded and then walked a little faster, pulling away from the Sunshine Regiment official officer group, her eyes still watching the forest, and sometimes the sky. Susan followed her. It wouldn't do, having it look like the Sunshine General was being ejected from her own official officer group. Hermione. Susan said softly, after they'd walked a bit away. You've got to focus. Professor Quirrell's in charge here, not Snape, and he won't let anything bad happen to you or anyone. You're not helping, Hermione said, sounding shaky. You're not helping at all, Captain Bones. The two of them walked faster, circling around some of the other soldiers, inspecting the marching perimeter and glancing at the surrounding trees. Susan. Hermione said in a small voice, when they'd gotten further away from all the others. Do you think Daphne's right about Draco Malfoy plotting something? Yes, Susan said at once, not even thinking about it. You can tell, because his name's got the letters MALFO and Y in it. Hermione looked around, as if to make sure that nobody was watching, although of course that was a wonderful way to get other people to pay attention to you. Could Malfoy have been behind what Snape did? Snape could be behind Malfoy, Susan said thoughtfully, remembering dinner table conversations she'd heard at Auntie's, or Lucius Malfoy could be behind both of them. A slight chill went down Susan's spine as this last thought occurred to her. Suddenly, telling Hermione to just focus on the coming battle seemed a lot less reasonable. Why, did you find some sort of clue about that? Hermione shook her head. No, the Ravenclaw girl said, in a voice that sounded almost like she was about to cry. I was just thinking about it myself, that's all. In their designated place in a forest near Hogwarts, the Dragon General and the warriors of Dragon Army waited where their red flame had led them, beneath grey skies. At Draco's right side stood Padma Patil, his second in command, who had once led all of Dragon Army after Draco had been stunned. At Draco's back was Vincent, the son of Crabbe, a family which had served the Malfoys into the distance of forgotten memory. The muscular boy was watchful as he was always watchful, whether battle had been declared or no. Further back, Gregory of the Goyles stood waiting beside one of the 2 broomsticks Dragon Army had been given. If the Goyles had not served the Malfoys so long as the Crabbes, yet they had served no less well. And at Draco's left side, now, stood one Dean Thomas of Gryffindor, a mudblood or possible half-blood who knew nothing of his father. Sending Dean Thomas to Dragon Army had been a quite deliberate move on Harry's part, Draco was certain. 3 other former Chaotix had also been transferred to Dragon Army, and all were watching Draco hawk-like to see if he offered the former lieutenant the slightest insult. Some might have called it sabotage, but Draco knew better. Harry had also sent Lieutenant Finnegan to the Sunshine Regiment, even though Professor Quirrell's mandate had only required that Harry give up 1 lieutenant. That too had been a deliberate move, making crystal clear to everyone that Harry wasn't dumping his least favored soldiers. In one sense, it might have been easier for Draco to win the true loyalties of his new soldiers if they'd thought Harry hadn't wanted them. In another sense, well, it wasn't easy to put into words. Harry had given him good soldiers with their pride intact, but it was more than that. Harry had showed kindliness toward his soldiers, but it was more than that. It wasn't just Harry playing fair, it was something that you couldn't help but contrast with the way the game was played in Slytherin House. So Draco hadn't offered the slightest insult to Mr. Thomas, but brought him straight to his side, subordinate to himself and Padma but no one else. It was a test, Draco had told Mr. Thomas and everyone, not a promotion. Mr. Thomas would have to show himself worthy of rank within Dragon Army, but he would be given a chance, and the chance would be fair. Mr. Thomas had looked surprised at the ceremony of it. The Chaos Legion, from what Draco had heard, didn't stand on formality, but the Gryffindor boy had stood a little straighter, and nodded. And then, after Mr. Thomas had done well enough in one of Dragon Army's training sessions, he'd been brought into the strategy session in Dragon Army's huge military office. And a few minutes into the session, Padma had happened to ask, as though it was a perfectly normal question, whether Mr. Thomas had any ideas about how to defeat the Chaos Legion. The Gryffindor boy had said cheerfully that Harry had predicted that General Malfoy would get one of his soldiers to ask him that, and that Harry had given him the message that General Malfoy should ask himself where his relative advantage lay, what Draco Malfoy could do, or what Dragon Army could do, that the Chaos Legion couldn't match, and then try to exploit it for all it was worth. Dean Thomas couldn't think of what that advantage might be, but if he did come up with any ideas for beating chaos, he'd share them. Harry had ordered him to, after all. Sigh, Draco had thought, since he couldn't actually sigh out loud. But it was good advice, and Draco had followed it, sitting at his bedroom desk with quill and parchment listing out everything that might be a relative advantage. And, almost to Draco's own surprise, he'd had an idea, a real one. In fact he'd had 2. The hollow bell sounded through the forest, somehow sounding more ominous than ever before. On the instant, the 2 pilots cried up and leapt onto their broomsticks, heading into the grey sky. Mr. and Mrs. Davis had now slumped slightly against each other, more from sheer muscle exhaustion than from any decrease of tension. Before them, the vast blank white parchment flickered with 3 great windows, as though holes had been cut through into the forest, showing 3 armies on the march. Lesser windows showed the 6 riders upon their broomsticks, and the corner of the parchment showed a view of the entire forest, with glowing dots to indicate armies and scouts. The window into Sunshine showed General Granger and her captains marching in the center of the Sunshine Regiment, protected by Contego screens along with a number of other young witches. The Sunshine Regiment, the defense professor had remarked, knew well that it had now acquired a strong advantage in experienced soldiers, and it meant to protect those soldiers from a surprise attack. Aside from that, the Sunshine soldiers were moving forward at a steady march, conserving their strength. The soldiers in General Malfoy's army, at least those with higher transfiguration scores, were picking up leaves and transfiguring them into, well, if you looked at Padma Patil, who was almost done with hers, it looked like her leaf was becoming a left-handed glove bearing a dangling strap. The window had zoomed in to show this. Lord Jugson was watching the screen with a flat expression. His voice, when he spoke, seemed to ooze and drip with disdain. "What is your son doing, Lucius?" The foreign-born witch who stood at Draco Malfoy's right side had finished transfiguring her glove, and was now bringing it before the Dragon General like a sacrifice. "I do not know," said Lucius Malfoy, his tone calm though no less aristocratic, but I must trust that he has good reason for doing it. All dragon army stopped for a moment as Padma slid the glove over her left hand, strapped it in place, and presented it before Draco Malfoy, who also stopped in place, took several deep breaths, raised his wand, executed a precise set of 8 movements and bellowed Calla Porchis. The dragon warrior raised her gloved hand, flexed it, and gave a small bow to Draco Malfoy, who returned it more shallowly, though the dragon general was staggering slightly. Padma then returned to her place at Draco's side, and the dragons began marching once more. Well, remarked Augusta Longbottom. I don't suppose someone would care to explain. Amelia Bones was frowning slightly as she gazed at the screen. For some reason or other, said the amused voice of Professor Quirrell, it seems that the scion of Malfoy is able to cast surprisingly strong magic for a first-year student. Due to the purity of his blood, of course. Certainly the good Lord Malfoy would not have openly flouted the underage magic laws by arranging for his son to receive a wand before his acceptance into Hogwarts. I suggest you be careful in your implications, Quirrell, Lucius Malfoy said coldly. Oh, I am, Professor Quirrell said. A Calla Porchis cannot be dispelled by finite incantatum, it requires an Alohomora of equal strength. Until then, a glove so charmed will resist lesser material forces, deflect the sleep hex and the stunning hex. And as neither Mr. Potter nor Miss Granger can cast a counterspell powerful enough, that charm is invincible upon this battlefield. It is not the original intent of the charm, nor the intent of whoever taught Mr. Malfoy an emergency spell for evading his enemies. But it would seem that Mr. Malfoy has been learning creativity. Lucius Malfoy had straightened as the defense professor spoke, he now sat erect upon his cushioned bench, his head held perceptibly higher than before, and when he spoke it was with quiet pride. He will be the greatest Lord Malfoy that has yet lived. Faint praise, Augusta Longbottom said under her breath. Amelia Bones chuckled, as did Mr. Davis for a tiny, fatal fraction of a second before he stopped with a strangled gargle. I quite agree, said Professor Quirrell, though it wasn't clear to whom he spoke. Unfortunately for Mr. Malfoy, he is still new to the art of creativity, and so he has committed a classic error of Ravenclaw. And what might that be? Said Lucius Malfoy, his voice now turned chill once more. Professor Quirrell had leaned back in his seat, the pale blue eyes briefly unfocusing as one of the windows shifted its viewpoint within the greater screen, zooming in to show the sweat now on Draco Malfoy's forehead. It is such a beautiful idea that Mr. Malfoy has quite overlooked its pragmatic difficulties. Would someone care to explain that? Said Lady Greengrass. Not all of us present are experts at such affairs. Amelia Bones spoke, the old witch's voice somewhat dry. It will tempt them to try to catch hexes that they would be wiser to simply dodge. The more so, if they have had little practice catching them. And the casting of so many charms will tire their strongest warrior. Professor Quirrell gave the DMLE director a half nod of acknowledgement. As you say, Madam Bones. Mr. Malfoy is new to the business of having ideas, and so when he has one, he becomes proud of himself for having it. He has not yet had enough ideas to unflinchingly discard those that are beautiful in some aspects and impractical in others. He has not yet acquired confidence in his own ability to think of better ideas as he requires them. What we are seeing here is not Mr. Malfoy's best idea, I fear, but rather his only idea. Lord Malfoy simply turned to watch the screens again, as though the defense professor had used up his right to exist. But said Lord Greengrass. But what in Merlin's name is Harry Potter? 16 remaining soldiers of the Chaos Legion, or 15 plus Blaise Zabinai, rather, marched confidently through the forest, their shoes thudding over the still dry ground. Their camouflage uniforms blended into the forest even more than usual, all colors washed out by the tints of an overcast day. 16 Chaos Legionnaires, against 28 Dragon Warriors and 28 Sunshine Soldiers. The common consensus had been that, with odds that bad, it was practically impossible for them to lose. After all, General Chaos was bound to come up with something really spectacular, facing odds like that. There was something almost nightmarish about how everyone seemed to now expect Harry to pull miracles out of his hat, on demand, any time one was needed. It meant that if you couldn't do the impossible, you were disappointing your friends and failing to live up to your potential. Harry hadn't bothered complaining to Professor Quirrell about too much pressure. Harry's mental model of the defense professor had predicted him looking severely annoyed, saying things along the lines of "You are perfectly capable of solving this problem, Mr. Potter, did you even try?" And then deducting several hundred Quirrell points. From above, from where 2 broomsticks watched their march, the high young voice of Tess Walsh cried "Friend!" And after another moment, Gingersnap. A handful of seconds later, the soldier who'd codenamed herself Gingersnap returned bearing a double handful of acorns, sweating slightly in the cool but humid air from the jog that had taken her to the oak tree Neville had spotted. Gingersnap approached to where Shannon was holding a uniform shirt with the neck tied off, in lieu of anyone having to transfigure a bag. When Gingersnap brought her hands forward to try and dump her acorns into the holding shirt, chaotic Shannon, giggling, jerked the shirt to the right, then to the left again as Ginger Snap made another effort to dump the acorns, until a sharp miss Friedman from Lieutenant Knott caused Shannon to sigh and hold the shirt still. Ginger Snap dumped her acorns into those accumulated, and then headed out for more. Somewhere in the background, Ellie Knight was singing her very own version of the Chaos Legion's marching song, and around half the other soldiers were trying to step along with it despite not knowing the tune in advance. Nearby, Nita Burdine, who had a high transfiguration score, finished creating yet another pair of green sunglasses, and handed them to Adam Beringer, who folded up the sunglasses before tucking them into his uniform pocket. Other soldiers were already wearing their own green sunglasses, despite the cloudy day. You might guess that there was some sort of incredibly complicated and fascinating explanation behind this, and you would be right. 2 days earlier Harry had been sitting amid his bookcases in the comfy rocking chair he'd obtained for his trunk's cavern level, pondering silently in the quiet span between classes and dinner time, thinking about power. For 16 chaotics to defeat 28 sunnies and 28 dragons they would need a force amplifier. There were limits to what you could do with maneuver. There had to be a secret weapon and it had to be invincible, or at least moderately unstoppable. Muggle artifacts were now illegal in Hogwarts's mock battles, banned by Ministry edict. And the trouble with finding some other clever and unusual spell was that an army twice your own size could brute force finite almost anything you tried. The Sunshine Regiment might have missed that tactic with the transfigured chain mail, but nobody would miss it again now that Professor Quirrell had pointed it out. And finite incantatum was a brute force counter spell which required at least as much magic as the spell being cancelled, which, if you were severely outnumbered, made it a whole new order of military challenge. The enemy could finite anything you tried, and still have enough magic left over for shields and volleys of sleep hexes. Unless, somehow, you could invoke potencies beyond the ordinary strength of first-year Hogwarts students, something too powerful for the enemy to finite. So Harry had asked Neville if he'd ever heard of any small, safe sacrificial rituals. And then, after the screaming and the shouting had subsided, after Harry had stopped trying to argue about unbreakable vows and just given up the whole thing as impossible from a public relations standpoint, Harry had realized that he hadn't even needed to go there. They taught you how to invoke potencies far beyond your own strength in ordinary Hogwarts classes. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. Defense. Charms. Transfiguration. Potions. History of magic. Astronomy. Broomstick flying. Herbology. Foe. Screamed the voice from above. It was a good thing that Neville Longbottom hadn't the tiniest idea that his grandmother was watching, or he would have been more self-conscious about screaming scary battle cries at the top of his lungs while casting luminos every 3 seconds as he rocketed through a dense forest of trees, hot on the tail of Gregory Goyle. But Augusta Longbottom said, her expression showing almost as much astonishment as worry. But Neville is afraid of heights. Not all fears last, said Amelia Bones. The old witch was favoring the great screen before them with a measuring gaze. Or perhaps he has found courage. It is much the same, in the end. A glimmer of red. Neville dodged, very nearly into a tree, but he did dodge, and then Neville somehow also managed to dodge almost all of the branches before they smacked him in the face. Now Mr. Goyle's broomstick was pulling further and further away, even though the two of them were riding exactly the same broomstick and Mr. Goyle weighed more, somehow Neville was still falling behind. So Neville slowed down, pulled back, angled up out of the forest and began to accelerate back toward where the Chaos Legion still marched. 20 seconds later, it hadn't been a long chase, just an exciting one. Neville was back among his fellow chaotics, and dismounted his broom to walk on the ground for a little bit. Neville said General Potter. Harry's voice was a little distant, as he walked carefully and steadily through the forest, his wand still applied to the almost finished form of the object he was slowly transfiguring. Beside him, Blaise Zabinai, working a smaller version of the same transfiguration, looked like a shambling inferi as he stumbled forward. I told you, Neville, you don't have to. Yes, I do, said Neville. He looked down at where his fingers grasped the broomstick, and saw that not just his hands, but his whole arms were shaking. But unless anyone else in Chaos had been practicing dueling for an hour a day with Mr. Diggory, and then practicing their aim in private for another hour afterward, Neville was probably the best shot from a broomstick even after taking into account that he wasn't a very good flyer. Good show, Neville, Theodore said from where he was walking ahead of them all, leading the Chaos Legion forward through the forest while wearing only his undershirt. Augusta Longbottom and Charles Knott exchanged brief astonished glances and then wrenched their gazes away from one another as though stung. Neville took a few deep breaths, trying to steady his hands, trying to think. Harry might not be good for deep strategic thinking while he was in the middle of an extended transfiguration. Lieutenant Knott, do you have any idea why Dragon Army just did that? They lost a broom. The dragons had started the combat with a feint to provide a distraction for Mr. Goyle's approach through the forest. Neville hadn't realized there were 2 brooms attacking until almost too late. But the Chaos Legion had gotten the other pilot. That was why broomsticks usually didn't attack before armies met, it meant a whole army would concentrate fire on the broomstick. And the dragons didn't even get anyone, did they? Nope. Tracy Davis said proudly. She too was now marching by General Potter's side, her wand gripped low and watchful as her eyes scanned the surrounding forest. I threw up a prismatic sphere like a split second before Mr. Goyle's hex got Zabanai, and the way Mr. Goyle had his other arm stretched out I think he planned to knock down the general, too. The Slytherin witch smiled with vicious confidence. Mr. Goyle tried a breaking drill hex, but learned to his dismay that his weak magic was no match for my newfound dark powers, ha 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 ha. Some chaotix laughed with her, but a queasy sensation was starting in Neville's stomach as he realized how close the Chaos Legion had come to complete disaster. If Mr. Goyle had managed to disrupt both transfigurations. Report. Snapped the dragon general, doing his best to conceal the fatigue he felt after casting 17 locking charms, with more yet to come. Beads of sweat now dotted Gregory's forehead. The enemy got Dylan Vaughn, Gregory said formally. Harry Potter and Blaise Zabanai were each transfiguring something dark grey and roundish. I don't think it was finished but it looked like it would be big and hollow, sort of cauldron-shaped. Zabanai's was smaller than Potter's. I couldn't get either of them or disrupt their transfigurations. Tracy Davis blocked me. Neville Longbottom is on a broomstick and he's still a terrible flyer but his aim is really good. Draco listened, frowning, and then he glanced at Padma and Dean Thomas, who both shook their own heads, indicating that they also couldn't think of what might be big and grey and shaped like a cauldron. Anything else? Said Draco. If that was it, they'd lost a broom for nothing. The only other weird thing I saw, Gregory said, sounding puzzled, was that some chaotix were wearing, sort of like goggles. Draco thought about this, not noticing that he'd stopped marching or that all of Dragon Army had automatically stopped with him. Was there anything special about the goggles? Draco said. Gregory said. They were, greenish, maybe. Okay, said Draco. Again without thinking, he began walking once more and his dragons followed. Here's our new strategy. We're only going to send 11 dragons against the Chaos Legion, not 14. That should be enough to beat them, now that we can neutralize their special advantage. It was a gamble, but you had to take gambles sometimes, if you wanted to come in first in a three-way battle. You figured out Chaos's plan, General Malfoy. Said Mr. Thomas with considerable surprise. What are they doing? Said Padma. I haven't the faintest idea, said Draco, with a smirk of the most refined smugness. We'll just do the obvious thing. Harry, having now finished his cauldron, was carefully scooping acorns into the container while the scouts searched for a nearby source of water that could be used as a liquid base. They'd come across frequent sinkholes and miniature creeks in the forest before, so it ought not to take long. Another scout had brought a straight stick that would serve as a stirrer, so Harry didn't have to transfigure one. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. How can I invoke magical powers that ought to be beyond the reach of first-year students? There was a cautionary tale the potions master had told them, with much sneers and laughter to make the stupidity seem low status instead of daring and romantic, about a second-year witch in Beauxbatons who'd stolen some extremely restricted and expensive ingredients, and tried to brew polyuis so she could borrow the form of another girl for purposes better left unmentioned. Only she'd managed to contaminate the potion with cat hairs, and then instead of seeking a healer immediately, the witch had hidden herself in a bathroom, hoping the effects would just wear off, and when she'd finally been found, it had been too late to reverse the transformation completely, condemning her to a life of despair as a sort of cat-girl hybrid. Harry hadn't realized what that meant until the instant of thinking the right question, but what that implied was that a young wizard or witch could do things with potions making that they couldn't even come close to doing with charms. Polyjuice was one of the most potent potions known, but what made Polyjuice a N.E.W.T level potion, apparently, wasn't the required age before you had enough magical power, it was how difficult the potion was to brew precisely and what happened to you if you screwed up. Nobody in any army had tried brewing any potions up until then. But Professor Quirrell would let you get away with nearly anything, if it was something you could also have done in a real war. Cheating is technique, the defense professor had once lectured them. Or rather, cheating is what the losers call technique, and will be worth extra Quirrell points when executed successfully. In principle, there was nothing unrealistic about transfiguring a couple of cauldrons and brewing potions out of whatever came to hand, if you had enough time before the armies met. So Harry had retrieved his copy of Magical Drafts and Potions, and begun looking for a safe but useful potion he could brew in the minutes before the battle started, a potion which would win the battle too fast for counterspells, or produce spell effects too strong for first years to finite. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. What potion can I brew using only components gathered from an ordinary forest? Every recipe in Magical Drafts and Potions used at least one ingredient from a magical plant or animal. Which was unfortunate, because all the magical plants and animals were in the Forbidden Forest, not the safer and lesser woods where battles were held. Someone else might have given up at that point. Harry had turned the pages from one recipe to another, skimming faster and faster in dawning realization, confirming what he had already read and was now seeing for the first time. Every single potion's recipe seemed to demand at least one magical ingredient, but why should that be true? Charms required no material components at all, you just said the words and waved your wand. Harry had been thinking about potions making as essentially analogous. Instead of your spoken syllables triggering a spell effect for no comprehensible reason, you collected a batch of disgusting ingredients and stirred 4 times clockwise, and that arbitrarily triggered a spell effect. In which case, given that most potions used ordinary components like porcupine quills or stewed slugs, you'd expect to see some potions using only ordinary components. But instead every single recipe in magical drafts and potions demanded at least one component from a magical plant or animal, an ingredient like silk from an acromantula or petals from a Venus fire trap. Sometimes, even though you were looking straight at something, you didn't realize what you were looking at until you happened to ask exactly the right question. If making a potion is like casting a charm, why don't I fall over from exhaustion after brewing a draft as powerful as boil curing? The Friday before last, Harry's double potions class had brewed potion of boil curing, although even the most trivial healing charms, if you tried to cast them with wand and incantation, were at least 4th year spells. And afterward, they'd all felt the way they usually felt after potions class, namely, not magically exhausted to any discernible degree. Harry had shut his copy of Magical Drafts and Potions with a snap, and rushed down to the Ravenclaw common room. Harry had found a 7th year Ravenclaw doing his NEWT potions homework and paid the older boy a sickle to borrow most potenti potions for 5 minutes, because Harry hadn't wanted to run all the way to the library to find confirmation. After skimming through 5 recipes in the 7th year book, Harry had read the 6th recipe, for a potion of fire breathing, which required Ashwinder eggs, and the book warned that the resulting fire could be no hotter than the magical fire which had spawned the Ashwinder which had laid the eggs. Harry had shouted Eureka! Right in the middle of the Ravenclaw common room, and been severely rebuked by a nearby prefect, who'd thought Mr. Potter was trying to cast a spell. Nobody in the wizarding world knew or cared about some ancient muggle named Archimedes, nor the physicist's realization that the water displaced from a bathtub would equal the volume of the object entering the bathtub. Conservation laws. They'd been the critical insight in more muggle discoveries than Harry could easily count. In muggle technology you couldn't raise a feather 1 meter off the ground without the power coming from somewhere. If you looked at molten lava spilling from a volcano and asked where the heat came from, a physicist would tell you about radioactive heavy metals in the center of the Earth's molten core. If you asked where the energy to power the radioactivity came from, the physicist would point to an era before the Earth had formed, and a primordial supernova in the early days of the galaxy which had baked atomic nuclei heavier than the natural limit, the supernova compressing protons and neutrons into a tight unstable package that yielded back some of the supernova's energy when it split. A light bulb was fueled by electricity, fueled by a nuclear power plant, fueled by a supernova. You could play the game all the way back to the Big Bang. Magic did not appear to work like this, to put it mildly. Magic's attitude toward laws like conservation of energy was somewhere between a giant extended middle finger, and a shrug of total indifference. Aguamenti created water out of nothingness. So far as anyone knew, there was no known lake whose water level went down each time. That was a simple 5th year spell, not considered impressive by wizards, because creating a mere glass of water didn't seem amazing to them. They didn't have the wacky notion that mass ought to be conserved, or that creating a gram of mass was somehow equivalent to creating 90 trillion joules of energy. There was an upper year spell Harry had run across whose literal incantation was Arresto Momentum, and when Harry had asked if the momentum went anywhere else he'd just gotten a puzzled look. Harry had kept an increasingly desperate eye out for some kind of conservation principle in magic, anywhere whatsoever. And the whole time it had been right in front of him in every potions class. Potions making didn't create magic, it preserved magic, that was why every potion needed at least one magical ingredient. And by following instructions like stir 4 times counterclockwise and once clockwise, Harry had hypothesized, you were doing something like casting a small spell that reshaped the magic in the ingredients. And unbound the physical form so that ingredients like porcupine quills dissolved smoothly into a drinkable liquid. Harry strongly suspected that a muggle following exactly the same recipe would end up with nothing but a spiny mess. That was what potions making really was, the art of transforming existing magical essences. So you were a little tired after potions class, but not much, because you weren't empowering the potions yourself, you were just reshaping magic that was already there. And that was why a 2nd year witch could brew polyjuice, or at least get close. Harry had kept scanning through most potenti potions, looking for something that might disprove his shiny new theory. After 5 minutes he'd flipped the older boy another sickle, over his protests, and kept going. The potion of giant strength required a Riem to trample the mashed dugbugs you stirred into the potion. It was odd, Harry had realized after a moment, because crushed dugbugs weren't strong themselves, they were just, very, very crushed after the Riem got through with them. Another recipe said to touch with forged bronze, i.e., grasp a nut and pliers so you could skim the potion's surface, and if you dropped the nut all the way in, the book warned, the potion would instantly superheat and boil over the cauldron. Harry had stared at the recipes and their warnings, forming a second and stranger hypothesis. Of course it wouldn't be as simple as potions making using magical potentials imbued in the ingredients, like Muggle cars fueled by the combustion potential of gasoline. Magic would never be as sensible as that. And then Harry had gone to Professor Flitwick, since he didn't want to approach Professor Snape outside of class, and Harry had told Professor Flitwick that he wanted to invent a new potion, and he knew what the ingredients ought to be and what the potion should do, but he didn't know how to deduce the required stirring pattern. After Professor Flitwick had stopped screaming in horror and running in little circles, and Professor McGonagall had been called into the ensuing fierce interrogation to promise Harry that in this case it was both acceptable and important for him to reveal his underlying theory, it had developed that Harry had not made an original magical discovery, but rediscovered a law so ancient that nobody knew who had first formulated it. A potion spends that which is invested in the creation of its ingredients. The heat of goblin forges that had cast the bronze nut, the Riem strength that had crushed the dugbugs, the magical fire that had spawned the Ashwinder, all these potencies could be recalled, unlocked, and restructured by the spell-like process of stirring the ingredients in exact patterns. From a Muggle standpoint it was just odd, a deranged version of thermodynamics invented by someone who thought life ought to be fair. From a Muggle standpoint, the heat expended in forging the nut hadn't gone into the bronze, the heat had left and dissipated into the environment, becoming permanently less available. Energy was conserved, could be neither created nor destroyed, entropy always increased. But wizards didn't think that way. From their perspective, if you'd put some amount of work into making a nut, it stood to reason that you could get exactly the same work back out. Harry had tried to explain why this sounded a bit odd if you'd been raised by Muggles, and Professor McGonagall had asked bemusedly why the Muggle perspective was any better than the wizarding one. The fundamental principle of potions making had no name and no standard phrasing, since then you might be tempted to write it down. And someone who wasn't wise enough to figure out the principle themselves might read it. And they would start having all sorts of bright ideas for inventing new potions. And then they would be turned into catgirls. It had been made very clear to Harry that he wasn't going to be sharing this particular discovery with Neville, or Hermione either after the next army's battle. Harry had tried to say something about Hermione seeming really off lately and this being just the sort of thing that might cheer her up. Professor McGonagall had said flatly that he wasn't even to think it, and Professor Flitwick had raised his little hands and made a gesture as of snapping a wand in half. Although the two professors had been kind enough to suggest that if Mr. Potter thought he knew what the potion's ingredients should be, he might be able to find an already existing recipe that did the same thing, and Professor Flitwick had mentioned several volumes in the Hogwarts library that might be useful. The vast parchment-like screen now showed only an aerial view of the forest, from which you could barely make out the camouflaged forms of three armies, split up into two groups each, converging to fight their three-way battle. The benches of the Quidditch stadium were now rapidly filling up with the more easily bored sort of spectator who only wanted to be there for the final battle and skip out on all the boring points along the way. If there was anything wrong with Professor Quirrell's battles, it was widely agreed, it was that his spectacles didn't last nearly as long as Quidditch matches, once they actually started. To this Professor Quirrell had replied only, such is realism, and that had been that. Within the huge window, it was all one window now, observing from a great height, the vague collections of tiny camouflaged forms grew closer. Closer. Almost touching. The vast white parchment window showed the first touch of battle between sunshine and chaos, a screaming mass of running children with smiley faces upon their breasts, charging forward with Contego shields held high and others shouting Somnium. Until one of their number shrieked Primatis. In a terrified voice, and the entire charge came to a sudden halt before the sparkling wall of force that had appeared in front of them. Tracy Davis had walked out from behind the trees. "That's right," said Tracy, her voice low and grim as she leveled her wand on the barrier. "You should fear me. For I am Tracy Davis, the Dark Lady. That's Dark Lady spelled D-A-R-K-E, with an E." Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was sending an inquiring look at Mr. and Mrs. Davis, both of whom looked like they would have dearly preferred to die on the spot. Behind the prismatic barrier, there was some kind of hushed argument taking place among the Sunshine Soldiers, one of whom in particular seemed to be getting scolded by several of the others. Then, a moment later, Tracy flinched. Susan Bones had come to the front of the Sunshine contingent. "Goodness," said Augusta Longbottom. "What do you suppose your grandniece has been learning at Hogwarts?" "I don't know," Amelia Bones said calmly, "but I shall owl her a chocolate frog and instructions to learn more of it." The prismatic barrier vanished. The Sunshine Soldiers resumed their charge forward. Tracy yelled, her voice high with strain, "Inflammer!" And the Sunshine charge came to another sudden halt as a line of fire blazed up between them in the half-dry grass, extending to follow the path of Tracy's wand as she pointed it. An instant later Susan Bones cried Finite Incantatem. And the flames dimmed, brightened, dimmed in the contest of their wills, other soldiers raising their wards to aim at Tracy, and that was when Neville Longbottom plunged shrieking out of the sky. One of the dragon warriors, Raymond Arnold, made a hand sign, pointing forward and oblique left, and there was a sudden hushed hiss of whispers among the dragon army contingent as they all quietly reoriented themselves in the direction of the enemy. The Sunnies knew they were there, of course both armies knew, but somehow, in this moment, they had all become instinctively quiet. The dragons crept forward further, and then further, the dull camouflaged forms of the Sunnies beginning to appear among the distant trees, and still nobody spoke, nobody bellowed the call to charge. Draco was now at the forefront of his soldiers, Vincent behind him and Padma only a shade further back. If the three of them could take the shock of Sunshine's best, the rest of Dragon Army might stand a chance. Then Draco saw one Sunny staring at him from the distance, in the vanguard of her own army, staring at him with a look of fury. Across the forest battleground, their eyes met. Draco had only a fraction of a second to wonder, in the back of his mind, what Hermione Granger was so angry about, before the shout went up from both their armies, and they were all running forward to the charge. The other chaotics had appeared now from among the trees, some had dropped out of trees, and the battle was in full force now, everyone firing in every direction at anything that looked like an enemy. Plus a number of Sunnies crying Luminos. At Neville Longbottom as the Chaos Hufflepuff twisted and rocketed up through the air on courses that could only be described as, indeed, chaotic. And it happened, the way it happened only one time out of 20 in mock aerial combat, that Neville Longbottom's broomstick glowed bright red beneath his clenched hands. It should have meant that Longbottom was out of the game. Then, in the Hogwarts stands, among the watching crowds of students, a scream went up. Combat realism. It was Professor Quirrell's one master rule. You could get away with anything if it was realistic, and in real life, a soldier didn't just vanish when their broomstick got hit by a curse. Neville was falling toward the ground and screaming chaotic landing. And the chaotics were wrenching their attention away from fights to cast the hover charm, and run at the same time so they wouldn't be sitting ducks, almost everyone else stopping to gape. And Neville Longbottom slammed into the leaf-laden forest ground, landing on one knee, one foot, and both hands, as though he were kneeling down to be knighted. Everything stopped. Even Tracy and Susan paused in their duel. In the stadium, all crowd noises vanished. There was a universal silence composed of astonishment, concern, and sheer dumbstruck gaping awe, as everyone waited to see what would happen next. And then Neville Longbottom slowly rose to his feet, and leveled his wand at the Sunshine soldiers. Though nobody on the battlefield heard it, a large segment of the stadium audience had begun chanting, in steadily rising notes each time the word was uttered, doom 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 doom, because you just couldn't see that and not think it required musical accompaniment. The crowd is cheering your grandson, said Amelia Bones. The old witch was favoring the screen with a measuring look. So they are, said Augusta Longbottom. Some, if I hear correctly, are cheering, our blood for Neville. Our souls for Neville. Quite, said Amelia, taking a sip from a teacup which had not been there moments earlier. It shows the lad has leadership potential. These cheers, continued Augusta, her voice taking on an even more stunned quality, seemed to be coming from the Hufflepuff benches. It is the House of the Loyal, my dear, said Amelia. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. What in Merlin's name has been happening in this school? Lucius Malfoy was watching the screens with an ironic smile, his fingers tapping at his armrest in no discernible pattern. I do not know what is more frightening, the thought that he has some hidden plan behind all this, or the thought that he does not. Look! Cried the Lord of Greengrass. The dapper young man had risen half out of his chair, pointing his finger at the screen. There she goes. We'll both take him at once, Daphne whispered. She knew that a few fear-filled minutes of real combat experience, a handful of times each week, might not be enough to match Neville's regular dueling practice with Harry and Cedric Diggory over the same period. He's too much for one of us, but both of us together, I'll use my charm, you just try to stun him. Hannah, beside her, nodded, and then they both screamed at the top of their lungs and charged forward, the hover charms of two supporting Sunshine soldiers moving them faster and making them light on their feet, Daphne already crying tonare. Even as Hannah kept a huge Contego shield moving in front of them, and with a brief extra lift they leapt over the heads of the front screen of soldiers and landed in front of Neville with their hair billowing high around them. Photographs were strictly prohibited at all Hogwarts games, but somehow this moment still ended up on the front page of the next day's Quibbler. And in the same instant, because fighting older bullies had burned away the slightest traces of hesitation, Hannah fired her first sleep hex at Neville. She'd started the incantation while she was still in the air, even as Daphne, concentrating more on speed than on force, slashed down with her ancient blade at where she thought Neville's thighs would be after he dodged. But Neville leapt up, not sideways, leapt up higher than he should have been able to go, so that her glowing sword cut only the air beneath his feet. Somehow Daphne realized what it meant, that Neville still had other chaotics hovering him, in time for her to raise her blade up over her head, but Neville fell too fast and when his blade smashed into hers it was like being hit by a bludger. It knocked Daphne off her feet and sent her sprawling backward onto the grass, hitting the ground hard on her back. It might have been all over for her, then, if Neville hadn't landed too hard himself and gone to his knees with a pained gasp. And then before Neville could bring his glowing blade down, Hannah shouted Somnium. And Neville lurched frantically backward, though of course no spell had actually come from Hannah's wand. The Hufflepuff girl couldn't really have fired again that fast, which gave Daphne a second to scramble to her feet and get both hands around her wand again. "Dear Merlin," said Lady Greengrass. Her voice seemed unsteady, the aristocratic poise well punctured. "My daughter is fighting with the charm of the most ancient blade. In her first year. I never knew she possessed such extraordinary talent." "Excellent blood," Charles Knott said approvingly, causing Augusta to snort. "My good lady," said Professor Quirrell, sounding grave. "Do not wrong your daughter so. That is not mere talent which you see." His voice grew a little drier. "Rather, it is what happens when children put their competitive efforts into a game which involves actual spell casting." "Expelliarmus!" shouted Draco, trying not to let his voice crack as he simultaneously dodged the blazing red stun bolt that Hermione Granger had fired at him, his muscles twisting with the need to dodge in the wrong direction. She'd pointed to his left, and then with a mysterious twitch fired right. Hermione dodged the fast-moving dueling hex, and cried with hardly another moment's pause, "Stelius!" a wide-angle hex that Draco couldn't avoid, but he managed to point his wand at his own face and cry Quiescus. Before the sudden urge to inhale could devolve into a sneezing fit that would have ended the battle. Draco Malfoy was already half exhausted from all the locking charms and transfigurations earlier, but his confusion was beginning to give way to a sense of his own blood boiling. He didn't know why Granger was attacking him so angrily all of a sudden, but if she wanted a fight he'd give her one. The dragons and Sunnies weren't stopping to watch the duel of their generals. The dragons were too disciplined to stop and watch, and that meant the Sunnies had to go on fighting too, but the gaping audience in the Hogwarts Quidditch stands were being distracted even from Neville and Daphne's spectacle, shifting their eyes to the duel of two generals as Malfoy and Granger fired hex after hex and jinx after jinx at each other, casting more rapidly than any other student in their year could have managed. The dragon generals' trained dueling dance matched by the Sunshine generals' frantic energy, the combat between them beginning to resemble an adult duel as the two most magically powerful first years resorted to spells more exotic than the usual sleep hex. Although, Draco was beginning to realize, when he and Harry and Professor Quirrell had dismissed Miss Granger as having as much intent to kill as a bowl of wet grapes, they'd never seen her angry. Daphne lashed out with her ancient blade, again not trying to hit hard but just moving the blade as fast as possible. At the same time Hannah cried Somnium. And Neville leapt back again, but it had been another bluff and Hannah was moving in to fire a real spell almost point blank. And Neville Longbottom did exactly what he would explain afterward, Cedric Diggory had trained him to do if he was fighting Bellatrix Black, which was to spin around and kick Hannah really hard in the pit of her stomach. The Hufflepuff girl made a sad little sound, a gasping cry of pain, as she was knocked off her feet by the hard shoe sinking into her abdomen with the force of Neville's whole body behind it. For an instant the battlefield stood still, everything halted except Hannah's falling form. Then Neville's face turned to absolute dismay and he lowered his wand, the chaotic lieutenant starting instinctively toward his housemate as he reached for her with his other hand. Even as Hannah turned her fall into a roll and came out with her wand raised and shot him. A fractional second later, Daphne, who hadn't hesitated either, sank her most ancient blade squarely into Neville's back, causing the chaotic lieutenant's muscles to jerk convulsively with the stunning magic discharging into him even as Hannah's sleep hex took effect, and then the last scion of Longbottom was sprawled still on the ground with a look of total surprise frozen to his face. "Today Mr. Longbottom has learned a valuable lesson about his feelings of pity and remorse," said Professor Quirrell. "And chivalry," said Amelia, sipping her tea again. "Are you all right?" whispered Daphne, as she stood protectively over where Hannah lay on the ground clutching her stomach. The girl didn't give anything back in reply except more retching sounds that sounded like Hannah was trying not to throw up while trying not to cry. Somehow, even though it might not have been good tactics, it would have been better if Hannah had been hexed outright, than for other soldiers to be tied up protecting her. A number of Sunnies seemed to be standing in front of Hannah with their wands clutched tightly, staring angrily at the chaotics. Someone had thrown up a prismatic barrier between the two groups, Daphne couldn't see who. And for some reason the chaotics didn't seem to be pressing the attack. Even Tracy had completely dropped the grim look on her face and was shifting her weight nervously from one foot to another, as though she was having trouble remembering which side she was on. "Hold!" shouted a voice. "Hold battle!" There wasn't much battle going on anyway, but it held. General Potter, looking every inch the boy who lived, strode out from the trees with something large and camouflage cloth covered held under one arm. "Is Miss Abbott breathing all right?" General Potter yelled. Daphne didn't look back. She didn't trust that this wasn't a trap. It was absolutely certain that if the chaotics took the opportunity to attack, Professor Quirrell would not only rule it legal but also award them extra points afterward. But Daphne could hear the answer well enough with her ears. It wasn't like Hannah was trying to breathe quietly, and so she said, "Sort of." "She should get out of here and to someone who can use healing charms," Harry said. "Just in case that broke something." From behind Daphne, a small gasping voice said, I can still fight. Miss Abbott, don't, Harry said, just as there was the sound from behind Daphne of someone collapsing back to the grass after trying and failing to get to her feet. Everyone winced, but Daphne didn't turn her back on Harry. Why haven't the teachers stopped the battle? Said Susan, her voice angry. I expect it's because Miss Abbott is in no danger of permanent damage and Professor Quirrell thinks we're learning valuable lessons, Harry said in a hard voice. Look, Miss Abbott, if you go, Tracy will also retire from the battle. You already outnumber us, so that's a very good deal for your side. Please take it. Hannah, just go. Said Daphne. I mean, just say you're out. When Daphne glanced back she saw that Hannah was shaking her head, still curled up in a ball on the grass. Oh, screw this, said Harry. Chaotix. The faster we stun them, the faster she's out of here. We're going to do this very quickly, even if we take casualties. End truce. Tuna fish. Daphne's political hindbrain had only an instant to admire how Harry's few words had just made the Chaotix the good guys, and then in almost perfect unison, the Chaotix were plunging their hands into the pockets of their uniforms and drawing out green sunglasses in an unfamiliar style. Not like anything you would wear to the beach, more like goggles for advanced potions. Then Daphne realized what was about to happen and snapped up her other hand to shield her eyes, just as Harry ripped the cloth off the cauldron. The fluid that spilled forth as Harry Potter threw the cauldron's contents into the air was too bright to be seen, too brilliant to be imagined, incandescent like the sun magnified a dozen times. Which was exactly what it was. The sunlight which had been invested to create the acorns, the bright energy that had fueled a tree rising up from the bare dirt. Blazing a searing purple, the color of the mixed blue and red wavelengths that chlorophyll absorbed. With almost none of the green wavelengths that chlorophyll reflected to create the green color of leaves. Which was the color of the Chaos Legion's sunglasses, made to pass through green wavelengths, blocking red and blue, reducing even the most incandescent purple glare to something bearable. The violet light blazed on and on. Daphne tried dropping her arm from her eyes but found that she couldn't look directly at anything, even the second-hand purple glare was so bright she had to squint, and she had only time to cry one finite incantatum, which didn't work, before a sleep hex took her. What was left of the battle didn't take very long after that. Now! Bellowed Blaze Zabanai, formerly of Sunshine, now commanding a detachment of Chaos Legionnaires. I mean, tuna fish. The Slytherin boy's hand grasped the cloth shielding the cauldron from the triggering touch of daylight, already beginning to move it aside. Now! Bellowed Dean Thomas, formerly of Chaos, commanding a consignment of dragon warriors. Do whatever they do. The Chaotix of Zabanai's detachment plunged their hands into their uniform pockets, and came forth bearing green sunglasses. An action almost perfectly mirrored by Dean and the dragon warriors, who drew forth green-colored potions goggles, and quickly drew the straps over their own heads, even as the Chaotix put on their sunglasses and the violet incandescence blasted forth. As General Malfoy had explained, if Mr. Goyle reported that the Chaos Legion was wearing green-colored potions goggles, you didn't have to know why to transfigure some copies. That's cheating! Shrieked Blaze Zabanai. That's technique! Dean yelled back. Dragons, charge! Pardon me, the Lady Greengrass said. Could you stop laughing like that, Mr. Quirrell? It's unnerving. Finite their goggles! Shouted Blaze Zabanai, as the two armies ran headlong toward each other through omnipresent eye-searing purple glare. We can still win. You heard him! Bellowed Dean. Get their glasses! Blaze Zabanai's reply to this wasn't anything articulate. That battle went on a lot longer. Stupefy! Shrieked the Sunshine General. Draco didn't dodge, he didn't counter, he didn't have enough energy left for either, all he could do was whip his left hand into position and hope. The red stun bolt dissipated again on Draco's colloporchist glove, which he'd transfigured and spell-locked to his hand the same as the rest of Dragon Army. It was all that was saving him now, that shield. It should have been a time to counterattack, but Draco could only catch his breath, as the two of them danced backward and forward beneath the trees in the never-ending movements of their duel. Across from him, General Granger was panting hard, the young girl's face glistening with sweat like dew, her chestnut hair wetted into brown plaits. Her camouflage uniform was stained with damp spots, her shoulders visibly trembling with exhaustion, but her wand was still steel steady where it stayed level on Draco through all their motion. Her eyes glaring, her cheeks flushed with rage. So, little girl, why were you pretending to fight like a grown-up today? The taunt came to mind, but he didn't really think he needed Granger any angrier, so instead Draco just said, though he could hear his own voice cracking, any reason you're feeling mad at me, Granger? The girl was gasping for breath herself, her own voice wobbling as she spoke. I know what you're up to, said Hermione Granger, her voice rising. I know what you and Snape are up to, Malfoy, and I know who's behind it. Hey! Draco said without even thinking about it. That only seemed to increase Granger's fury, and her fingers whitened on the wand she held leveled on him. And then Draco got it, and it boiled his own blood in his veins. Even she thought he was secretly plotting against her. You too! Draco yelled. I helped you, you buck-toothed bint. You, stuttering past all the dark curses that came to mind until he found something he could actually cast at her, Den Sachio. But Granger flashed and whirled around the tooth-lengthening hex, and then her own wand came around and leveled at almost point-blank range, even as Draco brought up his left hand like a shield, placing the magic-locked glove between himself and whatever she was about to fire, and the Sunshine General's own voice rose to a shriek audible across the whole battleground. Alohomora! Time should have paused. But it didn't. Instead the padlock clicked and fell off the glove. Just like that. Just like that. The screens showed it all very clearly, to the entire watching Hogwarts Stadium. And the bone-dead silent hush that fell over every bench and every bleacher said that everyone understood quite clearly what it meant, that the scion of House Malfoy had just had his magic overcome by a Muggleborn. Hermione Granger didn't pause in her fight, gave no sign that she even knew what she'd done, instead her foot snapped out in a Muggle-style kick that knocked Draco's wand cleanly out of his hand, his shocked mind and body moving just a little too slowly. Draco dove after his wand, scrabbling frantically on the ground, but from behind him a girl's cracking voice said Somnium. And Draco Malfoy fell and didn't rise again. There was another moment of frozen silence. The Sunshine General was wobbling on her feet, looking like she might faint. Then the dragon warriors screamed at the top of their lungs and charged forward to avenge their fallen commander. Mr. and Mrs. Davis were shaking as they stood up from the comfortable chairs of the faculty Quidditch box. They couldn't quite clutch each other while walking, but they held hands tightly, pretending hard to be invisible. If they'd been children young enough for accidental magic they probably would have spontaneously disillusioned themselves. The elderly Charles Knott said nothing as he stood from his chair. The scarred Lord Jugson said nothing, as he stood from his own chair. Lucius Malfoy said nothing as he stood. All three of them turned without pause and strode toward the stairwell of the elevated bleachers, moving in eerie unison like an aura trio. Lord Malfoy, the defense professor said in mild tones. That man was still seated in his own chair, looking upon his parchment-like screens, arms limp at his side, as though for some reason he didn't feel like moving. The white-haired man halted just before reaching the exit archway, and the elderly man and the scarred man halted as well, flanking him. Lord Malfoy's head turned, too slightly to be any form of acknowledgement, but in the defense professor's direction. Your son performed exceptionally well today, said Professor Quirrell. I must confess that I underestimated him. And he has earned his army's loyalty, as you have witnessed. Still very mild, the defense professor's voice. Speaking as your son's teacher, it is my opinion that he will not benefit if you interfere in his. Lord Malfoy and his compatriots vanished down the stairs. A fine try, Quirinus, Dumbledore said quietly. The old wizard's face showed small lines of worry. He hadn't risen from his own seat either, staring at the parchment screens as though they were still active. Do you think he will listen? The defense professor's shoulders twitched in a slight shrug, the only movement they'd shown since the battle ended. Well, said the Lady Greengrass, as she rose up and cracked her knuckles, stretching, her husband silent beside her. I must say, that was quite interesting. Amelia Bones had risen from her own cushioned seat without any fuss. Interesting indeed, said Director Bones. I do confess, I find myself disturbed by the skill with which those children were fighting one another. The skill? Lord Greengrass said. Their spells didn't seem all that impressive to me. Except for Daphne's, of course. The old witch did not move her eyes from where she was gazing at the defense professor's balding head. The stunning hex is not a first-year spell, Lord Greengrass, but that is not the skill I had in mind. They supported each other with those simple spells, they reacted at speed to surprises. The director of the DMLE paused, as though searching for words that a mere civilian could understand. In the midst of battle, she said finally, with spells flying in every direction, those children seemed quite at home. Indeed, Director Bones, said the defense professor. Some arts are best begun in youth. The old witch's eyes narrowed. You are readying them to become a military force, Professor. To what end? Now hold on. Interjected Lord Greengrass. There's plenty of schools where they teach dueling in first year. Dueling? Said the defense professor. From behind it wasn't visible if the pale face was smiling. That is nothing, Lord Greengrass, to what my students have learned. They have learned not to hesitate in the face of ambushes and greater foes. They have learned to adapt when combat conditions change and change again. They have learned to protect their allies, to protect more those who are more valuable, to abandon pieces which cannot be rescued. They have learned that to survive they must follow orders. Some have even learned a little creativity. Oh, no, Lord Greengrass, these wizards will not hide in their manners and wait to be protected, when the next threat comes. They will know that they know how to fight. Augusta Longbottom loudly clapped her hands together 3 times. We won. It was the first thing Draco heard when he woke up on the battlefield, Padma telling him how his soldiers had rallied after he fell. How, thanks to the Dragon General's foresight, Mr. Thomas had led his detachment to victory over chaos. How General Potter had defeated the portion of the Sunshine Regiment that clashed with him. How Mr. Thomas's Dragon Warriors had rejoined the main body of soldiers bearing both their own goggles and the sunglasses of the defeated Chaotix. How, only moments later, General Potter's remaining contingent had attacked both other armies with a potion that emitted searing purple light. But Dragon had held the numerical advantage over Sunshine and Chaos both, and enough sunglasses for their warriors, and so Padma had managed to lead her inherited army to victory. From the light in Padma's eyes and her arrogant smile that would have done proud to a Malfoy, she was expecting congratulations. Draco managed to grit out some form of praise from between his clenched teeth, and couldn't have said afterward what it was. The foreign-born witch, it appeared, hadn't any idea what had happened, or what it meant. I lost. The dragons trudged back to Hogwarts beneath grey skies, cold droplets landing heavy on Draco's skin, one by one. While he'd been stunned, it had begun, the long-promised rain finally beginning to fall. There was only one option left to Draco now. A forced move, as Mr. McNair, who taught Draco chess, would have termed it. Harry Potter probably wouldn't like it, if he really was in love with Granger the way everyone said. But the forced move, as Mr. McNair had defined it, was one you needed to make if you wanted the game to continue at all. It kept on playing in Draco's mind, over and over again, even as he walked like an automaton through the massive portals of Hogwarts, sent away Vincent and Gregory with 2 sharp words, and became alone within his private bedroom, sitting on his bed, staring at the wall above his desk. Filling his mind like a dementor had locked him into the memory. The padlock on his glove clicking and falling away. Draco knew, he knew what he'd done wrong. He'd been so tired after casting 27 locking charms for all the other dragon warriors. Less than a minute wasn't enough time to recover after each spell. And so he'd just cast Colloportus on his own padlocked glove, just cast the spell, not put in all his strength to bind it stronger than Harry Potter or Hermione Granger could undo. But nobody was going to believe that, even if it was true. Even in Slytherin, nobody would believe that. It sounded like an excuse, and an excuse was all that anyone would hear. Granger whirled and spun and screamed Alohomora. Draco's mind kept playing it over and over as the resentment built. He'd helped Granger, cooperated with her on banning traitors, held her hand as she dangled off the roof, stopped a riot from breaking out around her in the Great Hall. Did she have any idea what he'd risked, what he'd probably already lost, what it meant for the heir of House Malfoy to do that for a mudblood? And now there was only one move left, and the thing about a forced move was that you had to make it, even if it meant getting detention and losing house points. Professor Snape would know and understand, but there were limits, Father had warned him, to what the potions master would overlook. Challenge Granger to a wizard's duel, in open defiance of Hogwarts regulations. Attack her outright, if she tried to refuse. Defeat her one-on-one, in public, not with clever dueling technique, but by overpowering her magic. Beat her solidly, completely, crush her as utterly as the Dark Lord himself had crushed his enemies. Make it absolutely clear to everyone, so that nobody could possibly doubt, that Draco had just been exhausted from casting the spell so many times. Prove that the Malfoy blood was stronger than any mudbloods. Only it's not, Harry Potter's voice whispered inside Draco's mind. It's easy to forget what's really true, Draco, once you start trying to win at politics. But in reality there's only one thing that makes you a wizard, remember? Draco knew, then, he knew the reason for the disquiet in the back of his mind, as he stared at the blank wall above his desk contemplating his forced move. It should have been simple, when you only had one move, the thing to do was make it, but... Granger whirling, spinning, sweat-dampened hair flying around her, bolts flying from her wand as fast as his own, jinx and counter-jinx, glowing bats flying at his face, and through all of it the look of fury in Granger's eyes. There'd been a part of him admiring that, before it had all gone wrong, admiring Granger's fury and power, a part of him that had exulted in the first real fight he'd ever been in, against an equal opponent. If he challenged Granger, and lost. It ought not to be possible, Draco had gotten his wand 2 full years before anyone else in his Hogwarts class. Only there was a reason why they usually didn't bother giving wands to 9-year-olds. Age counted too, it wasn't just how long you'd held a wand. Granger's birthday had been only a few days into the year, when Harry had bought her that pouch. That meant she was 12 now, that she'd been 12 almost since the start of Hogwarts. And the truth was, Draco hadn't been practicing much outside of class, probably not nearly as much as Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. Draco hadn't thought he needed any more practice to stay ahead. And Granger was exhausted too, whispered the voice of contrary evidence inside him. Granger must have been exhausted from all those stunning hexes, and even in that state she'd been able to undo his locking charm. And Draco could not afford to challenge Granger publicly, one-on-one with no excuses, and lose. Draco knew what you were supposed to do in this sort of situation. You were supposed to cheat. But if anyone discovered Draco cheating, it would be disastrous, perfect blackmail material even if it never got out publicly, and any Slytherins watching would know that, they'd be looking. And then, if you were watching, you would have seen Draco Malfoy get up from his bed, and go to his desk, and take out a sheet of the finest sheepskin parchment, and a pearl-carven inkwell, filled with greenish-silver ink that had been made with true silver and crushed emeralds. From the great trunk at his bed's foot, the Slytherin drew forth a book bound also in silver and emeralds, entitled The Etiquette of the Houses of Britain. And with a new, clean quill, Draco Malfoy began to write, frequently looking to the book where it lay open as a reference. There was a grim smile on the boy's face, making the young Malfoy look very much like his father, as he carefully drew each letter as though it were a separate artwork. From Draco, son of Lucius, son of Abraxas, lords of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, son also of Narcissa, daughter of Druella, lady of the noble and most ancient house of Black, scion and heir of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. To Hermione, the first Granger. That form might have been meant to sound polite, long ago when it had been invented. Nowadays, after centuries of being used to address mudbloods, it carried a lovely tinge of refined venom. I, Draco, of most ancient house, demand redress, for. Draco paused, carefully moving the quill aside so that it wouldn't drip. He needed a pretext for this, at least if he wanted to impose the duel's conditions. The challenged had the choice of terms unless they had insulted a noble house. He needed to make it look like Granger had insulted him. What was he thinking? Granger had insulted him. Draco flipped the book to the page of standard formulae, and found one that seemed appropriate. I, Draco, of most ancient house, demand redress, for that I have thrice over helped you and offered you only my goodwill, and in return you falsely accused me of plotting against you. Draco had to stop and take a breath, forcing down the seething anger. He was starting to genuinely feel the insult now, and he'd just written out the last phrase and underlined it without thinking, like it was an ordinary letter. After a moment's reflection, he decided to let it stand. It might not be the exact formal phrasing, but it had a raw, angry tone that seemed appropriate. Which insult you committed before the eyes of Britain. Thus I, Draco, compel you, Hermione, by custom, by law, by the 17th ruling of the 31st Wisengamot, Draco said aloud without looking, a line delivered in many plays. He sat straighter as he said it, feeling every pulse of the noble blood in his veins. Thus I, Draco, compel you, Hermione, by custom, by law, by the 17th ruling of the 31st Wisengamot, to meet me in wizard's duel with terms, that we each come alone and in silence, speaking to none before or after. If the duel went poorly, Draco could just say nothing and leave it at that. And if he did defeat Granger, he would have learned experimentally that he could beat her again in a public challenge. It wasn't cheating, but it was science, which was almost as good. Contesting by magic solely, without death or lasting injury. Where? Draco had been told about a room in Hogwarts that was good for duels, where everything valuable was already protected by wards, and there were no portraits to tattle on you. Which one had it been again? In the trophy room of the castle of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And their second and public duel had better be soon, like tomorrow. It would take very little time for his reputation in Slytherin to go irretrievably to sludge. He needed to fight Granger for the first time tonight. Upon midnight stroke that shall end this very day. Draco, of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. Draco signed the formal parchment, and then drew forth his ordinary and lesser parchment, and his regular ink, for his postscriptum. If you don't know how the rules work, Granger, here's how it is. You insulted a most ancient house, and I've got the lawful right to challenge. And if you affront the conditions of the duel, like by having Flitwick show up at the trophy room, or even just telling anyone else, my father will take you and your false honor straight to the Wisengamot. Draco Malfoy. On the last letter his quill pressed down on the parchment so viciously that the nib snapped off, creating a streak of ink and a small rip in the parchment, which Draco decided also looked appropriate. That night at dinnertime, Susan Bones came to Harry Potter and told him that she thought Draco Malfoy was going to carry out his plot against Hermione very soon. She was warning all the members of SPHEW, and she'd warned Professor Sprout, and she'd warned Professor Flitwick, and she was going to send a letter to her aunt tonight, and now she was warning Harry Potter, too. Only they couldn't quite talk about it with Padma, Susan said, looking very serious, because Padma was feeling torn between her loyalty to Hermione and her loyalty to her general. Harry James Potter Evansvers, who was at this point feeling more frustrated with the entire situation than anything really productive, snapped at her that yes, he knew something had to be done. After Susan Bones left, Harry looked over at the other end of the Ravenclaw table, where Hermione had sat down away from him or Padma or Anthony or any of her other friends. But Hermione didn't look like she was in a mood where somebody going over and bothering her would be taken very well. Later, looking backward, Harry would think of how, in his SF and fantasy novels, people always made their big, important choices for big, important reasons. Harry Seldon had created his foundation to rebuild the ashes of the Galactic Empire, not because he would look more important if he could be in charge of his own research group. Raistlin Majira had severed ties with his brother because he wanted to become a god, not because he was incompetent at personal relationships and unwilling to ask for advice on how to do better. Frodo Baggins had taken the ring because he was a hero who wanted to save Middle-earth, not because it would have been too awkward not to. If anyone ever wrote a true history of the world, not that anyone ever could or would, probably 97% of all the key moments of fate would turn out to be constructed of lies and tissue paper and trivial little thoughts that somebody could have just as easily thought differently. Harry James Potter Evansvers looked at Hermione Granger, where she'd sat down at the other end of the table, and felt a sense of reluctance to bother her when she looked like she was already in a bad mood. So then Harry thought that it probably made more sense to talk to Draco Malfoy first, just so that he could absolutely positively definitely assure Hermione that Draco really wasn't plotting against her. And later on after dinner, when Harry went down to the Slytherin basement and was told by Vincent that the boss ain't to be disturbed, then Harry thought that maybe he should see if Hermione would talk to him right away. That he should just get started on unraveling the whole mess before it raveled any further. Harry wondered if he might just be procrastinating, if his mind had just found a clever excuse to put off something unenjoyable but necessary. He actually thought that. And then Harry James Potter Evansvers decided that he'd just talk to Draco Malfoy the next morning instead, after Sunday breakfast, and then talk to Hermione. Human beings did that sort of thing all the time. It was Sunday morning, on the 5th of April, 1992, and the simulated sky above the Great Hall of Hogwarts showed great torrents of rain pouring down in such density that the lightning flashes were diminished and scattered into small pulses of white light that sometimes transformed the house tables, paling their faces and making all the students appear briefly to be ghosts. Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table, wearily eating a waffle, waiting for Draco to make an appearance so that he could get started on sorting this whole thing out. There was a quibbler being passed around which had somehow ended up with Hannah and Daphne on the front page, but it hadn't gotten to his place yet. A few minutes later Harry finished eating his waffle, and then looked around again to see if Draco had arrived yet for breakfast at the Slytherin table. It was odd. Draco Malfoy was almost never late. Since Harry was looking in the direction of the Slytherin table, he didn't see Hermione Granger entering through the huge doors of the Great Hall. Thus he was rather startled when he turned back and discovered Hermione sitting down directly beside him at the Ravenclaw table, just as if she hadn't not done that for more than a week. "Hi, Harry," Hermione said, her voice sounding almost exactly normal. She started to put toast on her plate and a selection of healthy fruits and vegetables. "How are you?" "Within one standard deviation of my own peculiar little average," Harry automatically replied. "How are you doing? Did you sleep okay?" There were dark bags under Hermione Granger's eyes. "Why, yes, I'm fine," said Hermione Granger. Harry said. He took a slice of pie onto his plate. As his brain was occupied with other things, Harry's hand simply took the tastiest thing within range, without evaluating complex concepts like whether he was ready to eat dessert. Hermione, I'm going to need to talk to you later today, is that okay?" "Sure," said Hermione. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Because," Harry said. "I mean, you and I haven't, for the last few days." "Shut up," suggested an internal part of Harry that seemed to have been recently allocated for governing Hermione-related issues. Hermione Granger didn't look like she was paying much attention to him in any case. She just stared down at her plate, and then, after about 10 seconds of awkward silence, began to eat her tomato slices, one after another, without pause. Harry looked away from her and began to eat a slice of pie which, he discovered, had somehow materialized on his plate. "So," Hermione Granger suddenly said after she'd polished off most of her plate in silence. "Anything happening today?" Harry said. He looked around frantically, as though to find something happening that he could use as conversational fodder. And so Harry was one of the first to see it, and wordlessly point, although the sudden swell of whispers that swept through the Great Hall showed that a number of other people had seen it too. The distinctive crimson tinge of the robes would have been recognizable anywhere, but it still took Harry's brain a few moments to place the faces. An Asianish-looking man, solemn, and today looking rather grim. A man with a piercing gaze that swept over the room, his long black hair waving behind him in a ponytail. A man thin and pale and unshaven, with a face so blank that it was like stone. It took Harry a few moments to place the faces, and remember the names, from that long-ago day in January when the Dementor had come to Hogwarts: Komodo, Butneru, Goryanov. An Auror trio. Hermione said in a strange bright voice. "Why, I wonder what they'd be doing here." Dumbledore was in their company as well, looking as worried as Harry had ever seen him, and after a moment's pause while the old wizard's eyes scanned the Great Hall and the students whispering over their breakfasts, he pointed straight at Harry. "Oh, now what?" Harry said under his breath. His inward thoughts were a lot more panicked than that, as he wondered frantically if anyone had connected him to the Azkaban breakout somehow. He looked at the head table, trying to make the glance casual, and realized that Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen, this morning. The Auror swept toward him with swift strides, Auror Goryanov approaching from the other side of the Ravenclaw table as though to block any escape in that direction, Auror Komodo and Auror Butneru approaching from Harry's side, the headmaster following straight on Komodo's heels. All conversation everywhere had ground to utter silence. The Aurors reached Harry's place at the table, surrounding him from 3 angles. Yes. Harry said, as normally as he could. What is it? Hermione Granger, Auror Komodo said in a toneless voice, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. Chapter 79, Taboo Trade-offs, PT1. Hermione Granger, Auror Komodo said in a toneless voice, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. The words dropped into Harry's consciousness and shattered his thoughts into 100 shards of incredulity, the shock of adrenaline running into so much confusion that. Harry said. She wouldn't, what? The Aurors weren't paying any attention to him. Komodo spoke again, still in that colorless voice. Mr. Malfoy has regained consciousness in St. Mungo's and named you, Hermione Granger, as his assaulter. He has repeated these accusations under 2 drops of Veritaserum. The blood-cooling charm you cast upon Mr. Malfoy would have killed him if he had not been found and treated, and it must be presumed known to you that this was a fatal curse. I therefore arrest you upon the serious charge of attempted murder and you will be taken into ministry custody to be interrogated under 3 drops of Veritaserum. Are you mad? The words burst out of Harry's mouth, as he shoved himself up from the Ravenclaw table, an instant before Auror Butneru's hand clamped down hard upon his shoulder. Harry ignored it. That's Hermione Granger you're trying to arrest, the nicest girl in Ravenclaw, she helps Hufflepuffs with their homework, she'd die before she tried to kill anyone. Hermione Granger's face had crumpled. I did it, she whispered in a tiny voice. It was me. Another huge rock fell on Harry's thoughts and crushed their fragile order, bursting fragments of comprehension into dust. Dumbledore's face seemed to have aged decades over the course of seconds. Why, Miss Granger? Dumbledore said, his own voice barely above a whisper. Why would you do such a thing? Hermione said, I'm sorry, I don't know why she seemed to collapse in on herself, her voice was formed of nothing but sobs, and the only words that could be made out were, I thought, killed him, sorry. And Harry should have said something, should have done something, should have jumped up out of his seat and stunned all 3 Aurors and then gone on to some incredibly clever next move, but the twice shattered fragments of his thought processes could yield no output. Butneru's hand pushed Harry gently but firmly back into his seat and Harry found himself stuck there like he'd been glued. He tried to grab his wand for a finite and it wouldn't come out of his pocket. The 3 Aurors and Dumbledore escorted Hermione out of the Great Hall amid a rising storm of outcries and the doors began to swing shut behind them. Nothing made sense, it was surreal beyond all reckoning, like he'd been transported into an alternate universe, and then Harry's mind flashed back to another day of confusion and in a moment of desperate inspiration he finally realized what the Weasley twins had done to Rita Skeeter, and his voice rose in a scream, Hermione you didn't do it, you've been false memory charmed. But the doors had already shut. Minerva couldn't possibly have stood still, she paced back and forth through the headmaster's office, the back of her mind half expecting Severus or Harry to tell her to shut up and sit down, but neither the potions master or the boy who lived seemed much concerned with her, both of their gazes focused on Albus Dumbledore where he had emerged from the flue. There were sounds in the background that nobody heard. Severus seemed as passionless as ever, sitting in a small cushioned chair beside the headmaster's desk. The old wizard stood terrible and upright by the still-burning fireplace, robed in black like a starless night, radiating power and dismay. All her own thoughts were of utter confusion and horror. Harry Potter sat on a wooden stool with his fingers gripping the seat, and his eyes were fury and freezing ice. At 6:33 a.m., Quirinus Quirrell had fled St. Mungo's from his office for immediate pickup of Draco Malfoy. Professor Quirrell had found Mr. Malfoy in the trophy room of Hogwarts, on the verge of death from the continuing effects of the blood-cooling charm slowly lowering his body temperature. Professor Quirrell had immediately dispelled the charm, cast stabilizing spells on Mr. Malfoy, and levitated him to his office to flew him to St. Mungo's for further treatment. After this, Professor Quirrell had informed the headmaster, stating the facts briefly before vanishing through the flue. The Aurors, notified by St. Mungo's, had demanded his presence for questioning. The clear intent of the blood-cooling charm had been to kill Draco Malfoy so slowly that the wards of Hogwarts, set to detect sudden injury, would not trigger. Under interrogation, Professor Quirrell had told the Aurors that he had cast several tracking charms upon Mr. Malfoy's person in January, shortly after Mr. Malfoy's return to Hogwarts from Yuletime break. Professor Quirrell had cast tracking charms because he had learned of a person with a motive to harm Mr. Malfoy. Professor Quirrell had refused to identify this person. The tracking charms which Professor Quirrell had cast were triggered by Mr. Malfoy's health falling below an absolute level, rather than by sudden changes, and had therefore alerted Professor Quirrell before Mr. Malfoy had died. 2 drops of Veritaserum, sufficient to prevent Mr. Malfoy from withholding any ameliorating or moderating information in his statements, had shown that Mr. Malfoy had, legally under the laws of noble houses, illegally under the regulations of Hogwarts, challenged Hermione Granger to a duel. Mr. Malfoy had won the duel but had then, as he left, been attacked from behind by Miss Granger with a stunning hex. After this Mr. Malfoy knew nothing. 3 drops of Veritaserum, requiring her to volunteer all relevant information, had caused Hermione Granger to confess that she had stunned Draco Malfoy from behind, and then, in a fit of anger, cast the blood-cooling charm on him, with the deliberate intention of killing him slowly enough to evade identification from the Hogwarts wards, whose workings she had read about in Hogwarts, A History. She had been horrified at herself upon awakening the next morning, but had not told anyone of what she'd done, believing Draco Malfoy to be already dead, as he certainly would have been after 7 hours, had his body's own magic not been resisting the effects of the blood-cooling charm. Her trial, said Albus Dumbledore, is set for tomorrow at noon. What? The word burst out of Harry Potter. The boy who lived didn't rise from his chair, but Minerva saw his fingers whiten where they gripped the wooden seat beneath him. That's insane. You can't do a police investigation in one day. The potions master raised his voice. This is not Muggle Britain, Mr. Potter. Severus's face was as expressionless as ever, but the bite in his voice was sharp. The Aurors have an accusation under Veritaserum and a confession under Veritaserum. So far as they are concerned, the investigation is done. Not quite, said Dumbledore, just as Harry seemed ready to explode. I have insisted to Amelia that this matter be given the utmost scrutiny. Unfortunately, as the ill-fated duel was at midnight. Supposed duel, Harry said sharply. As the supposed duel was at midnight, yes, you're quite right, Harry, it is beyond the range of any time-turner. Also supposedly, the boy who lived said coldly. And rather suspiciously, since the alleged murder suspect doesn't know about time-turners. I hope that an invisible aura was immediately sent back in time as far as possible to observe. Dumbledore inclined his head. I went myself, Harry, the moment I heard. But by the time I reached the trophy room, Mr. Malfoy was already unconscious and Miss Granger had gone. No, said Harry Potter. You reached the trophy room and saw Draco unconscious. That is all you observed, Headmaster. You did not observe Hermione there, or watch her leave. Let us distinguish observation from inference. The boys had turned to look at her. Imperious, Obliviation, False Memory Charm, Legilimency. Professor McGonagall, am I leaving out any mind-affecting spell that could have made Hermione do this or make her believe she'd done it? The Confundus charm, she said. And the dark arts had never been her study, but she knew, and certain dark rituals. But none of those could be performed in Hogwarts without alarm. The boy nodded, his eyes still directly addressing her. Which of those spells can be detected? Which would the Aurors try to detect? The Confundus charm would wear off in a few hours, she said, after a moment to gather her thoughts. Miss Granger would remember the Imperious. Obliviation cannot be detected by any known means, but only a professor could have cast that spell upon a student without alarm from the Hogwarts wards. Legilimency can only be detected by another Legilimens, I think. I requested that Miss Granger be examined by the court Legilimens, said Dumbledore. The examination showed. Do we trust him? Said Harry. Her, said Dumbledore. Sophie McJorgensen, whom I remember as an honest student of Ravenclaw, and she is bound by the unbreakable vow to tell the truth of what she sees. Could someone else be polyjuiced as her? Harry Potter interrupted again. What did you observe, Headmaster? Albus said heavily, a person who looked like Madame McJorgensen told us that a single Legilimens had lightly touched Miss Granger's mind some months ago. That is from January, Harry, when I communicated with Miss Granger about the matter of a certain Dementor. That was expected, but what I did not expect was the rest of what Sophie found. The old wizard turned to gaze into the flow of fire, letting the orange flames reflect on his face. As you say, Harry, a false memory charm is one possibility. They are, when cast perfectly, indistinguishable from true memory. That doesn't surprise me, Harry interrupted. Studies show that human memories are more or less rewritten every time we remember them. Harry, Minerva said softly, and the boy's mouth clamped shut. The old wizard continued. But a false memory charm of such quality requires as much time to create as a true memory. Creating a detailed memory of 10 minutes would be 10 minutes' work. And according to the court Legilimens, Albus's face now seemed more tired and lined than before. Miss Granger has been obsessing over Mr. Malfoy since the day that Severus yelled at her. She has been thinking of how Mr. Malfoy might be in league with Professor Snape, how he might be planning to harm her and harm Harry, imagining it for hours every day. It would be impossible to create false memories for so much time. The appearance of insanity. Severus murmured softly, as though he were speaking to himself. Could it be natural? No, it is too disastrous to be pure accident, too convenient for someone, I have no doubt. A Muggle drug, perhaps? But that would not be enough, Miss Granger's madness would have to be guided. Ah! Harry said suddenly. I get it now. The first false memory charm was cast on Hermione after Professor Snape yelled at her, and showed, say, Draco and Professor Snape plotting to kill her. Then last night that false memory was removed by obliviation, leaving behind the memories of her obsessing about Draco for no apparent reason. At the same time she and Draco were given false memories of the duel. Minerva blinked in startlement. It would have been 1,000 years before she thought of that possibility. The potions master was frowning thoughtfully, eyes intent. The reaction to a false memory charm is hard to predict in advance, Mr. Potter, without legilimency. The subjects do not always act as expected, when they first remember the false memories. It would have been a risky ploy. But I suppose that is one way Professor Quirrell could have done it. Professor Quirrell, said Harry. What motive does he have to? The potions master said dryly, the defense professor is always a suspect, Mr. Potter. You will notice a trend, given time. Albus raised up a hand, a silencing gesture, and their heads all turned to look at him. But in this case there is another suspect, Albus said quietly. Voldemort. That deadliest of unspeakable words seemed to echo around the room, cancelling all the heat from the orange flames of the fireplace. I do not know, the old wizard said slowly, I know all too little, of the methods of Voldemort's immortality. He searched out those books before I did, I think. All I could find were ancient tales, scattered across too many volumes for him to remove. But to find truth among many stories is also a wizard's mastery, and this I have endeavored to do. There is a human sacrifice, a murder, of that I am certain, committed in coldest blood, the victim dying in horror. And old tales of wizards possessed, doing mad deeds, claiming the names of dark lords thought defeated, and there is usually a device, of that dark lord, which they wield. Albus looked at Harry, the ancient eyes searching the younger. I think, Harry, though you will call it only inference, that the act of murder splits the soul. That by ritual of blackest horror, the torn fragment of soul is chained to this world. To a material thing of this world. Which must be, or which then becomes, a device of power. Horcrux. The terrible name echoed in Minerva's mind, though it seemed that, for what reason she did not know, Albus would not speak that word in front of Harry. And therefore, the old wizard finished quietly, the remainder of the soul is bound to its chained part, lingering here when its body is destroyed. A sad and painful existence, I think it would be, less than spirit, less than the meanest ghost. The old wizard's eyes were locked on Harry, who gazed back with his eyes narrowed. It would take time for that mutilated soul to regain a mockery of life. That is why we have had our 10-year reprieve, I believe, why Voldemort did not return at once. But in time, that revenant would become capable of rising again. The old wizard spoke with grim precision. It is clear, from the stories, that the Dark Lords who return by possessing another's form, wield lesser magics than they once knew. I do not think Voldemort would be satisfied with that. He would take some other avenue to life. But Voldemort was more Slytherin than Salazar, grasping at every opportunity. He would use his pitiful state, use his power of possession, if he had reason. If he could benefit by another's inexplicable fury. Albus's voice had fallen to almost a whisper. That is what I suspect happened to Miss Granger. Minerva's throat was very dry. He's here, she gasped. Here, in Hogwarts. Then she stopped, because the reason Voldemort had come to Hogwarts. The old wizard glanced at her only briefly, and said, still in that whisper, I am sorry, Minerva, you were right. Harry's voice was edged. Right about what? Voldemort's strongest avenue to life, Dumbledore said heavily. The most desirable road for him, by which he would rise greater and more terrible than ever before. It is guarded here, within this castle. Excuse me, Harry said politely. Are you stupid? Harry, she said, but there was no force in her voice. I mean, maybe you haven't noticed this, Headmaster Dumbledore, but this castle is full of children. I had no choice. Bellowed Dumbledore. The blue eyes were blazing now, beneath the half-moon spectacles. I do not own it, that thing which Voldemort desires. It belongs to another, and is held here by his consent. I asked if it could be kept in the Department of Mysteries. But he would not permit that, he said it must be within the wards of Hogwarts, in the place of the Founder's protection. Dumbledore passed his hand across his forehead. No, the old wizard said in a quieter voice. I cannot pass this blame to him. He is right. There is too much power in that thing, too much that men desire. I agreed that the trap should be laid behind the wards of Hogwarts, in the place of my own power. The old wizard bowed his head. I knew Voldemort would worm his way here somehow, and planned to trap him. I did not think, I did not dream, that he would tarry in an enemy fortress 1 minute longer than he must. But, said Severus in some puzzlement, what would the Dark Lord possibly gain by killing Lucius's only heir? Point of order, Harry Potter said, a hard edge in his voice. The motives of whoever's behind this are not the primary issue. Our top priority at this point is that an innocent Hogwarts student is in trouble. The green eyes locked with the blue, as Albus Dumbledore gazed back at the boy who lived. Quite right, Mr. Potter, Minerva said. She hadn't even thought about it, the words just seemed to pop out of her lips. Albus, who is watching over Miss Granger now? Professor Flitwick has gone to her, the headmaster said. She needs a lawyer, Harry said. Anyone who just blurts out I did it to the police. Unfortunately, Minerva said, her tone taking on some of Professor McGonagall's sternness without thinking, I doubt an attorney will be any use to Miss Granger at this point, Mr. Potter. She is to face the judgment of the Wizengamot, and they would be exceedingly unlikely to free her on a technicality. Harry was looking at her with an utterly incredulous expression, as though suggesting that Hermione Granger didn't need an attorney was akin to suggesting that she be set on fire. She is correct, Mr. Potter, Severus said quietly. Few court processes in this country involve solicitors. Harry lifted his glasses and rubbed his eyes, briefly. Fine. How do we get Hermione off the hook, exactly? I suppose it's too much to hope that with all the lawyers gone, the judges understand the concept of common sense and prior probability well enough to realize that 12-year-old girls basically never commit cold-blooded murders. It is the Wizengamot that she faces, said Severus. The oldest noble houses, and certain other wizards of influence. Severus's face twisted in something approaching his customary sarcasm. As for them showing common sense, you might as well expect them to make you a bacon sandwich, Potter. Harry nodded, his mouth set. Exactly what sort of penalty is Hermione facing? Snapped wand and expulsion. No, Severus said. Nothing that light. Are you willfully misunderstanding, Potter? She is facing the Wizengamot. There is no set penalty. There is only the vote. Harry Potter murmured, the rule of law, in complex times, has proved itself deficient. We much prefer the rule of men, it's vastly more efficient. There's no constraining legal rules at all, then. Light glinted off the old wizard's half-moon glasses, he spoke carefully, and not without anger. Legally, Harry, we are dealing with a blood debt from Hermione Granger to the House of Malfoy. The Lord of Malfoy proposes a repayment of that debt, and then the Wizengamot votes on his proposal. That is all. But, Harry said slowly. Lucius was sorted into Slytherin, he's got to realize that Hermione was just a pawn. Not the one he should actually be angry at. Right. No, Harry Potter, Albus Dumbledore said heavily. That is how you wish Lucius Malfoy would think. Lucius Malfoy himself will not share your desire that he think that way. Harry gazed at the headmaster, his eyes growing colder, at the same time that Minerva herself had to clamp down harder on her own emotions, stop her pacing and try to breathe. She'd been trying not to think about it, trying to turn her thoughts away from it, but she knew. She'd known since the instant she'd heard. She could see it in Albus's eyes. Is she facing capital punishment? Harry said quietly, and chills went all the way down Minerva's spine at the undertones of that voice. No. Albus said. No, not the kiss, not Azkaban, not for a first year in Hogwarts. Our country is not so lost, not yet. But Lucius Malfoy, Severus said tonelessly, certainly will not be satisfied with only snapping her wand. All right, Harry said commandingly. As I see it, we've got two essential lines of attack. Line 1, find the real culprit. Line 2, other leverage over Lucius. Professor Quirrell saved Draco's life, does that create a blood debt from House Malfoy to him that he could redeem to cancel Hermione's? Minerva blinked in startlement again. No, Dumbledore said. The old wizard shook his head. It was a clever thought, but no, Harry, I'm afraid not. There is an exception when the Wizengamot suspects that the circumstances of a life debt may have been created deliberately. And the defense professor is hardly above suspicion. Thus Lucius would argue. Harry nodded once, face set. Headmaster, I know I said I wouldn't, but under the circumstances, that time Draco cast that torture hex on me, is that debt enough? No, the old wizard said, even as she blurted what? And Severus lifted an eyebrow. It would not have been enough, and now it is no debt at all. You are an Occlumens and cannot testify under Veritaserum. Draco Malfoy could be obliviated of his own memory before he could testify. Albus hesitated. Harry, whatever you have done with Draco, you must assume that Lucius Malfoy will soon know of it. Harry's head sank into his hands. He'll give Draco Veritaserum. Yes, Albus said quietly. The boy who lived didn't say anything, as he sat with his head in his hands. The potions master looked genuinely shocked. Draco really was trying to help Miss Granger, Severus said. You, Potter, you actually turned him. Harry said from between his hands. I was about 3/4 done. Taught him the Patronus charm and everything. I don't know what will happen now, though. Voldemort has struck a grave blow against us, this day, Albus said. The sound of old wizard's voice was like the look of the boy with his head in his hands. He has taken 2 of our pieces, with 1. No. I should have seen it earlier. He has taken 2 of Harry's pieces with 1 move. Voldemort has begun his game again, not against myself, but against Harry. Voldemort knows the prophecy, he knows who his last foe shall be. He is not waiting to face Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy at Harry's side when they are grown. He is striking at them now. Maybe it's you-know-who and maybe it isn't, Harry said, his voice sounding a little unsteady. Let's not narrow down the hypothesis space prematurely. Harry took a breath and lowered his hands. The other thing we can try is to nail the real culprit before the trial, or at least find solid evidence that someone else did it. Mr. Potter, said Minerva, Professor Quirrell told the Aurors that he knew of someone with a motive to harm Mr. Malfoy. Do you know who he was talking about? Yes, Harry said, after a hesitation. But I think I shall conduct that part of my investigation with the defense professor, just as I would not have Professor Quirrell in the room while we were discussing how to investigate him. He suspects me. Severus said, then gave a short laugh. Why, of course he does. My own plan, said Harry, is to go look at the trophy room where the supposed duel took place and see if I can discover anything anomalous. If you can tell the investigating Aurors to let me through. What investigating Aurors? Severus said tonelessly. Harry Potter took a deep breath, slowly let it out, and then spoke again. In mystery books it usually takes longer than 1 day to solve a crime, but 24 hours is, no, 30 hours is 1800 minutes. And I can think of at least one other important place to look for clues, though it'll have to be someone who can get into the Ravenclaw girls' dorm. Back when Hermione was fighting bullies, she was finding notes under her pillow each morning, telling her where to go. Albus. Ground out Minerva. I did not send them, said the old wizard. His white eyebrows had lifted in surprise. I knew nothing of this. You think she was being played, Harry? It's a possibility, Harry said. More so, because there's a part of this puzzle that you don't know about yet. Harry's voice lowered, grew more intense. Headmaster, you already know that I got my father's invisibility cloak from someone who left a note under my pillow, saying it was an early Christmas present. I think we have to assume that's the same person who left notes for Hermione. Harry, the old wizard said, and hesitated momentarily. Returning your father's cloak to you, does not seem to me like the act of a villain. Listen, Harry Potter said urgently. The part you don't know is that after Bellatrix Black escaped from Azkaban, I found another note under my pillow, signed Santa Claus, saying that they'd heard you were shutting me up inside Hogwarts, and that they were giving me an escape route to the Salem Witches Institute in America. That note came with a deck of cards, in which the King of Hearts was supposedly a portkey. Mr. Potter! Cried Professor McGonagall, she hadn't even thought before she spoke. That could well be a kidnapping attempt. You should have told. Yes, Professor, I did the sensible thing, the boy said levelly. As adapted to the circumstances, I did the sensible thing. I told Professor Quirrell. And according to Professor Quirrell, that portkey goes to somewhere in London, it's definitely not strong enough to be an international portkey. Now it's possible that the person who sent the note is honest, and that the point in London is just a way station. The boy reached into his robes and took out a deck of cards, along with a folded paper note. I will trust you not to go in guns blazing, I mean wands blazing, just in case the sender is an ally of mine, if not yours. But if this is a trap, I say we spring it now. And whoever it is, take them alive so we can exhibit them before the Wisengamot, I cannot overemphasize that part. Severus rose from his chair, his eyes now intent, and moved toward Harry. I'll need a hair of yours for polyjuice, Mr. Potter. Let us not be hasty, said Albus. We have not yet examined the notes sent to Miss Granger, there may be no resemblance after all. Severus, would you enter her dorm room and see if you can find those? Harry Potter's eyebrows had raised, even as he stood to offer the potions master better access to his mess of hair. You think 2 different people are running around Hogwarts leaving notes beneath pillows? Severus gave a brief sardonic laugh, as his hand moved forward and plucked a hair, which soon was being carefully wrapped in silk. Quite possibly. If I have learned anything in my tenure as head of Slytherin, I have learned what ridiculous messes arise when there is more than one plotter and more than one plan. But headmaster, I think Mr. Potter is correct that I should follow this portkey and see where it leads. Albus hesitated, and then nodded reluctantly. I will speak to you before you go, then. Even as Harry Potter left the room for his own investigations, Severus spun on his heel and strode swiftly toward the jar of fluo powder, his cloak rising behind him with his speed. I'll get some raw polyjuice, add the hair, and go. Headmaster, will you stand by too? Albus, Minerva said, surprised at how steady her own voice was, did you leave those notes under Mr. Potter's pillow? Severus's hand halted an instant before casting fluo powder into the fire. Dumbledore nodded to her, though the accompanying smile seemed a bit hollow. You know me far too well, my dear. And I suppose the Port Ka goes to a friendly home where Mr. Potter would be kept safe and sound until you arrived to pick him up and return him to Hogwarts. Her voice tight, it was sensible, she could not deny it was sensible, but somehow it seemed a little cruel. It would depend on the circumstances, the old wizard said quietly. If Harry had gone so far, I might have let him make good his escape, for a time. Better to know where he was going, and ensure it was somewhere safe, with friends. And to think, said Professor McGonagall, that I had thought to reprimand Mr. Potter for not telling us about this important matter. Upbraid him for not having the sense to trust us. Her voice had risen in volume. I shall skip that lecture, I suppose. Severus was gazing at the headmaster with narrowed eyes. And the notes to Miss Granger? The defense professor, very likely, the old wizard said. Still, that is only a guess. I shall go look for them, Severus said. And then, I suppose, start looking for you-know-who. A frown crossed the potions master's face. A task at which I haven't the faintest idea of where to start. Do you know of any magics to find a soul, headmaster? The divination classroom was lit by the dim red light of 100 small fires where burned 100 kinds of incense, so that if you were to ask in one word what the room looked like, the answer would be smoke. Assuming you bothered to look at anything, when your nose was threatening to overload and die. If your gaze could pierce those dank mists, you would see a tiny, cluttered room in which 40 stuffed armchairs, most of them unused, were crammed around a small open space in the center of the room, where a circular trapdoor waited on your escape. The Grim. Professor Trelawney said in a quavering voice, as she peered into George Weasley's teacup. The Grim. It is a sign of death. One whom you know, George, someone you know is to die. And soon, yes, it shall be quite soon, I think, unless of course it is later. It would have been a good deal scarier, thought Fred and George, if she hadn't said the same thing to every single other student in their divination class. They were hardly even thinking about it at this point, all their thoughts were on today's disaster. The trapdoor in the floor flew open with a bang that caused Professor Trelawney to shriek and spill George's tea all over his robes, and then an instant later Dumbledore was whooshing up out of the floor with a bird of fire upon his shoulder. Fred! The old wizard said commandingly. His robes were the black of a moonless night, his eyes hard like blue diamonds. George! With me, now! There was an collective gasp, and by the time Fred and George were climbing down the ladder after the headmaster, the entire class was already speculating what role they'd played in the attempted murder of Draco Malfoy. The trapdoor had hardly slammed shut above them before all nearby sounds muted and the old wizard spun on them and held out a hand and commanded, "Give me the map." Map? Said Fred or George in total shock. They'd never even suspected that Dumbledore suspected. Why, we don't know what you're. Hermione Granger is in trouble, said the old wizard. The map is in our dorm, George, or Fred said immediately. Just give us a few minutes to get it and we'll. The wizard's arms swept them up as if they were hugging pillows. There was a piercing cry and a flash of fire, and then the three of them were in the third-year Gryffindor's boys' dorm. A few moments later, Fred and George were handing over the map to the headmaster, wincing only slightly at the sacrilege of giving their precious piece of the Hogwarts security system to the person who actually owned it, and the old wizard was frowning at the apparent blankness. You've got to say, they explained, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. I decline to lie, said the old wizard. He held the map high and bellowed, hear me, Hogwarts. Delegator Prodi. An instant later the headmaster was wearing the sorting hat, which looked scarily right upon his head, as though Dumbledore had always been waiting for a patchwork-pointed hat to complete his existence. Fred and George immediately memorized this phrase, just in case it would work for somebody besides the headmaster, and began trying to think of pranks that would involve the sorting hat. The old wizard wasted not a moment before sweeping the sorting hat off his head and turning it upside down. It was hard to tell with the hat upside down, but it looked a bit cross at the treatment, and then plunged in his hand and drew out a crystal rod. With this instrument he began tracing rune-like patterns on the map, muttering strange incantations that sounded not quite like Latin and echoed in their ears in an unusually creepy fashion. In the midst of tracing one rune he looked up at both of them, fixing them with a sharp glare. I will return this to you later, sons of Weasley. Go back to class. Yes, headmaster, they said, and hesitated. Ah, about Hermione Granger, is she really going to be bound to serve Draco Malfoy forever as his? Go, said the old wizard. They went. When he was alone in the room, the old wizard looked down at the map, which had now written upon itself a fine line drawing of the Gryffindor dorms in which they stood, the small handwritten Albus Pwb. Dumbledore the only name left therein. The old wizard smoothed the map, bent over it, and whispered, "Find Tom Riddle." The interrogation room at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was usually lit by a small orange light, so that the aura interrogating you would be leaning toward your uncomfortable metal chair with most of their face in shadow, preventing you from reading their expression, even as they read yours. As soon as Mr. Quirrell had entered the room, the small orange light had dimmed and begun flickering like a candle about to be blown out by the wind. The room was now lit by a sourceless ice-colored glow which illuminated all of Mr. Quirrell's pale skin like alabaster, except, somehow, his eyes, which stayed in darkness. The aura on duty outside had surreptitiously tried to dispel this effect 4 times without the slightest success, despite the fact that Mr. Quirrell had politely surrendered his wand upon being detained for interrogation, and had shown no sign of speaking any incantations nor exerting any other power. Quirinus. Quirrell, drawled the man now sitting across from where the defense professor had waited courteously. The interrogator had tawny hair that swept back like a lion's mane, with yellowish eyes set into the sternly lined face of a man late in his 10th decade. The man was, at this moment, leafing through a large folder of parchments that he had taken from a black and very solid-looking briefcase after he had limped into the room and sat down, seeming not to look at the face of the man he was interrogating. He had not introduced himself. After some further leafing through parchments, carried out in silence, the orator spoke again. Born the 26th of September, 1955, to Quandia Quirrell, of an acknowledged tryst with Lyranus Lumblung. Intoned the orator. Sorted into Ravenclaw. OWLS quite good. NEWTS in charms, transfiguration, and outstanding in Muggle studies, impressive. Ancient runes, and yes, defense. And outstanding in that as well. Went on to become quite the tourist, visiting all sorts of places. Port3 visas for Transylvania, the Forbidden Empire, the City of Endless Night, my, Texas. The man looked up from the portfolio, eyes narrowed. What were you doing there, Mr. Quirrell? Sightseeing, mostly in the Muggle areas, the defense professor said easily. As you say, I am quite the tourist. The man listened to this with a frown, then looked back down, then up again. I also see that you visited Fuyaki City in 1983. The defense professor lifted an eyebrow in mild puzzlement. What of it? What did you do in Fuyaki City? The question snapped out razor sharp. The defense professor frowned slightly. Nothing of any account. I visited some better-known sites, some less-known sites, and aside from that, kept to myself. Really? The orator said softly. I find that reply rather interesting. How so? Said the defense professor. Because there was no visa listed for Fuyaki City. The man slammed the folder shut. You're not Quirinus Quirrell. Who the hell are you? The potions master walked quietly into the Ravenclaw girls' dorm, the first-year dorm room, a festive place where bronze and blue competed to be the color of stuffed animals, scarves and dresses, small bits of inexpensive jewelry, and posters of famous people. Hermione Granger's bed was easy to identify, it was the one that had been attacked by a book monster. Nobody else seemed to be around, at that time of day, and a number of spells verified this. The potions master searched under Hermione Granger's pillow, and beneath her bed, and then began going through her trunk, sorting through mentionable and unmentionable items without change of expression, and finally succeeded in drawing forth a set of papers describing places and times where bullies would be found, all of the papers signed only with an elaborate S. A brief burst of fire later, the papers were gone, and the potions master left to report the failure of his mission. The defense professor was sitting calmly with his hands still folded in his lap. If you consult Headmaster Dumbledore, said the defense professor, you will find that he is well aware of this matter, and that I agreed to teach his defense class on the explicit condition that no inquiry be made into my. In a lightning motion, the interrogator whipped out his wand and spat Polyfluous Reverso. At the same time that the defense professor sneezed, which somehow caused the mirror-silvered ray to disrupt in a shower of white sparks. Pardon me, the defense professor said politely. The smile that the orator gave had absolutely no mirth in it. So where's the real Quirinus Quirrell, eh? Under an imperious in the bottom of a trunk somewhere, while you take a hair now and then for your illegal polyjuice. You are making highly questionable assumptions, the defense professor said with an edged voice. What makes you think I did not steal his body outright using incredibly dark magic? This was followed by a certain pause. I suggest, the orator said, that you take this seriously, Mr. Whoever you are. I'm sorry, said the defense professor, leaning back in his chair, but I see little reason to humble myself on this particular occasion. What are you going to do, kill me? I don't appreciate your humor, the orator said softly. How unfortunate for you, Rufus Scrimgeour, said the defense professor. You have my deepest sympathy. He tilted his head, seeming to study the interrogator, and even within the shadow of the ice light, the eyes glinted. Padma stared down at her plate. Hermione wouldn't just do that. Yelled Mandy Brocklehurst, who was practically in tears. In fact she was in tears, her voice would have been loud enough to silence the Great Hall if it hadn't been for all the other students also screaming at each other. I bet Malfoy tried to do things to her. Our general would never do that. Kevin Entwistle yelled even louder than Mandy. Of course he would. Shouted Anthony Goldstein. Malfoy's the son of a Death Eater. Padma stared down at her plate. Draco was the general of her army. Hermione was the founder of SPHEW. Draco had trusted her to be his second-in-command. Hermione was her fellow Ravenclaw. Both of them were her friends, maybe the two best friends she had. Padma stared down at her plate. She was glad the Sorting Hat hadn't offered her Hufflepuff. If she'd been sorted into Hufflepuff it would probably have been much more painful, trying to decide where her divided loyalties lay. She blinked and realized that her vision had gotten blurry again, and raised a trembling hand to wipe once more at her eyes. Morag McDougal snorted so loudly it was audible even amid the pandemonium of lunch, and said in a loud voice, "I bet Granger cheated in her battle yesterday, I bet that's why Malfoy challenged her." "All of you shut up!" roared Harry Potter, as he hit the table with his fists so hard that plates rattled all the way along it. At any other time it would have gotten professors reprimanding him, this time it just got a few nearby students to look. "I'd wanted to eat lunch," Harry Potter said, "and then get back to investigating, so I wasn't going to talk. But you're all being silly, and when the truth comes out you're going to regret what you said about innocent people. Draco didn't do anything, Hermione didn't do anything, they were both false memory charmed." Harry Potter's voice had been rising on the last words. "How is that not bloody obvious? You think we'll believe that?" Kevin Entwistle yelled right back at him. "That's what everyone says. I didn't do it, it was all just a false memory charm. You think we're stupid?" And Morag nodded right along with him, with a condescending look. The look that came over Harry Potter's face then made Padma flinch. "I see," Harry Potter said, it wasn't a shout so Padma had to strain to hear it. "Professor Quirrell isn't here to explain to me how stupid people are, but I bet this time I can get it on my own. People do something dumb and get caught and are given Veritaserum. Not romantic master criminals, because they wouldn't get caught, they would have learned occlumency. Sad, pathetic, incompetent criminals get caught, and confess under Veritaserum, and they're desperate to stay out of Azkaban so they say they were false memory charmed. Right? So your brain, by sheer Pavlovian association, links the idea of false memory charms to pathetic criminals with unbelievable excuses. You don't have to consider the specific details, your brain just pattern matches the hypothesis into a bucket of things you don't believe, and you're done. Just like my father thought that magical hypotheses could never be believed, because he'd heard so many stupid people talking about magic. Believing a hypothesis that involves false memory charms is low status. What are you blithering about?" said Morag, looking down her nose at the boy who lived. "You think we'd believe anything you say?" yelled a slightly older-looking Ravenclaw who Padma didn't recognize. "When you turned Granger dark. And I'm not going to complain," Harry Potter said in an eerily calm voice, "about wizards not having any logic and believing the craziest things. Because I said that to Professor Quirrell once, and he just gave me this look and said that if I wasn't blinded by my upbringing I could think of 100 more ridiculous things that lots of muggles believe. What you're all doing is very human and very normal and doesn't make you unusually bad people, so I'm not going to complain." The boy who lived rose up from his bench. "I'll see you all later." And Harry Potter walked away from them, walked away from all of them. "You're not thinking he's right, are you?" said Soli from beside her, in a tone which made it clear what she thought. "I said Padma." Her words seemed to be caught in her throat, her thoughts seemed to be caught in her head. I mean, if you think hard enough you can do the impossible." It had always been an article of faith with Harry. There'd been a time when he'd acknowledged the laws of physics as ultimate limitations, and now he suspected there were no true limits at all. If you think fast enough you can sometimes do the impossible quickly. Sometimes. Only sometimes. Not always. Not reliably. The boy who lived stared around the trophy room, surrounded by awards and cups and plates and shields and statues and medals kept behind thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of crystal glass displays. For as many centuries as Hogwarts had existed, this room had been accumulating details. A week, a month, maybe even a year, wouldn't have sufficed to take the examine option on every item in the room. With Professor Flitwick gone, Harry had asked Professor Vector if there was any way to detect damage to the wards around the crystal cases, verify the residue that a real duel should have left behind. Harry had raced through the Hogwarts library looking for spells to tell the difference between old fingerprints and new fingerprints, or to detect lingering exhalations in a room. And all those attempts at playing detective had failed. There were no clues, none that he was smart enough to find. Professor Snape had said that the portcullis led to an empty house in London, with no sign of anyone or anything else. Professor Snape hadn't found any notes in Hermione's dorm. Headmaster Dumbledore had said that Voldemort's spirit was probably hiding out in the Chamber of Secrets where the Hogwarts security system couldn't find him. Harry had snuck into the Slytherin dungeons under the cloak of invisibility and spent the rest of the afternoon looking through all the obvious places, but he hadn't found anything snaky that answered back when spoken to. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, it seemed, hadn't been meant to be found in a day. Harry had talked to all of Hermione's friends that would still talk to him, and none of them had remembered Hermione saying anything specific about why she'd believed that Draco was plotting against her. Professor Quirrell hadn't come back from the ministry as of dinner time. The older students seemed to think that this year's defense professor would probably end up being blamed for the incident, and fired for teaching Hogwarts students to be too violent. They'd talked about the defense professor as though he were already gone. Harry had used up all 6 hours from his time turner, and there were still no clues, and he had to go to sleep now if he wanted to be functional at Hermione's trial the next day. The boy who destroyed a Dementor was standing in the middle of the Hogwarts trophy room, his wand dropped at his feet. He was crying. Sometimes you call your brain and it doesn't answer. The trial of Hermione Granger started on schedule the next day.